Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Uchiha Kaito. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The Valley of the End. Under the torrential downpour, Uchiha Sasuke quietly looked down at the unconscious Naruto Uzumaki. At this moment, Naruto had been struck in the chest by Chidori and lay on the ground with barely audible breathing. He had his eyes tightly closed and would no longer look at Sasuke with that stubborn gaze as if it were tangible. To some extent, Sasuke understood Naruto. This fool had lived amidst the village's malice from a young age and rarely possessed any positive emotions. Their relationship was one of the few connections he had managed to hold onto so far. So he instinctively wanted to grasp it, unwilling to let go even in death. Yet, Sasuke also felt that Naruto completely misunderstood him. Someone who had never had a family could not comprehend the overwhelming despair of suddenly losing everything. He was alive now only for the sake of revenge. Claiming he wanted to strengthen the Uchiha clan, he had never actually thought about how to do so. Revenge was his top priority. And his enemy, his brother, was so powerful that it was suffocating. He had worked very hard, thinking he had made a lot of progress, but still stood no chance against that man. It was like a chasm in strength, with no hope of revenge in sight. If he continued to stay in Konoha and follow the routine path with Team 7, how could he become stronger? Even their teacher, Kakashi, was no match for that man. When would he be able to vent his raging anger and hatred? Of course, Sasuke knew that Orochimaru had ill intentions towards him, but what of it? This was the only opportunity he had. As long as he could gain the power to avenge himself, any price was worth paying. Naruto, Sasuke started to say something but then stopped. It was time to leave. Having made his choice, it was time to completely sever the bonds between them. Sasuke no longer looked at Naruto, nor did he pick up his forehead protector. He turned and staggered out of the valley into the dense forest. As he walked, clutching his convulsing left hand, the faces of his father and mother seemed to appear before him. Then, the nightmare-like image of Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan emerged, and Sasuke seemed to hear Itachi's words. To obtain these eyes, you must kill your closest friend. Sasuke abruptly focused, banishing Itachi's figure from his mind. I will never do as you say. I will obtain power by my own means. As he reached the center of the forest, the light grew dimmer. Sasuke stopped his wandering thoughts, determined to reach Orochimaru in one go. Hey, Uchiha kid. A somewhat unfamiliar voice suddenly came from ahead. Who? Was it the pursuers from Konoha? Sasuke lifted his head to look in the direction of the voice, and the appearance of the person speaking caught him off guard. A young man stood in the shade of a tree not far away, around 20 years old, with black mid-length hair and eyes that showed a faint smile, dressed in traditional Uchiha attire. The most important thing was that face, which looked incredibly familiar, overlapping with the face of his mother in his memory. Seeing Sasuke lift his head but not speak, only staring at him blankly, the man could only smile helplessly, silently taking a few steps forward to stand before him. Kid, what's your name? What happened to you? You're in such a sorry state. Hearing the concerned words from the person before him, Sasuke snapped back to reality. But he still didn't speak, just staring intently at the man's face. Could it be there were still survivors of the Uchiha? How could he look so much like his mother? Quickly activating his Sharingan, Sasuke found no signs of transformation. Sasuke was suddenly excited, he abruptly grabbed the man's arm, his voice trembling as he asked, I'm Uchiha Sasuke, who are you? The man allowed Sasuke to tightly grasp his arm, smiling warmly at him, and gently replied, Uchiha Sasuke. I see, my name is Uchiha Kaito, you should call me uncle. I didn't expect little Sasuke to have grown so much, I left when you were just born. Uncle. He did have an uncle who was close to their family, his mother's younger brother, whom his mother often mentioned. But he remembered his mother saying that this uncle didn't have the talent to be a ninja, unable to harness chakra. He had gone traveling early on and never returned. Sasuke had eventually forgotten about him. You are, the Uchiha Kaito my mother mentioned. Call me uncle, oh. Little Sasuke. Uchiha Kaito raised his other hand to gently pat Sasuke on the head. What are you doing here? Were you injured on a mission? Come back with me, I want to see my sister soon. Sasuke, looking at Uchiha Kaito's face, so similar to Uchiha Mikoto's, saw his eyes and brows smiling, filled with clear anticipation. Mother. Mother is no longer here. The entire Uchiha clan is gone. Shouting this, Sasuke turned his head away, a vast, boundless sadness welling up inside him, afraid to look into Uchiha Kaito's eyes anymore. The forest suddenly fell silent. Sasuke felt Uchiha Kaito's body stiffen, and after a long while, he heard his voice, somewhat hoarse, ask, "What happened?" Sasuke didn't want to recall that incident subconsciously, but he felt he owed an explanation to the person before him. Because it was his own brother who had annihilated the clan, a responsibility he couldn't shirk. It was Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke, still turned away, gritted his teeth and responded, "He killed our parents and the entire clan." He released Uchiha Kaito's hand, covering his eyes, "To obtain my eyes in the future, he left me alive, and then he fled." Hearing this answer, Uchiha Kaito was stunned for a moment, then asked again, "When?" His voice suddenly became cold, devoid of any fluctuations. 5 years ago. Sasuke finally lifted his head to look at Uchiha Kaito, but his face was devoid of any emotion, only his black eyes shining with a piercing cold light. Didn't the fourth Hokage stop him? The fourth? The fourth died a long time ago, sealing the Nine Tails. It's been the third Hokage ever since. Heh. Uchiha Kaito suddenly scoffed, his lips curling into a sneer, "That old man is still alive." Sasuke, puzzled, nevertheless replied, "He's dead now. He was killed by Orochimaru during the recent Chunin exams." "Dead, huh? Well, that's good." His expression then softened, and he looked at Sasuke tenderly, suddenly pulling him into an embrace, easily quelling any resistance. Chapter 2, Take it away easily. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Sasuke struggled only slightly, fearing he might hurt this uncle of his who wasn't even a ninja. In the end, he could only bury his face in the man's chest, muttering a muffled protest, "Let me go." However, the men did not release him. Instead, Sasuke felt a warm, large hand gently touch the top of his head. Soft words from Uchiha Kaito followed, "I'm sorry, little Sasuke. I came back late. It must have been tough, but you won't be alone anymore. I will take care of you." Hearing this, Sasuke felt a heaviness in his chest, and tears involuntarily started to flow. Not alone anymore. I still have a relative. No. That's not right. Uncle is just an ordinary person, he shouldn't get involved in my affairs. It's better not to entangle him with my life. Let him live well as an ordinary person. I'm sorry, Mom, I can't take care of him for you. Because I have important things to do. If I'm still alive after my revenge, then I will protect him. Uchiha Kaito didn't know what Sasuke was thinking at that moment. Seeing Sasuke start to struggle again, he let go. Sasuke stepped back, turned his head away, and fiercely wiped his tears, saying coldly, "I don't need your care. Go back to Konoha. I'm leaving." Uchiha Kaito observed Sasuke thoughtfully and casually asked, "Where will you go?" Sasuke felt obliged to answer this suddenly appeared uncle because he thought that his uncle, who lacked power, couldn't stop any of his decisions. "I'm going to find Orochimaru. Staying in the village is meaningless. To kill Uchiha Itachi, I must have power." "Orochimaru? Indeed, he is a powerful ninja. But I don't think he will kindly teach you. It doesn't matter. As long as I can kill that man, I don't care about the cost. Don't interfere. You can't do anything without power. So just go back and live your life quietly in Konoha. If I manage to get my revenge, I will surely take care of you. After all, you are Mom's brother, and she missed you a lot." Watching Sasuke's obstinate demeanor, Uchiha Kaito sighed softly, "How foolish, Sasuke. Itachi, your sister, and your brother-in-law too." Sasuke immediately became furious upon hearing this, glaring at Uchiha Kaito and shouting, "What do you know? Don't you dare insult my father and mother." Uchiha Kaito wasn't intimidated by Sasuke's fury. He just calmly looked at Sasuke's angry face and continued, "It's because I know too much." Seemingly sensing something, he paused. "Somebody is coming. It looks like we need to leave here, Sasuke." Before Sasuke could react, he formed a hand seal Sasuke had never seen before. At the same time, Sasuke felt the air around him suddenly become heavy and then materialize, completely immobilizing him. "What's happening? I can't move at all." Sasuke was shocked as he looked at Uchiha Kaito. "Let's find another place to talk slowly. I can't just hand you over to Orochimaru." While saying this, Uchiha Kaito grabbed Sasuke by the collar, hoisted him onto his back, and then, with light steps, disappeared from the spot in an instant. The forest quieted down once more. Suddenly, a figure all in white emerged halfway out of a distant tree and then silently merged back into the trunk and disappeared. After a while, light footsteps were heard, and a white-haired man wearing round glasses appeared at the spot where the two had been talking. How strange, where did Sasuke-kun go? Could there be others targeting him too? Kabuto Yakushi carefully examined the surroundings but found the clues abruptly ending. Could they have gone through the air? Or used a space-time ninjutsu? This won't be easy to explain to Lord Orochimaru. Night fell. Uchiha Kaito had brought Sasuke to an unknown mountain range, now standing on a cliff several hundred meters high. Looking down at the scene below the cliff, he then turned to look at Sasuke, whom he was carrying on his back. Sasuke was still unable to move, only looking at him with uncertain eyes. Sensing his suspicion, Uchiha Kaito didn't mind and simply smiled, saying, "There's an excellent spot hidden within this cliff. Let's go down. Don't be afraid, Sasuke." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped down from the cliff, disregarding Sasuke's horrified expression. Sasuke listened to the whistling wind by his ear, his heart pounding violently. Then, to his surprise, they didn't fall straight down. At this moment, he was lying on Uchiha Kaito's back, like a speck of dust riding on a feather, drifting gently with the wind and slowly descending. What was this? Was it the use of wind release ninjutsu? While descending, Uchiha Kaito observed the surroundings. When they neared a protruding large tree on the cliff wall, he kicked the wall, and they instantly shifted a distance, entering the dense canopy. Without the large tree's branches and leaves for cover, an opening about the height of a person appeared in front of them on the cliff wall. Uchiha Kaito, without hesitation, carried Sasuke on his back and bent down to enter the cave. The entrance to this cave was small and concealed, but the inside was surprisingly spacious. Being on a cliff, there was no groundwater, making the interior very dry. Indeed, it was an excellent place to settle. Uchiha Kaito formed a hand seal with one hand, and a breeze blew through the entire cave, then swept the dust out of the entrance. He looked satisfied at the clean floor, put Sasuke down, and then formed another seal to release the binds on him. Sasuke felt suddenly lighter and immediately began to move. He quickly drew a kunai, taking advantage of the cave's entrance for tactical positioning, activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, and kept a tight watch on Uchiha Kaito. Uchiha Kaito didn't mind the young boy's actions, just casually straightening his clothes and sitting down leisurely. Then he smiled at Sasuke, who was ready to fight, and gestured for him to come over. "Don't be tense, Sasuke. Come sit, let's continue our conversation." Sasuke looked at Uchiha Kaito's face, which resembled his mother Mikoto's by 90%, didn't attack, but also didn't relax. With the tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly, he coldly asked, "Who are you, really?" "Your uncle, Uchiha Kaito," Uchiha Kaito replied amiably. "Impossible." Sasuke firmly said, "Mom said that my uncle didn't have chakra and couldn't become a ninja. You're clearly very strong, don't fool me. You're being narrow-minded, Sasuke." Uchiha Kaito narrowed his eyes and then reopened them, revealing a scarlet color with the same 3-tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly. The world isn't just about ninjas having power. Sasuke, shocked at the sight of Uchiha Kaito's Sharingan, also felt a strange energy emanating from the man's eyes. Similar to the chakra fluctuations when he used his own Sharingan, yet it didn't have the same cold sensation. Through the Sharingan, he realized that indeed it was a power that didn't belong to chakra. Chapter 3. You were cheated. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the "at" with "a." What are you then? Can you awaken your eyes without chakra? Although Sasuke still harbored significant doubts, seeing those genuine Sharingan eyes and hearing about the topic of power, he was eager to learn something. Kaito's scarlet eyes faded back to black, and he gestured for Sasuke to come closer. "Come sit down, I can exchange information with you." Sasuke hesitated for a moment but still, holding the kunai, sat across from Kaito with his Sharingan eyes fixed on him. He warned first, "You better not be thinking of fooling me. I was unprepared before. It won't be so easy to take me down next time." While speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand holding the kunai to Kaito's neck, with his other hand reaching for his face. "If you don't want to die, just sit still and don't move." However, Kaito didn't stop him, just smiling as he watched. Not a transformation. Seeing Kaito make no move, Sasuke thoroughly checked him out. What's going on? Sasuke's eyes widened. Could he really be Kaito? All right. Kaito said helplessly, "I am your uncle. Tell me what's happened in Konoha over the years, and then I'll tell you what you want to know. How about it? It's a good deal, isn't it? After all, you don't know any secrets of Konoha, and general information can be found everywhere." Sasuke thought about it, indeed. The information he knew was basically public and not considered valuable, especially now that he was essentially a defector. There was nothing he couldn't talk about. "Seeing as you're from the Uchiha." He emphasized this point, then withdrew his hand. He organized his thoughts and began to share the information obediently. As Kaito listened to Sasuke, he flipped his right hand, and an ancient-looking oil lamp appeared in his palm. He casually placed the oil lamp on the ground, adjusting it slightly, and the cave was immediately bathed in a warm light. Then, he repeated the process, abruptly producing some food and sharing it with Sasuke. Sasuke didn't hesitate, starting to eat heartily. Too much had happened from last night to today, fleeing through the night, being chased, and having a serious fight with Naruto. He was already starving. This suddenly appearing uncle was a strange man, seemingly possessing unique powers. Yes, after the previous examination, and the indescribable sense of familiarity since meeting him, Sasuke was almost convinced that the man before him was his mother's brother, his uncle Kaito. But he wouldn't admit it openly. However, unconsciously, his attitude had already improved a lot. Usually not fond of talking, he shared everything he knew about the events in Konoha. So much has happened, Kaito remarked casually after hearing Sasuke's account, then looking into Sasuke's eyes, he said, "You were deceived by Itachi, Sasuke." "What do you mean?" Sasuke began to glare at Kaito again. "It's not your fault. After all, you were too young at that time. But haven't you figured it out over these years? Were you blinded by Itachi's genjutsu? Or do you not want to recall that memory?" Sasuke lowered his head, fists clenched. He rarely voluntarily recalled the events of that day. Only the images left by Itachi's genjutsu often startled him awake from nightmares. Kaito looked at Sasuke, still not having figured things out, feeling somewhat helpless. He had lamented long ago that among the Uchiha clan, there were many intelligent people, but not many were shrewd. Being intelligent and being shrewd were two different things. Uchiha clan members tended to be straightforward, resorting to violence to solve problems. This was not good. I don't believe he did such a thing to test his own capacity. Let me give you a hint, Sasuke. Do you really think a 13-year-old Itachi could single-handedly exterminate the entire clan? There were many skilled individuals in the clan. Itachi had the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke had no doubt about the strength of Itachi, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo, huh? Indeed, only a higher-level Sharingan can counter the regular one. Kaito affirmed Sasuke's statement. Then he continued, however, even so, it's impossible to silently eliminate so many members of the clan. Moreover, until you returned home, there was no reaction from Konoha. Isn't that strange? What's going on? Sasuke thought carefully. Is it because of a barrier? Did Itachi have other helpers? Who exactly? Don't be impatient, Sasuke. Think calmly. Kaito extended his right hand, index and middle fingers together, touching Sasuke's forehead. Sasuke felt a cool sensation spreading from his forehead, and his mind suddenly relaxed, with details from his memory that he hadn't paid attention to before emerging. The image of Itachi turning away became clear, tears streaming down those scarlet eyes, filled with sadness. So that guy can cry too? Sasuke murmured with closed eyes, then exclaimed loudly, if it's so painful, then why would he do such a thing? And Konoha. Thinking back now, Konoha's reaction was indeed too late. And previously, the men who claimed to be his uncle had a strange attitude when mentioning the third Hokage. So, are you saying that Konoha was involved in that matter too? Itachi. That man. Was there some reason behind it? Was it really him who did it? Sasuke stared into Kaito's eyes, seeking a definite answer. Itachi definitely participated in the massacre. At least my sister and brother-in-law died by his hand. Kaito didn't avoid Sasuke's gaze, speaking with certainty. The child was definitely persuaded by the third Hokage and others for some reason, to choose between the clan and the village. Why would Itachi? Sasuke's mind was in turmoil at the moment, unable to understand why Kaito would say such things. Sasuke, you may not know. Your father, Fugaku Uchiha, also had the Mangekyo Sharingan. If Itachi didn't act personally, how could he not resist? Kaito closed his eyes and sighed softly, that's why I say he's foolish. In the end, it's probably to fulfill his own child. Father. So father was that powerful, and father would sacrifice himself for his child too. In Sasuke's memory, his father, Fugaku Uchiha, had never shown him any warmth. That man was always silent, always stern, always looking at him with disappointed eyes. During that time, father's relationship with Itachi seemed very tense. Sasuke thought it was because of the sudden death of Uchiha Sasuke, but now. What's the deal with the village and the clan? Sasuke felt there were too many things he didn't understand. You were young at that time, so you might not know. Due to historical issues, the relationship between the clan and the village has never been harmonious. Especially after you mentioned the fourth sacrifice and the clan moving to Naka River. Kaito said solemnly, there may have been an incident that caused the village to be more wary of the Uchiha. It should be related to the Nine Tails incident. The Nine Tails couldn't have appeared for no reason. The village high-ups must have suspected that someone from the Uchiha clan used the Sharingan to control the beast. After all, their family had a history. Asterisk. 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 A/NP at Trian price update. Tier 1 Deva Path, $2 for 10 chapters of Naruto, Shikigami Aizen plus 5 chapters of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle. Tier 2 Animal Path, $5 for 20 chapters of Naruto, Shikigami Aizen plus 10 chapters of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle plus 5 chapters of Uchiha with glasses. Tier 3 Human Path, $10 for 30 chapters of Naruto, Shikigami Aizen plus 20 chapters of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle plus 15 chapters of Uchiha with glasses. Tier 4 Outer Path, $15 for 40 chapters of Naruto, Shikigami Aizen plus 30 chapters of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle plus 20 chapters of Uchiha with glasses. Chapter 4, Full of Anger. A thank you for being my patron. Human Path. Code CG. Outer Path. Chris. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P at Trian. P at Trian.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Tailed beasts. Sasuke encountered another gap in his knowledge. There are 9 chakra monsters in the world, each with a different number of tails, collectively known as tailed beasts. The first Hokage captured them and distributed them among the major ninja villages. Kaito patiently explained, Konoha possesses the strongest of the tailed beasts, the 9-tailed fox. The major ninja villages consider the tailed beasts as their most important wartime assets, sealing them inside ninjas. These ninjas who have a tailed beast sealed within them are called Jinchuriki. Sasuke was surprised by this revelation, understanding things he hadn't before. So that power inside Naruto, and Gaara of the Sand, they are Jinchuriki. Is that your teammate called Naruto Uzumaki? Kaito asked, somewhat surprised. Sasuke nodded. During our fight, he was suddenly enveloped in red chakra and became very strong. The Uzumaki clan. Indeed, they are suited to be Jinchuriki. What does he look like? A strange question, Sasuke thought, but still answered, blonde hair, blue eyes, kind of goofy. Curiously asking, isn't Naruto an orphan? Does his surname carry some significance? Kaito laughed. My guess was right, that kid is probably the 4th Hokage's son. As for Uzumaki, it was a clan second only to the Senju and Uchiha. Both the 1st and 4th's wives were Uzumaki, and they were 9-tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke was stunned. How is it possible? That dead last is the 4th son. Let's continue with the previous topic. Kaito didn't elaborate further on this issue but continued, from what I know about our clan, with tensions escalating with the village and being moved to a remote location, many must have been unable to bear it, so there's only one possibility. He stared into Sasuke's eyes, assertively saying, they were likely planning a coup. The atmosphere in the clan was indeed tense at that time, and my father frequently convened clan meetings. Sasuke also remembered many details he had previously overlooked. So, the next thing is that the Uchiha's plan to launch a coup must have been known to the Konoha leadership. They were surely worried that a large-scale conflict would weaken the village's strength. And Itachi, who was in the Umbu at the time, became the perfect candidate to solve the Uchiha problem. Itachi was intelligent from a young age, always thinking. Although, in my view, that was actually looking for trouble, but your father always took pride in it. I had told your father that it wasn't right to take such a small child to the battlefield, but he wouldn't listen. Early exposure to war ultimately had a great impact on him. The conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha would definitely lead to war, and no matter who won afterward, Konoha would be weakened. If other villages found out about this situation, an even larger-scale war might come. He must have thought this way. To avoid war, the most extreme measure was taken. With the Uchiha clan's extermination, the conflict no longer existed. And your father was not someone who wanted to start a war. But as the clan leader, he couldn't ignore the voices of the clan members. So when Itachi made his choice, he just went along with it. As for leaving you behind, it must have been a deal between Itachi and the Konoha leadership. Considering what he said to you, it's clear he wanted you to grow up with hatred, eventually preparing to die by your hand, to vindicate the Uchiha. Exclamation point. An immature child, yet possessing great power, likes to think alone, and doesn't choose to communicate with his family, ending up like this. How arrogant, Itachi. As Kaito continued his story, Sasuke was already in tears. He knew Kaito's guesses were probably very close to the truth, largely accurate. He also had his own judgment, it was just due to unequal information that he was kept in the dark. Now, connecting everything together, he had enough to draw his conclusions. The hatred in his heart suddenly collapsed, leaving only a surge of anger. Damn it. If it weren't for this suddenly appearing uncle, I would have continued to live in lies. Did my dad and mom willingly die at Itachi's hands? Even so. Even so. Itachi, that bastard. I will not forgive him. Do you want to kill him? Kaito had already seen the change in Sasuke's mindset. Of course, it is, to severely teach him a lesson. He must regret everything he's done. You're far from being able to teach him a lesson. Why don't you leave this matter to me? Kaito said teasingly. No need for you to act. Sasuke stubbornly spoke, hey. Since you won't let me go to Orochimaru, then you take responsibility for training me. Kaito pretended to be ponderous. Train you, huh? No problem. But, what should you call me? You can't just say, hey, to me, little Sasuke. After hearing this, Sasuke hesitated for a moment before softly calling out. Uncle. I didn't hear you. Uncle. Please teach me how to train. Sasuke's face turned red as he shouted loudly. All right. No problem. But you're also tired today. As Kaito spoke, he conjured up 2 sets of bedding out of thin air, placing them on the ground, then handed Sasuke a set of clothes. For now, change out of those tattered clothes and rest well. We'll talk more tomorrow. Sasuke didn't hesitate, looking at his own shirt, which had 2 large holes in the back from where wings had sprouted due to the curse mark state, took the clothes and changed, then laid down. Kaito then got up to arrange something at the cave's entrance before lying down as well. Soon after, he heard a soft good night from beside him. Good night, Sasuke. Although a bit awkward, he's still a polite kid. Meanwhile, since Sasuke didn't return, Orochimaru had no choice but to complete the transfer into the body of a youth named Genyomaru as a new vessel. Where on earth did Sasuke-kun go, Kabuto? Orochimaru's raspy voice carried a simple question, but his eyes were incredibly cold. My deepest apologies, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto respectfully bowed his head in apology, then pushed up his glasses. There were no signs of a fight at the scene. Sasuke-kun must have been taken away by someone he knew or couldn't resist. Unfortunately, the person who took Sasuke was very cautious, leaving no clues behind. There's also been no word from Konoha. Not Konoha, then who could it be? Someone daring to take away my Sasuke-kun, maybe Itachi Uchiha, perhaps. Orochimaru had already adapted to the new body, his aura rapidly strengthening. Regardless of who it is, continue searching for clues about Sasuke-kun, Kabuto. Yes. Kabuto smiled harmlessly, suggesting, shall we leak this information to Konoha, Lord Orochimaru? Oh. You're really something, Kabuto. Orochimaru also smiled. Hehe, let them join in the search for Sasuke-kun too. Then he licked his lips with his long tongue. I will have you, Sasuke-kun, hehehe. Asterisk. A/NP at Trian price update. Tier 1 Deva Path, $2 for 10 chapters of Naruto, Shikigami Aizen plus 5 chapters of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle. Tier 2 Animal Path, $5 for 20 chapters of Naruto, Shikigami Aizen plus 10 chapters of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle plus 5 chapters of Uchiha with glasses. Tier 3 Human Path, $10 for 30 chapters of Naruto, Shikigami Aizen plus 20 chapters of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle plus 15 chapters of Uchiha with glasses. Tier 4 Outer Path, $15 for 40 chapters of Naruto, Shikigami Aizen plus 30 chapters of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle plus 20 chapters of Uchiha with glasses. Chapter 5, 5. Information Transmission. A thank you for being my patron. Human Path. Code CG. Outer Path. Chris. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P at Trian. P at trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. In the morning, Sasuke woke up from his sleep to find himself alone in the cave. Sitting up, he looked around and noticed a line of words shallowly carved on the rock wall to his left. Sasuke, I've gone to find some food. If you wake up, wait here for me. He snorted, then looked down at the bedding below him and the new clothes on his body, a barely noticeable smile appearing on his face. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in spots, reaching the cave entrance, with the sound of birds calling from outside. Sasuke stepped out of the cave, lightly jumped onto a large tree, and looked down at the endless green forest below the cliff, stretching lazily. The breeze brushed across his face, fully waking him up and making him aware of the differences in himself. It seemed the injuries he had received yesterday had already healed. Was it Uncle? He even knows medical techniques. Moreover, his whole body felt relaxed. Without the urgent desire for revenge and now having a clear goal, the gloomy air around the young man had mostly dissipated, making him feel much more open-minded. Suddenly, a shadow appeared overhead, and Sasuke looked up to see Kaito, with his garments fluttering, lightly descending from the sky. Sasuke noticed that when he landed on the tree, the branches didn't shake at all. Good morning, Sasuke. Kaito glanced at Sasuke's condition and smiled slightly. You look much better. Good morning. Sasuke politely responded. Did you heal the wounds on my body? Thank you. No need to thank me. Your injuries weren't that severe. As they spoke, the two entered the cave again. Kaito didn't say much but handed over a simple food container. Well, I found some berries. Make do with these. Sasuke took the container, opened it to see the juicy red berries inside, thanked him, and then sat down on the ground to eat. Kaito also sat down next to him, and for a while, neither of them spoke. Only the fluttering of birds and the rustling of the wind through the forest continued to come from outside the cave. After a while, Sasuke finished the berries. He set aside the food container, stealthily glanced at the contented Kaito, and couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, how did you acquire your power? Couldn't hold back your curiosity, huh?" Kaito looked at him and didn't answer, instead asking him a question in return. "Do you know the origin of chakra, Sasuke?" Sasuke paused, then gave the standard answer he learned in ninja school. It's said to have been passed down by the legendary sage of the Six Paths, 1,000 years ago. Kaito smiled meaningfully. That answer isn't wrong. But have you ever wondered where the sage of the Six Paths chakra came from? And before the appearance of chakra, did humans possess some other form of power? Sasuke shook his head, not understanding why it was necessary to clarify these things. He replied, "Power is just power. As long as it's useful, that's enough for me. I haven't thought about these things." Kaito's smile became even more mysterious. He softly began, "This relates to the source of my power, as well as a great secret of the ninja world that no one else knows." Hearing this, Sasuke started to become interested in the topic. He suppressed his curiosity and looked at Kaito with a nonchalant tone, asking, "So, do you have a different answer?" In the land of rain, Hidden Rain Village. This village, located in the center of a lake, seemed as gloomy and lifeless as the rainy country it was part of. Itachi Uchiha, cloaked in a large mantle, and Kisame Hoshigaki walked silently through the dark streets. Suddenly, both stopped in their tracks. "Itachi, Kisame." A person with a pitcher plant overhead rose from the ground at their feet, raising a hand in greeting. "What's the matter, Zetsu?" Itachi remained silent, leaving Kisame to step forward and inquire, revealing a mouthful of shark-like teeth, about Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha's information. Zetsu's face, hidden within the pitcher plant, did not reveal his expression as he spoke. Itachi merely glanced at him expressionlessly and did not ask further. "Still the same, huh? Aren't you curious at all, Itachi?" Zetsu's voice carried a hint of amusement. "Sasuke Uchiha was lured away by Orochimaru and has defected from Konoha. What will you do, Mr. Itachi? Are you going to save your brother?" Kisame interjected, "After all, your eyes that Orochimaru got are yours." "No need," Itachi stated flatly. "He will come to me on his own." "Indeed, no need. The report I just mentioned wasn't complete. Sasuke Uchiha was taken away by someone else along the way." Zetsu moved closer to Itachi as he spoke. "And that person is also an Uchiha, named Kaito. Do you know him, Itachi? He claims to be your and Sasuke's uncle." Hearing this, Kisame became curious and asked Itachi, "Oh? Mr. Itachi, who exterminated the whole clan, left an uncle alive?" Itachi's usually calm eyes flickered slightly, and he frowned slightly. He recalled for a moment and answered, "Uchiha Kaito was just an ordinary person without ninja talents, and he left Konoha long ago. It seems he had some strange gains after leaving Konoha." Zetsu continued with the information. "And I even lost track of him. That person has a power completely different from chakra." "A power different from chakra, huh? I'd like to see that. Do you know, Mr. Itachi?" Kisame looked at Itachi with a probing gaze. "Yes, what exactly is it?" Zetsu also chimed in. Itachi remained emotionless as he replied, "I'm not sure. Kaito left over a decade ago. In the land of fire, Hidden Leaf Village." "Good morning, Naruto." In the Konoha hospital, Naruto Uzumaki had just woken up when Sakura Haruna walked into the room with a bento box. "Good morning, Sakura." Naruto, wrapped in bandages, greeted her cheerily. He excitedly asked, Hey, Sakura, did you come to bring me food? Here's your ramen." Handing the bento to Naruto and seeing his wounds, Sakura's expression fell. "It's all my fault, I couldn't do anything, just asked you for help, and ended up getting everyone hurt." Naruto took the bento with one hand and waved the other, reassuring her, "It's not your fault, Sakura." He gave a thumbs up, declaring firmly, "Don't worry, I'll definitely bring Sasuke back. I'll work hard with you, Naruto." Sakura suddenly looked up, her gaze determined, somewhat excitedly saying, "Tsunade-sama has agreed to take me as her apprentice. I'll bring Sasuke back with my own hands." She didn't want to be powerless anymore, didn't want to burden her teammates anymore. "Yeah." Naruto smiled, "Tsunade Granny, Huh, she's as strong as the pervy sage. Sakura will become stronger too. Just then, the door to the room opened again. Both turned to look as Shikamaru Nara hurried in, his expression slightly grave. He directly addressed them. Naruto, Sakura, the Hokage just told me some new information about Sasuke. Chapter 6, History of the Ninja World. A thank you for being my patron. Human Path. Code CG. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern XO. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Sasuke. Is Sasuke-kun okay? Hearing the keyword Sasuke, Naruto put down his bento, and Sakura immediately stood up. Shikamaru paused for a moment before speaking. This is really troublesome. Sasuke has disappeared. What? What exactly happened? Naruto, be careful. Watching Naruto stand up from the hospital bed despite his injuries, Shikamaru's frown deepened, and he said with a helpless tone, it seems that the message was voluntarily sent from Orochimaru's side. Sasuke didn't make it to Orochimaru. Instead, he was taken away by an unknown person on the way. How could that be? Sasuke-kun. After hearing Shikamaru's message, Sakura felt her heart clench, tears uncontrollably flowing down. Damn it. Who took Sasuke away this time? Naruto clenched his fists and shouted a few times. Then, he surprisingly calmed himself down, his gaze burning as he looked at Sakura. Sakura, what you said earlier still counts, right? Whether it's Orochimaru or some other guy, we have to work together to bring Sasuke back. Naruto. Sakura wiped her tears, looking at Naruto's determined gaze. She seemed to find courage and slowly became resolute. Thank you, Naruto. We will definitely bring him back. Really, Naruto, you just like to shout and scream. Now that Sasuke has disappeared, you better not act recklessly. We need to find reliable information to determine Sasuke's location first. Shikamaru watched the two reignite their determination and reminded them helplessly. Right. Naruto, scratching the back of his head, grinned foolishly at Shikamaru and gave him a thumbs up. You'll help us, right, Shikamaru? Well, I'm not one to volunteer for such troublesome tasks. Shikamaru turned around, hands in his pockets. After a pause, his voice came again. However, the first mission I led as a team leader ended in failure. As the team leader, I also want to do something to make amends. Anyway, I'll keep an eye out for information about Sasuke. Thank you, Shikamaru. Well, I have to check on Choji and the others. Shikamaru didn't turn back, just raised his right hand in greeting and left the hospital room. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office. Is it really okay to tell those kids this information, Lady Tsunade? The Hokage's secretary, Shizune, hesitated while organizing documents. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, didn't immediately answer, her gaze turning to the silver-haired masked ninja standing by. What do you think, Kakashi? Well, there's no helping it, Kakashi's tone lacked its usual laziness. Naruto is too impulsive. While he's unable to move freely, it's better for him to be mentally prepared early on. We'll also have to keep a strict eye on him in the future, otherwise, who knows what he might do. Tsunade nodded and looked out the window, saying, that's the only way. Orochimaru wants to use our power in Konoha to find Sasuke's whereabouts. He might deliberately spread the news. If we hide it and Naruto suddenly gets the news, it'll be troublesome. Shizune set down the organized documents and asked, so, are we going to dispatch ninjas to look for Sasuke, Lady Tsunade? TCH. Tsunade looked troubled as she spoke to the other two in the office. Right now, Konoha is short on manpower for missions, we really can't spare anyone to search for Sasuke. Rubbing the crease between her eyebrows, she continued in a weary tone, moreover, Jiraiya sent a message before. Due to the Akatsuki organization, which targets the tailed beasts, being active recently, he plans to take Naruto out of Konoha for training for 2 years. Sasuke. Is Sasuke-kun okay? Upon hearing the key word Sasuke, Naruto set aside his bento, and Sakura immediately stood up. However, Shikamaru hesitated for a moment before speaking. What a hassle, Sasuke has gone missing. What? What exactly happened? Naruto, be careful. Seeing Naruto stand up from the hospital bed regardless of his own injuries, Shikamaru's frown deepened, and he said with a tone of resignation, it seems the news was voluntarily shared by Orochimaru's side. Sasuke didn't make it to Orochimaru, instead, he was taken away by someone unknown along the way. How could that happen? Sasuke-kun. After hearing the news from Shikamaru, Sakura's heart clenched, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. Damn it. Who took Sasuke away this time? Naruto clenched his fists and shouted. Then, he somehow calmed himself down and looked at Sakura with a determined gaze. Sakura, does what you said earlier still count? Whether it's Orochimaru or some other guy, we have to work together to bring Sasuke back. Naruto. Sakura wiped away her tears, looking at Naruto's determined gaze. She seemed to find courage and slowly firmed her resolve. Thank you, Naruto. We will definitely bring him back. Really, Naruto, you're just good at shouting. Now that Sasuke has vanished, you better not act recklessly. We need to find useful information to determine Sasuke's whereabouts first. Shikamaru watched the two rekindle their fighting spirit and reminded them helplessly. Right. Naruto, scratching the back of his head, grinned foolishly at Shikamaru and gave him a thumbs up. You'll help us, right, Shikamaru? Well, I'm not one to volunteer for such troublesome tasks. Shikamaru turned around, hands in his pockets. After a pause, his voice came again. However, my first mission as a team leader ended in failure. As the team leader, I also want to do something to make amends. Anyway, I'll keep an eye out for information about Sasuke. Thank you, Shikamaru. Well, I have to go check on Choji and the others. Shikamaru didn't turn back, just raised his right hand in greeting and left the hospital room. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office. Is it really okay to tell those kids this information, Lady Tsunade? The Hokage's secretary, Shizune, hesitated while organizing documents. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, didn't immediately answer, her gaze turning to the silver-haired masked ninja standing by. What do you think, Kakashi? Well, there's no helping it, Kakashi's tone lacked its usual laziness. Naruto is too impulsive. While he's unable to move freely, it's better for him to be mentally prepared early on. We'll also have to keep a strict eye on him in the future, otherwise, who knows what he might do. Tsunade nodded and looked out the window, saying, that's the only way. Orochimaru wants to use our power in Konoha to find Sasuke's whereabouts. He might deliberately spread the news. If we hide it and Naruto suddenly gets the news, it'll be troublesome. Shizune set down the organized documents and asked, so, are we going to dispatch ninjas to look for Sasuke, Lady Tsunade? TCH. Tsunade looked troubled as she spoke to the other two in the office. Right now, Konoha is short on manpower for missions, we really can't spare anyone to search for Sasuke. Rubbing the crease between her eyebrows, she continued in a weary tone, moreover, Jiraiya sent a message before. Due to the Akatsuki organization, which targets the tailed beasts, being active recently, he plans to take Naruto out of Konoha for training for 2 years. Well, I won't have to keep an eye on that troublesome kid anymore. Kakashi had already reverted to his usual laid-back demeanor. As for Sasuke, I'll go to the Valley of the End and use my ninja dogs to see if there are any clues. If that doesn't work, we'll just have to ask everyone to keep an eye out during their missions. Still worried about your rebellious student, Kakashi? Then, you head to the Valley of the End first and report back to me afterward. Yes, Lady Hokage. At that moment, within a cave on a cliff in an unnamed forest, Sasuke was listening to Kaito Uchiha explain the origins of chakra. In ancient times, at some unknown point, a divine tree appeared on the earth, absorbing the world's power to grow a fruit. Later, a woman named Kagaya Otsutsuki descended from the heavens, consumed the fruit of the divine tree, and acquired power known as chakra. She became an immortal, godlike being and ruled over the entire world, revered by people as the goddess of the dawn. Afterward, Kagaya used her divine power to give birth to 2 children naturally possessing chakra, named Hagoromo and Hamura. However, not satisfied with ruling the world, Kagaya merged with the divine tree, aiming to convert all the power in the world into chakra and gather it within herself. The brothers Hagoromo and Hamura rebelled, ultimately sealing the divine tree's husk along with Kagaya's consciousness on the moon. Hagoromo became the first Jinchuriki by sealing the divine tree's chakra within himself. Later, the younger brother, Hamura, took their people to the moon to guard the seal, while the older brother, Hagoromo, stayed on Earth and established the ninja creed. He distributed chakra among the people, hence was revered as the sage of the 6 paths. Sasuke couldn't help expressing doubt upon hearing this. Isn't this just a myth? It was too far-fetched. Not at all, Sasuke, Kaito shrugged. This is all historically accurate. How do you know it's true? Sasuke's gaze was skeptical. Kaito smiled good-naturedly. You can take it as a story if you like. Do you want to keep listening? Since you're kindly telling me a story, I'll reluctantly listen. All right. After establishing the ninja creed, the sage of the 6 paths had 2 children. The older brother was named Indra, and the younger brother was named Ashura. Indra was a genius from birth, inventing hand signs, which lowered the difficulty of using ninja techniques. The younger brother, Ashura, was an ordinary child, but he was better at getting along with others than his brother. As time passed, the sage of the 6 paths needed to appoint a successor to the ninja creed. Indra, being a genius, seemed the obvious choice over Ashura, but the sage ultimately chose the unremarkable Ashura. Hearing this, Sasuke frowned unhappily and asked, why? The Sage of the Six Paths said Indra was too obsessed with power, while Ashura understood love, making Ashura more suitable to lead the ninja creed. Huh? What nonsense. Power is obviously more important. Sasuke scoffed at the Sage of the Six Paths' words. Well, who knows? Maybe Indra reminded him of his mother, Kaguya. Kaito continued with a shrug. Ashura inherited the ninja creed, but Indra, unwilling to accept this, fought him. With the help of others, Ashura defeated Indra. Afterward, the Sage of the Six Paths passed away, fearing the resurrection of the sealed Kaguya. Before dying, he divided the divine tree's chakra within him into 9, which became the 9-tailed beasts. After the death of the Sage of the Six Paths, the conflict between Indra and Ashura became even more intense. After their deaths, the war continued among their descendants. In the era of the warring states, Ashura's descendants took the surnames Senju and Uzumaki. Saying this, Kaito leaned forward to look into Sasuke's eyes, his pupils glowing red and the tomo spinning. And Indra's descendants took the surname Uchiha. Chapter 7, Looking at Konoha from a distance. A thank you for being my patron. Human Path. Code CG. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern XO. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on p@Trian. p@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Uchiha. Sasuke also activated his Sharingan. My father once said that the Uchiha clan originated from the Sage of the Six Paths. I didn't expect it to be true. Kaito deactivated his Sharingan and smiled, saying, that's correct. Indra inherited the Sage of the Six Paths Rinnegan, which led to the Uchiha's Kekki-Igenkai, the Sharingan. And Ashura inherited the Sage of the Six Paths body, which is why the Senju and Uzumaki clans have such strong life forces and vastly superior chakra reserves. Sasuke touched his eyes and murmured, Rinnegan, body of the sage, Uchiha, Uzumaki, is this destiny? Are Naruto and I fated to be enemies? Kaito looked at Sasuke, who had sunk into his own world, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This kid, why has he suddenly become a bit silly? After a while, Sasuke came back to his senses and looked up to find Kaito watching him with a gaze that seemed to pity a fool. Sasuke's face turned red, he puffed up his cheeks, and defiantly began to retort, after all that, you still haven't gotten to the main point. But, it doesn't matter. I just want to know about your power. Kaito raised his hand slightly and laughed, saying, all right. But that's another long story for another time. Let's not get into it now. Lowering his hands, he then said more seriously, you just need to know that this power predates the birth of chakra. Chakra is an external force, while this power truly belongs to this world. Sasuke crossed his arms and turned away. He said irritably, I don't care about these useless things. I just want the strength. It's not wrong to think that way. However, we can't stay here to train. It's time to go, Sasuke. Kaito stood up, waved his right hand to collect the bedding spread in the cave, then walked over to the rock wall, erasing the carved words with his hand. Sasuke stood up and silently observed. How did he do that? Just a light touch and a layer of rock was erased. I'll be able to do it too, sooner or later. Aren't you going to ask where we're going, Sasuke? After completely erasing their traces, Kaito headed toward the cave entrance, interrupting Sasuke's thoughts. It doesn't matter. I just want to start training quickly. Sasuke excitedly followed Kaito's steps, and then, give that man a harsh lesson. The two jumped onto the top of the tree at the cave entrance. Kaito looked up at the cliff's edge and turned to ask, can you get up there on your own? Don't underestimate me. Sasuke smiled confidently, gathering chakra under his feet to stick to the vertical cliff, and began running upwards first. But he hadn't gone far when Kaito's voice came from above. Not bad, Sasuke. I'll wait for you up there. Sasuke looked up to see that Kaito wasn't running up the cliff using chakra like him. He was still floating lightly touching the rock with his toes before leaping up a great distance and disappearing at the top of the cliff in the blink of an eye. Damn it. At this moment, Sasuke felt both annoyed and excited. He was annoyed with his own strength and excited about the mysterious power he was about to encounter and learn from Kaito. When Sasuke reached the top of the cliff and saw Kaito standing on the other side, he walked over and looked into the distance alongside Kaito. That was the direction of Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. Both of them remained silent for a while, letting the mountaintop wind tousle their clothes and hair. After a period of silence, Sasuke suddenly lowered his head and asked in a restrained voice, will you ever go back to Konoha? I will, Kaito answered softly. There are scores to settle with certain people. Why? Sasuke's outburst at the idea of returning seemed to strike a nerve. He suddenly raised his head, furiously saying, why go back? It's not our home anymore. Neither for Uncle nor for Itachi. Is the village that important? Watching Sasuke roar at him like an angry little beast, Kaito could only sigh helplessly. He reached out and gently ruffled Sasuke's spiky hair, soothingly saying, "I didn't say I'm going back. Calm down, Sasuke. You're right, it's not our home anymore. Home is where our family is." Petting Sasuke's hair, Kaito thought, this spiky hair is actually quite soft. Sasuke quieted down but continued to stare stubbornly at Kaito. Kaito, with a gentle gaze, softly said, "Still, the entire Uchiha clan was wiped out overnight. We must settle things with certain people from Konoha." His voice grew colder as he continued, "Even if the Uchiha clan harbored thoughts of rebellion, not sparing even the children is something I cannot accept." Hearing Kaito's words, Sasuke's expression darkened. He brushed away the hand on his head and hesitantly said, "But, the third Hokage is already dead, and there was no one in the village before the fifth Hokage. The only culprit is Itachi. Itachi needs to be taught a lesson, but that's something for the Uchiha to handle." Kaito turned his back, hands behind him, gazing in the direction of Konoha. "Although the third Hokage is no longer with us, the decision surely wasn't made by just the Hokage alone. Konoha has the so-called Hokage advisors and elders. And from the beginning, some of them have been particularly hostile towards us Uchiha. Is that so?" "I want to be involved too," Sasuke said without hesitation. "All right." Kaito once again patted Sasuke's head, "But not now. You need thorough training first." Got it. Let's start training quickly. I can't wait any longer. Then, let's head out." Kaito pulled out a wooden carved whistle from his sleeve and blew it. The clear sound of the whistle echoed, and from the distant forest, a large gray bird, laughing oddly, soared from the trees and flew toward the mountaintop. Sasuke activated his Sharingan to take a closer look and realized it was actually an owl. He immediately turned to Kaito with a somewhat puzzled look. Though the traditional summoning animals for the Uchiha are generally ninja cats and ninja birds, there wasn't a need to combine them. Look at that face, Gyur. Are you unhappy with the magnificent me?" The gray owl, noticing Sasuke's expression as it approached, immediately ruffled its feathers and started causing a commotion. It quickly landed on Kaito's shoulder, turned its head, and glared at Sasuke with its round golden eyes. Sasuke also turned his head away to avoid the owl's gaze. "Hey! Look at me." All right. Kaito interrupted the owl, introducing them to each other. "Sasuke, this is my friend, just call him Gyur. Gyur, this is my sister's child, Uchiha Sasuke." Chapter 8, Secrets of Monsters. A thank you for being my patron. Human Path. Code CG. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern XO. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Sasuke turned his face, nodding without expression, and greeted, "Hello." "Hello." Gyur raised one wing in greeting. "What the heck?" It squawked again, its wings fluttering. "Don't think you can just get away with it, you cunning little brat." All right, calm down, Gyur." Kaito stroked the owl's feathers, saying, "Let's prepare to go back." Gyur tilted its head to look at Kaito, as if confirming his words. Then it started to complain, "Hey, what's the deal, Kaito? We just got out and now you're talking about going back. And also, don't summon me during the day. I'm a nocturnal creature, you know. I was actually planning to visit home this time." Kaito smiled kindly, "But then I found out the clan had been wiped out, leaving only Sasuke here, so I had to take him back there." Hey, don't laugh like that. You're going to scare the bird to death." Gyur's voice rose sharply, and it gently patted Kaito in consolation, "So the Uchiha just vanished like that, huh? Don't be too sad. No choice, I'll reluctantly take you guys back then. And you, Sasuke." Gyur's neck twisted in an eerie circle, turning its gaze back to Sasuke. "You're really lucky, kid. You're about to witness my glorious flying skills. Make sure you appreciate it with gratitude." Sasuke looked sideways at the bird perched on Kaito's shoulder and scoffed, "Flying? Aren't you using reverse summoning jutsu? How are you going to carry us with such a small body?" Ignorance, kid Sasuke. Just watch and learn." Gyur spread its wings and took off, its sharp beak opening wide as it took a deep breath. Whirling winds converged towards it from all directions, and with a series of chuckles, its body began to grow inch by inch. In a matter of seconds, Gyur had transformed into a giant owl with a wingspan of over 10 meters. "Get on." Kaito called out and jumped onto Gyur's broad back. "Yes." Sasuke responded and followed suit, landing beside him. Goo. Let's go." With powerful beats of its enormous wings, Gyur ascended, rising above the layers of clouds into the high sky. Now, it's time to tell you about our destination for this journey. Kaito comfortably sat cross-legged, supporting his chin with one hand as he smiled at Sasuke. Sasuke stood firmly on Gyure's back, not sitting down due to the wind. He didn't speak but his eyes were curious as he looked at Kaito. Kaito's voice seemed completely unaffected by the howling wind. Our journey will take us northward, past the land of rice fields and the land of frost, crossing the endless sea to the north, to a place even farther north than the land of earth. Goo goo goo. Gyure's excited voice chimed in. That's the forbidden land seldom reached by humans, a territory of monsters, known to the demons as the secret land of Oyama. Demons. Sasuke couldn't help but gasp, almost swallowing a mouthful of wind. He could only turn his head inquiringly towards Kaito, feeling as if another piece of his common sense had shattered. Unbelievable, isn't it? Kaito looked at him with a smiling gaze, explaining, demons have existed in this world since ancient times. However, in the battle against Kagaya Otsutsuki, those legendary demons all perished. Darn Otsutsuki. Goo goo goo. Gyure cried out in anger. Kaito continued to explain, after that, the demon forces split apart. Some of the demon races submitted to Kagaya and trained in the power of chakra, eventually becoming the summoning creatures for ninjas. Those spineless creatures can no longer call themselves demons. Gyure's voice of disgust followed. Well, now some of those old-timers even claim to be hermits, Kaito said, patting the smooth feathers of Gyure beneath him, jokingly. What hermits? That's really laughable. Goo goo goo. Gyure scoffed in disdain. Actually, whether it's demons or humans, it's all the same, Kaito sighed. In human lineage, Onmyoji have completely vanished, leaving only warriors, shrine maidens, and monks who have trained in chakra. Sasuke. Kaito signaled for Sasuke to sit down. Sasuke, still processing the secrets he had just heard, sat down somewhat dazedly. Kaito patted his shoulder, and once he saw Sasuke come back to his senses, he continued, Oyama is the secret refuge where the remaining demons live. The human powerhouses who fought against Otsutsuki Kagaya in the final battle asked the demons to also preserve their legacies there. You can choose to learn the legacies left by our predecessors after you go there with me. Seeing the gleam in Sasuke's eyes, he added, however. However what? Sasuke hurriedly covered his mouth to ask. It means that by learning the powers of our predecessors, you also inherit the responsibilities they left behind, Kaito said seriously. What responsibilities? Sasuke continued to gesture with his eyes. Kaito changed his sitting position to face Sasuke directly. He stretched out his hands onto Sasuke's shoulders, looking into his eyes with earnestness, that is, to save the world. Sasuke's spirit lifted upon hearing this, his eyes shining even brighter. He placed his right hand over one of his eyes, thinking, to save the world. Is my ultimate destiny finally beginning? Ha ha ha. However, a burst of laughter shattered the young man's contemplation. Kaito, looking at him and laughing, said, ha 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 ha. Just like my reaction back then, Sasuke. The awakening of a Chinibu. Humph. Thinking he was being mocked, Sasuke's face turned red, and he crossed his arms and turned away. Paying Sasuke's shoulder, Kaito teased again, what I said is all true. But well, the responsibility of saving the world can be left to your uncle here, little Sasuke. You just admire my heroic figure. This is a fluctuation of the Sharingan's chakra. Who is it? Kaito paused, becoming serious, and then closed his eyes to sense. After a moment, he opened his eyes and told Sasuke, Sasuke, it's Kakashi Hatake below in the forest, seems like he's looking for you. Want to see him? Sasuke, looking conflicted, stubbornly said, no need. I have nothing to do with them from Konoha anymore. Let's go say hello, Kaito advised. Konoha must have learned by now that you didn't go to Orochimaru. Once they start searching for clues about you, it might get troublesome if someone else finds out. Actually, these were all excuses. Kaito didn't care about these matters. Once they entered the demon's secret land, it would be impossible for anyone to find them. He just felt a bit sorry seeing Sasuke's conflicted look. And Kakashi Hatake indeed owed Sasuke kindness. After all, from Sasuke's previous narrative, it was clear that Kakashi truly considered him as his own direct disciple, even teaching him his signature jutsu. Gyure, descend. Let's go see the person below. Chapter 9, Master and Disciple Opposite. A thank you for being my patron. Human Path. Code CG. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern XO. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. In the forest north of the Valley of the End, Kakashi was traversing between trees with Pakken, the smallest of the ninja dogs. It's no use, Kakashi. Pakken stopped, sniffed around, and explained to Kakashi, because of the heavy rain, the scent has vanished. At this rate, we won't be able to find any clues. Thanks for your effort, Pakken. Kakashi didn't stop, looked back at Pakken, and said, let's try searching the area between the Valley of the End and the Field Country next. Pakken quickly followed with his short legs, responding, got it, but you owe me the latest snacks and shampoo from the Inuzuka clan. Sure, sure. Kakashi replied half-heartedly. Since receiving Sasuke's information in the Hokage's office, he had been rushing over non-stop. He didn't hold much hope because if clues were that easy to find, Orochimaru would have already found them. However, he couldn't rest easy without checking for himself. Among the 3 kids of Team 7, he undoubtedly favored Sasuke a bit more. Not only because Sasuke was more like him in terms of being a ninja, more suitable to learn his jutsus and combat style. Not just because of the Sharingan issue, owing a huge favor to the Uchiha. But also because he saw his younger self in Sasuke. Both carrying heavy burdens of hatred, both wandering lost. Only back then, he was essentially saved by Obito and Rin. While Sasuke, despite forming a deep bond with Naruto, still couldn't escape the abyss of hatred. It's uncertain whose experience was more tragic, Sasuke's or his own. Recently, seeing Sasuke growing increasingly restless as Naruto's power improved, he found no good solution. After all, aside from the Jinchuriki, no one's power can be achieved overnight. Yet, he never expected this disciple, whom he had placed his hopes on, to directly defect. Orochimaru's action was undoubtedly stealing the beetroot he had been cultivating. Perhaps I was too weak, directly losing to Uchiha Itachi, a junior, making Sasuke see no hope in revenge. Such thoughts occasionally surfaced in his mind. However, that's as far as it went. Well, my selling point is being lackadaisical, right? Afterward, he once again solidified his persona. Going to Orochimaru might actually be okay. Based on the information, Orochimaru's reincarnation had a time limit, at least Sasuke would be safe in the short term. Who knew an accident would happen like this? He could only hope Sasuke was alright. Don't let me lose a comrade again. Unfortunately, as expected, after searching the forest for half a day, both men and dog found no trace of Sasuke. Let's take a break, Pakken. At this moment, they arrived at a sparse clearing, and Kakashi called out before sitting down to rest. Gyur gyur gyur. Suddenly, a laugh-like call came from the distant sky. Kakashi immediately went on alert and looked up. He saw a giant owl gliding down from the sky, with 2 people standing on its back. Kakashi recognized Sasuke from a distance based on the silhouette. Well, this is an unexpected surprise. After muttering to himself, Kakashi moved his headband to reveal his Sharingan, ready for battle. Gyur, carrying the uncle and nephew, gradually descended to 100 meters above the ground. If a battle ensued, this height would provide plenty of room for maneuver for both parties. Gyur gyur gyur. That little dog looks delicious. Gyur showed no interest in Kakashi but was excitedly looking at Pakken. Pakken quickly jumped into Kakashi's arms, shouting at the fearsome bird in the sky, don't call me a cute little dog. Gyur gyur gyur. As food, you're quite cute indeed. Gyur candidly expressed his praise. Kakashi, I'll be heading back then. Poof. Pakken dispelled the summoning and disappeared. Hey, don't scare my ninja dogs. Kakashi sternly watched the 2 men and 1 bird in the sky but casually said, yo, Sasuke, you really like to wander off, don't you? Sasuke, with his arms crossed, looked down at Kakashi and coldly replied, I'm not here to waste time talking to you, Kakashi. Really not cute at all. Kakashi was accustomed to Sasuke's attitude and turned his gaze to the men beside Sasuke, asking, aren't you going to introduce the person beside you? Since we've met here, it seems I'll have to take you back. I won't be going back anymore. Sasuke remained unmoved. Nice to meet you, Kakashi-san. Uchiha Kaito interrupted the teacher-student dialogue, I am Uchiha Kaito, Sasuke's uncle. Nice to meet you, Uchiha-san. Kakashi politely responded, Sasuke's uncle, huh? I don't think I've ever seen you before. Uchiha Kaito was unlike the Uchihas Kakashi knew, his demeanor was not arrogant but rather polite and gentle. I did not become a ninja and left the Leaf Village to travel more than a decade ago, Kaito explained with warmth. I see. Kakashi did not express whether he believed this or not but asked, since Sasuke mentioned he won't be returning to the Leaf, where do you plan to take Sasuke? Uchiha Kaito patted Sasuke's shoulder, continuing, initially, I planned to visit my family in the Leaf, but I met this child nearby. Then, he told me the Uchiha clan no longer exists. What a pity. While saying this, Kakashi thought it was really troublesome. Kakashi became more serious at this point. The relationship between the Leaf and the Uchihas was a complicated account, and he had no right to comment on it. Don't worry, Kakashi-san. Uchiha Kaito tried to reassure, I have no intention of fighting you. That's a relief then. Kakashi relaxed his body but remained on guard internally. Uchiha Kaito spoke again, however, this child is not in a condition to return to the leaf right now. Let him train with me. We specifically came to inform you about this and to also thank you for your previous guidance to him. Well, no need for thanks, after all, I am Sasuke's teacher, Kakashi replied with a smile shaped like a crescent moon. However, Uchiha-san, you could also bring Sasuke back to the leaf with you and continue to teach him. Do you really think so, Kakashi-san? Uchiha Kaito also smiled. You must know something about the complicated relationship between the leaf and the Uchihas. So, I better not add to the chaos by returning, especially since I'm not an active ninja of the leaf. As for this child, Sasuke. Uchiha Kaito looked at Sasuke's tense little face. When he's capable of protecting himself, I won't interfere with his decisions. Is that so? Kakashi also looked at Sasuke and asked, Sasuke, what do you say? Chapter 10, 10. Mission Report. A thank you for being my patron. Human Path. Code CG. Samuel Rees. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern EXO. Anil Singh. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. In the Hokage office of Konoha village, a new day begins. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, is busy with paperwork when she suddenly hears a commotion outside her office. Really, Naruto? Sakura's voice can be heard, you haven't fully recovered yet. You should listen to the nurse and stay in bed. No. I want to wait here for Kakashi-sensei with Granny Tsunade. Despite his injuries, Naruto's voice is as loud and annoying as ever. You too. Stop making a fuss here. It will disturb the Hokage's work. A ninja standing at the door, serving as Tsunade's guard, tries to intervene. Let us in. I want to see Granny Tsunade. Naruto, you. We can just wait outside the door. No. Tsunade's forehead veins pop in frustration, causing her to crush the pen in her hand. Lady Tsunade, do you need anything? Shizune, standing by her side, quickly asks. Tsunade slams the paperwork onto her desk and yells towards the door, let those two brats in. Yes, Hokage-sama. The guarding ninja opens the door, revealing a furious Naruto and an anxious Sakura. Seeing the office door open, Naruto drags Sakura inside, ignoring everyone and loudly greets, Granny Tsunade. I'm here. Naruto. Tsunade slams her fist on the desk and scolds, you little brat. If you don't want to stay quietly in the hospital, I'll use my fist to make you lie down. Naruto immediately halts and steps back, cold sweat running down his bandaged face. Scratching his cheek, he sheepishly asks, Granny Tsunade, Kakashi-sensei left yesterday to find Sasuke, right? Right. Tsunade retracts her threatening fist and asks indifferently, who told you Kakashi went to find Sasuke? Come on, Granny Tsunade, don't hide it from me. Naruto places his hands on his hips, boasting, Shino just said he saw Kakashi-sensei leaving the village yesterday. Sakura gives Naruto a speechless look. Really, this idiot. Just like that, he sold out Shino. So, you guessed it, Tsunade waves her hand dismissively at Naruto, Kakashi left the village for a mission. It's not something a genin like you should inquire about. Now, go back to the hospital immediately. No. Naruto sits on the ground, stubbornly arguing, Granny Tsunade must be lying. I'll wait here for Kakashi-sensei to return. Bang. Frustrated by Naruto's antics, Sakura, feeling extremely embarrassed, slams her hand on Naruto's head, angrily saying, really, Naruto? Don't be so rude in front of Lady Tsunade. Unmoved, Naruto retorts, hey, Sakura, Kakashi-sensei must have gone to find Sasuke. You want to know the news as soon as possible, right? Sakura's forehead also throbs with irritation, quietly scolding, that's why I said we should wait quietly outside. While dragging Naruto out, she turns back to bow politely, I'm terribly sorry for disturbing you, Lady Tsunade. Forget it, Tsunade waves her hand, resignedly saying, if you want to wait, then wait. But keep quiet. Yes. Approaching noon, Kakashi returned to the village. As he was about to report to the Hokage's office, he found the two members of Team 7 squatting in the hallway. Kakashi-sensei. Did you find Sasuke? Naruto immediately ran over to ask upon seeing Kakashi. Where is Sasuke? Kakashi-sensei. Sakura also hurriedly greeted him. Seeing their gaze involuntarily move behind him, Kakashi could only helplessly say, all right, stop looking. Sasuke hasn't come back. He approached and knocked on the Hokage's office door, meanwhile instructing, you two, don't block here. We'll talk later, I have to report to the Hokage. Is there any news about Sasuke? We want to listen too. Naruto persisted, following behind him. Then, the office door opened, and Shizen greeted from the doorway, "Kakashi, you're back. Lady Tsunade is calling for you." Naruto peeked out from behind Kakashi and asked, "What about me? What about me? Did Granny Tsunade call for me and Sakura? Such an annoying brat. All of you, come in." Tsunade's voice came from inside. "Lady Hokage." Kakashi entered the office, greeted, and added, "You're back, Kakashi. Hard work." Tsunade put down her pen, looked up, and asked, "How did it go? Did you find any useful clues?" "Yes, I saw Sasuke himself and the person who took him away, but it was they who showed up on their own." "Sasuke is where?" "Kakashi-sensei, why didn't you bring him back?" Naruto's voice rose again in question. "So, please explain the details," Tsunade instructed Kakashi. Then, turning to a muzzled Naruto by Sakura, she shouted, "Naruto, quiet. If you interrupt again, get out." Sakura quickly pressed down on Naruto's neck, bowed, and promised, "I'm very sorry, Lady Tsunade. I'll keep an eye on him." Naruto nodded vigorously in agreement. Kakashi ignored his students and detailed the situation to Tsunade. Uchiha Kaito. After hearing Kakashi's report, Tsunade frowned and asked, "Have you never heard of this person in the village before?" "Never," Kakashi replied. "The Uchiha clan was numerous, and since Uchiha Kaito didn't choose to become a ninja, probably only those within the Uchiha knew him. Now that the Uchiha clan no longer exists, it might be difficult to find information on him. This is troublesome. So, based on your observation, is this person an enemy or an ally to Konoha?" Tsunade massaged her forehead and continued to inquire. "Well, I can't say for sure," Kakashi admitted without giving a definite conclusion. "You two," he turned to Naruto and Sakura, "now you know Sasuke isn't in danger, just following his uncle. I have more to discuss with the Hokage, so you can go back now." "Okay, Kakashi-sensei." Sakura responded and left with a disheartened Naruto. As they left the Hokage building and headed toward the hospital, Sakura asked, "Naruto, what's wrong?" noticing his silence. "Nah, Sakura, do you think Sasuke will never come back?" Naruto uncertainly said, "After all, he left with his uncle." "I don't know." Sakura's mood also fell. "But it's nice, isn't it?" Naruto looked up at the sky and murmured, "Sasuke still found his family. Asterisk. 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 A/N, for some reason the chapter won't change so I re-upload it. Chapter 11, 11. Brothers meet. A thank you for being my patron. Human Path. Code CG. Samuel Rees. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern XO. Anil Singh. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Facing Kaito, Kakashi chose not to engage in combat. Although he couldn't gauge Kaito's strength, the fact that this person dared to appear before him with Sasuke suggested that he was confident in his abilities, making the outcome of any fight uncertain. Additionally, without the ability to fly, Kakashi found it difficult to detain the two individuals. Another factor was Sasuke's attitude. It was clear that forcibly taking him back would only lead to further troubles. After understanding the situation, the three peacefully said their farewells and went their separate ways. However, after their figures had disappeared, several pure white silhouettes slowly emerged on a nearby large tree. Hey, this is bad, that all carries the aura of a yokai. I didn't expect yokai to still exist in this world. Hee, we better quickly inform Black Zetsu about this. I wonder what expression Black Zetsu will have when he hears this news. Can that dark thing even have an expression? The white figures bickered among themselves for a while before slowly merging back into the trees. Time passed, and a small paper figure appeared silently among the green leaves at the top of the tree. The paper figure, lacking facial features but with defined limbs, moved with remarkable agility. It seemed to survey its surroundings before leaping into the air, then automatically folded itself several times, transforming into a small origami crane. Flapping its tiny wings, it quickly vanished. Above the territory of the Land of Fields, a giant all-yokai named Gyur was flying at high speed. On its back, Kaito had just finished inspecting the curse mark left by Orochimaru on Sasuke's neck. It's undeniable, Orochimaru is a genius for figuring out a way to use natural energy like this, Kaito remarked. Unfortunately, it's too rough and even contains fragments of his own soul. I'll help you remove this curse mark once we settle down, he added to Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke frown, seemingly reluctant, he soothed, although the curse mark temporarily boosts your strength, it comes with too many risks. Don't worry, you'll find better ways to grow stronger. Suddenly, with a slight spatial fluctuation, a small origami crane appeared in front of them. Kaito extended his hand, and the crane landed on his palm. It then self-ignited without flame, turning into ashes that disappeared with the wind. Your identity has been discovered, Kaito chuckled. It seems they are remnants of humanity assimilated by the so-called divine tree in ancient times. Indeed, Kaguya Otsutsuki still has some lingering measures in this world. Those remnants absorbed by the chakra tree, huh? No need to worry, they can't enter Oyama, Gyur said nonchalantly. However, they mentioned a name that caught my attention. Kaito frowned slightly. When he heard the name Black Zetsu, he sensed something. Have you heard of Black Zetsu before? It feels like these people are up to something big. I haven't heard of it, but since that's the case, let's hurry back and consult with those old guys. Seeing Sasuke's curious gaze, Kaito explained, when I met with Kakashi, I sensed someone was secretly observing us. I left a little creature behind, and as expected, it found something. These remnants of Kaguya Otsutsuki ultimately aim to free Kaguya, who is sealed away. Since they've taken an interest in us, they might try something soon. But it's perfect, I want to test their true strength, he told Gyur. Lower our flight altitude later, we wouldn't want to miss them. Got it. At this moment, deep within the shadowy underground of the Frost Country, Black Zetsu had already received the information provided by the white figure's original form, White Zetsu. Yokai, huh? It's been a while since yokai have appeared. How nostalgic, White Zetsu chuckled. Just some weak remnants left behind. Those formidable yokai have all been eradicated by Mother, Black Zetsu said ominously, but since Kaito is mingling with the yokai, he might have learned some secrets not meant for humans. This could affect our plans. Since they are heading to the Frost Country, shall we send Obito to kill him? White Zetsu suggested. No, we can't gauge Kaito's strength yet. Black Zetsu rejected the idea. Those who opposed Mother in the past had peculiar abilities. If Obito is captured by him, we'd be at a disadvantage. After a moment of thought, he commanded, it's just as well. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame are currently within the borders of the Frost Country. Leak Sasuke's whereabouts to Itachi, he's bound to go. This way, we can gather more information about Uchiha Kaito. No problem, let's set off, White Zetsu agreed. Such a good brother, Itachi. Itachi and Kisame were walking slowly across a meadow in the Frost Country. Mission accomplished. Let's rest in the town, Mr. Itachi, Kisame, carrying his large sword, lazily suggested. Itachi nodded silently. Kisame then asked, still worried about your brother, Mr. Itachi? Don't worry. I've already found Sasuke's whereabouts. An unexpected voice appeared. As these words were spoken, the top half of a Venus flytrap creature suddenly emerged from the ground in front of them. Always appearing out of nowhere, quite frightening, Kisame remarked emotionlessly. He then asked Itachi, since we found him, shall we go see? The sudden appearance of Uchiha Kaito intrigues me too. Itachi looked at them coldly for a long while before nodding, saying, that might be good. After entering the Frost Country, Gyur descended to an altitude visible to those on the ground. Eventually, the two groups met near the northern sea of the Frost Country. That's Uchiha Itachi. Seeing the two figures standing on the ground, Sasuke's voice trembled with excitement as he firmly focused on one of the men. Itachi also looked up at Sasuke and said, it's been a while, Sasuke. You're still as weak as ever. Sasuke immediately activated his Sharingan, his fists clenched and slightly trembling. Calm down, Sasuke. Kaito advised, placing his hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Having heard about Itachi joining the Akatsuki organization, which has been capturing tailed beasts, Kaito had suspicions. Now, encountering them here was quite unexpected. Are the tailed beasts the target? It seems very likely that the Akatsuki organization is working with the remnants of Kaguya Otsutsuki, Kaito thought. With a cold gaze fixed on Itachi, Kaito casually remarked, not even a greeting for your uncle, Itachi. Chapter 12, 12. Tsukimi Space. A thank you for being my patron. Human Path. Code CG. Samuel Rees. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern XO. Anil Singh. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Uncle, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Itachi responded flatly to Kaito, then turned to Sasuke and said sternly, foolish little brother, your hatred is dwindling. Following this man has indeed made you weaker. Nonsense. Sasuke coldly retorted, now no longer easily provoked by Itachi. Kaito, however, suddenly showed a kindly smile and remained silent. Itachi continued, this weak man once fled the village because he couldn't become a ninja, lacking the courage to live in a world of ninjas. Even now, despite seeming to have gained some power, it changes nothing. Kaito had no response, just smiling more kindly. After all, he had used such an excuse to leave the village back then. Annoying, indeed. Wasn't Itachi supposed to be the silent type from a young age? Why so talkative in front of Sasuke now? As Itachi's Sharingan evolved into the Mangekyo, spinning rapidly like a shuriken, he said, with your hatred so diminished, when will you possess these eyes? Since your hatred has weakened, let me help you remember. But Kaito had already made his move by then. As Itachi revealed his Mangekyo, Kaito stepped forward. When Itachi activated his dojutsu, Kaito was already shielding Sasuke. Gyur, too, conscientiously closed his eyes without being told. In an instant, Kaito felt a chilling chakra invade, pulling at his spirit. Without resisting instinctively, everything went dark around him, and he found himself in a space created by a genjutsu. Under a dark red sky hung a blood moon, beneath which stood many copies of Itachi. Kaito, firmly bound in the middle, remained calm, smiling at the nearest Itachi. Is this the Tsukuyomi of the Mangekyo Sharingan? What will you do to me now, Itachi? Itachi, for the moment, made no further move but said, Uncle, I've always known you to be too smart and perceptive. So, I'm not surprised you've guessed some truths. But you shouldn't influence Sasuke. His tone grew increasingly angry. Sasuke must follow the path I've laid out for him. That's what's best for him. Hearing Itachi's words, Kaito burst into laughter, laughing so hard he hiccuped. Itachi simply watched him silently. After a while, Kaito stopped laughing and coldly said to Itachi, How ridiculous, Itachi. Who gave you the right to arbitrarily decide Sasuke's life? And who gave you the right to trade the lives of the Uchiha clan, men, women, elderly, and children, for peace? Thinking selfishly always puts oneself in a position higher than others, acting solely on one's own ideas without caring about others' feelings. This is the arrogance that power brings. You are too arrogant, Itachi. Arrogance from power? Perhaps. Itachi's gaze didn't waver but retorted, Then, where does your arrogance come from? Even when you were powerless, you looked down on those in the clan. You noticed that, huh? How old were you then? Kaito didn't deny it. At that time, I saw the clan's situation in the village, but because I had no power, no one listened to me. It was quite troubling. In fact, at that time, he was in his adolescence, always acting superior as if he was the only sober person in a world of drunks. He hadn't expected Itachi to have noticed. A truly dark history. So in the end, you just fled weakly, Itachi concluded. Since you had already fled, you shouldn't have come back. Simultaneously, all of his clones brandished a katana. Then, the Itachi closest to Kaito raised his sword towards him. Coming back is just giving away your life. Although I'm reluctant to take action, to ensure Sasuke returns to the right path, I must eliminate you completely here. The right path. Don't make me laugh. Kaito's aura suddenly erupted, his form shifting from solid to ethereal, breaking free from the crucifix binding him. Sacrificing others for someone. A familiar argument indeed. Weighing lives on a scale to achieve goals by sacrificing some. You're too influenced by the third Hokage, Itachi. His form shifted back to solid, hands forming seals. The so-called will of fire, what a boring concept. For the future of the Uchiha, I can't let you influence Sasuke anymore. His eyes turned red, 3 tomo appeared, spinning into a pentagram. Bind. Chains formed of incantations from the void appeared beneath Itachi's numerous clones, binding them all in place. Simultaneously, the Tsukuyomi's constructed space underwent a significant change. The blood moon sank, the sky turned dark blue, countless stars lit up one by one, slowly moving along predetermined paths. This is the stellar path. Kaito lowered his hands and approached Itachi. The stars' paths herald the world's fate, and here I can deduce the answers I seek. Your organization is dangerous. So, what's the ultimate goal of collecting tailed beasts, Itachi? And what's your purpose in suddenly taking Sasuke away? Despite being overturned by Kaito in an instant, Itachi remained composed. I intended to visit relatives but encountered the runaway Sasuke on the way. With the clan gone, I had no choice but to take the boy back with me. Kaito shrugged, it seems you don't believe me. To someone as smart as Itachi, a simple truth is that unbelievable. But this encounter also revealed Black Zetsu's leftover pieces, indicating his time is running short. Sasuke must eventually return to the leaf, Itachi suddenly said. Kaito shook his head, I'll only teach him enough to protect himself. As for what he decides to do afterward, Sasuke should determine that himself. Chapter 13, 13. Akatsuki information. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Matthias Zink. Human Path. Code CG. Samuel Rees. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern XO. Anil Singh. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Itachi's numerous copies slowly dissipated, leaving only one figure standing in place. He tried to use his dojutsu to break free, but the chains binding him remained unmoved. It's useless, Kaito said. This is a battle on a mental level. Although your spiritual energy is vast, it's not pure enough to escape this binding technique. Now, how about you tell me some information about the Akatsuki organization? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is a friend of Sasuke, and perhaps Sasuke will have to confront this organization in the future too. After a moment of silence, Itachi spoke. The leader of Akatsuki possesses the Rinnegan and aims to gather all nine-tailed beasts to deter the major ninja villages and achieve peace. He then shared everything he knew about the members of the Akatsuki. Lastly, he warned, but I suspect this is only the surface. There's a mysterious individual within Akatsuki who wears a mask and claims to be Uchiha Madara, possessing the Sharingan. Kaito was slightly surprised and said, indeed, you joined the organization to infiltrate it, all for the sake of Konoha. He then looked up at the sky, where stars were orbiting, and said confidently, it can't be Madara, I can confirm he is dead. Rinnegan, tailed beasts, and several hidden forces behind the scenes, what a mess, he said solemnly. When the Rinnegan and all nine-tailed beasts come together, it could lead to a catastrophic event that could destroy the ninja world, and I'm not exaggerating, Itachi. Shaking his head, he looked at Itachi and said, I'll take Sasuke away for now. Once he's strong enough, you two brothers can settle your scores. But before that, his eyes turned red as the Tomo formed a pentagram, indicating the Mangekyo Sharingan. For the sake of those in our clan who died by your hand, let me, their uncle, teach you a profound lesson. As the stars in the sky began to spin faster, Itachi felt his own time slowing down until it reached a critical point and started to rapidly reverse. He saw scenes flash back to Konoha, to the Uchiha clan, to the day he was born. Standing outside his mother's birthing room, he watched his young father anxiously await his birth. This is your beginning, as shown by the star's orbit. Reflect on how you got to this point, Kaito's voice said. If you can't break free from your destiny, you'll have to continuously review your past until you exhaust your mental strength and can no longer fight. From the moment Itachi initiated Tsukuyomi, the confrontation of words and power within the Genjutsu seemed to last a long while. However, to an outside observer, the battle between the two was decided in an instant. Kisame saw Itachi activate his Mangekyo Sharingan, then Kaito shielded Sasuke, and soon after, Itachi's eyes bled, and he became extremely weakened. Hey, you're down just like that, Itachi. Helping the unsteady Itachi stand, Kisame said gravely, another Mangekyo Sharingan appears, your clan truly has many geniuses. Meanwhile, Sasuke looked at Kaito with suspicion and wonder. He remembered Itachi saying that to obtain these eyes, one must kill the person most important to them. Had his uncle also killed someone for power? Sensing Sasuke's turmoil, Kaito patted his shoulder and said, don't overthink it, Sasuke. We can talk about your questions later, but I'm not like your brother. I'll be waiting for your explanation. Sasuke knew now wasn't the time for such discussions, so he just made a brief comment and quieted down. Kaito then turned to Itachi's companion and asked, so, are you going to take action? Mr. Rogue Ninja from the Hidden Mist. No, Kisame responded, this isn't my mission, just Itachi's personal business. Staying out of matters not part of one's mission, very ninja-like. If that's the case, then farewell. When Sasuke returns next time, it will be time for you two to settle things, Itachi. Kaito comfortably sat on Gyure's back, patted its feathers, and called, let's go, Gyure. Gyure. Gyure called out excitedly a few times, then took to the sky with both passengers, flying higher and higher until they disappeared into the clouds. Afterwards, Kisame also supported Itachi as they slowly left the place. A while later, Black Zetsu's figure emerged from the ground nearby. It's surprising that Itachi was defeated just like that, White Zetsu remarked, but then again, did you notice the source of the power Kaito used? That was the power of an Onmyoji, Black Zetsu said ominously. Even though Mother had eradicated those people and destroyed their texts, some of their teachings must have been secretly passed down by the yokai. It must be the yokai that passed it down, and now he also possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. This could mean he's even more powerful than those from a millennium ago, troublesome indeed. When the time comes, let Madara and Obito deal with him. As long as Mother is resurrected, nothing else matters, she is invincible. Indeed. Meanwhile, in Konoha. After reporting to Tsunade, Kakashi headed to the Konoha hospital. Yo, Naruto. Seeing Naruto sitting on the bed staring out the window, he took a seat on a chair beside the bed and asked, what are you thinking about? Where's Sakura? Ah, Kakashi-sensei, you're here. Naruto turned around, trying to smile, and answered, Sakura went to buy me ramen. Ah. Kakashi took out his Ika Ika Paradise book to read but still asked, thinking about Sasuke, right? Yes. Naruto lowered his head, muttering, I was thinking, maybe Sasuke won't return to Konoha because he's found his relatives. I work so hard to earn his recognition. That doesn't sound like you, Naruto, Kakashi said, hitting Naruto's head with the book, smiling. If you want Sasuke back in Konoha, keep striving and then go convince him. Otherwise, you might end up too weak compared to him. Hearing Kakashi's words, the gloom in Naruto's eyes gradually dispersed, and he lifted his head, clenching his fists. Right. Now's not the time to be down. I will surpass Sasuke. I'll bring Sasuke back, Kakashi-sensei. Chapter 14, The Source of Blood Inheritance. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Matthias Zink. Human Path. Code CG. Samuel Rees. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern XO. Anil Singh. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Above the North Sea, Sasuke and his uncle were riding on the back of the yokai owl, Gyur, weaving through the clouds. All right, no need to stare at me like that, Kaito said helplessly. What you're most curious about right now is the Mangekyo Sharingan, right? Sasuke nodded silently, his brow furrowed. Kaito moved in front of Sasuke to shield him from the wind and then asked, so, have you ever considered how our Uchiha and Hyuga, these dojutsu clans, have a very special Kekkei-genkai, fundamentally different from other types like ice release or magnet release? Sasuke's eyes brightened as he responded, the Kekkei-genkai of ninjutsu types combine two different chakra natures, while the Sharingan and Byakugan are mutations of body organs. You're right, Kaito affirmed. All bodily Kekkei-genkai can be traced back to the genetic heritage of Kagaya Otsutsuki, while ninjutsu types were created by their clan ancestors synthesizing different chakra natures. Sasuke, surprised, asked, the Hyuga clan also descended from the Sage of Six Paths. Not from the Sage of Six Paths, but the Hyuga are descendants of his brother, Hamura Otsutsuki, left in the ninja world, Kaito explained. Besides the already known Uchiha, Hyuga, Senju, and Uzumaki, there are other bodily Kekkei-genkai in the ninja world. Though their exact origins are lost, they all surely retain, to some extent, genes originating from Kagaya Otsutsuki. So? Sasuke asked, puzzled. What does this have to do with activating the Mangekyo Sharingan? Simple, Kaito chuckled. Since it's an evolution of body organs, this power, inherited through blood, doesn't necessarily need to be driven by chakra. The evolution of the Sharingan is proportional to the growth of an Uchiha's chakra. As long as one can increase the quantity and quality of their chakra, the Sharingan will naturally evolve. Unfortunately, the Uchiha did not have a safe method to grow their chakra. Experiences from long wars made everyone believe that intense emotional stimuli of love and hate are necessary for the evolution of the Sharingan. This is actually a very risky shortcut. Even if the Mangekyo Sharingan is forcibly activated by a moment of intense emotional stimulus, the user's chakra doesn't fundamentally increase, making the Mangekyo Sharingan's power non-renewable. Subsequent use of dojutsu then forcibly consumes the irreplaceable dojutsu chakra, damaging the foundation. There's only one outcome to this. Kaito concluded, when the Mangekyo Sharingan's power is exhausted, the wielder will lose their sight. Itachi's eyes. Sasuke's expression was complex. Itachi is in bad shape, Kaito did not hide the truth from him. It's not just a problem of dojutsu chakra. His natural physical constitution is actually not as good as yours, forcibly activating the Mangekyo Sharingan is also consuming his life force. Patting Sasuke's head, Kaito continued, but there won't be any major issues in the short term. As for whether to kill him or to treat him in the end, I'll leave the decision to you. I won't interfere anymore. Meanwhile, Kisame had already brought Itachi to a town and checked into an inn. Because his chakra was completely consumed by Kaito's dojutsu during their confrontation, Itachi had essentially lost his ability to fight and could only recover slowly through rest. However, he dared not close his eyes to sleep. Whenever he did, he would enter a peculiar dream where the faces of all his clan members, including his parents, appeared vividly, staring at him with eyes full of resentment. Awakening from the nightmare, he realized this was also a lesson from Kaito. Lying on the tatami, Itachi looked at the ceiling with bloodshot eyes, chuckling self-mockingly. He wouldn't harbor hatred because of such lessons. From the day his hands were stained with the blood of his clan and parents, he became an unforgivable person. He had never regretted it before. Yet, being forced to relive his life multiple times during the dojutsu confrontation, even someone as resolute as him couldn't help but waver slightly. Whether it was to break free from the dojutsu or to verify his own thoughts, he really tried to break away from the fate that had already passed in the subsequent reincarnations. Unfortunately, all attempts failed. No matter how hard he tried, Konoha and the Uchiha could never both be satisfied. Thus, only after exhausting his chakra was he able to escape. What would you have done in his place? Itachi recalled Kaito criticizing him for only acting according to his own desires. Could he find a perfect solution, or would it end in a lose-lose situation with Konoha? Itachi-san, are you all right? Kisame, sitting against the wall nearby, asked upon seeing Itachi's current state. I'm fine, Itachi replied calmly, as long as I recover enough to activate the Sharingan. Even though activating the Sharingan might not be useful. The key now was he needed chakra to open the Sharingan, then try to remove the jutsu left by Kaito, but Kaito's jutsu was preventing him from recovering chakra through sleep. However, there was no need to explain all this to Kisame. Seeing Itachi's expressionless face, Kisame flashed a toothy grin and responded, "That's good to hear." Then both began to rest with their eyes closed, quieting the room. In an underground base in the northern part of the Land of Frost. Another Mangekyo Sharingan has appeared, huh? When did this Uchiha Kaito come into the picture? The man wearing a spiral-patterned mask asked with anger to Black Zetsu and White Zetsu in front of him, why wasn't I informed before this? Hee, don't be angry, Toby, White Zetsu laughed, we just thought to use Itachi to test Kaito's strength first, not expecting Itachi to be so easily defeated by his Mangekyo Sharingan. Don't worry, Toby. Uchiha Kaito has already left this continent. If he appears later and affects our plan, let Nagato deal with him, Black Zetsu added. Unlike your special Mangekyo Sharingan, from what I've observed, his eyes are more illusion-based, posing no threat to the Rinnegan. After Nagato exhausts all his life force, it'll be up to you, Toby. Let's leave it at that for now, and remember to inform me immediately if there's any news. Zetsu, the voice of Uchiha Madara, calling himself Toby, grew colder, and remember, call me Madara. Yes, Lord Madara, White Zetsu eagerly flattered in response. A spatial vortex appeared in front of Uchiha Madara, he gave Black Zetsu one last look, then disappeared from the spot. Chapter 15, 15. Yokai Secret Land. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Matthias Zink. Human Path. Code CG. Samuel Rees. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern XO. Anil Singh. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the "at" with "a." For the past 3 days, except for occasional rests on some islands, Gyur continuously flew with the Uchiha duo. Kaito used this time to share with Sasuke many things he felt were necessary for him to know. From the hostilities between the Uchiha and Senju clans during the Warring States period to the history of Konoha's establishment. The life and death struggles between Uchiha Madara, the clan leader at the time, and the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The political strategies adopted by Konoha's higher-ups towards the Uchiha clan from the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, to the third Hokage's succession. The overall development of Konoha and various ninja clans. He tried to be as objective as possible, not infusing too much personal emotion. He hoped Sasuke could broaden his perspectives and learn to think more rationally. As they communicated along the way, time quickly passed. Even the longest journeys have their ends. At sunset on the third day, they finally reached their destination. Gyur. We're almost there, the entrance to Oyama is right ahead. Gyur excitedly announced. Sasuke stood up, silently observing the scene before him. The setting sun painted the world in brilliant red, with several steep peaks rising abruptly from the tumultuous sea. From afar, these peaks appeared to be made of black boulders, devoid of vegetation, animals, or any signs of life. What's visible from the outside doesn't reveal much. Oyama is a secret place hidden among those mountains. Kaito's voice broke the silence. He wrapped an arm around Sasuke, chuckling, let's speed up, Gyur. Gyur's laughter filled the air as its massive form almost turned into a streak of light, swiftly approaching the black mountains as if about to crash into them. Only when its speed slowed did Sasuke realize there was a narrow passage hidden in front. Before he could react, Kaito effortlessly lifted him from Gyur's back and gently landed on the ground. Simultaneously, Gyur's massive size rapidly shrank, and it flew up to perch on Kaito's shoulder. Gyur, let's go. I wonder who's guarding the entrance today. I have no idea, Kaito shook his head, then beckoned Sasuke to follow as he started walking forward. Inside the narrow canyon, which was barely wide enough for 2 people, they navigated through twisting and turning paths. As they delved deeper, the light gradually dimmed until it was pitch black. Kaito had to light a lamp he carried, raising it high in his hand. Gyur, you actually need to light a lamp. I can see perfectly well, Gyur mocked. Yes, you're a nocturnal creature. Do you have to say that every time? Kaito replied, resigned. After winding through the crags for an hour, they finally emerged into a more open path, and a majestic castle loomed ahead. From a distance, only the vague outline of the castle's multiple eaves could be seen, adorned with several rows of lanterns casting a warm orange glow. As they approached, one of the lanterns suddenly detached from the eaves and wobbled down towards them. Lord Gyur, Lord Kaito, you're back. A youthful voice greeted them as the lantern floated in front of them. Little Uriai, it's you. Gyur teased. Those folks couldn't have left you to guard the gate. Who else is here? What, Gyur, you say that too? I can watch over this place myself just fine. The flame inside the lantern leapt as the youthful voice expressed its annoyance. Fuda is here as well. You've returned, another voice called down from the castle, and you've brought a human with you. Appearing before them, Fuda looked about 12, roughly Sasuke's age, dressed in samurai attire. Unlike humans, he had a pair of black wings on his back. It's you, Fuda. This is my sister's child. Kaito looked up, patting Sasuke's shoulder as he introduced. Don't worry, Sasuke is a good kid. Since I've brought him here, he'll take on the corresponding responsibilities. You explain it to Shigeru yourself. Fuda fluttered his wings, then instructed, Uriai, lead them in. Yes, Lord Fuda. Uriai wobbled, flying towards the gate. Please, follow me, lords. Following Uriai through the barrier at the gate, they finally entered Oyama. Oyama, in reality, was also a vast fortress. The architecture within was ancient and robust, giving the impression of traversing through eons. The size of the fortress revealed its past prosperity, now completely silent. As night fell, the fortress lay in gloom and quiet, with only a few lanterns sparingly lit. Gyur, Gyur, Gyur. Let's head to Lord Shigeru first. Gyur leapt from Kaito's shoulder, its gray feathers transforming into a 14 or 15-year-old boy as they dispersed. With a round face and big, round eyes, the youthful Gyur looked incredibly honest and adorable. Noticing Sasuke's curious gaze, Gyur couldn't help but puff out his chest, boasting, "What's the matter, little Sasuke?" Shocked by the majestic figure of Lord Gyur, Sasuke's face bore several black lines as he retorted, "Hey, you're now even cuter than Kakashi's Pakken." "What did you say, you little brat?" "I'll show you." "Humph, let's see if you have the strength." "I am the great yokai Lord Gyur of Oyama." "A great yokai, huh? You look about 2 years older than me." "All right, both of you quiet down." Kaito intervened between the childish duo. "Stop arguing, we need to see Lord Shigeru quickly." He nudged them forward, explaining to Sasuke, Lord Shigeru is the eldest among the yokai of Oyama and the current leader of the yokai here. "Was that Fuda a yokai like you, Gyur? And what kind of yokai is Lord Shigeru?" Sasuke curiously inquired. "Fuda is certainly not from our all tribe," Gyur quickly denied. "You really are clueless, kid. Fuda is obviously a Karasa Tengu." Understandingly, Kaito added, "We wouldn't know that, since in human legends, Tengu are depicted with long red noses. I used to think the same until I realized that's actually a mask. As for Lord Shigeru, you'll know once you meet him." Chapter 16, 16. Senior. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Matthias Zink. Human Path. Code CG. Samuel Rees. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern XO. Anil Singh. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Nowadays, there aren't many yokai left here, mostly those not adept at combat. Kaito frankly shared about the current state of Oyama. There's practically none with the strength of those great yokai from ancient times. Gyur added, no help for it, since back then, the powerful yokai were all off fighting, leaving behind those not suited for battle. Although new yokai have been born over the millennia, the growth of yokai, compared to humans, is excessively slow. Of course, yokai hiding away and no longer appearing also restricts their growth, Kaito supplemented. Is it because they haven't experienced battle? Sasuke inquired. Shaking his head, Kaito explained, yokai value innate talent more than humans. For yokai skilled in combat, fighting is a natural instinct. For those who aren't, no amount of effort will make them warriors. What I mean is that the notoriety among humans also impacts their strength. The more widespread the legend of a yokai, the stronger it becomes. So, those great yokai from the past were indeed notorious in the human world. Gyur spoke with longing. Does that really work? What's the principle behind it? Sasuke was very surprised. After some thought, Kaito answered, it might be called a miracle triggered by the collective consciousness of humans. There were yokai born from tales passed down by word of mouth. As they spoke, they veered towards more secluded paths, eventually leaving the buildings behind and entering a forest. You've returned, Gyur, Kaito, an elderly voice emanated from deep within the forest. Yes, Elder Shigeru, Gyur responded with respect. Come over here. Green fireflies lit up in the forest, guiding their way. Following the fireflies to the heart of the forest, they eventually encountered a towering tree that blocked out the sky. Approaching, a face appeared on the tree, followed by an old man in green clothes emerging from within. Elder Shigeru. Kaito and Gyur greeted the old man with bows, and Sasuke followed suit. The elder nodded at them, his expression kind. Elder Shigeru, you must have received the message I sent back, Kaito said. I have. The elder's expression grew serious. The Rinnegan has appeared, aiming to collect the tailed beasts. As you said, the ultimate goal of those behind the scenes is likely to break Kagaya's seal. Is war about to begin? He sighed, then asked Kaito, what do you plan to do, Kaito? Don't worry, Elder Shigeru, we're not unprepared, Kaito assured. Besides, that plan should be nearing success, right? With a confident smile, he continued, even if not, there's still me. Though we don't stand much chance in direct combat, if we prepare in advance, resealing Kagaya shouldn't be an issue. Actually, them breaking Kagaya's seal might not be entirely bad, Kaito said thoughtfully. We all know the Otsutsuki clan isn't limited to Kagaya alone. Who knows when they might send another powerful being to invade our world. Yet, humanity has forgotten its history. To protect this planet from eventual Otsutsuki destruction, we need more like-minded forces. He patted Sasuke's head habitually, although we can be considered Otsutsuki descendants, we're more human. Is that so? Elder Shigeru nodded. Then go ahead, Kaito. We'll support you. Thank you, Elder Shigeru. After their conversation, Kaito led Sasuke and Gyur out of the forest towards the city center. We've been traveling these past few days, so let's rest well tonight, Sasuke, Kaito suddenly spoke after some time. I have some matters to attend to, and I'll take you to the training site tomorrow morning. Gyur, I'm leaving Sasuke in your care. Hey. Isn't it just me who's been traveling non-stop? Gyur complained, then said, go on, I'll take Sasuke for dinner. Rushing ahead, he called out, come on, follow me. I'll take you to eat the famous Kitsune Kanto stew. Sasuke stumbled a bit, then freed himself from Gyur's grasp, nodding to Kaito before casting a disdainful look at Gyur's retreating figure. What's the rush? I can walk myself, just lead the way. Huh? Such impoliteness from a brat. I'm kindly offering to take you to eat, and you should just gratefully accept. Hurry up, Kitsune Kanto stew is limited supply. Humph, you're becoming more childish. Huh? You're the childish one. As the two disappeared around the corner, Kaito had also left the area. In a spacious hall within the castle tower, the ground was densely inscribed with complex sigils, with different colored flames floating in the centers of several formations. Kaito entered the hall, closely observing the flames. Seems some have been restored. He acknowledged, thank you for guarding this place, Elder Chiri. No need for thanks, Kaito, a female voice came from behind him. A woman with an ethereal figure, beautiful and dignified, with long, slightly curled black hair and a kind smile, appeared. Her eyes were also that of the Mangekyo Sharingan, yet her figure was translucent, clearly no longer human. Is the clan still the same? Elder Chiri, Kaito turned to the woman's ghostly figure, sighed, and said, the Uchiha no longer exist. Is that so? Uchiha Chiri paused briefly before returning to normal. After hearing Kaito's account, she simply stated, it seems it has come to this in the end. I've been dead for a long time, and by now, I don't have much sentiment left. Since there's still one child left, guide him well. Yes, Granny, I'll guide him properly. Really, I've told you before, just call me Uriai. Uchiha Chiri seemed slightly irritated but also amused. When you were little and first able to see me, you called me sister, but after learning about my status, you insisted on calling me Granny. Calling me elder now is at least better than Granny. I died young, so being called a Granny really was distressing. Then, she seemed to remember something amusing, and laughed out loud. Ah, I really got a good scolding back then. Kaito kept a smile on his face, feeling a bit awkward inside. Speaking of which, it seems I have quite a few embarrassing moments in my past. Chapter 17, 17. Strength Test. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Matthias Zink. Human Path. Code CG. Samuel Rees. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern XO. Anil Singh. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Meanwhile, after having dinner, Gyur took Sasuke to a residence. The residence was spacious, with an ancient architecture, and Sasuke noticed the Uchiha clan's fan emblem hanging next to the gate at a glance. The door isn't locked, Gyur said as he pushed open the gate to the yard. This is where Kaito lives. You'll be okay on your own, right? No problem, thanks, Gyur. Sasuke walked straight in. Hey, you're somewhat polite now. Well then, have a good rest. See you. After saying this, Gyura transformed back and flew away. Humph. See you. Sasuke closed the door. Instead of preparing to sleep, Sasuke took off his shoes, stepped onto the porch beneath the eaves, and simply sat down on the wooden floor. Since meeting his uncle Kaito, in just a few days, he had received too much information. He had been passively following his uncle without time to properly digest this information. Now, with some time alone, he decided to sort through his thoughts. When Kaito returned home, he found Sasuke sitting on the porch, staring at the moon. I'm back. Welcome back. Kaito sat down next to Sasuke and asked, why haven't you rested yet, Sasuke? It's nothing, I just need to think about how I should act from now on. Have you figured it out? Ah. Sasuke's gaze shifted to his uncle, that guy Itachi. I will make him live with his remorse. For him, perhaps dying is a relief, but why should everything go as he wishes? The youth's gaze was firm, and he looked up at the crescent moon, softly saying, I will work hard to become stronger than him. Then, everything will be up to me. Uncle wants to defeat Kaguya, right? I'll help. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, but doesn't Kaguya's appearance mean all the tailed beasts have been captured? What will happen to that dead last Naruto? Kaito truthfully answered, a Jinchuriki will die if their tailed beast is extracted. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly, then he tried to maintain his composure, that dead last, if he can't become stronger, it's his own fault if he dies. Kaito found it somewhat amusing to see. The kid was clearly still concerned about his teammate. So, he teased, though you say that, if he gets captured, you will still go save him, right? I have no choice. Sasuke emphasized, that guy is my acknowledged rival. He can't die over something like this. All right. Kaito stood up, turned, and opened the sliding door, but for now, you should rest. We'll start training tomorrow. I know. The night quickly passed. In the morning, when Sasuke stepped out of his room, Kaito was already setting up breakfast. Good morning. Good morning. Sasuke, I had breakfast brought over. Wash up and come eat. I know. After a simple breakfast, they headed to the spacious backyard. First, come at me with all your strength, Sasuke. Kaito stood ready and waved Sasuke over, show me all your power. Eager for the challenge, Sasuke showed an expectant smile. He really wanted to fight his uncle and see. He took out several shuriken, slightly crouched, activated his Sharingan, and immediately entered a combat state. However, Kaito remained relaxed, not even activating his Sharingan. Thinking he was being underestimated, Sasuke acted. In an instant, Sasuke moved. Shuriken traced different arcs in the air, rapidly approaching Kaito from all sides. Facing the incoming shuriken, Kaito still stood in place, waiting until the shuriken nearly reached him before he began to move. Suddenly, a short sword appeared in his hands. With a draw of the sword from its sheath, he seemed to casually wave it a few times, deflecting all the thrown shuriken. Then, he casually walked towards Sasuke. Sasuke rapidly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. His cheeks puffed up, and he exhaled a massive fireball. Facing the oncoming fireball with its wave of heat, Kaito didn't stop his unhurried pace, simply raising the sword in his right hand. With a swipe, the sword traced an arc. Then, a bright arc of light suddenly expanded, splitting the fireball in two, and continued its swift trajectory towards Sasuke. Sasuke quickly jumped aside to dodge, pulling out several kunai and throwing them, while also quickly moving towards Kaito. Kaito continued to swing the short sword in his hand casually, knocking down the incoming kunai. Then, his speed suddenly increased, and he stabbed towards the approaching Sasuke with the tip of his sword. Sasuke's Sharingan spun, his right hand holding a kunai to block the incoming blade tip. The kunai and the short sword touched and instantly parted. Sasuke moved swiftly, changing direction to stab at Kaito. However, before he could exert force, Kaito's sword tip was again quicker, shining with a cold light as it thrust towards his chest. Sasuke had no choice but to stop and raise the kunai in defense. As the two continued to exchange blows, Sasuke found himself increasingly on the defensive. This won't do, Sasuke, Kaito laughed, there's too much of a speed difference. I'm not very skilled in swordsmanship, yet I can easily defeat you like this. Sasuke, finding no moment to speak, was holding a kunai in each hand, barely managing to defend. Frustrated by the vast difference, and the men in front of him not even taking him seriously, Sasuke gritted his teeth and persevered, while also thinking of a strategy. Seeing this, Kaito smiled slightly. If it were a real fight, he could have ended it in an instant at the beginning. However, the reason for this fight was because he wanted to see Sasuke's true strength. So, he deliberately exposed a weakness, allowing Sasuke to create a shadow clone to distance himself. Kaito didn't pursue, instead looking at Sasuke, who was slightly panting, with expectation. Knowing he was completely no match for the men before him, Sasuke was not one to give up just like that. Thus, he activated the power of his curse mark. Black curse patterns crawled over Sasuke's body, then his hair lengthened and faded in color, his facial features drastically changed, and a pair of fleshy wings sprouted from his back. This is the power of the curse mark. It's almost like becoming a demon. Kaito observed the process of the curse mark activating on Sasuke with interest. No, there's indeed a faint demonic aura. Interesting. It seems Orochimaru didn't just come up with this out of nowhere, he must have found someone with a demon's bloodline. Chapter 18, Removing the Curse Seal. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Matthias Zink. Human Path. Code CG. Samuel Rees. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern XO. Anil Singh. J. Jake. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Humans with demon bloodline are not too rare, but most have such diluted bloodlines that they are not very special. For example, Kaito suspected that the shark-faced companion of the Uchiha might have had demon blood mixed into his ancestry. Among these humans with demon blood, occasionally, there are individuals with atavistic traits, who could be considered half-demons. Orochimaru's curse mark was likely developed using the blood of such half-demons as a catalyst. Demons naturally control some natural energy, indeed, it's a shortcut. Chirping noises rose as if from countless birds, and upon activating the curse mark, Sasuke even directly used the Chidori. The curse mark, combined with lightning nature, increased Sasuke's speed several times, making him rush towards Kaito like a lightning bolt. However, Kaito further increased his own speed, lightly shifting positions to easily dodge the Chidori's straightforward attack. Alright, Sasuke, stop now. As the Chidori in Sasuke's hand dissipated and his movements halted for a moment, Kaito appeared behind him and placed a palm on his back. The power brought by the curse mark instantly faded, and Sasuke, breathing slightly, knew that the battle of vastly differing strengths had ended. I've basically understood your strength now. Kaito removed his hand and walked in front of Sasuke. Let's start the formal training before the teaching. Can I learn the same power as you? Sasuke asked after calming down. Kaito shook his head regretfully. I'm sorry, but what I learned doesn't suit you. Why not? Sasuke frowned. Because I have no chakra at all. Kaito spread his hands. The power I practice was called spiritual power 1,000 years ago, and it's incompatible with chakra. It was because I, despite being from the Uchiha clan, had absolutely no chakra and was naturally born with spiritual power, that I was brought here. Kaito said this as he walked back to the porch to sit down. At this point, Sasuke remembered Kaito mentioning there should be many inheritances here, so he asked, then what can I practice? Kaito took out a set of tea utensils in front of him and started making tea, beckoning Sasuke over. Come here, Sasuke, sit down, let me think. At this moment, Sasuke suddenly felt this uncle might not be very reliable. But since he had come all this way, he couldn't give up on practicing and could only sit down with a straight face. Don't worry, Kaito elegantly prepared the tea and handed a cup over. I've thought of it now. Sasuke really wanted to throw the teacup at his head at that moment. But he still accepted the cup with both hands, thanking him. It wasn't because he couldn't win. That's what Sasuke thought. Ahem. Kaito faced Sasuke's angry gaze and leisurely drank a sip of tea before speaking. Sasuke, although you can't practice spiritual power, there are secrets in swordsmanship and mental strength you can practice. Especially the secret techniques of mental strength, which, when practiced to a certain extent, can evolve your Sharingan. I want to learn that. Sasuke was excited. Teach me quickly. Not so fast. First we must remove the curse mark Orochimaru left on you. Kaito pointed at Sasuke's neck. The curse mark contains the wild demon blood and Orochimaru's soul fragments, which will affect the purity of your own mental power. He touched his chin. Speaking of which, those summoning beasts invented the so-called sage mode that mixes natural energy with chakra. You should be able to practice too. The form of the curse mark is not bad. I'll research a harmless curse mark for you later. Sasuke ignored his uncle's tendency to come up with ideas on the fly, put down the cup in his hand, and urged, then start by removing Orochimaru's curse mark first. I must begin training as soon as possible. Alright, let's start. Kaito formed hand seals, and his Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, with the pentagram slowly spinning. Dispel. As he acted, a pentagram pattern array appeared under Sasuke's feet, emitting a soft white light that enveloped him. As the light grew brighter, the curse mark on Sasuke's neck and the evil sealing method seal that Kakashi had set both began to slowly turn into black particles and gradually dissipate. With a faint scream, the black particles completely vanished, and Sasuke's neck no longer had any traces. Done. Kaito then lowered his hands. Then the white light around Sasuke began to fade, and the pentagram array also disappeared. Come with me, we're going to the study. Kaito got up and walked inside. Sasuke touched his neck, quickly got up, and followed. Finally, it's about to start, I will become stronger. To surpass this man, Sasuke looked at the tall figure in front of him. Then, the one to save the world would be me, Uchiha Sasuke, humph. Meanwhile, across a vast distance of sea, deep in a secret base in the land of rice fields, Orochimaru suddenly stopped his experiments. What is it, Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto entered the lab, noticing Orochimaru seemed somewhat enraged and asked. Heh, the curse mark I left on Sasuke-kun has been completely erased. Orochimaru's gaze turned coldly towards Kabuto, asking, Kabuto, have you found out who took Sasuke away, and also has the capability to completely erase my heaven curse mark? Kabuto calmly pushed up his glasses, answering calmly, yes, Lord Orochimaru. We've received information from both Konoha and the Akatsuki. Oh. Well done, Kabuto. Tell me, I'm getting more and more interested. Orochimaru's tongue flicked out, licking his lips. The one who took Sasuke away is a man named Kaito Uchiha. Kabuto responded respectfully. Kaito Uchiha appeared suddenly on the day Sasuke defected and then took Sasuke away. Along their journey, they encountered Kakashi Hatake and Itachi Uchiha. Oh. Orochimaru became even more excited, another Uchiha. So, what happened? Kakashi Hatake did not engage in battle, but later, in a fight in the Land of Frost, it was said that Kaito Uchiha used the Mangekyo Sharingan and easily defeated Itachi Uchiha. Hey, interesting. Another pair of those eyes, eh? The Uchiha are truly blessed. Orochimaru's tongue licked even faster. What's the specific identity of Kaito Uchiha? Did you find out? Yes, according to information sent back from Konoha, Kaito Uchiha is the younger brother of Sasuke's mother, Mikoto Uchiha. Kaito Uchiha. Orochimaru's raspy voice rose. I'm curious, indeed. I'm looking forward to meeting him. Chapter 19, 19. Butterfly Fairy. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Matthias Zink. Human Path. Code CG. Samuel Rees. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern XO. Anil Singh. J. Jake. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. At the Uchiha residence in the Oyama, Sasuke looked at the ancient scrolls filling the entire bookshelf, then turned to Kaito standing beside him, his face a mixture of surprise and skepticism, as if to question, are you serious? Indeed, Sasuke. Kaito flashed a merciless smile, you have to go through all of these. He patted Sasuke's shoulder. Secret techniques related to mental strength involve deep and complex theories. Without mastering these theories, it's impossible to reach a higher level of practice. But with your intelligence, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Humph, I'll learn it. Sasuke turned away from Kaito, picked up a pile of scrolls from the shelf, sat down on the floor, and started reading. Seeing this, Kaito smiled, keep it up, Sasuke. I have to step out for a bit, so I won't disturb you. Lunch will be delivered, and if you have any questions, ask me tonight. Got it. After Kaito left the Uchiha residence, he strolled leisurely toward the Tensha Tower. Ah, Lord Kaito. Lord Kaito. Along the way, small demons emerged from various corners to greet him. Kaito didn't stop but responded with a smile and a nod. Little Kaito. A gentle voice suddenly called out behind Kaito. A girl in a colorful kimono with butterfly wing decorations appeared and stood behind him. Yuri. Hearing the familiar voice, Kaito turned to greet her. You're back in Oyama but didn't come to see me. The girl, Yuri, directly grabbed Kaito's arm. Hey, we just got back last night, Kaito laughed, and here we are meeting Yuri today, right? Is that so? Then that's better, Yuri said with a light smile. This woman obviously knew I came back yesterday and deliberately waited here to intercept me. Kaito thought to himself but invited warmly, by the way, I was just about to check the situation at the Tensha Tower. Would you like to come along? Sure, I'd like to see how those guys are doing too. Upon reaching the Tensha Tower's main hall, they entered to find Kaito greeted by Uchiha Chiri, who was guarding the place. Little Chiri, you've been working hard. Yuri went up to hold Chiri's hand. Yuri is here too, Chiri said with a gentle smile, it's not hard at all, since I have nothing else to do. So kind, little Chiri. Yuri's gaze moved to the several flames in the center of the array on the floor. Oh, I didn't expect it to have recovered this much already. Impressive, little Kaito and little Chiri. You haven't visited for 3 years, have you? Kaito didn't want to discuss time with a demon, so he simply commented on the sigils on the ground. There are probably a few more years to prepare, hopefully, it's enough. Don't worry, Yuri reassured, I believe you two can do it. Chiri nodded, do what humans can, and leave the rest to fate, we can only do our best. By the way, Chiri, Kaito looked at her, I have an idea. Oh. What unexpected big move are you planning now? Yuri asked with interest. About the information I got before. Whether or not Akatsuki and Madara are connected, if they are, it means Madara didn't die at the hands of Hashirama Senju back then, Kaito said with a smile, if Madara is behind the current situation, I think asking him directly would be the best approach. You're thinking of summoning Madara's soul from the Pure Land. Chiri was surprised, is that possible? Yes, I've been thinking about it since Sasuke mentioned the reanimation jutsu used by Orochimaru. If a ninja technique can do it, yin-yang magic can definitely achieve it. Kaito smiled confidently, the moment I saw Yuri just now, I suddenly had an inspiration. Oh. How am I involved? Yuri looked curiously at Kaito. It's related to your abilities, Kaito explained, opening the gate between the Pure Land and the present world is something I can do at any time, especially since the Pure Land, which was mostly taken by Kagaya Otsutsuki through the God Tree, no longer has its guardians. However, with the vast number of sleeping souls in the Pure Land, finding a specific person requires a medium. Even though we are all Uchihas, the blood connection to Madara is too distant, and using blood as a medium would almost certainly fail, Chiri added. Right, Madara didn't leave any descendants, Kaito continued, so using blood as a medium is out of the question, and we can't find any of his personal belongings. Kaito had been pondering how to achieve his goal for the past 2 days, but the moment he saw Yuri, he suddenly had an idea. Yuri is a butterfly demon who can freely enter and exit the world of dreams. Although she doesn't have much combat ability, her power is quite rare. With the Pure Land shattered, the souls of the dead reach the Pure Land and directly fall into a sleep without going through the judgment of the underworld as in ancient times. And the souls of ninjas, tainted by chakra, are even unable to reincarnate. Thankfully, the majority of the world's population consists of ordinary people, with ninjas being a very small part, allowing the world's cycle of reincarnation to mostly maintain itself. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. Therefore, since the souls are sleeping and even unconscious ones will have dreams, opening the gate between the Pure Land and the present world and using Yuri's ability to capture dreams from the Pure Land might lead to finding Madara's soul. What do you think of this method? Kaito explained his idea and looked at Chiri and Yuri for their opinions. Oh, so it turns out I have to work hard, huh? Yuri looked at Kaito somewhat displeased, why should I do such a thing for someone I don't even know like Madara? Please, Yuri, Kaito pleaded with a smile, it's all to prepare for defeating Kagaya and other potential Otsutsuki threats. Such a noble reason, Yuri teased, playing with her sleeve, then looked at Kaito with a mischievous smile, but, I refuse. Every time it's like this, what a troublesome woman. Although Kaito thought this, he still politely asked, then what are your conditions, Miss Yuri? Yuri covered half of her face with her sleeve and said cunningly, of course, it's the old rules. I knew I couldn't escape, Kaito sighed, covering his face as well. Chiri, however, floated by, smiling without saying a word. Chapter 20. The First Summoning. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Matthias Zink. Animal Path. Umar Jod. Human Path. Code CG. Samuel Rees. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern XO. Anil Singh. J. Jake. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. So that evening, Kaito accompanied Miss Yuri on a hard night's tour of the Demon Night Market, offering a full-service experience of carrying bags, paying bills, dining, drinking, and chatting. The topic of the Demon Night Market is actually a sad one. Due to the decline of Oyama, this so-called night market is just one street with a few shops, and the customers are the same familiar faces coming and going. This is still because most demons aren't adept at cooking and have to eat out, which is why the market could be opened in the first place. Actually, many of them don't need to eat at all. In short, this so-called Demon Night Market now feels like demons playing house. However, these are not the main points. The point is, Miss Yuri, as one of the oldest surviving demons in Oyama from ancient times, has been strolling this night market for hundreds of thousands of years. It's unclear why she still has the interest. I've only been here for 10 years and am already fed up with it, Kaito thought while eating takoyaki. Ah, what's with that face, Kaito? Yuri looked back at Kaito's glazed eyes and asked with a smile, are you so reluctant to date me? How could that be? It's absolutely my honor, Kaito replied decisively. Okay, I'm satisfied for now. You can go, Yuri seemed to be mercifully letting Kaito off the hook. Kaito's spirits lifted, and a sparkle returned to his dead fish eyes. So, about the thing we agreed on earlier. Kaito rubbed his hands together. Yuri gave Kaito a sidelong glance, turned around, and instantly disappeared from his sight. Then, her gentle voice floated on the wind, "Of course, I always keep my word." Hey, then I'll trouble you, Miss Yuri. I'll be waiting at home for you." Kaito waved. At this moment, Yuri, who had left Kaito's side, had several veins popping on her forehead. That idiot, that jerk. Does Miss Yuri really want to stroll down this broken street? Could it be, he's playing dumb? Is he complaining about Miss Yuri's age? Suddenly, Yuri's expression looked like that of a demon, and her immense demonic energy faintly erupted, frightening the small demons passing by into trembling. Impossible, impossible. Yuri stretched out her hands to pat her face, regaining her composure. Miss Yuri is only 300 years old, still very young. Compared to 22-year-old Kaito, it's almost the same. After all, we both just came of age not long ago. So Kaito is just a simple idiot. There's no helping it. A shallow smile appeared on Yuri's face. When Kaito, carrying takeout food, returned to his home, he found that only the study was lit, clearly indicating Sasuke was still struggling with a pile of complex and obscure books. "Sasuke," Kaito knocked on the door, "take a break. I've brought you some late-night snacks." With a swish, the door opened, and Sasuke walked out, looking drained. Who knows what he went through all day? What the heck was that stuff? Was that even meant for humans to learn? Why did I ever boast that I could learn it? Whenever such thoughts popped into his head, he had to rely on his last bit of stubbornness to endure. For the Mangekyo Sharingan. He chanted this slogan 800 times today. Seeing Sasuke's state, Kaito couldn't help but chuckle internally. Sasuke was in the exact same state as him back in the day. Patting Sasuke on the shoulder, Kaito comforted him, "Hang in there, Sasuke. You're much luckier than I was. Back then, I had to figure it all out on my own, but now you can ask your uncle for help." Humph. Sasuke grabbed the food from Kaito's hand and started eating silently. He ate with a vengeance. Kaito just smiled and watched him eat. Seeing Sasuke like this, Kaito decided to give him some motivation. "Sasuke, your uncle happens to be the world's last Onmyoji. Aha. You might not know what being an Onmyoji signifies. So what?" Sasuke gave Kaito a look and continued focusing on his food. In ancient times, Onmyoji communicated with the natural elements, divined the stars, created calendars, drove away harmful demons, and protected the people. And now, I can do all that and more. This time, Sasuke didn't even bother to give him a glance. Unfazed, Kaito continued, "I've developed a new technique today that can even open the gateway between this world and the afterlife, allowing the summoning of the souls of the deceased." Sasuke stopped eating. "Would you like to see Mikoto again, Sasuke?" As food fell to the ground, Sasuke lowered his head, hiding his expression with his hair. "I." His voice was hoarse as he reached out and grasped Kaito's robe tightly. "I want to see Mom again." Kaito stroked Sasuke's hair softly and said, "The technique can be performed anytime, but you'd want Mikoto to see you at your best, right? Otherwise, she'll worry about you. I'll go take a bath." Sasuke immediately stood up and rushed to the bathroom. After a quick shower and a change into clean clothes, Sasuke started to tidy his hair in front of the mirror. "Cheer up." After one last look in the mirror to check his appearance and confirm his state, Sasuke hurried back to Kaito's side. "Are you ready?" Hearing footsteps, Kaito looked away from the night sky and turned to see Sasuke, refreshed from head to toe. "Ready. What do we need to do?" Sasuke was eager yet hesitant. "Just a drop of your blood on this will do," Kaito said, taking out a paper doll inscribed with symbols and holding it out to Sasuke. Without hesitation, Sasuke bit his finger and dabbed blood on the paper doll. "Then, let's get started," Kaito said, holding up the paper doll between two fingers. "Rin, Pyu, Tu, Sha, Kai, Jin, Retsu, Zai, Zen." As he chanted, his aura surged, and a blue glow appeared around him. The five-pointed star in his eyes cast a strange light, forming two circles on the ground. He then threw the paper doll into the center of the right circle. With a series of hand seals, the two circles began spinning rapidly, one clockwise and the other counterclockwise. Then, a dark portal opened in the center of the left circle. As the portal opened, a cold and desolate air spread rapidly. "It's coming." Kaito's eyes brightened, and his hand seals shifted again. Urgently as if by a strict order. Following his incantation, the paper doll in the right circle began vibrating and emitting a blood-red glow. The two circles seemed to be connected. Soon, a translucent figure slowly rose from the left portal, turning into a beam of light that entered the paper doll in the center of the right circle. Then, the paper doll began to enlarge and slowly form detailed features of hair, face, and clothes. Seeing the figure with closed eyes, Sasuke couldn't help but murmur. "Mom." Chapter 21, 21. Mother and son reunited. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Matthias Zink. Animal Path. Umar Jod. Human Path. Code CG. Samuel Rees. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern XO. Anil Singh. J. Jake. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. It seemed to be a connection of hearts. When Mikoto Uchiha awoke from her slumber, the first thing that caught her attention was the youth with tearful eyes gazing at her intently. Sasuke. Is that you, Sasuke? She quickly approached and embraced the youth tightly with her trembling hands. It was an embrace without warmth or weight, yet Sasuke seemed to feel a familiar and missed presence from it. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but felt as if his throat was blocked, unable to make a sound. Eventually, he simply closed his eyes, allowing his tears to flow uncontrollably, and gently hugged her back. Kaito remained silent, merely standing by the side, smiling as he watched the mother and son reunite after such a long separation. After a while, Mikoto released her embrace and, with her hands, lovingly cupped Sasuke's face, gazing into his eyes. You've grown up, Sasuke. Mom is so happy, Mikoto said softly, caressing Sasuke's face. Aha. Sasuke, his cheeks flushed, shyly lowered his head but couldn't help occasionally looking up at the gentle smile on Mikoto's face. Mikoto couldn't resist stroking Sasuke's head once more before turning to the other person present. How rude of me. Upon seeing the men before her clearly, she was momentarily stunned, then joyfully exclaimed, Kaito, is that you? Yes, big sister. Long time no see, Kaito replied, maintaining an innocuous smile. It's been a long time. Indeed, it has been a long time. You little scamp, running off and never coming back, leaving your sister worried about you, Mikoto playfully scolded her brother, then couldn't help but laugh. You've changed a lot, Kaito. So, it was you who woke me. It was me, Kaito nodded. Sister should have realized a long time ago that I've always been able to see things others can't. Later on, by chance, I learned a few things. I remember, as a child, you often talked about seeing a long-haired sister, and everyone thought you were lying, Mikoto reminisced, but I always believed you. I can tell when you're lying, Kaito. That was Uchiha Chiri, the ancestor. She has been lingering around our family for years, Kaito explained. The one who developed the Izanami illusion technique, Uchiha Chiri. Mikoto covered her mouth in surprise. Yes, her, Kaito confirmed. Let's not talk about this for now. Sister and Sasuke probably have a lot to talk about, Kaito said to Sasuke. I won't disturb you two any longer. Aren't you going to talk with your sister, Kaito? Mikoto teased. Sister, the paper doll you're possessing allows you to exist in this world for 3 days, so there's no rush. You should talk with Sasuke first. Kaito waved his hand and then turned to leave. Returning to his room, Kaito took out a scroll and began to write quickly. This was his first time summoning a soul from the Pure Land, a rare experience. He needed to record it well. Inspired by the impure world reincarnation, he now had a new research direction for this technique. This might allow him to have more Shikigami, just like the great Onmyoji of ancient times. Currently, Kaito only had a few simple paper Shikigami. Although he could let the yokai temporarily imbue a part of their power into the paper dolls, the upper limit wasn't very high. As for making a yokai his Shikigami, their initial friendly relationship made it impossible. Yokai cherish their freedom by nature, and making a contract would remind them of the betrayed summoning beasts. Now, no one was willing. Kaito wouldn't force them. And as for spirits, they had almost disappeared from this world. As for Uchiha Chiri, that was a one-in-a-million special case. In this world where the underworld is withering, the world absorbs human souls into the Pure Land the moment they die to maintain the cycle of reincarnation. Uchiha Chiri became a vengeful spirit due to the unique abilities of her Sharingan. Now, this technique gave Kaito hope. There are countless deceased ninjas, and surely some would be willing to contract with him to return to the world of the living. They're already dead, so fighting with them is safe. After all, means to directly harm the soul are rare in this world today. However, Kaito knew he had a long way to go before he could improve this technique to a practical level for combat. First, the process of casting the technique takes too much time. Currently, he needs to bolster it with the Sharingan, combined with hand seals and mantras to execute it. He should first find a way to simplify the summoning process. And Kaito took out a paper doll inscribed with runes to examine closely. Currently, he could only allow a soul to possess and manifest in a simple form, which is not enough for combat. It might be an issue with the materials, given that ninjas use chakra for battle. The runes also need to be changed, here. Suddenly, Kaito had a flash of inspiration. Sasuke's curse mark. Perhaps he should first develop a safe curse mark. Directly utilizing natural energy, which is ever-replenishing, would eliminate concerns about consumption in battle. Kaito's eyes sparkled with determination, and his brush flowed like water, rapidly recording his new insights. Time flew by unnoticed, and when Kaito realized it, dawn had already broken. Putting down his brush and carefully storing the completed scrolls, Kaito opened the door and stretched in the morning sun. Why do I smell food? Drawn by the aroma, Kaito headed towards the usually deserted kitchen. Sister. Kaito looked in amazement at Mikoto, who was busily working in the kitchen. Is this really my kitchen? How did such a lively kitchen appear? Good morning. Mikoto turned with a smile. Did you sleep well last night, Kaito? Ah, very well. Kaito casually replied, these ingredients. These? I just asked around, and some little ones brought them over. Mikoto replied while cooking. Hearing that I was Kaito's sister, everyone was very enthusiastic. It seems Kaito is quite popular around here. Not really. Kaito waved off, looking around. Is Sasuke still sleeping? Yes. He held onto my hand and refused to sleep last night. Mikoto's expression darkened, her voice filled with guilt. It's been hard on Sasuke. We, as parents, have let him down, burdening him with such painful memories at such a young age. But fortunately, Sasuke was lucky to have met me in the end. Kaito consoled, giving a thumbs up. I'll take good care of him on behalf of sister, so don't worry. Sasuke told me everything. Mikoto looked relieved. Thank goodness he met you then, or he would have ended up with Orochimaru. I knew it. Kaito posed triumphantly. I'm super reliable now. Having lightened her mood, Mikoto also said with a smile, I'm not worried about you two in terms of safety with Kaito. But Kaito, you need someone to take care of you too, don't you? Both of you, don't just focus on training. Remember to eat well and rest properly. Kaito, you didn't actually sleep last night, did you? Don't lead Sasuke astray. Mikoto handed a plate of food to Kaito. Kaito, I've always been able to tell when you're lying since you were little. Chapter 22. There is still a backup plan. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Matthias Zink. Animal Path. Umar Jod. Human Path. Code CG. Samuel Rees. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern Exo. Anil Singh. J. Jake. Ken Kaza. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. I'll bring these to the dining table. Kaito took the dishes. Sister, you go wake Sasuke up. Thank you. No problem. After setting the table, Kaito freshened up before returning to the dining area. By then, Sasuke was already sitting at the table. Let's eat. Let's eat. Thus, they enjoyed the most sumptuous breakfast they had had in days. Remember to continue studying after breakfast, Sasuke. Kaito, feeling satisfied, reminded Sasuke. I know. Sasuke's face darkened instantly, but he grudgingly agreed. Seeing this, Kaito comforted him. Don't worry, I won't be going out today, feel free to ask me anything. After watching Sasuke head back to the study with heavy steps, Kaito stayed in the dining room to help Mikoto with the dishes. In the kitchen, while washing the dishes, Kaito asked, Sister, did Sasuke tell you about Itachi? Ah, he told me everything. Mikoto paused, then continued tidying up. What are you trying to say, Kaito? Itachi's personality really isn't likable compared to Sasuke, Kaito continued. He was ready to kill me just to get Sasuke to return to Konoha, but of course, I taught him a lesson. But Kaito, you didn't kill him, Mikoto said softly. After all, he's your child, sister. No matter what happens, you would still love him, right? Besides, his body won't last much longer, Kaito stated confidently. Yes, that child has borne too much, Mikoto sighed. At this rate, he might soon join me in Fugaku. I won't interfere on my own, it's all up to Sasuke to decide, Kaito said, looking at Mikoto's pained expression. But, if Sasuke asks me in the end, considering sister and Sasuke's sake, I might treat him. Thank you, Kaito. Mikoto's voice was mixed with complexity, but as you said, let's leave it to Sasuke to decide. Whether it's me, Fugaku, or Itachi, we all owe him. Sasuke might be a bit stubborn, but deep down, he's a kind-hearted good kid, Kaito didn't hesitate to praise. Yes, Mikoto nodded in agreement, proud. At the same time, the Itachi they had just talked about finally returned to the Hidden Rain village. After a few days of recovery, his condition had significantly improved. Although he still couldn't use his Mangekyo Sharingan, he was able to use his normal 3-Tomo Sharingan again. So today, he started trying to break the genjutsu left by Kaito. And then, he failed. It's useless, Itachi. Suddenly, Kaito's voice sounded in his ear. Itachi was startled and quickly turned around, but found nothing. I'm not there, huh? Itachi quickly deduced, you left a technique on me that allows communication. Not just for communication, there shouldn't be anyone to disturb you now, right? A faint white light flickered on Itachi's left wrist, and a tiny paper person the size of a little finger emerged from beneath his skin and floated in the air. But let's take a precaution. The little paper person's simple lined features moved as it spoke, and its tiny arms began to gesture. An invisible light centered around the small paper person spread throughout the room, creating a barrier. This should be good. If anyone tries to eavesdrop, I'll know. Then, the paper person quickly grew, becoming three-dimensional and finally taking the form of Kaito Uchiha. Kaito Uchiha flicked his sleeves, turned to the previously silent Itachi Uchiha, and introduced, this is a part of my consciousness I've split off, you can think of it as a clone. What do you need this clone for? Itachi asked. I've come to share some information with you, in exchange for your cooperation with my instructions afterward, Kaito answered with a smile. He didn't wait for Itachi's reaction before bluntly divulging everything related to Kaguya Otsutsuki and similar matters all at once. Forced to listen to a myriad of myth-like stories, Itachi's worldview shattered, much like Sasuke's did. He rubbed his temples in frustration and asked with some hesitation, how can you guarantee the truth of your statements? I can't guarantee it, Kaito responded decisively. He casually spread his hands and explained, in my youth, I was taken to a hidden yokai realm and inherited knowledge from the predecessors, including these secretive histories. An imperceptible light spread from the center of the small paper figure, enveloping the room in a barrier. This will do. If anyone tries to eavesdrop, I'll know. Then, the paper figure rapidly expanded, transitioning from two-dimensional to three-dimensional, ultimately taking on the appearance of Kaito Uchiha. Kaito flicked his sleeves and turned to Itachi Uchiha, who had remained silent until now, and explained, this is a fragment of my consciousness, consider it a clone. What purpose does this clone serve? Itachi asked. I'm here to share some information with you, in exchange for your future cooperation with my instructions, Kaito replied with a smile. Without waiting for Itachi's response, he bluntly revealed all the details concerning Kaguya Otsutsuki and related matters. Thus, Itachi found himself overwhelmed by a barrage of mythical tales, shattering his understanding of reality, much like Sasuke had experienced. He rubbed his temples in frustration and asked skeptically, how can you guarantee the truth of your claims? I can't guarantee it, Kaito responded decisively. With an air of nonchalance, he spread his hands and continued, in my youth, I was taken to a secret realm inhabited by yokai and received teachings from predecessors, including these hidden histories. Honestly, I doubted their veracity at first. But I later realized that whether true or not, I needed to prepare as if they were. After all, if everything is true, I cannot predict the eventual fate of this world, he said firmly. Of course, as my training progressed over time, I became more attuned to the reality of our world, affirming these as genuine historical events. Now, I'm merely passing on what I know to you. Whether you choose to believe it is up to you. He gave Itachi a meaningful smile and continued confidently, but like me, you'll find you have no choice but to believe, because we cannot afford to gamble. This isn't about an individual, a family, or a village. It's a global threat from outer space that the entire world must confront together. What do you want me to do? Itachi eventually capitulated. After all, as Kaito said, he couldn't afford to take the risk. Kaito produced a fingernail-sized glass vial from his sleeve and handed it to Itachi. Sprinkle this on someone known as Kuratsuchi and another who claims to be Madara. Kuratsuchi. The Akatsuki only has someone named Juzo. Itachi examined the vial, which contained a colorless, semi-transparent powder. Then it's Juzo, Kaito corrected. Inside is the scale powder from butterfly wings, odorless and tasteless. You should manage to complete the task undetected. I can do that. Itachi pocketed the vial, paused for a moment, then asked, how is Sasuke? Sasuke is well, Kaito assured, I will take good care of him. Just wait, one day he will stand before you. As he spoke, his figure began to fade, retracting back into the small paper figure. We'll be in touch. Oh, and don't bother trying to undo the jutsu I left on you, it will automatically deactivate in 3 months. After all, you're my sister's child too, and I can't bring myself to be too harsh. After the paper figure disappeared, Itachi sat motionless for a long time before finally getting up and leaving his room. Chapter 23, 23. Summoned again. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Matthias Zink. Animal Path. Umar Jawd. Human Path. Code CG. Samuel Rees. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern XO. Anil Singh. J. Jake. Ken Kaza. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. p@trian.com/lesservant of cosmos. Just replace the at with a. When the small paper figure before Itachi Uchiha completely vanished, Kaito Uchiha, who was conversing with Mikoto, also received the message returned from that fragment of consciousness. The progress there was smooth, pleasing Kaito immensely. The special scale powder he had given Itachi in the little bottle came from Uriai. As long as Itachi found an opportunity to fulfill the task assigned, Kaito would be able to use Uriai's yokai power to pinpoint the target's dreamscape, thereby gaining free access. Regardless of who it was, dreams are the most undefended places. Kaito could then unearth more secrets. After all, facing Kagaya Otsutsuki, who nearly obliterated the world a millennium ago, Kaito now had the advantage of preparation. He intended to maximize this advantage as much as possible. For the next 2 days, besides his study and training time, Sasuke clung to Mikoto, allowing Kaito to tease him thoroughly. At first, Sasuke would blush, but he seemed to get used to it eventually and completely ignored his uncle. "Humph, you're just taking advantage of my study time to be with Mom," Sasuke thought indignantly. Time flew, and on the 3rd day, before Mikoto's departure, Kaito had another lengthy discussion with her. Since every helper mattered, naturally, he aimed to recruit strong members from the Uchiha clan first. This conversation mainly revolved around the world's impending threats and Kaito's plans. Mikoto agreed to persuade Fugaku Uchiha when the time came. Finally, under Sasuke's reluctant gaze, Mikoto's figure vanished, leaving behind only a broken paper figure. Kaito patted Sasuke's shoulder, consoling, "Don't worry, if I could summon her once, I can do it many times." "Yeah." Sasuke nodded, still looking somewhat forlorn. After all, the separation of life and death couldn't be bridged by such means. Kaito encouraged, "Keep it up, Sasuke. Once you've mastered the psychic techniques, I'll summon both your mother and father to see you. I'll get back to my studies then." And with that, Sasuke dived back into the ocean of knowledge. Days passed, and finally, Uriai arrived at the Uchiha residence. Kaito was quite satisfied with this development. Considering a yokai sense of time, Uriai's prompt arrival was quite commendable. "So, you're planning to perform the summoning here?" Uriai elegantly knelt in the living room, gracefully sipping tea. "We'll go to the castle tower," Kaito decided. "I'm thinking of letting Lady Chiri meet that legendary Uchiha as well." "Humph, whatever suits you." Uriai set down her teacup, leisurely smoothing her sleeves. "Anyway, I'm not interested in this Madara. All right then, let's go." Kaito also rose from his seat. Together with Chiri Uchiha, they headed to the castle tower, selected an empty hall, and began their preparations. Unlike the summoning of Mikoto, this time there wasn't a specific target. Kaito first opened the gateway between the Pure Land and the present world. As the dark passageway opened, Chiri Uchiha instinctively distanced herself a bit. "I feel drawn to the Pure Land," she said, frowning at the portal before smiling resignedly. "Though it's been many years delayed, it seems I'll eventually pass on." "It's not just you, Lady Chiri, eventually, everyone goes," Kaito Uchiha remarked, his eyes shining with an unprecedented determination. "However, going to slumber in the Pure Land isn't my goal, reconstructing the underworld is." "Ah, rebuilding the underworld. Kaito, your ambition is truly grand," Uriai complimented, gazing at Kaito with a tender look. If the underworld were rebuilt, Kaito would become a deity, meaning she and Kaito could be together forever. Uriai's cheeks flushed pink at the thought. However, Kaito didn't pick up on her signal, continuing instead, "Without the cycle of reincarnation, this world will weaken over time. Rebuilding the underworld is necessary. And Lady Chiri's Sharingan will be a key step in that process, so it's not yet time for her to cross over. Whether for the world or for Kaito, I'll give it my all." Chiri nodded in agreement. "Though I've thanked you many times, I'm profoundly grateful, Lady Chiri. After all, Kaito is like a child to me, having watched him grow up." "You didn't need to say that," Kaito responded, visibly exasperated, then turned to Uriai. "Miss Uriai, it's your turn to act." "Humph. So you finally remembered I'm here?" Uriai, with a wave of her sleeves, released countless colorful, translucent butterflies. They sprinkled sparkling powder as they flew towards the portal. "Let's take a good look," she said, as the butterflies entered the Pure Land, and she closed her eyes, her body becoming ethereal and then vanishing as if passing through a barrier. Dreamscapes were numerous. Uriai frowned. Really, if it weren't for Kaito's request, she wouldn't bother with such a troublesome task. Uriai quickly navigated through various dreamscapes, searching for possible clues. Back in the real world, Kaito maintained the stability of the portal while waiting. Hours passed without Uriai's return. "It seems not easy to find the right person," Chiri remarked. "Ah, this is actually a crude method," Kaito admitted. "Right now, it's the only method I can think of." "Don't worry, Uriai is very capable in this regard," Chiri reassured. "I don't doubt her abilities," Kaito said, but since she has no idea who Madara is, there's a chance she might find the wrong person. After all, dreamscapes are varied and bizarre. As he finished speaking, Yuriai's ethereal figure reappeared before them. I found him, Uriai announced, her body solidifying back in the real world. Thank you for your hard work, Kaito smiled gratefully. Let's start the summoning. With an increase in his ocular and spiritual power output, a new formation appeared beside the portal to the Pure Land. This time, since the summoning targeted a male, the new formation was placed on the left. Kaito then tossed a prepared paper figure. Miss Uriai. Prompted by his reminder, Uriai sprinkled some shimmering powder on the paper figure, which gently landed in the center of the left formation. As per the divine command. As Kaito acted, both formations started to shimmer, and the paper figure began to shake. Is he coming? Could it be Madara Uchiha? Kaito watched the paper figure, a look of anticipation on his face. Chapter 24, 24. Ancestor Identity. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Matthias Zink. Animal Path. Umar Jod. Human Path. Code CG. Samuel Rees. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern XO. Anil Singh. J. Jake. Ken Kaza. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The soul summoned from the netherworld gradually reveals its true form as it possesses the paper figure. Kaito couldn't help but reflect on the low probability of success on the first attempt. But this outcome doesn't seem too bad either. The man before him, although not Madara, is undoubtedly an Uchiha. This is because he bears a striking resemblance to Sasuke. Kaito even thinks that this might be what Sasuke would look like when he grows up. Could it be an ancestor from Sasuke's lineage? Thus, when the man opens his eyes, Kaito greets him first, "Greetings, ancestor." The man, waking up from a deep slumber, first notices Kaito's pair of Sharingan eyes. He merely scans his surroundings with a calm demeanor and then asks, "Young man, are you the one who awakened me from the netherworld?" His appearance becomes more vivid, yet distinctly different from Sasuke's. Though his features are also handsome, an intense aura of decisiveness surrounds him, causing one to overlook his appearance. "Yes, ancestor, my name is Uchiha Kaito." Facing an ancestor from his clan, Kaito bows respectfully. "I am Izuna Uchiha." Izuna Uchiha nods, showing a friendly attitude towards a clan descendant. Izuna Uchiha. However, Kaito doesn't recognize this name. At this moment, Kaito's ancestor, who had been quiet, reacts. "Izuna, I'm Kaito's ancestor." She floats over to greet and then informs Kaito, Izuna is Madara's brother. Oh. Kaito feels somewhat pleased. This summoning wasn't a failure after all. Izuna takes a closer look at Kaito's ancestor, frowns, and asks, "What relation do you have to Koto Uchiha?" "Koto was my mother," Kaito's ancestor responds. "So, even the descendants of little Koto are now deceased." "It seems many years have passed since my death," Izuna remarks with a sigh. Then he inquires, "How is the Uchiha clan now?" Kaito's ancestor pauses and looks to Kaito. With a bitter smile, Kaito honestly replies, "The only Uchihas left alive that we can be certain of are just 3. There's also someone masquerading as Madara Uchiha behind a mask, who might be an Uchiha too." Kaito thought briefly but didn't count that person. As expected, upon hearing Kaito's words, Izuna's aura explosively intensifies. Cracks spread on the floor beneath him. At the same time, the stability of the paper figure he possesses starts to falter. Thankfully, despite his daunting presence, the other 3 present are unaffected. Realizing his unstable state, Izuna forcibly calms himself. With an oppressive gaze fixed on Kaito, he demands, "Young man, tell me what has happened after my death." "Yes," Kaito said with a gentle smile. Not just about the clan, but he also needed to give this ancestor a crash course on the true history of the shinobi world. Madara's brother, a powerful wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan and likely a significant influence on Madara himself. Lucky break. This was undoubtedly an ace up the sleeve, second only to drawing Madara himself. Thus, Kaito spent an entire day detailing the recent, modern, and ancient history of the shinobi world to Izuna. During which, Izuna cursed the bastard trash, Hashirama Senju around 80 times, and the sneaky little man, Tobirama Senju over 100 times. After understanding the whole situation, he asserted his dear brother Madara always wanted to create a peaceful world and was a very kind and shiningly good person. "Young man, I agree to help you summon my brother to clarify things." In the end, Izuna agreed to Kaito's request. "If my brother truly has been misled or deceived." He paused here, again bursting out with a terrifying killing intent. To this, Kaito inwardly acknowledged he was an atypical Uchiha, not quite understanding these traditional Uchiha sibling bonds. This summoning made Kaito even more aware of the incompatibility between his paper beings and chakra-using ninjas. He and Izuna agreed that once he found better substitute materials, he would summon him again, and then through him, summon Madara. Then he sent the highly unstable Izuna, due to the damaged paper figure, back to the netherworld. What can I say? After Izuna returned to the netherworld, Kaito stroked his chin, musing with a smile, though Uriai mistook the target, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. I feel the current situation is even better than if Madara Uchiha had been summoned directly. Uriai glanced at Kaito disapprovingly but remained silent. Kaito Uchiha's ancestor nodded in agreement. Although there are rumors that Madara stole his brother's eyes, what I heard from the elders in my childhood is that Madara and Izuna had a very close relationship. Izuna voluntarily gave his eyes to Madara after being gravely injured by Tobirama Senju, hoping he could lead the clan forward. Thus, Izuna can be considered the most important person to Madara. I never doubted our Uchiha brotherly love, Kaito chuckled, with Izuna on our side, persuading Madara should be easier. Alright, Kaito. Uriai suddenly stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Kaito's arm. I've been searching in dreams for a long time today and am already tired. Let's go eat. Kaito looked at Uriai speechlessly. 1,000-year-old yokai tired after a few hours of using her innate abilities. And although your actions and words might seem like you're acting coquettishly, why are your expression and tone so indifferent? I really don't get you. Of course, these were all his internal complaints, not daring to voice them out loud. Because being suddenly invaded in dreams by a yokai emitting eerie vibes is not a pleasant experience. This was a valuable lesson Kaito learned over the years. Then, Kaito, you and Uriai go ahead and eat. Don't forget Sasuke is still waiting at home, Kaito Uchiha's ancestor reminded, earning a grateful look from Uriai. Kaito Uchiha's ancestor gave Uriai a gentle wink before vanishing. Let's go, let's go. Uriai pulled Kaito towards the outside of the castle tower. I got it. Kaito reluctantly followed her pace but still couldn't help commenting, aren't butterflies supposed to live on nectar? I'm a yokai. Uriai turned to stare at Kaito with a cool gaze, scrutinizing him, so I can eat anything. Is that so? Then let's go. Kaito felt a chill down his spine. Somehow, he had the feeling he might end up being eaten by this yokai one day. Chapter 25, 25. Akatsuki's Gathering. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Matthias Zink. Animal Path. Umar Jawd. Human Path. Code CG. Samuel Rees. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern XO. Anil Singh. J. Jake. Ken Kaza. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. In the hidden rain village of the Land of Rain. On this day, the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, gathered all the members to assign tasks for the coming period. Deidara had been in a good mood recently. As a former genius of the Hidden Rock Village, his journey as a ninja had been smooth sailing. His only setback was being relegated to the outskirts of the village due to his obsession with experimenting with explosive art. It was Itachi Uchiha who gave him his first taste of utter defeat. Since then, he had been secretly preparing to defeat Itachi Uchiha. So, when he heard a few days ago that Itachi had been completely defeated by someone else, he was quite excited. And he looked forward to today's meeting. He planned to thoroughly mock Itachi. As soon as all the Akatsuki members had gathered, and before Pain, the leader, could speak, Deidara couldn't help but provoke first. Itachi. I've heard all about it. You were utterly defeated by another pair of Sharingan eyes, how pathetic. Deidara proudly raised his head, with my art as it is now, I would never fail. What an idiot. Beside Deidara, a strange man with his face covered and crawling on the ground mercilessly criticized his behavior. Sasori. Whose side are you on? Deidara didn't expect to be backstabbed by his own partner before Itachi could respond, and he angrily rebuked him. Your tricks can hardly be called art, Sasori's muffled voice rose, only eternity can define the true essence of art. What? Deidara rolled up his sleeves, ready to argue with Sasori about the definition of art. But just as he was about to retort, he was interrupted by someone else. Another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan has appeared. Must be worth a lot. A man whose body was tightly wrapped, revealing only his eyes, shone with keen interest. No matter the ability, you heretics are powerless before Lord Jashin, ha ha ha. Another man with a large pompadour wielding a bizarre scythe laughed loudly. Haiden. Kakozu. Do you want to die? Deidara gritted his teeth at the two who interrupted him. Ha ha ha, blessed by Lord Jashin, I will not die. Shut up. Akatsuki's leader, Pain, silenced them all with a look from his Rinnegan, cutting off their quarrels. Then, he turned to the always silent Itachi, asking, "How is your recovery going, Itachi?" "I can't use the Mangekyo Sharingan yet, but there are no issues with other aspects," Itachi honestly replied. Pain nodded, then requested, "Tell us about Kaito Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities." Itachi's face was partly concealed by his collar, and his detached voice said, "In that battle, he only used genjutsu abilities that surpassed Tsukuyomi. As for other abilities, it's unknown." Genjutsu surpassing Tsukuyomi is indeed troublesome, Kisame beside Itachi revealed a ferocious grin. "Yes, hee. The other side's Kisame also laughed. "No matter the genjutsu, as long as you avoid eye contact, it won't affect you." "I've made thorough preparations," Deidara proudly said, touching the special device over his left eye. "With this, I will never be threatened by the Sharingan again." "Ha ha ha, no enemy can kill me, they will all be offered to the great Lord Jashin." Haydn spoke up, not wanting to be outdone. "All right, now let's assign the tasks for the coming period." Pain brought the conversation back on track. "Conan, start." Conan, who had been standing quietly to the side, stepped forward to distribute tasks to the eccentric and individualistic members. After the tasks were distributed, everyone dispersed. Itachi Uchiha walked slowly, passing by Kisame without looking at him, only the fingers hidden in his sleeve subtly moved. They quickly passed by each other. "I'm going to rest now. The mission starts tomorrow." After leaving the room, Itachi greeted Kisame and then headed in another direction. Regarding the task given by Kaito Uchiha, he had already successfully accomplished one target. As for the other target, the mysterious man claiming to be Madara Uchiha usually did not appear within the organization. If there was any matter, it was the other party who would initiate contact, so Itachi had no way to find him. However, this did not mean he had no way to complete the task. According to his observation, that person would come to the Hidden Rain village every so often to meet with the leader and Conan. He just needed to sprinkle the powder given by Kaito Uchiha in a few places where they might meet. As for the problem of other people getting contaminated with the powder, that was not within Itachi's concern. Tobi, who was secretly collaborating with the Akatsuki's leader, appeared before Pain and Conan at this moment. The three stood atop the tallest building in the Hidden Rain village, overlooking the entire village. "You've made good progress during this time, Nagato," Tobi, with his only exposed eye sinister and cold, commented, "but we need to accelerate our preparations to achieve our goal sooner. We must collect all the tailed beasts as soon as possible. This is Yahiko's dream, and I will realize it." "You don't need to remind me," Pain, with his inorganic gaze, glanced at Tobi and turned to walk into the depths of the building. "You just need to do your part." Conan said nothing, silently following Pain's steps. That man named Kaito Uchiha, with a complete pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, could become an unstable factor that might affect our plan, Tobi said ominously. "Even though his current whereabouts are unknown, if he reappears, you are to eliminate him." "Have you and Kisame not found any trace of that person?" Pain stopped and turned to ask. "No. But no matter his intentions, as long as he poses a hindrance to us, he will reveal his whereabouts to us," Tobi stated confidently. "I understand. I will handle it." Pain continued walking, disappearing into the darkness. Tobi, left alone, quietly observed the lifeless village below. After a while, a spiral of spatial distortion centered around his right eye began to swirl, and his figure gradually vanished from the spot. "No one will stop me from creating a perfect world. Wait for me, Rin," he murmured softly, his voice carried away by the wind. Chapter 26, 26. Swordsmanship Teacher. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Matthias Zink. Animal Path. Umar Jod. Human Path. Code CG. Samuel Rees. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern XO. Anil Singh. J. Jake. Ken Kaza. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito realized it was impossible to find new paper material for his puppets in Oyama. No one here used chakra, so materials compatible with chakra couldn't possibly exist. Naturally, Kaito turned his attention to Sasuke. "This material will work." Kaito nodded in satisfaction. Though it's only a bit of paper when taken apart, it should be enough for a short while. He was squatting on the ground, surrounded by several sealing scrolls torn apart. Beside him were piles of clothes and ninja tools that originally belonged to Sasuke. Sasuke, watching his uncle casually take and dismantle his belongings, had lost all respect for him. Initially, Kaito had made a great impression on him. He was approachable yet mysterious and powerful. Sasuke even aspired to become like him when he grew up. But now, "I don't want to grow up to be such an unreliable adult." Sensing Sasuke's disdainful gaze, Kaito still tried to placate the boy. While he smoothed and folded the paper taken from the scrolls, he said, "Don't be like that, Sasuke. I'll give you something better in return." You'd better. Sasuke picked up his clothes. "I'll go sort these out." It seemed a trip to Konoha was necessary. Kaito planned internally. Not just to collect materials, but since he wanted to sign contracts with ninjas, the next improvement in his technique required studying chakra sealing techniques. The legacy of the Uzumaki clan should have been brought to Konoha by the fourth Hokage's wife. Moreover, with the Uchiha clan destroyed, he couldn't believe their Sharingan would be left in their corpses to return to dust. They needed to be reclaimed. It seems a trip is in order soon. Kaito mused aloud, "Should I invite Senju predecessor and Chiri predecessor to join me?" After folding the paper, he took out scissors and started cutting. "It sounds like a good idea, so let's decide on that." He stood up, brushed off the paper scraps, and tucked a stack of newly made paper puppets into his sleeve. "Sasuke," he called out loudly, "it's time to go." "I'm coming." Sasuke, dressed in a brand new samurai outfit and holding a katana, stepped out. "Not bad." Kaito looked over Sasuke's new look and nodded approvingly, "Then let's set off." "Why ask someone else? Can't you teach me?" Sasuke followed Kaito out of the house, casually complaining. He said he would teach me personally, but he either leaves me to learn by myself or pushes me on to someone else. Ha ha ha, because I'm not very good at swordsmanship." Kaito laughed awkwardly, "I can use a sword, but that's about it." He turned and patted Sasuke on the shoulder, "So I asked the strongest swordsmanship demon in Oyama to teach you. That guy is proficient in dozens of ancient swordsmanship styles, definitely better than I could teach." "Who?" Sasuke asked, intrigued. "His name is Onigiri. He was originally a famous sword," Kaito explained. "His previous master was a renowned warrior who fought against Kagaya Otsutsuki. After his master's sacrifice, he was brought to Oyama and, over many years, a Tsukumagami, artifact spirit, was born from the sword. Although he was born a Tsukumagami after the war, he still retains the memories of being a sword. So, he is very proficient in swordsmanship." As they talked, they arrived at a dojo on the edge of Oyama. "This is the place." Kaito knocked on the dojo's large door and called out, "Mr. Onigiri." After a while, the door opened to reveal the face of Karasa Tengu Futa, whom Sasuke had seen upon entering Oyama. "You've arrived, please come in." Futa fully opened the door, welcoming them in. "Lord Onigiri is waiting for you. Given my recommendation, Lord Onigiri will teach you well," he said, observing Sasuke with a somewhat arrogant tone. "You're lucky, not everyone gets the chance to learn swordsmanship from Lord Onigiri." Sasuke retorted, unwilling to show weakness, "My qualifications aren't for you to judge. Since you don't decide here, spare me the talk." "You arrogant child." Futa drew his katana, pointing it at Sasuke, "Since you're so confident, let me test your strength on Lord Onigiri's behalf." "Bring it on." Though Sasuke had never learned swordsmanship and didn't bring his ninja tools, he didn't hesitate to draw his sword, ready to fight Futa. "Really, kids are such a hassle," Kaito, covering his forehead, commented. "Aren't you going to stop them, Onigiri?" He turned to the tall man who had appeared beside them at some point. Dressed in black with flowing long hair and surrounded by a cold, sharp metallic aura, Onigiri brushed his disheveled hair back, stating gravely, "Choosing the sword means adopting an unyielding spirit." "Then I'll leave it to you," Kaito shrugged. "Since I've promised you, I'll rigorously train him. There's much you're relied upon to do, and this is how I can assist. Everything is for our ultimate victory." Kaito mused, then turned his attention to the two young fighters in the arena with interest. Futa, having learned swordsmanship from Onigiri for a long time, was undoubtedly dominating the fight. Sasuke, though armed with a katana, was merely wielding it like a physical weapon. If not for his Sharingan's extraordinary insight and his adept use of substitution and body flicker techniques, he would have likely been defeated already. Knowing he couldn't continue like this, as someone utterly inexperienced in swordsmanship, Sasuke prepared to use other ninja techniques after gaining some distance. Just as he sheathed his sword and started forming seals, a large hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. "That's enough. Since you're here to learn swordsmanship, using methods other than sword techniques is pointless." Onigiri had, unknowingly, moved next to Sasuke. Futa, seeing this, also sheathed his sword but still looked arrogantly at Sasuke. "You haven't learned swordsmanship at all. This fight was meaningless. I'll test your qualifications again after you've learned swordsmanship." "Then I'll be waiting," Sasuke responded with equal pride. "All right, Sasuke." Kaito stepped forward to introduce Sasuke. "This is Onigiri, whom I've told you about. You can call him Master Onigiri." "Master Onigiri," Sasuke obediently greeted. Onigiri nodded. "I will demand the strictest standards from you. If you can't meet them, better to give up early." "I'll definitely meet them," Sasuke said with a confident smile. Chapter 27, 27. Looking for evidence. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Matthias Zink. Asterisk. Animal Path. Umar Jawd. Asterisk. Human Path. Code CG. Samuel Rees. Asterisk. Outer Path. Chris. Mohammed. Blue Fern XO. Anil Singh. J. Jake. Ken Kaza. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. So, a year later, Sasuke started his school days again. Now, he goes to Onigiri's dojo to practice swordsmanship during the day and continues to delve into the knowledge of psychic secret techniques at home at night, keeping his schedule full. And all Kaito needs to do is spend a little time each evening answering some of Sasuke's questions. Teaching children is really easy, I'm definitely good at this sort of thing. Kaito genuinely thought. Based on his own experience, cultivation is all about self-effort. He's now even found the best swordsmanship teacher for Sasuke and answers his questions daily, which is already an extra attentive education. Luckily, he didn't say it out loud, so he doesn't know whether Sasuke would cry from anger if he heard it. During this time, Kaito was busy tinkering with new paper dolls. The paper dolls he previously cut from the ceiling scrolls were a new material for him that couldn't be used directly. They needed some processing, most importantly adjusting and drawing the runes. Once this batch of paper dolls was processed, the next step was to test their stability. Should I summon that old man to see? Kaito had a sudden idea, did as he thought, and immediately performed a soul-calling technique using blood as a guide. Urgent as a decree. The light of spiritual power lit up in the dim room, and as the technique succeeded, the tiny paper doll turned into a gray-haired old man. What's going on? I thought I was dead. Uchiha Sho opened his eyes to see a familiar yet strange young man. Yo, old man, long time no see. Kaito waved with a smile. It's you, brat. Uchiha Sho's expression immediately became stern, looking at Kaito with disdain. Finally got rid of your useless status, huh? Seems like the years you spent outside weren't entirely wasted. He sensed his body and found that although his state was a bit odd, he could still exert some combat power. So, he started to gather his aura, telling Kaito, I don't know how you managed to do this. But now that you've gained power, let me properly assess whether you're worthy of the Uchiha name. As he spoke, he began to form hand signs, with clear chakra fluctuations appearing around him. Kaito rolled his eyes ungracefully and formed a hand sign as well. Don't forget you're an Uchiha, Uchiha Sho froze mid-sentence, his words stuck in his throat. I was just doing an experiment with the technique, not needing to listen to your boring lectures again. Kaito's face broke into a satisfied smile. He had always wanted to do this, a childhood dream finally realized. What a relief to the body and mind. Due to taking his mother's life at birth and later being discovered as a chakra insulator, Kaito grew up with his father as if they were sworn enemies. If it weren't for having a sister more than a decade older than him at home, he really couldn't guarantee he would grow up smoothly. So, before summoning Uchiha Sho, he had already anticipated the ensuing scene. However, it seems the material produced this time is quite useful. The old man probably had the strength of a jonin during his life, which didn't affect his ability to fight. Even if he could only exhibit a part of his abilities, it was still good progress. Alright, the experiment is over. Kaito's hands fluttered as he changed the hand seals again. I'll send you back to the Pure Land now. Continue your slumber, old man. Uchiha Sho's figure gradually became transparent. Clearly, his soul was peeling off the paper doll. At the same time, Kaito also released his control. Uchiha Sho's face had already blurred, only his rigid speech echoed in the room. Since you're still alive, live well. Ah, of course, I'll live well. Kaito's face brimmed with confidence almost to the point of arrogance. You don't need to worry about me anymore, old man. Don't disturb me again, unfilial son. Ah, farewell, father. As Kaito softly bid farewell, Uchiha Sho's soul had disappeared, completely returning to the Pure Land. Next up, let's call upon Senior Uchiha Izuna. The room fell silent for a few seconds, and Kaito suddenly started talking to himself. Array, soldiers, fight, person, all, formation, line up, present, in front. The same spiritual light surged out like a tide, illuminating the formation on the ground. Kaito took out 2 paper dolls of different styles, throwing one of them first. Lend me your strength, Uriai. The paper doll exploded into powerful yokai energy in the air, turning into Uriai's form. Allah, secretly using my power again, Kaito. Uriai's clone spoke in a somewhat ethereal voice. Please, Miss Uriai, I need to summon Uchiha Izuna again. Hee, I know. Both of them waved their sleeves, Kaito throwing the other paper doll into the formation while Uriai sprinkled some starry scale powder. Urgent as a decree. As the technique completed, Uchiha Izuna appeared before Kaito again. After opening his eyes, he first felt his own state, then frowned slightly in dissatisfaction. Kid, it's still not enough, at most I can exert about 10% of my power. That's the case, Senior Izuna, Kaito nodded, this technique still needs further improvement, and due to a lack of materials, this is the best we can do for now. However, Senior Izuna should understand, my goal is to summon your elder brother Uchiha Madara to ask him some questions, not to engage in combat. I understand. Uchiha Izuna shook his head, but summoning brother like this is meaningless. Although you've told me some things, it's useless to try to persuade that stubborn brother like this. Even if it's from you, he wouldn't listen. Kaito was somewhat puzzled. Normally, I would support whatever brother wants to do unconditionally, Uchiha Izuna spoke firmly, but according to what you've said, your suspecting brother has been deceived. Although I almost believe you, you can't provide any decisive evidence. Brother is a confident person, he wouldn't think anyone in this world could deceive him. So without evidence, he won't believe it, even if it's because of my status. What's the point of reluctantly persuading him? I wouldn't try to persuade him without having accurate information. Is that so? Kaito showed understanding, then let's go find the evidence, and also see who this self-proclaimed Madara really is. I wonder if the task I gave to Itachi has been completed properly. He turned to look at Uriai's clone, Miss Uriai, please sense the marker scale powder I gave earlier. Uriai's clone nodded and closed her eyes to sense. After a while, she reopened her eyes and said, sensed it, several people's dream worlds have been marked. Great. Kaito revealed a satisfied smile, then let's take a trip to the world of dreams tonight. Chapter 28, 28. God and Angels. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Matthias Zink. Asterisk. Animal Path. Umar Jod. Asterisk. Human Path. Samal Rees. Asterisk. Outer Path. Anil Singh. J. Jake. Ken Kaza. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Lord Kaito. Lord Kaito. Under the moonlit night, with cherry blossoms falling, Kaito stood beneath a gigantic cherry blossom tree, surrounded by many people. All of them looked at him with respect and greeted him one after another. Of course, these were all his Shikigami. Good, you've all worked hard, Kaito said with a warm smile. Not at all, serving Lord Kaito is our honor. Yes, I'm willing to give everything for Lord Kaito. Lord Kaito. For a moment, Kaito felt a surge of heroism and comfort all over. Ah, so this is Kaito's dream today. How cute, a serene voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Miss Uriai. Kaito blurted out reflexively. Hee, it's me. Ripples spread through the air, and the girl in a gorgeous kimono appeared before him. So it was a dream. After realizing, everything around Kaito gradually faded. Finally, the space around them turned pure white, with the only color being each other. Hee, hiding your subconscious now is too late, Uriai said, looking around and then at Kaito. Haha, don't worry about these trivial matters, Kaito laughed awkwardly, let's call over Lord Izuna and get going. Uriai didn't say anything else and directly used her power along with Kaito. They passed through ripples in the air and accurately arrived in Izuna's dream. This was a bloody battlefield, where the fighters wore the traditional attire of the Senju and the Uchiha. In the center of the battlefield, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna were fighting against the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama, in a fierce battle. Senju Tobirama. Izuna's eyes, red with bloodlust, expertly wielded his ninja sword. Uchiha Izuna. Tobirama also fought fiercely, matching Izuna blow for blow. Suddenly, in the midst of their sword fight, Izuna took the opportunity to use a genjutsu of the Sharingan. Tobirama was momentarily stiffened, allowing Izuna to knee him and send him flying. Fire release, great fireball technique. Izuna attacked Tobirama, who had fallen to the ground, with fire release. Water release, water dragon bullet. Tobirama, a master second only to Hashirama in the Senju clan, immediately started forming hand seals upon landing and countered with water release. The collision of fire and water in the air created a vast amount of steam. Taking advantage of the obscured vision, Tobirama quickly threw several kunai at Izuna. However, such projectile attacks were meaningless in front of the Sharingan and were effortlessly dodged by Izuna. A relaxed smile appeared on his face. However, at that moment, Tobirama suddenly appeared in front of Izuna, and his ninja sword instantly slashed at him. Thunder God Slash. Izuna's expression instantly froze. This must be a real event that happened, Kaito curiously watched this scene from afar. The Flying Thunder God technique, indeed, if you're not prepared in advance, it's an unstoppable killing move. Hee hee, humans really do love to kill each other, Yuri remarked as she looked at the bloody battlefield. Haha, can't help it, that's humanity for you, Kaito replied with a laugh. But, we need to hurry up. Let's first awaken Izuna's consciousness. Miss Yuri, please. Understood. Yuri raised her hand, and layers upon layers of colorful butterflies emerged from her wide sleeves, flying towards Izuna. When Izuna was surrounded by the butterflies, his consciousness quickly awakened. The images of the battlefield around him rapidly vanished, and he returned to a fully intact state. Though he looked somewhat displeased. If Kaito guessed correctly, this must have been the final battle that led to Izuna's severe injury and death. So, he didn't say much, simply inviting Izuna, Lord Izuna, let's set off then, to check the dreams of those from the Akatsuki organization. Izuna took a moment to calm his emotions and eventually nodded emotionlessly. In the world of dreams, distance means nothing to Yuri, as long as there's a marked location, she can reach it. Following Yuri's lead through the bizarre corridors and past several ripples, they quickly arrived in a new world. Is this the hidden rain village of the rain country? Kaito looked at the architecture before him, then up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, and the blue sky was clear. Since it's a dream, anything can happen, Izuna said, unfazed by the surroundings, and took the lead towards the interior of the hidden rain village. At that time, the hidden rain village was bustling, with crowded streets full of people, all in high spirits. Since they didn't know whose dream it was or what the scene before them represented, the three intruders discreetly blended into the celebrating crowd. Suddenly, the crowd in front began to stir, and waves of cheers rose like a tide as people waved towards the sky. Lord God. Lady Angel. Thank you. Great Lord God. Thank you for bringing us total peace. Praise the great God and Lady Angel. Looking up, they saw a man and a woman, dressed in black with red clouds, descending slowly from the highest building in the hidden rain village. The men stood in midair, while the woman had a pair of white wings behind her. Both had an extraordinary presence as they hovered in midair, overlooking the crowd below. With their enhanced vision, the three could clearly see the faces of the man and woman. Purple, with concentric ring patterns, so this is the Rinnegan, Izuna murmured. This must be the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain, you mentioned. Yes, Lord Izuna, Kaito nodded. However, according to Itachi, Pain is merely a puppet corpse, with the real manipulator usually hidden behind the scenes. Ladies and gentlemen. Pain opened his arms wide, his voice clearly reaching the ground. For a long time, the Akatsuki has followed the will of our first leader, Yahiko, on the path to peace. We've taken many detours, but after relentless effort, we finally achieved this great goal. We've made the great ninja villages understand the pain of our people in the rain country. We've collected all 9-tailed beasts to deter the nations, preventing them from waging wars carelessly. The clouds that have hung over the skies of the rain country have finally cleared, and our people no longer have to cry. From now on, the ninja world will welcome true peace. Chapter 29, 29. God Tree. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Matthias Zink. Asterisk. Animal Path. Umar Jod. Asterisk. Human Path. Samal Rees. Asterisk. Outer Path. Anil Singh. J. Jake. Ken Kaza. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. As Pain's speech ended, the people on the ground erupted in even louder cheers. Lord God. Lord God. Long live the rain country. Long live peace. Is this Pain's dream? Kaito, looking at the scene before him, didn't mock the other's idea but instead reflected, even if all this could truly be achieved, how long can peace maintained through terror and oppression last? I guess after his death, the suppressed ambitions will burst out even more fiercely. Then, what method do you think should be used to achieve peace? Izuna, hearing this, posed the question to Kaito. As a ninja who lived during the Warring States period, having started killing at a young age and continuously experiencing the loss of loved ones, wondering when he himself might die on the battlefield, how could he not yearn for peace? But compared to his elder brother Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, who had established great dreams from a young age, he and Tobirama Senju were actually more alike. They were more realistic and never indulged in impractical dreams because they knew all too well the gap between dreams and reality. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to hear what new ideas this descendant, who had left the ninja identity, had. Yet, Kaito shook his head. True peace. That's an absolute fantasy that can never be achieved. How so? Izuna raised an eyebrow, pressing for an answer. Human beings are a collection of desires. As long as humans retain desires, conflicts will arise between them. Kaito was not stingy in discussing this topic. Individuals have their own desires, and groups will generate collective desires. Even if all the people in the world formed a unified group, they might still take the battle to the cosmos. Isn't the invasion by the Otsutsuki clan a case in point? On the other hand, if humans were devoid of desires, how would they continue to survive and develop? Therefore, Kaito spread his hands. I don't harbor any thoughts of pursuing true peace. Izuna laughed. That's a cunning statement. But it somewhat resembles my own thoughts. Although I sometimes dreamed of a peaceful life, my thoughts were merely born out of weariness of war and were never as serious and intense as my brother's. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. My brother devoted his life to chasing a dream of peace, making things too hard for himself. Obsessively chasing a dream not only troubled himself but others as well. Kaito thought so but didn't voice it out loud. It seems staying here won't yield more clues. He turned to Yuri, who had been quietly standing by. Miss Yuri, can you take us to where the true owner of this dream resides? No problem at all, especially since it's Kaito's request. As Yuri spoke, her form exploded into numerous fluttering butterflies, enveloping the other two. Such a grand gesture went unnoticed by the bystanders. Let my magic power carry you there. As long as I don't reveal myself actively, the dream's owner won't detect us. Then please, lead the way. In the dream, Kaito and Izuna were merely segments of their consciousness, actually weightless, and were directly swept up by the butterflies. The butterflies swiftly navigated between the towering buildings of the hidden rain village, finally making a beeline for a spacious underground space. Long time no see, Nagato. It's all worth it for Yahiko's dream. Voices could be heard speaking, but the intruding butterflies moved as if entering an uninhabited land, settling in a corner of the space. Yuri's magic had isolated them from the dream, making them invisible and inaudible even to the dream's owner. Kaito looked up to see the two speakers. The true Nagato, a skinny man with red hair, looked nothing like the godlike pain persona known to the world. The woman with purple hair was the so-called angel, Konan of the Akatsuki. It seems the Konan outside is also a clone. Wait, why am I looking for logic in a dream? Kaito ceased his train of thought, observing the two before him, especially the dream's owner, Nagato. Their conversation continued. Are you sure about placing that thing here, Nagato? Yes, it's necessary to maintain deterrence. As Nagato finished forming hand signs, he summoned. Summoning Jutsu, Geto statue. Following Nagato's summoning, a massive humanoid creature made entirely of what appeared within the space. Is this the god tree? Feeling the creature's presence, Kaito was shocked. Miss Yuri. Correct. Yuri's voice grew heavier. This is the husk of the chakra tree after its energy was drained. However, it should have been sealed on the moon by Kaguya. Does Nagato's ability to summon it have something to do with the Rinnegan? Kaito frowned. He had thought Nagato's goal was merely to control the tailed beasts, not to use the god tree's husk to absorb their chakra. According to the plot of the dream, the husk had already absorbed all the tailed beasts without undergoing any changes. This suggests that Nagato, as the public face of Akatsuki, was unaware of the relationship between the god tree and the tailed beasts. Interesting. It seems everything has been meticulously planned by someone behind the Akatsuki. Kaito mused, luckily, this is just a dream, or we'd be facing the god tree in its complete form after regaining its chakra. So this is the so-called god tree. Izuna remained calm. My senses tell me it's not invincible. The nature of dreams is unstable, everything within comes from the dreamer's subjective consciousness. Yuri's voice rang out. Does that mean, in Nagato's consciousness, this entity is controllable? Kaito summarized. However, it appears that while Nagato, as the current leader of Akatsuki with the Rinnegan, holds power, he knows little of the real secrets. We can't find more secrets here. Please take us to the next dream, Miss Yuri. Kaito really knows how to make use of others. Although Yuri complained verbally, her actions were swift. With a flutter of butterfly wings, their surroundings transformed once more. In a boundless sea of flowers, a young boy and girl faced each other, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. The wind stirred, causing the flower sea to ripple and numerous petals to be swept into the sky. Tears streamed down the black-haired boy's face, his voice trembling slightly. I finally see you again, Rin. I knew it, the real you is here. The Rin who died was just a fake. The brown-haired girl smiled tenderly, squeezing the boy's hand tighter. Yes, I could never die. I've always been watching over you, Obito. Rin. Obito. Chapter 30, 30. Layers of Conspiracy. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Matthias Zink. Asterisk. Animal Path. Umar Jawd. Asterisk. Human Path. Samal Rees. Asterisk. Outer Path. Anil Singh. J. Jake. Ken Kaza. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P at Trian. P at Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. It's actually Obito. Kaito couldn't help but be somewhat shocked by the scene before him. Do you know him? Izuna asked. Kaito nodded. After all, both he and I were considered outcasts of the Uchiha clan. I was born unable to refine chakra, and although he had it better than me and could become a ninja, he was always at the bottom of his class at the ninja academy. Though we never interacted, I still knew of him. Later on, I heard he was sacrificed during the Great Ninja War, and before dying, he gave one of his Sharingan to a teammate who wasn't from our clan, which caused quite a stir at the time. I didn't expect he was still alive. Kaito sighed. It seems he's the one Obito mentioned who's been posing as Uchiha Madara. We need to take the initiative to probe him. Could you help, Miss Uri? Uri nodded and used a hint of magic, covertly infusing it into the girl Obito called Rin. Obito didn't notice the slight pause in Rin's movements in front of him. She continued to gaze at him with tender eyes, making him feel immensely happy. Rin, wait for me. I will create a perfect world where we can be together forever, he assured her earnestly, gripping her hand tightly. But aren't we together now? Rin, manipulated by Uri, tilted her head in confusion. No, Rin. Obito's form suddenly grew taller, transforming into his adult appearance, his voice deepening. I've grown up, but you've been stuck in this moment without changing. I need to create a perfect world where you can live normally. Wow, Obito, how are you going to do it? Uri took the opportunity to coax more information out of Obito. With infinite patience for the girl before him, Obito explained, once the Akatsuki has gathered all the tailed beasts, I will reclaim the Rinnegan that Madara entrusted to Nagato and become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Then, I'll launch the ultimate Genjutsu, Infinite Tsukuyomi, casting it upon the moon. His voice became excited. Then, everyone in the world will live within the Genjutsu, achieving eternal peace. Hearing Obito's words, Kaito's expression instantly became intrigued. Obito is really courting death. What Infinite Tsukuyomi? That's nothing but a technique using the God Tree to forcibly take away everyone's chakra. He explained to Izuna, I might have mentioned before, the real mastermind behind Akatsuki is Kaguya Otsutsuki's contingency plan, and those white creatures are the result of people who fell under the Infinite Tsukuyomi 1,000 years ago. That's not some ultimate genjutsu for achieving eternal peace, it's merely a means used by the puppeteer to resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki. Obito, you know so much now, Uri continued to subtly steer Obito's conversation. Hey, it's nothing, Obito scratched the back of his head, chuckling, all this was told to me by old man Madara. He wants me to use the Rinnegan's power to resurrect him when the time comes. But, I'm not planning to obediently follow through, he then touched his chest, this plan doesn't need him to appear again. Fulfilling his wish will also repay his debt of saving my life. Keep it up, Obito, I'll be waiting for you. I won't disappoint you, Rin. Rin was indeed very gentle, causing Obito's battered face to blush. Geez, what a complex web of conspiracies, layer upon layer of puppeteers behind the scenes. You understand now, right, Izuna? Kaito had already figured out the truth by now. Ah. Izuna's expression turned grim, the real puppet master deceived my brother, and my brother used this kid named Obito, who then manipulated the people of Akatsuki. Kaito said, the leader of Akatsuki wants to collect the tailed beasts to deter the nations, Madara and Obito want to launch Infinite Tsukuyomi, and the true puppet master behind them aims to resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki. Watching Obito casually chat about everyday topics, Kaito shook his head and then requested, please take us to another person's dream, Miss Uri. Hopefully, this time the target will be that puppet master. However, when they arrived at the next dream, they found it belonged to an ordinary ninja from the Hidden Rain village. He, I'm not as good as you say. No, how could I become the leader of the village? The trio didn't linger and directly passed through. Next was Conan's dream. The dream was simple. In it, she and Nagato were still young, along with a boy named Yuhiko and a dog named Chibi. The three kids and the dog lived together. Despite being orphans, they spent each day carefree, without a worry, always with happy smiles on their faces. After observing for a while and finding nothing noteworthy, Kaito and the others left directly. Several ordinary ninjas' dreams followed, which they mostly skipped over quickly. However, the content of the next dream made the trio a bit awkward. The space of this dream was very small, and it was set inside a bathroom. A white creature sat excitedly on the toilet, exclaiming, oh. I feel the urge to go. With a full head of question marks, the trio reluctantly left and continued to travel through dreams. Finally, they arrived at a dream that was clearly out of the ordinary. Across a vast expanse of land, countless white figures stood densely packed. On a high platform, gazed upon by numerous eyes, stood a woman with 2 horns on her head and long hair reaching the ground. That's Kaguya Otsutsuki. Uri's voice became a bit hurried. So, we've finally come to the puppet master's dream, haven't we? Kaito sighed. No, this is not a dream. Yuri's pace quickened. This is a mental space similar to a dream, but that woman is not a figment created by the dream. She's the real Kaguya Otsutsuki, and we've been discovered. Oh, then there's nothing we can do. Kaito frowned. Should we prepare to flee? No need. Yuri calmed down after a careful sensation. Fortunately, it's just a minuscule fragment of Kaguya Otsutsuki's consciousness. Although she can sense our intrusion, she currently lacks the ability to accurately pull us out. At that moment, Kaguya Otsutsuki's voice echoed from the distant platform. You've done well this time, Zetsu. It seems my resurrection will soon be successful. Thank you for your praise, Mother. I will definitely succeed in resurrecting you, Mother. A creepy male voice emerged from her sleeve. But now there are little mice that have sneaked in. Kaguya Otsutsuki sounded displeased. It really spoils my mood. Who dares to disturb my rare reunion with Mother? Unforgivable. As the male voice roared furiously, a large amount of thick black substance flowed out from Kaguya Otsutsuki's sleeve, roaring as it swept across the entire landscape. Not good. Seeing this scene, Kaito's face changed dramatically. We need to leave, now. Chapter 31, 31. Injured. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Matthias Zink. Asterisk. Animal Path. Umar Jawd. Asterisk. Human Path. Samal Rees. Asterisk. Outer Path. Anil Singh. J. Jake. Ken Kaza. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The black tide covered the sky, swirling throughout the space in an instant, and Kaito and the others' location was no exception. Yuri became somewhat anxious, not bothering to hide their position, and burst out with all her supernatural power. Little mice, found you. The moment Black Zetsu's voice came from afar, all the black liquid, like enraged beasts, swept towards their location. Yuri apologized. Sorry, the mental space was suddenly fortified. I need some time to break us out of here. Stay calm. I'll buy you some time. Kaito formed hand seals, protect. A blue light of spiritual power burst out, instantly forming a sphere that enveloped them, and then several talismans shot out from his body to the shield, barely holding off the black liquid's assault. Meanwhile, since they were just a part of the main body's consciousness, using a large amount of spiritual power made his figure turn transparent. Such terrifying malice. It's a power that can corrupt the soul. Kaito's tone was grave. Izuna, I can only hold on for 20 seconds. We must not let Miss Yuri get touched by that stuff. We are just a part of the main consciousness. At worst, we might suffer mental damage if discarded. But if Yuri gets infected, it might lead to her falling into darkness. Understood. Izuna nodded. I'll take over when the time comes. The black tide kept hitting the spherical shield but was steadily blocked by Kaito. After a dozen seconds, his figure had become as thin as air. It's all up to you now, Izuna. Susanoo. The moment Kaito nearly disappeared, Izuna did not hesitate to use his trump card. A giant purple, semi-transparent skeletal framework rose from the ground, seamlessly taking over Kaito's protective barrier and shielding the three of them. Is this the best we can do? Izuna frowned. Sorry, I can only hold on for 10 seconds with my limited power. Ha ha ha, you can't escape. Black Zetsu's voice grew more excited, launching an even fiercer attack. Yuri remained silent throughout. Crack, crack. The semi-transparent skeleton forming Susanoo began to turn black, and cracks started appearing on it. Kaito, now devoid of power, could only anxiously look towards Yuri, who had her eyes tightly shut. As Susanoo slowly broke apart, Kaito and Izuna used their last bit of strength to protect Yuri. Back at the Oyama Uchiha residence. When Kaito woke up, he felt a splitting headache, but he immediately looked around, concerned for their state. Miss Yuri. Seeing Yuri's figure lying on the floor, he first breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he clumsily got up and walked over to her, grabbing her hand. Miss Yuri. How are you? I'm fine, Kaito. Yuri opened her eyes weakly and said softly, in the final critical moment, I managed to escape by abandoning a part of my power. I'm sorry, this is my fault for dragging you into this. Kaito felt somewhat ashamed. It's not Kaito's fault. Yuri gave a pale smile. Ultimately, I was too careless and didn't detect the anomaly immediately. Don't talk anymore. Kaito frowned, bending down to pick up Yuri. Although Yuri's body didn't weigh much, he still staggered a bit as he got up. Let's focus on recovering now. He carried Yuri, staggering to his bedroom, and after stabilizing himself, gently placed the girl on the tatami. Kaito rubbed his temples, trying to clear his mind. After taking out bedding from the closet and making the bed, he finally moved Yuri onto it. Throughout, he didn't notice that Yuri had been watching him with gleaming eyes. Kaito is really gentle. Does this mean I'm going to start living together with Kaito? A pleased smile curved on her lips. She softly said, Kaito, you're also in a state of mental exhaustion. You should rest now. Kaito, come, sleep next to me. No, you rest first. Kaito forcefully closed and then reopened his eyes, shaking his head. I need to check on Izuna first. He barely stood up, leaning on the wall, and left the room with unsteady steps. Watching his back, Yuri puffed her cheeks. Humph, what a fool. Then, uncontrollably, she rubbed her face against the pillow. It smells like Kaito. Yuri slowly closed her eyes and drifted into rest. When Kaito entered another room, Izuna was already sitting on the floor meditating to recover. He didn't make a sound to disturb him, just silently observed for a while before sighing in relief. Izuna, it's good you're okay. Hiss. He clutched his head, feeling increasingly unbearable pain and sluggish thoughts, and simply sat down to meditate. Another morning, Sasuke had already gone to the dojo for sword practice. In the Uchiha residence, a man, a soul, and a specter silently sat in the living room, sipping tea. However, Yuri kept giving Kaito and Izuna resentful looks. Damn it. Stupid Kaito. Why did you leave me? You'd rather stay in a room with that dead man. Leaving me all alone in the bedroom. So it's not only female ghosts who steal men. Kaito sweated profusely. I didn't do it. Don't talk nonsense. What are you thinking about? Stop. Stop. I just couldn't bear the pain any longer and had to recover my spirit with Izuna. Izuna ignored their silent battle and broke the silence first. What was that last dream about? Kaito added, well, let's have the dream expert Miss Yuri explain to us. Yuri's expression returned to normal. She gently placed her teacup on the table and softly explained, dreams are made up of free spiritual energy in the subconscious, generally uncontrollable. Yesterday's final mental space was likely a spontaneous psychic resonance between Kaguya Otsutsuki and that black creature. This indicates she can now reach beyond her seal into the outside world. From what I've observed, Kaguya and that dark entity share a common origin and are closely linked. Kaito continued, that creature is entirely made of malice and filth. If I'm right, it was created by Kaguya using her purely evil spiritual energy mixed with the world's filth. It's an existence that can't be completely killed. Chapter 32, 32. Izuna and Madara. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Asterisk. Animal Path. Umar Jawd. Asterisk. Human Path. Joseph Stan. Asterisk. Outer Path. J. Jake. Ken Kaza. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. For the next few days, Kaito just stayed at home to recuperate. Daily activities included eating, sleeping, having stare-downs with Yuri, and guiding Sasuke's secret technique practice. During this time, Sasuke also met his look-alike ancestor, Izuna. As Kaito expected, perhaps because of their resemblance or because Sasuke is the last descendant of the family, Izuna was very gentle with this fate-stricken young boy. He even took over part of Sasuke's training. He disagreed with Sasuke only learning ancient swordsmanship. He is still a ninja, he cannot fight in the way of a samurai. That's what Izuna said to Kaito. Kaito thought it made sense. Ninjas and samurais have different fighting styles, and Sasuke is undoubtedly a ninja. Moreover, Sasuke's family had vanished when he was young, and he hadn't received a complete Uchiha ninja education. It was perfect for Izuna, the most traditional Uchiha ninja, to provide him with the basics. Izuna was also a ninja skilled in sword fighting. Kaito hoped that under Izuna's guidance, Sasuke could integrate what he learned from Onigiri into his skills. Time flew, and a week later, Kaito and others had fully recovered. They were finally ready to summon Uchiha Madara. Using the blood relation between Izuna and Madara, this summoning was successfully completed. Aren't you Obito? Who are you? The awakened Madara looked at the unfamiliar Uchiha youth with a disdainful gaze. There's no Obito here. Please take care, I am Kaito Uchiha, Madara. Kaito met Madara's gaze unfazed, showing a friendly smile, but I guess the person you most want to see is him. As he spoke, he stepped aside to reveal Izuna standing behind him. Madara's dominating expression instantly crumbled, he widened his eyes at the familiar smiling face, his voice trembling slightly, Izuna. Brother. Izuna stepped forward quickly and hugged Madara tightly. It's me, long time no see, brother. What exactly is going on? Feeling the state of himself and Izuna, Madara was furious, his gaze stabbing back at Kaito standing aside. Has the Uchiha clan also produced someone as annoying as Tobirama Senju? It's not Edo Tensei, Madara. Kaito smiled and waved his hand. It's just summoning, an ancient tradition of human wisdom. Humph, sweet talker. Madara scoffed, trying to use me and Izuna. I will make you pay the price. As he spoke, his aura began to rise sharply, a whirlwind whipped up in the room, and the wooden windows and sliding doors started to shake. But I still appreciate your courage, youngster. Kaito's hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, and he spread his hands helplessly. You're taking this too seriously, Madara. Perhaps it's best you have a good talk with Izuna first. I won't disturb you further. After saying that, he calmly turned and left the room, making sure to close the door behind him thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Izuna also took Madara's hand to stop him from acting rashly, looking seriously into his eyes. The kid is right, brother. I have a lot to discuss with you. If that's the case. Madara's aura instantly subsided, but his gaze towards his brother became dangerous. I also have a lot to discuss with Izuna, like giving your eyes to me without saying a word and then dying quietly. I'm sorry, brother. Izuna apologized earnestly, then firmly defended his actions, but at that time, I was doomed anyway. And I always felt that my eyes enabling brother to see again was wonderful. I wanted brother to use my eyes to continue leading the clan. Izuna. Madara placed his hand on his brother's head firmly. You were my only brother. After losing you, the clan meant much less to me. Brother is really willful. Izuna's gaze also became dangerous, so brother still went on to establish Konoha with that bastard Hashirama, and in the end, died alone, leaving our clan to perish. Are you blaming me? Madara ruffled his brother's hair more harshly. I'm not blaming you. Izuna sighed helplessly. I just think brother took on too much. Whether it's world peace or war, that wasn't brother's responsibility. While the Uchiha brothers from the Warring States period were having an earnest conversation, Kaito went to the living room where Uriai was. Were you kicked out, Kaito? Uriai was lazily sitting by the coffee table, and as expected, she began to tease him upon seeing him. Don't say that, Uriai. Kaito sat down opposite her. I just didn't want to disturb their brotherly bonding time. Always so stubborn. I'm just too considerate. The Uchiha brothers' conversation continued until late that night. When Kaito saw Madara again, the man who once looked down upon the world no longer had killing intent in his eyes. His mood didn't become despondent upon learning the truth, instead, he seemed somewhat excited. Because it's Izuna, I will believe everything he says is true, he simply stated, although it renders my life's efforts futile. From another perspective, it's quite interesting, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. He laughed heartily. I thought there was no one else in the world besides Hashirama who could match me in battle. But if the so-called Otsutsuki truly exist, they will surely make my blood boil again. Young man. He looked earnestly at Kaito. I've told Izuna all I had to say. But before the Otsutsuki appear, I won't offer you any help. That's enough, Madara. Kaito sincerely smiled. I still thank you for your help. Madara was noncommittal. Remember not to awaken me again until you've improved this technique. I won't be as kind as Izuna to accompany you in such trivial matters. With that, Madara used his power to shatter the paper he was bound to, returning to the Pure Land on his own accord. Kaito blinked, then curiously looked at Izuna. You and your brother have reunited, don't you need more time together, Izuna? There's no need. I'll suffice until the real enemy appears. Izuna's voice seemed much lighter than before. Let brother rest a bit longer. Chapter 33, 33. Resurrection Plan. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Asterisk. Animal Path. Umar Jod. Asterisk. Human Path. Joseph Stan. Asterisk. Outer Path. J. Jake. Ken Kaza. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Today, in the forest where the tree spirit leader, Ma, resides, various yokai continue to visit. Is everyone here? A plump man looked around. Uriai and Kaito haven't arrived yet. The woman with a voluptuous figure next to him responded, really, that Uriai, she moved into Kaito's place a few days ago, didn't she? Ah, don't be jealous of me, Kieiji. Uriai's voice arrived, followed by the fluttering of butterflies. A girl in colorful clothes and a young man in simple black attire arrived hand in hand. You've arrived. Really, you're not shy at all, Uriai, Kieiji teased with a seductive smile. Uriai seemed unconcerned. You're the one. We're yokai. Why should we follow human conventions? Uriai's right, another girl in red clothes with a cold face nodded. Really, Kaori, you don't get the joke, Kieiji looked at the girl in red somewhat helplessly. Kaito, ignoring the yokai women's nonsensical chatter, greeted everyone. Hello, everyone. Sorry, I'm not late, am I? Everyone nodded in response. Now that everyone's here, Yuta, Saburo, Onigiri, Kaori, Kieiji, Uriai, and Kaito, Ma, who had been silent, spoke. I called you all here to discuss our next plan. Just following Ma's orders will do. Yuta, patting his plump belly, laughed heartily. We yokai aren't really good at strategy. Let's leave the planning to Ma and Kaito. We'll act according to the plan, Saburo, the short one, added. Soon, the others agreed as well. Hey, you're all too good at slacking off, Kaito complained helplessly. No choice, Saburo looked up at Kaito. In the many years before Kaito's arrival, we made no significant progress. Thanks to you, the situation has improved. Kaito is really smart. Don't be modest, our current situation is already quite good, Uriai also agreed. Kaito didn't overly humble himself and proceeded to explain in detail the intelligence he had gathered recently and the action plans he had prepared. Yokai tend to be straightforward and brutal, their thoughts do not align with humans. They lack the patience for detailed planning and strategizing. Before Kaito's arrival in Oyama, their only plan was to wait. Should the Otsutsuki reappear, they would stake their lives to battle them. If not, then there would be nothing to worry about. Since Kaito's arrival and his understanding of history, he actively proposed a series of action plans, which granted him significant influence. The 7 yokai gathered were the oldest and strongest in Oyama, essentially the 7 leaders of the yokai. Ma, a tree spirit that appeared even before the ancient times. As tree spirits rarely move, Ma chose to stay to protect Oyama during the last war and is one of the few great yokai that survived. Yuta, the leader of the Tanuki clan. Due to the Tanuki clan's strong transformation and camouflage abilities, they survived the war as intelligence officers. Saburo, the youngest of the famous Kamaitachi brothers from the war. His 2 brothers perished, and he is the only yokai who survived that war. Onigiri, a Tsukumagami of swords. A famous sword left by a warrior who died on the battlefield, which later became a Tsukumagami after being brought to Oyama, now one of the strongest yokai in combat. Kaori, originally a Higanbana, red spider lily, from Yomi, the underworld. She escaped the catastrophe when Kagaya Otsutsuki destroyed the underworld using the god tree, the only yokai born in Yomi that survived. Kieiji, a spider yokai. Spider women, usually known as Juragumo in human legends. Although born after the war, inheriting stories from her predecessors, Kieiji became one of the few yokai still known among humans today. It wasn't really a battle. That was just a fragment of Kagaya Otsutsuki's consciousness, not comparable to her real self, Kaito clarified, and the one who attacked us was that strange entity named Black Zetsu. According to Kaito, if the human organization known as Akatsuki progresses smoothly, Kagaya Otsutsuki will soon descend upon our world, Onigiri said with a serious expression. We must prepare for battle. Saburo, with his normally cute face, suddenly turned fierce. Kagaya Otsutsuki, I will avenge my brothers. Everyone, be cautious. We might face more than just Kagaya Otsutsuki, Ma warned with a grave expression. Don't forget, Kagaya wasn't alone when she came to this world 1,000 years ago. There was a man named Ishiki Otsutsuki who worked with her, fighting side by side. But wasn't Ishiki Otsutsuki killed by Kagaya later on? Saburo looked at Ma, puzzled. Ishiki Otsutsuki might not have truly died. Kaito took over the conversation. Although Kagaya killed him after achieving victory to monopolize the chakra fruit, we must still prepare thoroughly in case that man could also resurrect. What a hassle, Yuta patted his belly, looking worried. Our collective strength as yokai has declined too much compared to 1,000 years ago. That's why we need to expedite the resurrection plan, Kaito continued. For the Shikigami project, I'll be heading to the human world soon, and I hope some yokai can join me to add fuel to the resurrection plan. We indeed need more powerful beings, Ma agreed. If those great yokai could be successfully resurrected, our chances of winning would greatly increase. So, proceed as you've planned, Kaito. I will, Ma. Kaito nodded. I hope you can select some yokai skilled in hiding and spreading messages, to revive the legends of the great yokai among humans. Asterisk. 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 A/NP at Trian Price Update. Tier 1 Deva Path, $2 for 10 chapters of Naruto, Shikigami Aizen plus 5 chapters of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle. Tier 2 Animal Path, $5 for 20 chapters of Naruto, Shikigami Aizen plus 10 chapters of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle plus 5 chapters of Uchiha with glasses. Tier 3 Human Path, $10 for 30 chapters of Naruto, Shikigami Aizen plus 20 chapters of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle plus 15 chapters of Uchiha with glasses. Tier 4 Outer Path, $15 for 40 chapters of Naruto, Shikigami Aizen plus 30 chapters of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle plus 20 chapters of Uchiha with glasses. Chapter 34, 34. Before departure. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Asterisk. Animal Path. Umar Jod. Asterisk. Human Path. Joseph Stan. Asterisk. Outer Path. J. Jake. Ken Kaza. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The resurrection plan Kaito mentioned was a contingency prepared by Mo at the start of the war 1,000 years ago. Yokai, unlike humans or other creatures, fuse their soul with their body during their transformation into yokai, causing them to completely dissipate upon death. Ma, perhaps due to his plant nature, is more calm and thoughtful than other great yokai and not overly proud. Before the war started, he suggested that yokai leave a bit of their original yokai power with him to prevent total annihilation. Unfortunately, most yokai found this unnecessary at the time, too proud to believe in their defeat. In the end, only a few yokai close to Mo reluctantly complied. What the yokai didn't expect was their devastating defeat in the war. Even their forced cooperation with humans couldn't turn the tide. Kaguya Otsutsuki, having consumed the chakra fruit, became an immortal being with astonishing combat strength. Despite her lack of extensive combat experience, her coordination with the Shiki Otsutsuki made it impossible for yokai and humans to find any opportunity to win. Nearly all yokai and humans involved in the direct combat perished, with only the swiftest Saburo escaping back thanks to his brother's cover. Faced with such dire circumstances, Mo, remaining in Oyama, was powerless and could only recall all yokai and completely go into hiding. While the few great yokai who left a bit of their original power weren't truly dead, resurrection with just a bit of yokai power was incredibly difficult. Even after 1,000 years of Mo's nurturing, little progress was made. After learning about this situation, Kaito proposed an alternative plan, using legend amplification to accelerate the resurrection process. He first thought of using the tailed beasts, undoubtedly the most legendary creatures in the shinobi world. Among the yokai who left their original power were a cat yokai and a fox yokai, somewhat similar to the Two Tails and Nine Tails tailed beasts. It's highly possible that the Sage of Six Paths referred to some yokai legends when creating the nine-tailed beasts. Thus, Kaito had yokai discreetly spread some tales about the tailed beasts in the shinobi world. For example, depicting the Two Tails as a cat yokai that can control spirits and the Nine Tails as a fox yokai capable of moving mountains and seas. As the tailed beasts were the ultimate weapons of the villages, few truly understood them, not even their Jinchuriki. So, these tales quickly gained traction, recently being accepted as fact. Kaito then used a curse to link the cat and fox yokai with those two-tailed beasts. Although they could only live by attaching to the tailed beasts for now, who says they can't make the tailed beasts their subordinates in the end? Though challenging, it wasn't impossible. What surprised Kaito was the already abundant legend surrounding the Great Tengu and Crow Tengu, deeply connected to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan's ultimate dojutsu, Susanoo, often takes the form of a Great Tengu or Crow Tengu in its complete state. Unfortunately, the rarity of the Mangekyo Sharingan didn't contribute much to increasing the legend's reach. But Kaito made many efforts to spread their stories far and wide, even having their statues erected at the entrance of the most famous temple in the Land of Fire, Hozoen. The benefits of these actions were clear. Now, the original powers of these few yokai placed in the Celestial Towers array within Oyama have ignited their life flames. Now that yokai's existence has been discovered by enemies, Kaito is even more determined to fuel the fire, planning to create more remarkable stories to spread the presence of yokai more widely among humans. After finalizing the action plan, Kaito prepared to head to the shinobi world. Before doing so, he sought out Sasuke for a conversation. Over time, Sasuke had made significant progress under everyone's guidance, especially with Kaito Uchiha filling in the systematic family education gaps, allowing Sasuke's strength to leap forward. He even made an entry into mastering spiritual power techniques. Unexpectedly, he ultimately declined the promise to see his parents again. "I want to show my mom and dad how I've grown up completely," he said. Kaito Uchiha and Kaito Uchiha both showed their appreciation. When Kaito Uchiha asked if Sasuke would like to accompany him to Konoha, Sasuke remained silent for a long time before hesitantly shaking his head. "Although I really want to take action myself and make those involved pay," Sasuke said, clenching his fist, holding back something, "but I know my time is running out." He looked at Kaito Uchiha with determination. "I must grow quickly to defeat that guy Itachi." He then confidently smiled, "An uncle's plan, saving the world and such, I want to make the most dazzling performance, making the world praise the name of Uchiha." "Well done," Kaito Uchiha patted Sasuke's shoulder. "Sasuke has matured." He added, "If you had insisted, I would have taken you with me. But honestly, you wouldn't have been of much help to the mission." Sasuke just hummed in response, without any argument. "Making choices, focusing on a more important future, I'm very pleased," Kaito Uchiha encouraged. "For this mission, my main goal is to get the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique data. With that, the new curse mark I promised you will soon be completed." "Ah, I'll be waiting," Sasuke said somewhat happily. "I'll also unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan as soon as possible, so I won't miss your next action again." "Don't rush," Kaito Uchiha reminded. "In the cultivation of spiritual power techniques, mindset is very important, impatience won't yield good results. I understand, Sasuke nodded in agreement. After arranging things with Sasuke, Kaito Uchiha went to find his read-as best friend written as means of transportation, Gyur. Kukukuku. Kaito, I'm going to break off our friendship. Gyur was very displeased. You haven't come to play with me these days, and now you come asking for help. Don't be so petty, Gyur. Kaito Uchiha didn't mind the all yokai's anger, smiling gently. After all, we're best friends who grew up together. Gyur will definitely help me, right? Who grew up with you? Gyur was even more irritated. I only learned how to grow bigger after meeting you. Don't sweat the small stuff. Kaito Uchiha stroked Gyur's feathers. Ah, your feathers have become much prettier. Of course, I've been taking good care of them. Gyur said proudly. Kaito Uchiha casually mentioned, since that's the case, you should show off more in front of people, maybe you'll even become a legend. Gyur's eyes sparkled, seemingly helpless. I can't believe you, but since we're best friends, I'll go with you. Asterisk. 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 A/NP at Trian price update. Tier 1 Deva Path, $2 for 10 chapters of Naruto, Shikigami Aizen plus 5 chapters of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle. Tier 2 Animal Path, $5 for 20 chapters of Naruto, Shikigami Aizen plus 10 chapters of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle plus 5 chapters of Uchiha with glasses. Tier 3 Human Path, $10 for 30 chapters of Naruto, Shikigami Aizen plus 20 chapters of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle plus 15 chapters of Uchiha with glasses. Tier 4 Outer Path, $15 for 40 chapters of Naruto, Shikigami Aizen plus 30 chapters of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle plus 20 chapters of Uchiha with glasses. Chapter 35, 35. Memories of Uchiha Kaito. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Asterisk. Animal Path. Umar Jod. Asterisk. Human Path. Joseph Stan. Asterisk. Outer Path. J. Jake. Ken Kaza. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P at Trian. P at Trian.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Miss Chiri. Kaito finally visited the Great Hall of the castle tower guarded by Uchiha Chiri. Kaito. Upon seeing Kaito, Uchiha Chiri immediately made her presence known. I'm planning to make another trip to Konoha. Miss Chiri, would you like to join me? Kaito directly stated his intention. You haven't left this place for a long time, would you like to go out and see? I understand what you intend to do. Uchiha Chiri looked at the young man with a gaze full of affection. It should be done, at least we need to retrieve what belongs to the Uchiha clan. Miss Chiri, please don't look at me with those eyes, I'm already over 20 years old. Kaito felt somewhat uncomfortable, so, Miss Chiri, would you like to go back with me? This might be our last visit to Konoha. Kaito has really grown up. Uchiha Chiri did not let him off easily. I still remember the first time we met, how cute you were. Of course. I was only 3 years old then, the peak of cuteness. Kaito shamelessly accepted the compliment. It's also thanks to Kaito, otherwise, I would have dissipated long ago. Where, I'm the one who should thank Miss Chiri for your companionship and encouragement. I didn't do much. As the topic reached this point, Kaito couldn't help but recall the past. It was an abandoned old house located in a secluded part of the clan area where 3-year-old Kaito ran to avoid his father's scolding. There, he saw a woman he had never seen before, standing in the house, enveloped in solitude. Who is Big Sister? How come I've never seen you in the clan before? The child, with tears still in his eyes, curiously looked at the woman, awakening her thoughts. She slowly turned her head, didn't answer, just stared blankly at the child's clear, bright eyes. After a while, her expressionless face strained into a smile. The young Kaito didn't mind, instead, he was happy to sense a bit of kindness and started talking to the silent, big sister about his troubles non-stop. Kaito's birth had brought misfortune. His weak and sickly mother died from exhaustion after giving birth to him. His father harbored resentment, never looking at him directly. Fortunately, there was an older sister in the family, over a decade his senior, who didn't blame him for their mother's death like their father did but instead was very compassionate towards him. So, until that day arrived, he didn't feel anything was wrong. Anyway, he didn't like that cold and rigid old man. With his sister's care, other kind elders in the clan, and a few good friends, he could live happily every day. Everything took a downturn after he began trying to practice ninjutsu. It wouldn't have been much of an issue if it was just due to having too little chakra to become a ninja, as there weren't a lack of such individuals in the clan. The key issue was that Kaito's chakra-insulating physique was too rare, something that had never occurred before. Because it was so unusual, everyone in the clan became aware of this fact. Since then, he began receiving odd looks from other clan members. His friends stopped playing with him, preferring to mock him instead. And the adult's looks of pity or disdain made him fearful, nearly afraid to leave the house. His father, Uchiha Sho, as a respected elder in the clan, couldn't stand the sympathy and pity from others, let alone his son becoming such a well-known, useless person. So, he stopped ignoring his child and grew more hateful, scolding him now and then. This was still moderated because Uchiha Makoto, who had risen in status due to her engagement to the next clan leader, firmly protected her brother, otherwise, it would have been worse. Uchiha Chiri was the only person who showed kindness to Kaito during that time, prompting him to confide in her. After their first meeting, Kaito often sneaked into the abandoned house to spend time with Uchiha Chiri. Though the elder sister never spoke to him, he felt a long-lost sense of relaxation. Over time, Uchiha Chiri gradually changed. Her expression became less rigid, and her smiles more tender, much like the mother Kaito imagined. Then one day, she spoke. "Don't be disheartened, Kaito," she gently told the boy in front of her, upset from seeing his friends practice ninjutsu. "You possess a power others do not, a unique talent." "But I don't have any talent, big sister, you don't need to comfort me," Kaito responded gloomily. The woman reached out to touch his head. "I'm not lying to you, because only you can see me." "How is that possible?" Kaito was skeptical. Uchiha Chiri softly said, "I have been dead for a long time, now just a ghost." "Are you afraid, Kaito?" "No," Kaito shook his head vigorously. "Miss Chiri is so kind, even as a ghost she is a good ghost, she wouldn't harm me." "Is that so?" "You're really sweet, Kaito," Uchiha Chiri smiled tenderly. "So, Kaito, there's no need to envy others. You have a talent they never possessed. I was about to dissipate, but it's because I stayed near you that I've recovered." "Really?" Kaito's eyes twinkled. "I knew it, I am not worthless." Afterward, Kaito entered a new phase of life. He became extremely confident, no longer caring about others' views, even believing he was destined for great things. He proudly told others he could see ghosts, but apart from his sister, no one believed him, leading to many jokes. From being deemed worthless, he was now labeled a liar. Despite this, Kaito was unshaken, continually believing in himself with encouragement from Uchiha Chiri. However, as he grew older, he became completely marginalized within his clan. Apart from his elder sister, Kaito, no one else paid him any mind. Even though he was smart enough to see the clan's awkward situation within Konoha, no one listened to him. A person without power doesn't have the right to be heard. Kaito deeply understood this. Although he believed in his talent, he couldn't continue to wait aimlessly. He planned to travel outside, knowing that talent without a method was useless for gaining strength. He had to find his own path to becoming stronger. Fortunately, fate was on his side. Before he could embark on his travels, a butterfly spirit accidentally entered his dream. From then on, he saw a whole new world. Kaito, brought back from his memories by Uchiha Chiri's unchanged face over the years, again suggested, "Miss Chiri, come with me this time. I might need your help." "All right," Uchiha Chiri finally agreed. "Maybe it's good to make a final decision." Chapter 36, 36. Sneaking into Konoha. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Asterisk. Animal Path. Umar Jod. Asterisk. Human Path. Joseph Stan. Asterisk. Outer Path. J. Jake. Ken Kaza. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. After everything was prepared, Kaito set off with Uchiha Chiri and Uchiha Izuna on Gyur. The yokai required for the resurrection plan also dispersed, secretly infiltrating the shinobi world to start their operations, all the while maintaining their cover. Their journey kept them high above the clouds, except for occasional landings in uninhabited areas for rest. They arrived near Konoha, in a forest close to the land of fire, without alarming anyone. After allowing Gyur to roam freely, the trio stood atop the tall trees, looking towards Konoha from a distance. "It's been 10 years since I've been back here. Seems like a lot has changed," Kaito commented, shading his eyes with his hand as he observed the bustling village below. Uchiha Chiri and Uchiha Izuna remained silent, each absorbed in their own thoughts. Uchiha Chiri appeared to struggle with mixed feelings towards the somewhat unfamiliar yet familiar landscape before her. In contrast, Uchiha Izuna frowned at the sight of the Hokage rock, clearly displeased with the memorial to the Senju brothers. "From now on, we'll need to move with even greater stealth," Kaito suggested. "I plan to directly infiltrate the Uchiha clan area and get settled." "That should work. Konoha's protective barrier is hardly a challenge for Kaito," Uchiha Chiri agreed with a nod. Uchiha Izuna, who harbored no affection for Konoha, voiced his irritation. "It's all because you've been too slow. If I could fully utilize my power, we could just barge in directly." "Haha, sorry, all my fault," Kaito replied dryly, brushing off the criticism. But, storming in isn't exactly your style, is it, Izuna? Let's stop the chatter, Uchiha Izuna replied, still visibly upset. Let's see what you can manage. Kaito internally questioned his own capabilities, feeling somewhat helpless. He had no intention of causing a major disturbance in Konoha. His goal was merely to discreetly secure some advantages and eliminate certain individuals quietly, not to attract widespread attention. Avoiding unnecessary conflicts was preferable since a major incident would inevitably draw the attention of Konoha's shinobi. Without a significant reason, Kaito preferred not to engage in pointless battles. However, Kaito didn't argue further with Uchiha Izuna, focusing instead on ensuring the success of his plan. So, I'll have to inconvenience you, Miss Chiri, and you, Izuna, for a while. After Kaito formed hand seals, Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Chiri rapidly shrank into two small paper figures perched on his shoulders. Hurry up and get moving, the paper figure of Izuna commanded, slapping Kaito's ear sharply. All right, Kaito conceded, urging them to hold tight. He then used a paper seal on himself to conceal his presence and bypass the patrolling shinobi, heading toward the Naka River area. According to Sasuke, the Uchiha clan was relocated near the Naka River after the Ninetales incident. That area, being on the edge of the village, allows us easy access, Kaito explained as they advanced swiftly. There's a shrine built by our clan near the river, the Naka Shrine, where we can take shelter. The Naka Shrine. Uchiha Chiri's voice emerged, revealing her interest. It secretly houses a stone tablet passed down from the Sage of the Six Paths, accessible only to clan members with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Oh, I wasn't aware of that, Kaito admitted, intrigued. What does the tablet say? The tablet outlines the conditions for the Sharingan's evolution. Only those with the requisite eyes can decode more of its contents. I discovered the method to unlock the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan there, Uchiha Izuna added. That's why I gave my eyes to my brother. It looks like that tablet might be problematic, Kaito remarked, puzzled. I doubt the Sage of the Six Paths would leave behind such instructions that could potentially incite fratricide. Who knows? Uchiha Izuna didn't seem overly concerned about the matter. Or to put it another way, ever since Kaito awakened Uchiha Chiri from the Pure Land, he had already encountered so many bizarre pieces of information. Even if he were told now that the stone tablet passed down from the ancestors of the Uchiha had issues, he wouldn't be too surprised on the surface. As for his feelings, well, he was quite annoyed. Of course, he was just angry that the clan had been deceived, but he didn't feel there was anything wrong with giving his eyes to his brother. Miss Chiri, we're approaching the barrier, Kaito reminded. No problem, Kaito didn't stop, we don't have any chakra fluctuations right now, so the barrier won't react. He then increased his speed again, fleeting like a vanishing shadow, expertly avoiding the denser patrol routes of the Leaf Shinobi and successfully sneaked into the Naka Shrine. Upon entering the shrine's main hall, Kaito, without waiting for Uchiha Chiri's reminder, accurately located the entrance to the basement through sensing. Once in the basement, Kaito's spiritual power ignited a blue flame in his hand, illuminating the underground space, and he immediately saw the stone tablet. His expression became odd again, I can see everything written on it. He first tossed the spiritual flame to hover in the air, then used a spell to restore Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Chiri to their normal sizes, and read aloud the entire contents of the tablet to them. The supreme deity sought peace, divided the forces of yin and yang, opposing forces that, when combined as one, gave birth to all things in existence. About this, my brother has already told me, Uchiha Izuna said. It was after seeing the contents of this tablet that he sought the power of Senju Hashirama, eventually awakening the Rinnegan. It feels very strange, where does this sense of incongruity come from? Kaito stroked his chin, is the condition too specific? Apart from Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, other Uchiha and Senju members couldn't possibly achieve it. His curiosity piqued, he directly moved closer and squatted in front of the tablet, completely absorbed in studying it. Kaito is still the same, once he finds something of interest, he becomes completely engrossed in it. Uchiha Chiri, somewhat helplessly, started talking to Uchiha Izuna as they watched Kaito's engrossed figure, but it's precisely because of this that he's been able to grow to his current level without anyone teaching him. After all, those traditions about the ancient Onmyoji are too profound and complex, ordinary people might find it difficult to grasp. The Uchiha have never lacked geniuses, Uchiha Izuna said proudly, though there was a hint of admiration in his eyes, but, this kid is indeed not bad. Chapter 37. Exploring Konoha. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Asterisk. Animal Path. Umar Jod. Asterisk. Human Path. Joseph Stan. Asterisk. Outer Path. Ken Kaza. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito delved into the stone tablet for a while but couldn't decipher it, and reluctantly decided to focus on the task at hand. I can't figure it out, so I might as well get down to business. He stood up, brushed off his clothes, and spread a stack of small paper figures on the ground. Attach. With a hand seal from Kaito, the small paper figures began to twitch and then slowly stood up. Go. Have a good look around. As he changed the seals with his hands, the paper figures quickly scattered in different directions, disappearing from the basement in an instant. Miss Chiri, I've sent the paper Shikigami to infiltrate the interior of the Leaf Village, Kaito said. The Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki were once renowned clans in the shinobi world, leaving behind various jutsu, sealing techniques, and documents, most of which should be in the Leaf now. How sad, Uchiha Izuna said mockingly. The village that Senju Hashirama built for peace, and the two brothers served as the first and second Hokage, yet they couldn't even maintain their family's reputation. Well, there was nothing that could be done about it. Senju Tobirama had no say in the selection of the third Hokage, Kaito speculated. The other clans in the village wouldn't just watch the Senju clan hold the Hokage position forever. This is evident from the fact that he didn't take a clan member as a disciple. Without the protection of the Hokage, the Senju clan suffered greatly in the wars, and he had no choice but to let his clan members abandon their surname. That makes sense, Izuna sneered. After all, the Senju clan is special in this village. Other families might survive in their time of weakness, but the Senju couldn't. Yes, Senju Hashirama was too powerful, so powerful that everyone feared him. And the destruction of the Uchiha clan, the fuse was with Senju Tobirama. He too was afraid of another Uchiha Izuna emerging. Kaito narrowed his eyes. Just as mortals may worship the gods, they also deeply fear the gods' incomprehensible power. Humph, a despicable and shameless traitor, trash Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Izuna bristled at the mention of Senju Tobirama. However, Kaito felt that as the Uchiha clan's former second-in-command, who had long opposed Senju Tobirama, he was actually the same type of person as Senju Tobirama. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. It wouldn't be good to provoke the senior to explode on the spot. I'll also go out for reconnaissance, Kaito, Uchiha Chiri suddenly suggested. As long as I maintain the form of a ghost, others won't be able to see me. Besides, Izuna is completely unfamiliar with the leaf, and Kaito is not a shinobi, only I can quickly locate the target. Miss Chiri. Kaito looked at Uchiha Chiri in surprise. Although it might waste some time, my paper Shikigami will find it. No, Kaito, Uchiha Chiri gently shook her head. You don't really understand the habits of shinobi, only I can ensure no oversight. After a moment of thought, Kaito could only reluctantly agree, then okay, thank you for your hard work. He formed another seal, releasing Uchiha Chiri from the paper figure and returning her to a ghostly state. Please be careful, Miss Chiri. I will, don't worry. Uchiha Chiri then floated up through the floor above and began her reconnaissance. Miss Chiri also had equal love for the village and the clan. Although the sudden appearance of many Mangekyo Sharingan within the Uchiha caused panic in the Leaf, leading to internal strife in the Uchiha, Kaito spoke in a somewhat complex tone. But she only developed the extraordinarily powerful genjutsu called Izanami to defeat those who abused Izanagi, quelling the internal strife. She didn't expect that even though the Uchiha suffered great losses in the internal strife, the fear and suspicion in the Leaf would not easily disappear. In the end, Miss Chiri was assassinated by the Leaf's higher-ups in collaboration with some in the clan who were eager for power and profit. She must have felt very resentful, Kaito said regretfully. She was betrayed by the clan she wanted to protect. TCH, it shows that since joining the Leaf, there have been more and more fools in the clan. Izuna remarked. On the other side, as time passed, Kaito's paper Shikigami had spread throughout every corner of the Leaf village. Due to the small size of the paper figures, the absence of chakra fluctuations, and their ability to blend into the environment at any time, they went undetected by anyone. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office within the Hokage building, the atmosphere was tense. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, was silently glaring at the three members of the Leaf's advisory council. Old fogies living off past glories. She cursed them fiercely in her mind. Faced with the Hokage's anger, the three elderly council members showed no sign of backing down. Tsunade, you shouldn't have let the Jinchuriki leave the village at such a critical time. Hamura Mitokato squinted at Tsunade. It's too risky to entrust the Jinchuriki to Jiraiya alone without knowing the exact strength of the Akatsuki. If it's just for teaching the Jinchuriki, it can still be done within the village, Kohara Udatane added. Enough with the Jinchuriki, Jinchuriki. Tsunade exclaimed angrily, the kid's name is Naruto Uzumaki. And Jiraiya has confirmed that the Akatsuki's next attack will be in 3 years. Humph, Danzo Shimura, who had been silent until now, spoke up, such uncertain information cannot be taken as a basis. Losing the Nine Tails would cause a huge loss to the village. Who will take responsibility then? Tsunade struggled to contain her rage. Even if the Akatsuki plans to attack Naruto during this time, it's still better to leave him with Jiraiya. The leaf is in a vulnerable state right now, and we must ensure that the enemy doesn't cause trouble here. Jiraiya and the others have unpredictable movements and can always use the summoning jutsu to go to Mount Mayaboku, so there shouldn't be much danger. Danzo's sole visible eye gleamed as he stepped forward and stared at Tsunade. Jiraiya is too unreliable. The Jinchuriki should be secretly handed over to me, so he can be completely hidden. Upon hearing this, Tsunade could no longer hold back her explosive anger. She slammed her hand on the desk, shattering it, and yelled, "Enough with the nagging. I am the Hokage now." Chapter 38, 38.Crazy. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Asterisk. Animal Path. Umar Jod. Asterisk. Human Path. Joseph Stan. Asterisk. Outer Path. Ken Kaza. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The discussion in the Hokage's office, of course, ended on a sour note. Since Naruto had already been taken away by Jiraiya, the three advisors expressing their disapproval was already too late. Or rather, they knew Tsunade wouldn't heed their advice on this matter. Still, they felt compelled to make the trip, as doing so would force her to compromise on other matters. "Lady Tsunade, are you all right?" The Hokage's secretary, Shizun, was tidying up while looking worriedly at Tsunade, who still wore a scowl. "I'm fine." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively and stood up to walk to the window. "Those old geezers are really stubborn." Her tone was still irritable, relying on their seniority, all spoiled by that old man, Hiruzen. "He really left me a mess to clean up." "You've worked hard, Lady Tsunade." Shizun finished tidying up and stood respectfully behind Tsunade. Tsunade's expression softened as she gazed out at the village. "This is my duty as the Hokage. To protect the village that her grandfather loved so dearly and to fulfill the dreams of Hashirama and Tobirama. This was her goal when she took on the role of Hokage. Lady Tsunade." Shizun, looking at Tsunade's determined silhouette, was full of admiration. "You will surely protect the village. You will indeed become a great Hokage, Lady Tsunade." Meanwhile, the three advisors were slowly walking through the corridors of the Hokage building. They were feeling somewhat irritated too. Tsunade is becoming more and more unreasonable, showing no respect for her elders. Hamura Kaito complained, "We, as the Hokage's advisors, offer our suggestions, and she must consider them seriously. Tsunade is not like Hiruzen after all." Kohara Udatane sighed, "We have no understanding with her." Danzo Shimura, with his lone eye devoid of emotion, glanced at his colleagues and sneered inwardly. These two old fools had lost the bearing of a shinobi after years of comfortable living. Just talk and no action, worthless. It seems that the future of the leaf can only depend on me. Only I can save this increasingly decaying village. Therefore, I must become the Hokage. Unbeknownst to them, as they moved, several small paper figures suddenly appeared on the ground and quietly attached themselves to them, disappearing without a trace afterward. At that moment, in the Naka Shrine's basement, Kaito, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. Danzo Shimura, that old bastard. Absolutely insane. What's wrong? Sensing the faint anger in Kaito, Izuna spoke up. "It's unbelievable," Kaito said grimly, "that damn old man Danzo has transplanted 11 Sharingan into himself." "That Danzo? Hiruzen comrade." Izuna frowned deeply, but how did he manage to do it? It's no wonder Izuna was no longer focused on being angry because the situation Kaito described was incredibly astonishing. In his era, while the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan was coveted by many, no one had ever succeeded. Without the Uchiha's bloodline, one would be cursed by the power of the Sharingan. This meant that even if someone managed to transplant it forcibly, they couldn't utilize its full potential. Hearing about Kakashi Hatake from the Hatake clan successfully transplanting a Sharingan was already rare enough. He had thought maybe it had something to do with the will of the Sharingan's original owner. But now, what was he hearing? 11 Sharingan. It was utterly inconceivable. Kaito frowned, formed hand seals, and closed his eyes. "I need to investigate this carefully." After a while, he opened his eyes. His right eye is a Mangekyo Sharingan, and on his right arm, there are 10 normal Sharingan. It's because he transplanted some sort of highly vitality yang attribute special cells into his right arm, neutralizing the yin attribute power of the Sharingan. His expression was a mix of amusement and disbelief. Those cells, after much thought, could only come from Hashirama Senju. "Ha ha 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 ha." Izuna burst into laughter. "Hashirama, huh? He's got what he deserved. It's just too hilarious." It was understandable when his brother used his powers, as they were equally matched opponents. But it was laughably absurd to be desecrated by future generations after his death. However, as he laughed, his expression darkened again. And he coldly said, "So, those are the spoils of war when the Uchiha clan was annihilated." Such audacity. Kid, when do you plan to act? Please be patient for now, Izuna-san. Kaito bowed slightly. I must first obtain the other items before taking action against that old man, otherwise, it would alert the enemy. Humph, I'll listen to you for now. Izuna had no objections. I'll join you when the time comes. We must make that bastard pay a sufficient price. However, if we want to retrieve the intact eyes, we need to prepare well, Kaito mused. Izanagi, huh? Izuna caught on, then his face darkened, indeed troublesome. I have a plan, Kaito said with a steely determination. I'll make him hand over the Sharingan willingly. Oh. Then I'll look forward to it, Izuna showed an eager expression. Kaito didn't specify what actions he would take next, and they fell silent, waiting for more information and Izuna's return. Afterward, through the investigation by the paper human familiars and Izuna, Kaito had some gains. The ninjutsu and archives of the Uchiha and Senju clans were mostly stored in the Hokage building's library. Though the place was heavily guarded, instructing the paper human familiars to silently copy a set wasn't a difficult task for Kaito. After the copying, he tampered with all parts originally belonging to the Uchiha, planning to thoroughly destroy them when leaving. As for the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, they were ultimately found in Danzo Shimura's possession. Kaito could only marvel at Danzo Shimura. True to his reputation, he sent out more paper human familiars to follow his movements and was astounded by his collections. Including the Sharingan, Hashirama cells, and various clans' ninjutsu and secret techniques, it was indeed a sight to behold. It showed how many despicable deeds that mad old man had done in secrecy. Humph. Truly fitting for a disciple taught by that trash. Just as despicable and shameless. Izuna couldn't help but curse after hearing Kaito's story. Chapter 39, 39. Hexagram. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Asterisk. Animal Path. Umar Jod. Asterisk. Human Path. Joseph Stan. Asterisk. Outer Path. Ken Kaza. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on p@Trian. p@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Tobirama Senju was quite successful in teaching his disciples, Kaito remarked with a deep implication. All 6 of them perfectly inherited his will, including our Uchiha clan's own Uchiha Kagami. Oh. Izuna was somewhat surprised. He even took a disciple from the Uchiha clan. I guess it was his way of subtly dividing the Uchiha clan, Kaito speculated. Although Uchiha Kagami died early, he was praised by the third Hokage as an Uchiha who was not constrained by narrow clan ideologies and perfectly inherited the will of fire, influencing several generations within our clan. Narrow-minded, huh? Izuna scoffed. Such high-sounding rhetoric, but this narrative has always set the Leaf and the Uchiha against each other from the start. It's because the Uchiha were too prominent, especially after the Senju clan faded away, Kaito nodded. I can understand, though. If every ninja in the village prioritized their clan over the village, the Hokage would find himself without allies. He continued, in fact, isn't that the case with every clan in the village? Not everyone can achieve what Hashirama Senju did. Considering the third Hokage's long reign and his efforts to promote non-clan ninja, the Sarutobi clan quietly grew quite a bit in the shadows. The so-called will of fire is just political manipulation, a tactic to encourage others to sacrifice without fear, Izuna said with some disdain. It's astonishing that people actually buy into it. Kaito laughed helplessly. I've long lamented that most of our clan aren't very shrewd. While they're all smart when it comes to learning jutsu, they tend to be quite single-minded in other aspects. Izuna agreed, recalling his frustrations while helping to manage the clan and dealing with its less insightful members. Thankfully, the Senju clan, their equals in strength, were similarly straightforward, making both clans evenly matched in their long history of conflict. But it was his premature death that left Hashirama Senju without a rival in his scheming and left his brother blindly chasing ideals. Thus, the ultimate downfall of the Uchiha clan could be traced back to his early demise. And all of it was Hashirama Senju's fault. Now, the only major clan left in the Leaf is the Hyuga, Kaito continued the conversation. Just a bunch of old-fashioned people, Izuna had no good impression of the Hyuga either. Speaking of which, from the information I gathered while searching for documents, after the Uchiha clan was forced to relocate by the village, the Hyuga clan also made some moves for a while, Kaito mentioned. They were put in their place by the third Hokage using the Cloud Village as a warning. After witnessing the Uchiha clan's fate, they became extremely low-key. Oh. Tell me more, Izuna was intrigued. The two men gossiped endlessly, while Chiri remained mostly silent, smiling. However, after chatting with Izuna for a while, Kaito suddenly remembered he still needed to gather materials for jutsu. Chiri-sama, he inquired, do you know where the paper for making sealing scrolls comes from? Chiri shook her head. I don't know. In the Leaf, you can only buy finished sealing scrolls. As for the actual production method, I've never looked into it. Do I have to steal paper? Kaito seemed troubled. Or should I buy a bunch of scrolls and then take them apart? Izuna looked at him with disdain. Kaito immediately put on a pleasing smile and approached Izuna. Izuna must know something, right? Keep your distance. Izuna pushed Kaito away but still explained, the materials for sealing scrolls vary. Ordinary paper is made from a special type of tree, but it can only carry a limited amount of chakra flow and is easily damaged, which is what you're using now. Oh. Are there other materials? Kaito asked curiously. Others include animal skins, and it must be from animals that possess chakra. Especially those that can be trained as ninja animals, those are the best quality, Izuna smirked maliciously. Of course, the top-notch material is from humans, especially ninja. Air. Kaito's smile froze a bit, and he chuckled nervously, ha, ha. We don't need materials that good, as long as it can carry chakra flow. The key is still the incantations. Using animal skins as materials is fine. Although these important items were in highly guarded locations protected by barriers, especially Danzo Shimura's territory, which was secured by multiple barriers, it posed no difficulty for the paper men since they didn't emit any chakra fluctuations. As long as the paper men temporarily hid on the bodies of the guarding ninja, they could easily infiltrate. The guarding ninja, aside from occasionally entering to check, spent most of their time outside the door, greatly facilitating Kaito's actions. Of course, during this time, Kaito also successfully snuck into the village several times, attaching a talisman to his face to change his appearance and openly enjoying many foods he remembered. 3 days later, all the information from the documents and books had been collected by Kaito. What's left now is to deal with that old man, Danzo Shimura, Kaito said with a cold laugh. I'll make him understand that other people's things are not so easily taken. Chapter 40, 40. Bloodline Curse. A thank you for being my patron. Deva Path. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Asterisk. Animal Path. Umar Jod. Asterisk. Human Path. Joseph Stan. Asterisk. Outer Path. Ken Kaza. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito extended his left palm to the ground, and a paper doll immediately ran out from the corner, placing several strands of hair into his palm. What is this? Izuna asked. Danzo Shimura's hair, Kaito answered. He then extended his right index finger, which glowed blue, and swiftly drew one curse symbol after another on the ground, quickly forming the shape of a magic circle. Hair. What's it for? Izuna was puzzled. It's a curse, Chiri said softly, watching Kaito's movements. Oh. Just hair can curse someone. Can it kill? Izuna was extremely curious. No, it can't. Kaito placed the hair in the center of the magic circle, then lightly slashed his extended right wrist with his fingernail, allowing his blood to drip down. As his blood fell onto the magic circle, the entire formation slowly turned from its original blue color, powered by his spiritual energy, to blood red. This is the first step, he began to explain. Using the hair as a medium will only cause a minor rejection reaction in his transplanted Sharingan. Although he can still use it normally, it will increase his reaction time during combat. With this, he will definitely have a medical ninja check his body, and I will have the opportunity to obtain his blood without anyone noticing. Kaito's face showed a pleased smile. Then, I'll make him have no choice but to remove all of the Sharingan himself. Deep within the underground base of the Root organization, located in a secluded area of Konoha, Danzo Shimura was listening to a subordinate's mission report. Suddenly, he grunted and covered his right arm with his left hand. Danzo-sama. The Root member reporting the mission couldn't help but inquire. Leave me, Danzo commanded. Yes, the Root member obediently bowed and left. Take Root, Danzo issued another order. Call K here. Yes, Danzo-sama. A man wearing peculiar sunglasses suddenly appeared kneeling on one knee before Danzo, then stood up and walked towards the door. Danzo-sama, what's this? Another man with orange hair appeared kneeling in the room, looking worriedly at Danzo Shimura. Danzo, covering his right hand, grimly said, the Sharingan are showing signs of rejection, damn Orochimaru. This. Toryun heard and said, should we contact Orochimaru? Danzo was silent for a while, then said, let Kei check it first. Yes. Toryun stood respectfully aside. The medical ninja named Kei soon arrived. He unwrapped the bandages on Danzo's body and examined him carefully. Then, somewhat hesitantly, he said, I'm very sorry, Danzo-sama. All of the Sharingan on your body are showing signs of slight rejection. While it doesn't affect usage, it will cause you considerable trouble. I need to draw some blood for a thorough investigation to determine the specific cause. Danzo, with his eyes slightly closed, nodded. Seeing the leader's consent, the medical ninja quickly took out a syringe to draw blood, then bowed and said, "Please bear with it for a moment, Danzo-sama. I will identify the cause as soon as possible. Go." "Yes." Kei bowed again, taking his medical tools and walked out. He steadily made his way back to his office, where an unusual smile appeared on his ordinarily plain face. He took out the syringe containing Danzo Shimura's blood and casually placed it on the desk. Then he seemingly instructed out of thin air, handed over to the main body. Several paper dolls quickly ran out from the corners of the room, nimbly jumped onto the table to lift the syringe together, and then hurriedly jumped off the table and ran away. When Danzo Shimura's blood reached Kaito, he had already finished explaining his detailed action plan to the two seniors. Because he wanted to retrieve the Sharingan intact, it was obviously unwise to directly confront the old man, Danzo Shimura. If he were to lose in battle, Danzo might recklessly activate the ultimate illusion technique known as Izanagi. Izanagi can turn all realities unfavorable to the caster into mere illusions, at the cost of completely destroying one Sharingan eye. Such a situation would not only be detrimental to the battle but would also result in fewer Sharingan for Kaito to collect in the end. Therefore, he could only find a way to make Danzo temporarily give up the Sharingan. For this, he even split a part of his true spirit to possess a paper doll, taking the opportunity to control the body of the medical ninja arranged by Danzo for himself. "It's finally here," Kaito said, taking the syringe filled with blood, and smiled excitedly. "Let's begin." He then pushed all the blood from the syringe, mixing it with the hair previously placed in the magic circle. "Scatter, feel the pain, Danzo." Kaito formed hand seals, his clothing moving without wind, and the magic circle on the ground burst into a blood light, turning the entire underground room red. Ah. Danzo Shimura, who was waiting for the medical ninja's examination results, suddenly felt an excruciating pain from all the transplanted Sharingan areas on his body. Unable to bear it, he cried out in agony. Soon after, he felt the intensity of the pain deepen, as if the seams of his bones were also beginning to ache severely. At that point, he could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing onto the ground in pain. "Danzo-sama. Danzo-sama." Toryun and Fu hurried forward to help him up, but by then, he was in so much pain he couldn't speak. The bone-deep pain forced him to grit his teeth and endure, fearing that he would scream if he opened his mouth. "I'll call Kei over." Toryun exchanged glances with Fu, turned around, and left the room, even using the body flicker technique to hasten his pace. He raced all the way to Kei's medical room, bursting through the door. Kei, wearing a white lab coat and squinting at something through a microscope, was startled by the sudden intrusion. He quickly looked up. "Toryun. What's wrong?" "Hurry up and come with me." Toryun grabbed his wrist, pulling him out of the room. "The situation with Danzo-sama has suddenly worsened." Wait, Kei exclaimed, "I need to grab my medical kit." After Kei turned back to grab his medical kit and was dragged by Toryun to Danzo's room, Danzo was nearly at his breaking point. His face was pale, his lips purple, fingers spasming, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, sweat soaking the ground beneath him. "Quick!" Fu urgently urged Kei. Pushed by Toryun to Danzo's side, Kei also started to tremble upon seeing the scene before him. Stuttering, he said, "I'm so sorry. Danzo-sama, I don't have any solutions. Our only option now is to seek help from the Hokage, or we have to temporarily give up the Sharingan." Chapter 41, Retaking Eyes. Thank you for being my patron. C. Rank Hunter. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Asterisk. B. Rank Hunter. Umar Jawd. Asterisk. A. Rank Hunter. Joseph Stan. Asterisk. S. Rank Hunter. Outlaw Pinky. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the "at" with "a." Danzo Shimura was already on the brink of death due to the bone-piercing pain, but he was still desperately trying to maintain a sliver of clarity in his mind. Hearing the medical ninja's suggestion, he concentrated all his energy to think for a few seconds, then almost exhausted all his strength to squeeze out 2 words, "remove them." Seeking help from the Hokage was impossible. He would not simply hand over his leverage to Tsunade. He was well aware that Tsunade, unlike Hiruzen Sarutobi, was never on the same page as the few Hokage advisors, or rather, she had been displeased with their presence for a long time. Now, she was just tolerating them temporarily due to the village's traditions and the power they held in their hands. Once Tsunade discovered his current state, the consequences would be unimaginable. Perhaps all the power and authority he held would vanish into thin air. This was absolutely unacceptable. He must become Hokage to bring glory to Konoha. For this, any price was worth paying. The Sharingan could only be temporarily sacrificed. Later, as long as he finds Orochimaru again for a deal, the problem should be solvable. However, that damned Orochimaru must have tampered with something during the previous transplantation surgery. Next time, he must be fully prepared, firmly grasp him, and make sure he dares not play any tricks again. Various thoughts bubbled up in Danzo Shimura's mind, pondering how to make Orochimaru completely submit, temporarily easing some of the pain in his body. Hearing his order, Kei quickly took out surgical tools and began the process of removing the Sharingan. With his skillful actions, the 10-3 Tomo Sharingan eyes implanted in Danzo Shimura's right arm were soon removed and placed into several small bottles filled with medicinal solution. Finally, only the Mangekyo Sharingan in the right eye remained. Danzo-sama, are you feeling better now? Should we temporarily remove the right eye as well? Fu knew that unless absolutely necessary, Danzo Shimura would not give up the Mangekyo Sharingan that he had obtained from Shisui Uchiha. To be cautious, he had to ask for Danzo Shimura's own decision. However, Kaito would not give his enemy any chance to exploit. Although Danzo Shimura now had only one Sharingan left, the pain did not lessen at all. Soon, all the pain began to concentrate on the area where the right eye was located. Danzo Shimura felt as if someone was drilling into his eye socket with a kunai and then began to stir his brain. Remove it. Ah. Danzo Shimura finally couldn't bear it and cried out in pain with his hands clutching his head. Kei, who was initially using healing techniques to heal his right arm's wounds, was interrupted by his sudden movement. Blood quickly flowed from the gaping wound on his right arm, staining his face and making him look like a ghoul. The two of you, please hold Danzo-sama down. Kei covertly smirked, then shouted with apparent concern, Danzo-sama, please endure this for a moment. With no other choice, Toryun and Fu followed Kei's instructions, each holding down one of Danzo Shimura's arms. Kei took the opportunity to swiftly remove the last right eye, carefully placing it in a glass bottle. Afterward, without giving another glance to Danzo Shimura, who was lying on the ground gasping for air like a fish out of water, he methodically placed all the small bottles containing the Sharingan on a tray, lifted the tray with both hands, and stood up. Kei, what are you doing? Quickly treat Danzo-sama's wounds. Toryun and Fu sensed something was amiss and loudly questioned Kei. However, Kei remained unmoved, his facial expression even becoming stiff. At last, it's all collected. At this moment, a strange male voice echoed in the room. Who? Toryun and Fu couldn't help but change their expressions, gearing up for a fight. It's worth noting that both of them, hailing from the Aburame clan known for controlling insects and the Yamanaka clan adept in mind techniques, were elite jonin proficient in reconnaissance and sensing. Yet, now they found themselves unknowingly infiltrated by an enemy. This was utterly inconceivable. No need to be tense, I've merely come to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us, the voice spoke again. Simultaneously, a burst of blue light erupted from Kei, and a semi-transparent figure emerged from him, then materialized into a young man with black hair and eyes. Uchiha. By now, Danzo Shimura had somewhat recovered, lying in disarray on the ground, his voice filled with gritted resentment, his remaining eye emitting a deeply vengeful light. I am Uchiha Kaito, Kaito said with a cruel smile, I've come to reclaim the Uchiha clan's heritage. After he took the tray from Kei's hands, Kei's body slumped down weakly. Big words. Danzo, still gasping, spoke, you dare to deceive me. The remnants of the Uchiha, since you've delivered yourself into the trap, it's convenient for me to eradicate you. Do you think you can leave here alive today? Oh. Kaito raised an eyebrow with a smile, his gaze shifting downwards. Numerous tiny black insects had emerged from beneath the tray, swiftly covering his hands. Phosphorus bugs. Toryun stood up, you were careless. These are my unique nano-level toxic insects. They'll infiltrate your cells for complete destruction. You've already lost. Truly a secret technique of the Aburame clan, quite unforeseeable, Kaito's tone remained unfazed, too bad, it's useless against me. What's going on? Toryun, sensing the condition of his bugs, expressed surprise, you're not the real body. And, you have no chakra. You found out, Kaito's clone revealed a sinister smile. Let's calm you down a bit, the same voice came from behind him. Kaito's true body had somehow appeared at the room's entrance. Seeing him perform hand seals with a formidable aura, Toryun and Fu hastily prepared to escape with Danzo but were unexpectedly interrupted by a sudden burst of blue light on their bodies. Several tiny paper figures appeared on their torsos and limbs. Simultaneously, a rustling sound filled the air as countless paper figures emerged from all directions, enveloping them in a white blizzard, sticking to them layer by layer. As the number of paper figures on their bodies increased, their movements became heavier until they couldn't even twitch a finger, and eventually, even the flow of chakra within them halted. At the same time, a semi-transparent sphere appeared around Kaito, shielding him from Toryun's toxic insects. Chapter 42, 42. What does it have to do with me? Thank you for being my patron. C. Rank Hunter. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Asterisk. B. Rank Hunter. Umar Jawd. Asterisk. A. Rank Hunter. Joseph Stan. Asterisk. S. Rank Hunter. Outlaw Pinky. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. After completely trapping Danzo Shimura and his companions, Kaito Uchiha formed hand seals again, and the Sharingan in his red eyes spun. His immense and pure mental power, activated by the Sharingan, easily eradicated the weak souls of the bugs. Large swaths of black insects fell from the air, covering the ground beneath his feet. How can this be? Torian struggled to speak. The Sharingan killed my bugs directly. It seems you are Kaito who took Sasuke Uchiha away. Danzo tried to probe. Now that you have obtained the Sharingan, leave quickly. Do you want to face the entire village's siege? Kaito sneered, disdainfully looking at the bloodied, one-eyed, and utterly disheveled Danzo Shimura, casually responding, no need to worry about me, Danzo-sama. My subordinates have been unresponsive for so long, it seems you brought reinforcements. Anger surged in Danzo's single eye. Is it Itachi Uchiha? Or, is it Madara Uchiha? Oh. Kaito raised an eyebrow. It seems you know quite a lot. When did you meet that man who claims to be Madara? Of course, it was when the Uchiha clan was annihilated. Danzo provocatively replied, the destruction of the Uchiha clan was personally carried out by him and Itachi Uchiha. I arrived later only to clean up the aftermath. So, you're saying the Uchiha clan's downfall had nothing to do with you? Kaito asked, his smile implying skepticism. Of course. At that time, I was following the third Hokage's orders, waiting for negotiations with the Uchiha. Danzo claimed boldly. Unexpectedly, Itachi Uchiha followed Madara's instructions and acted directly, killing all his clan members. Is that so? Kaito took a few steps forward, taking a small bottle containing a Sharingan from the tray in his clone's hand to examine it closely. Then why did they leave these Sharingan eyes for you? That's because I arrived with my men in time. They hadn't had the chance to clear the battlefield. Utter nonsense. Izuna's condemning voice sounded, and he, along with Chiri, materialized beside Kaito. He took the bottle containing the Mangekyo Sharingan from the tray, asking darkly, kid, why waste words with him? Whose eye is this? I don't know. Kaito shook his head, looking again at Danzo. Can you enlighten us, Danzo? However, Danzo was somewhat surprised by the two new Uchiha figures, one male and one female, each holding a blood-stained long sword, obviously having fought recently, implying the members of the Foundation at the base might already be dead. What he couldn't accept was that he and his two subordinates hadn't sensed any disturbance. Moreover, he had no recollection of the male Uchiha, but the woman seemed somewhat familiar. Are you Chiri Uchiha? He looked at the woman holding the blood-stained long sword with a gentle smile in shock. Where did you obtain the reanimation jutsu? He questioned Kaito again. Did you make a deal with Orochimaru, the traitor, Uchiha's remnants? Whether I did or didn't isn't your concern. I have no intention of telling you. Kaito was running out of patience with the old man's meddling. You need to understand, you are now the prisoner, Danzo. Sorry, I'm not inclined to leave the leaf just yet. Kaito looked back at his predecessors. As long as we control these people, we might gain more in the future. Whether they live or die doesn't matter to me. Finish it with Danzo, Chiri-sama. His expression was ruthless. Just make sure the body remains intact. Chiri frowned slightly, voicing her concern. Kaito, are you intending to dabble in those forbidden jutsu? Don't worry. Kaito reassured her with a smile. I won't indulge in such things. After all, I've discovered better techniques. Chiri nodded. I believe you. Her gaze returned to Danzo Shimura, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately she remained silent, simply walking forward silently with her sword. What are you doing? Scoundrels. Let go of Danzo-sama. You traitors of the leaf. Toryun and Fu struggled and shouted. Do you seek to take my life? Danzo remained relatively calm. The Uchiha have always been a thorn in the leaf's side. No, this is personal. Chiri raised her sword towards his heart. I'm merely seeking revenge for myself. Danzo's pupil dilated slightly. I remember you died in the Uchiha clan's internal strife. What does that have to do with me? It does. Chiri's sword precisely pierced his heart. Because of the Mangekyo's special ability, I didn't go to the Pure Land after death but became a ghost wandering in the clan, thus knowing everything. Danzo. As blood soaked the white paper enveloping him, Danzo tried to speak, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Everything I did was for the leaf. Maybe so, but what does that have to do with us? Kaito stepped forward, looking puzzled. With a cough, more blood spurted from Danzo's mouth, and he slumped, motionless. Danzo-sama. Danzo-sama. You bastards. Traitors. Toryun and Fu watched helplessly as Danzo was killed, only able to shout in vain. Eh? Traitors. Kaito pointed at himself in surprise, then quickly waved his hands. No, I was never a ninja of the leaf, so I can't be called a traitor. And Chirisama and Izuna were summoned by me, so they don't count either. Humph, you sure talk a lot. Izuna gave him a contemptuous look, and I was never a leaf ninja. Alright, I'll stop. Kaito raised his hands in surrender. Let's make it quick for them. Then he prepared to form hand seals again. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 flashes of white light, and both Toryun and Fu's necks bore a line of blood. You too. Did you have to be so eager? And why didn't you act earlier? Waiting until I was all set up just to act first, what's the meaning of this? Kaito lowered his hands with a resigned look. Having fun. Fun. Izuna answered decisively. Chiri, on the other hand, returned to her gentle smile. Chapter 43. The Forbidden Technique. Thank you for being my patron. C. Rank Hunter. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Q. Tra. Asterisk. B. Rank Hunter. Umar Jod. Asterisk. A. Rank Hunter. Joseph Stan. Asterisk. S. Rank Hunter. Outlaw Pinky. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito turned back to look at the medical ninja he had previously controlled, only to find that he had already been affected by the indiscriminate attack of the poison bugs from the initial Aburame clan ninja, losing consciousness and life unwittingly. You better start moving. Izuna shook the blood off his sword onto the ground. Perhaps the root ninja out on missions will soon return here. Well, no rush, you know, I've set up a barrier, no one can come in now, Kaito continued with his dead fish eyes. Izuna's forehead creased, he flicked his finger hard on Kaito's head, and angrily said, a barrier can block people, but won't they suspect something? Stop dawdling. Get moving. Brat. Alright, I got it. Kaito rubbed his head, obediently nodded, his eyes brightening again, and quickly began forming hand seals. Good thing I've gathered most of the paper jutsu spirits here. By the decree of rapid command. As the jutsu was cast, all paper jutsu spirits, except those maintaining the barrier, began to move. They quickly moved towards various directions of the base, starting to move bodies and clean up traces of the battle. Fortunately, Izuna and Chiri had relied on concealment papers for stealth assassinations and did not cause any damage to the base itself. Soon, all bloodstains inside the base were cleaned, and the bodies were moved and gathered in one place by the paper spirits. It's starting. Kaito took a deep breath, then his hands swiftly connected through a dozen seals. The surplus paper spirits had already been retracted, with only a few left, each standing on a body. The paper spirits quickly absorbed the warm blood from the corresponding bodies until completely soaked, then began to emit a slightly bloody glow, appearing quite eerie. As all paper spirits on the bodies turned blood-colored, Kaito began forming seals again. The blood-glowing paper spirits flew up, turning into streaks of blood light that drilled into their brains from the foreheads of the bodies. By the decree of rapid command. Rise. Kaito called out again as he formed seals. At this moment, his eyes had turned into the Manjiki Sharingan, his hair and clothes began to move without wind. Instantly, all the bodies simultaneously opened their eyes, shining with blood light, and slowly stood up. Then, the wounds on their bodies began to disappear, their movements and expressions became more and more natural, and the blood color in their eyes quietly faded away. It's done. Kaito wiped the sweat from his forehead. Controlling so many bodies at once really isn't easy. He approached Danzo and asked, how is it? How much memory have you accepted? Danzo respectfully answered, I have accepted most of it. Good. Kaito smiled satisfactorily, from now on, you will be responsible for the normal operation of the root base along with them. Yes. Also, prepare a secluded room for us. Yes. Thus, what happened in the root was completely hidden, causing no impact on Konoha. Root members returning from missions continued to report back to the base without noticing anything unusual. This was the formidable aspect of the forbidden Inyang Jutsu blood puppet employed by Kaito. Blood puppets could perfectly control the corpses of the deceased, even access memories in their brains, occupying all that was originally theirs without anyone noticing. Aside from those who are also Inyang masters, no one could detect anything amiss. The reason why blood puppets are considered a forbidden jutsu is because if the caster becomes obsessed with exploring others' memories, the barrage of different memories could cause them to lose themselves. Furthermore, this jutsu ultimately manipulates the corpses of the deceased, which feels malevolent. Additionally, blood puppets have a weakness, they can only maintain control for 7 days, after which they can't be used on the same target again. Therefore, for Kaito, the soul summoning technique, which had already made progress, was much more useful than the forbidden jutsu, blood puppet, and he wouldn't attempt it excessively. He didn't try to read Danzo's memories. Now that he had become his puppet, anything Kaito wanted to know could simply be asked directly. After all, he didn't need to know the details. At the moment, Kaito was playing with a small glass vial containing a Manjikyu Sharingan, having learned from Danzo the origin of this eye. It's actually Uchiha Sasuke's eye. He couldn't help sighing. Koto Amatsukami, such a terrifying ability. He actually told the higher-ups of Konoha about this powerful genjutsu ability. Not sure whether to call him too naive or to praise him for truly being Uchiha Kagami's grandson. Zhaoshuyuan.com. He just wanted Konoha's recognition too much, all because of the influence left by Kagami. Chiri slightly frowned. After all, their generation grew up in the shadow of the first Hokage. Especially the third Hokage and Kagami, their way of doing things unconsciously leaned towards the first. As weapons of war holding power, ninjas can never achieve peace through gentle means. Izuna looked down on these younger generation's actions. He asserted, Hashirama was indeed compassionate, but that's because he had unmatched martial prowess. Even though he positioned himself humbly, no one would look down on him. Those without such strength trying to imitate him are just courting death. I was thinking of summoning the owner of this eye. After all, a Uchiha who activated the Manjikyu Sharingan would be a strong addition to our forces. Kaito gazed at the Manjikyu Sharingan pattern inside the glass vial. He expressed some regret, but it seems his ideology doesn't align with ours, so let's forget it. I don't have the patience to persuade such a stubborn fool. However, I had a new idea a few days ago, he then said somewhat excitedly. Just wait, Izuna, you'll soon be able to fully utilize your strength. I'm looking forward to it, Izuna smiled. Kaito then began to focus on the seal jutsu materials he had gathered over the past few days. And Chiri started to carefully review the mission records of the route. Izuna, feeling somewhat helpless, picked up some of the route's experimental records to start going through them. Chapter 44. The Legend of Nine Tails. Thank you for being my patron. List of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Umar Jod. Joseph Stan. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. These past few days, the members of the route were somewhat puzzled. Their leader, Danzo, had assigned them some strange tasks, such as spreading various true and false legends about tailed beasts and yokai. The loyalty of the route members was extremely high. Although they were baffled, they diligently carried out these tasks. Fortunately, they could confirm that the tasks were indeed assigned by Danzo himself. Anyone unaware might think that the leader of the route had changed. In fact, these were actions taken by Kaito in order to support the revival plan for the yokai. For him, since he temporarily had control over the route organization, he might as well make good use of it, so his efforts wouldn't be in vain. The yokai specifically sent from Oyama also began to arrive in the ninja world, starting their activities in the shadows. For a while, rumors about demons and ghosts began to circulate within the ninja world, and games like Hyaku Monogatari became popular. It was said that some people even claimed to have seen yokai at the end of the Hyaku Monogatari game. This undercurrent of rumors, of course, was noticed by those with intentions. In a subterranean base in the northern part of the Frost Country, White Zetsu was endlessly talking to Black Zetsu about his recent discoveries. It seems those yokai have really started to become restless, Black Zetsu said ominously. A while ago, they even dared to invade my psychic space, interrupting my communication with my mother. Last time, you mentioned Kaito was accompanied by Izuna and a female yokai, right? White Zetsu chuckled. The ability to enter the dream world is truly fascinating. Could they also have appeared in my dreams? Like when I dreamt I was defecating, hee. They are obtaining information through that yokai's ability. It's possible they already know too much that they shouldn't. Black Zetsu exuded a chilling killing intent. White Zetsu, send out more white beings, keep a close watch on Kaito and his group's movements. Hee, are you planning to get rid of them? I'll try my best. White Zetsu clenched his fists in encouragement, then scratched his head, but where are they hiding exactly? They're really good at playing hide and seek. Black Zetsu completely ignored White Zetsu's antics and commanded, in any case, report back to me as soon as you find their whereabouts. Fine. White Zetsu sighed. In the land of hot water, Jiraiya was walking down the bustling streets with Naruto. For Naruto, who had only left Konoha a few times, everything was new and exciting, and he couldn't help looking around, slowing down his pace. Feeling Naruto falling behind, Jiraiya turned around, grabbed Naruto by the collar, and dragged him forward. Stop acting like you've never seen the world before. Hurry up, I'm taking you to the best hot spring in here, show some enthusiasm, you idiot. Let me go. After struggling for a while and realizing he couldn't break free, Naruto let himself be dragged along. He glared at Jiraiya's tall figure with contempt and shouted, I'm not interested in any hot spring. It's you, the perverted hermit, who wants to go peeping. You idiot. Jiraiya suddenly released Naruto, causing him to unexpectedly fall on his buttocks. Bending down, he knocked on Naruto's head harshly and scolded in a lowered voice, "Call me the Toad Sage." "No, that's wrong." He knocked again and whispered fiercely, "I've told you before, it's for research." "Research? Don't talk about peeping in public, you fool." "Umph." Naruto simply sat on the ground, crossed his arms, and turned his head away. What a clueless brat. Jiraiya covered his forehead with his hand, helplessly saying, "All right, I'll treat you to the land of hot water specialty ramen later, so just keep quiet for now." "Yay." Naruto immediately cheered and jumped up, let's go, ramen, ramen." At the ramen shop. Naruto devoured a large bowl of ramen, lifting the bowl to gulp down the soup until it was all gone. Then, slamming the bowl down, he raised his hand and shouted, "Owner, another bowl." What a glutton. Jiraiya sat idly by, picking his nose. Humph. Naruto didn't even give him a glance. When the owner brought over another bowl, he began slurping it down again. "Owner, 2 servings of pork bone ramen." At that moment, 2 young ninjas wearing the forehead protector of the land of hot water walked in. They sat next to Jiraiya and his apprentice, chatting away as if no one else was there. "Yamada, have you heard any new stories lately?" "Ah, I recently heard an interesting story." As ninjas of the land of hot water, their duties weren't many, leading a rather leisurely life. Yamada, an unremarkable ninja, besides training, was most keen on collecting interesting stories and legends. He was somewhat proud at the moment because he loved the engrossed expressions of people listening to his stories. "What story?" "Let's hear it." Morikuchi couldn't help but pat Yamada's shoulder encouragingly, expressing his anticipation for the story. Yamada spoke in a cautious whisper, "Do you know about the 9-tailed fox?" "The 9-tailed fox?" Jiraiya, who was boredly listening from the side, and Naruto, who was eating his ramen, instantly perked up their ears. "The 9-tailed fox? Of course, I know." Morikuchi smiled bitterly, "It's said to be the strongest of the 9-tailed beasts, it's just a pity our village doesn't have such power." "You wish. Our small village wouldn't be able to utilize such a thing even if we had it." Yamada also became somber for a moment. However, he quickly cheered up again and continued in a lower voice, "I was on a mission a few days ago, and I participated in a Hyakumonogatari game with the merchant caravan I was protecting. There, I heard a story about the 9-tailed fox." Morikuchi looked skeptical. "Fake, right? How could those who aren't even ninjas know about the tailed beasts? Do I look that easy to deceive?" A smug look appeared on Yamada's face. There was a samurai in the caravan who claimed his ancestors were of notable standing, from a legitimate warrior family. "Really? What's the story?" Morikuchi became curious. "It's said that 1,000 years ago, all the daimyos of these countries were under the rule of the emperor." Yamada's voice became even lower, almost a whisper. "The 9-tailed fox once transformed into an incredibly beautiful woman, who was not only intelligent but also of unparalleled beauty. She entered the imperial court and won the emperor's favor and trust." Puffed. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but spray the ramen from his mouth. Jiraiya, sitting next to him, was full of black lines, nearly falling off his chair. Asterisk. 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 A/N, tier update, from now on, the only tier that I have is ANBU, and the price is $7. What you get from being my patron will be the early 40 chapters of Naruto, Shikigami Aizen, the 30 chapters of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle, and the 20 chapters of Uchiha with Glasses. Chapter 45, 45. Perfect posture. Thank you for being my patron. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Umar Jod. Joseph Stan. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razzo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Who is it? Which scoundrel dares to fabricate such nonsense about me? I'll kill you all. In a dimly lit space, a furious 9-tailed fox suddenly burst out with terrifying chakra, roaring loudly. Clearly, the 9 tails sealed within Naruto had just heard about its own romantic tales, and was instantly furious. However, the conversation between the 2 hot water ninjas continued, even getting louder. Yamada continued his story. Later, it was the legendary sage of 6 paths who noticed something amiss. He exposed the true identity of the fox spirit in front of the emperor. He also fought a great battle with the fox spirit and ultimately subdued it. Morikuchi's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. This story is completely unbelievable. The tailed beasts are said to be gigantic creatures. How could such a being transform into a beauty? What's so impossible about that? Yamada said nonchalantly, even you can transform into a beauty using the transformation technique, let alone those legendary powerful beings. Maybe they're just really good at transforming. Damn it. I'll kill you all. Inside the ceiling space, the Ninetales was beyond furious. That does make some sense, Morokuchi couldn't help but nod. It seems the Ninetales is a female fox. I'll never forgive you. Let me out. At this moment, the Ninetales inside Naruto began to forcefully collide with the seal. And Yamada also sighed, truly worthy of being a legendary emperor, to even favor such a terrifying being. Jiraiya, who had been listening while trying to suppress his laughter, could no longer hold back and burst into laughter, slapping the table. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. This is excellent material. Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from beside him, cutting his laughter short. He stiffly turned his head and saw Naruto's condition, his eyes nearly popping out. Not good. The Ninetales seemed to be on the verge of rampaging. Just before, Naruto had also been listening to the story, thoroughly enjoying it and laughing non-stop. He was even thinking that the Great Fox was a kindred spirit. Perhaps he could have a good chat with it about his most powerful signature ninjutsu, the sexy technique. A sexy technique that could enchant that emperor must be incredibly powerful. But unexpectedly, joy turned to sorrow in an instant. At a certain moment, the Ninetales chakra uncontrollably burst out from him. Although Naruto was trying hard to endure, the red chakra leaking out from him was clearly increasing. Trouble. Jiraiya could no longer care about anything else. He instantly grabbed Naruto's shoulders and disappeared from the spot in a flash. The ramen shop owner was left dumbfounded. Was this intimidating him first and then running away without paying? What? What happened? Morokuchi was dumbfounded, staring at the spot where the two had disappeared, dine and dash. To dine and dash, they didn't have to be so desperate. Yamada said somewhat panically, that boy's chakra just now was way too terrifying. Got it, here's the corrected segment with Chiri-senpai, changed to Chiri-sama where specified. In the Hidden Leaf Village, inside the Root Organization's base. Chiri, carrying food, walked into the secret room, reminding Kaito, who was engrossed in writing furiously, Kaito, you should eat something. Sorry, Chiri-sama. Kaito didn't even look up, just put it aside for now, I'll be done soon. Chiri looked at the room filled with calculation drafts scattered all over the floor and shook her head helplessly. That's it. Kaito suddenly exclaimed excitedly, tossing the brush aside and holding up a piece of paper with a laugh, ha ha ha. It looks like I succeeded. Chiri-sama. I did it. He turned around, looking at Chiri with sparkling eyes, where's Izuna-senpai? Gurgle. The sound from his stomach interrupted Kaito's excitement. He touched his belly, I'm hungry. Alright, you better eat now, I'll call Izuna-senpai. Chiri stuffed the food into Kaito's hands and left the secret room. In a short while, Izuna appeared. He frowned and looked around, finding almost no place to stand in the room, so he simply leaned against the door and asked, what do you need me for? Izuna-senpai. Kaito put down the empty bowl and excitedly showed a piece of paper filled with charms, this. I did it. What is this nonsense? Izuna glanced at it and looked away, the paper was full of dense, incomprehensible charms, he couldn't understand it even if he wanted to. Ha. Ha ha. I forgot. Kaito laughed awkwardly, carefully putting away the paper, then quickly walked up to Izuna, that's not important. The key is my idea has been realized. So. What is the idea? Izuna's forehead showed a cross mark, annoyed at the young man who was excited like a child. Ah, didn't I mention it before? Kaito scratched his unwashed hair for several days. No. Izuna backed away, showing disgust on his face. It was something I thought of before. Kaito's eyes sparkled, to use the Sharingan we obtained this time as the core for your bodies. He proudly gave a thumbs up, this is the best medium for summoning Uchiha ninjas. Not a bad idea. Izuna still showed disgust, but first, clean yourself and all those papers behind you. Kaito looked down at his ink-stained clothes and the room filled with discarded drafts, and quickly nodded, okay. I'm going to take a bath and change clothes, and please help me dispose of these drafts, Izuna-senpai. 15 minutes later. In the spacious room, a refreshed Kaito reappeared in front of Izuna and Chiri. Izuna looked at him and nodded in satisfaction. Clean and tidy appearance, graceful movements, a gentle smile, not bad, we Uchiha must always maintain such a perfect demeanor. Kaito flicked his sleeves, and 3 cushions appeared on the ground. My seniors, let's sit down and talk. Thus, the 3 of them gracefully knelt down. Kaito even took out a fan from his sleeve and began to gently fan himself. Seeing this, Izuna raised an eyebrow but managed to maintain a serious expression. This kid, isn't he overdoing it a bit? Asterisk. 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 A/N, tier update, From now on, the only tier that I have is ANBU, and the price is $7. What you get from being my patron will be the early 40 chapters of Naruto, Shikigami Aizen, the 30 chapters of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle, and the 20 chapters of Uchiha with Glasses. Chapter 46, 46. The new Uchiha Izuna. Thank you for being my patron. List of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Umar Jawd. Joseph Stan. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razzo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito held a cypress fan in front of him, and 2 small bottles containing Sharingan eyes immediately appeared on the floor. Unfortunately, there's only one Mangekyo Sharingan, he said as he closed the fan and touched his chin, looking somewhat troubled. How shall we distribute it between the 2 seniors? The Mangekyo Sharingan should go to Izuna-senpai. Chiri immediately shook her head. I'm not too keen on fighting. Give it to Chiri. I'm stronger, Izuna said. Kaito thought for a moment and decided to listen to Chiri-sama. After all, he knew Chiri's personality well. She was a very gentle woman. If it weren't for the family's internal strife, she might not have revealed her talent. Then let's give it to Izuna-senpai. Don't delay, he persuaded. Since you are more adept at fighting, let Chiri-sama rest more. Izuna was not a pretentious person, so he nodded in agreement upon seeing this. Kaito put the cypress fan back into his sleeve and took out a somewhat old piece of paper. This was peeled off from the Summoning Beast contract scroll of Danzo, he introduced with a hint of pride. Although I don't know what material it was made of, its texture is very tough, and it has excellent chakra endurance. Izuna glanced at it with disdain and said unhappily, do I have to attach myself to this smelly and ragged thing? It's absolutely your misconception. Kaito laid the paper flat on the ground. Although it looks a bit old, it doesn't matter, it's very clean. Humph, Izuna didn't say anything more. Kaito directly bit his finger and drew a pattern of an eye in the center of the paper with his blood, where the pupil part was just a blank circle. Then he took out a brush and quickly wrote a circle of complex and difficult to distinguish spells around the eye pattern. Although the brush clearly didn't absorb any ink, black spells continuously emerged from beneath the brush. He stopped only after filling the entire paper. This way, the preparation is complete. Kaito looked at his work with satisfaction. Next is the crucial step. Putting away the brush, he reached for the bottle containing Uchiha Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan eye. He opened the bottle, poured out the medicine inside, and then took out the eye, placing it on the blank pupil of the pattern on the paper. After doing all this, Kaito stroked his sleeve and then opened his own Mangekyo Sharingan. He formed a seal with both hands, and the spiritual power around him began to surge. For a while, the dense spells on the paper seemed to come alive, swirling around the eye pattern and slowly tightening towards the center. The Mangekyo Sharingan eye placed on the eye pattern also slowly sank and finally transformed into a flat pattern. The background was red, with a black shuriken-shaped pattern rotating in it. As the outer spells tightened more and more, the shuriken-shaped pattern also gradually stopped rotating. In a short while, the large swath of spells on the paper had disappeared, leaving only a circle of fine patterns surrounding the Mangekyo Sharingan eye pattern in the center. Afterward, Kaito took out his scissors and quickly cut out a paper figure. This paper figure was much larger than the usual paper talismans he used, with the eye pattern located on the forehead of the paper figure. He laid the paper figure flat and once again took out the brush to draw new spells on both sides of it. Done. Kaito looked at his work happily. Although the paper figure was somewhat yellowed, its entire body was covered with smooth and expressive spells. The forehead part had a Mangekyo Sharingan eye pattern, and the heart part had a pentagram pattern. What a paper figure that balances both aesthetics and strength, Kaito nodded in satisfaction. Izuna-senpai, let's give it a try now, he looked at Izuna with some excitement. Izuna looked disdainfully at the magical-style paper figure in Kaito's hand and nodded. Let's start then. Kaito's eyes sparkled as he placed the paper figure on the floor and formed a seal. Swift as the law. Izuna's body gradually became ethereal, detaching from the original paper figure and returning to a soul state. Then his soul floated up and entered the new paper figure. The paper figure shuddered and then stood up, quickly growing from a flat to a three-dimensional form, and a new Izuna appeared. Izuna-senpai, how does it feel? Kaito lost his composed demeanor, eagerly circling around Izuna. Izuna pushed Kaito away, stretched out her hand to open and then clenched it, and smiled satisfactorily, not bad. Ah, there's one last step. Kaito moved behind him, grabbed the collar of his clothes with his left hand and pulled it down, while his right hand lit up with spiritual energy and pressed it against the back of his neck. What are you doing? Izuna flashed away to create distance, angrily fixing his collar while glaring at Kaito. Izuna-senpai. Kaito laughed, raising his right hand that glowed with spiritual power. This is a curse mark I've developed, capable of absorbing and storing natural energy. With this, not only can you replenish combat energy at any time, but you can also directly learn to use what's called senjutsu. Don't you want to try? Izuna frowned and looked at him for a while before reluctantly nodding. Kaito hurriedly applied the curse mark, continuously speaking, also, you can use that Mangekyo Sharingan of Shursue as well. Let's see. He stepped back a few steps to stand beside Chiri, looking expectantly at Izuna. Feel your power now, Izuna-senpai. Izuna closed his eyes and immediately felt a continuous flow of energy from the outside air through the curse mark, mixing with his chakra. At the same time, his forehead began to bulge as if an eye was opening. Kaito and Chiri watched Izuna without blinking. A purple pattern slowly emerged on his face, then his forehead slowly cracked open, and a red eye slowly opened. Kaito smiled confidently. It's a success, as expected of me. Congratulations, both of you, Kaito, Izuna-senpai. Chiri was also happy for them. Ha ha ha. Izuna laughed excitedly. Opening all three of his eyes, he felt his powerful state and praised, well done, Kaito. I'm even stronger now than I was in life. Not at all. Kaito modestly brushed it off but excitedly said, next, after changing the paper figure for Chiri-senpai, let's leave Konoha openly. Asterisk. 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 A/N, tier update, from now on, the only tier that I have is ANBU, and the price is $7. What you get from being my patron will be the early 40 chapters of Naruto, Shikigami Aizen, the 30 chapters of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle, and the 20 chapters of Uchiha with Glasses. Chapter 47, 47. Already dead. Thank you for being my patron. List of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Umar Jod. Joseph Stan. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razzo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. It was an ordinary morning, and the streets of the Hidden Leaf Village were gradually becoming lively. The shops on both sides of the street had already begun their business. Housewives carrying vegetable baskets went out to shop, and children laughed and played as they made their way through the crowd. Occasionally, ninjas would suddenly appear on the rooftops and then disappear in the blink of an eye. Kakashi Hatake, holding the final work published by Jiraiya, walked leisurely towards the Hokage building. It felt so relaxing. He couldn't help but sigh. Sasuke had run away, that troublesome kid Naruto was taken away by Jiraiya, and even Sakura started to train with the Hokage. Now, he really felt light all over. He didn't need to take care of students painstakingly. He only needed to do some tasks that were simple for him, and he could happily spend the day. This was truly an ideal life. Kakashi. Suddenly, a deep voice came from afar, and it was getting closer. Kakashi Hatake couldn't help but get goosebumps, sighing somewhat helplessly, trouble has arrived. Good morning, Kakashi. A man with thick black hair and thick eyebrows came rushing up and affectionately patted Kakashi's shoulder, showing off a set of neat, white teeth. Ah, it's Guy. Good morning. Kakashi Hatake, with droopy eyelids, greeted him listlessly. Although not much of his face was visible, he vividly demonstrated a sleepy expression with one eye. No. Might Guy screamed with his hands in an X shape, lamenting, my rival Kakashi. On this beautiful morning, how can you be so listless? Although I can understand the pain in your heart. Might Guy suddenly burst into tears. Ah. Kakashi Hatake was puzzled. Indeed, not having your beloved students by your side can cause pain. Might Guy clenched his fists in a cheering pose, but a man cannot be defeated by such setbacks. Cheer up, Kakashi. He gave a thumbs up, winked, and his white teeth gleamed brightly. You still have me, your best friend, by your side. Thank you, Guy. Kakashi Hatake, feeling a bit overwhelmed, turned and walked away. Wait for me. Might Guy hurriedly followed. Don't be shy, Kakashi. Kakashi Hatake couldn't help but roll his eyes to the sky. Then his gaze was caught by a familiar large bird. That is. He couldn't help but frown. It must be right, that huge owl, probably the same one they encountered when they met Sasuke last time. What? Might Guy shaded his eyes and looked up. Whose summoning beast is that? Guy. Kakashi Hatake's tone became serious. It might be an enemy attack, let's go check it out. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed at full speed towards the landing site of the owl. Might Guy quickly followed, asking out of curiosity, who is the enemy? Uchiha Kaito. Kakashi Hatake explained urgently, the men who ultimately took Sasuke away last time. Although we haven't fought, we need to be prepared to face a high-level Sharingan. Be careful, he cautioned, that man might be even more troublesome than Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha, got it. Might Guy also became serious, should we notify the Hokage first? It's too late for that, Kakashi Hatake said somewhat helplessly. Fortunately, it looks like the place where the opponent landed doesn't have civilians, and the patrolling ninjas should have already noticed. Let's hurry over. Swoosh. Swoosh. The two of them sped up once again. At this time, due to the conspicuous arrival, Kaito and his group were already confronting a team of patrolling ninjas. I say, did you intentionally become so big before coming here? Can't you be a bit more low-key? Kaito helplessly looked at the giant owl blocking out the sky in midair. Hoo hoo hoo. The owl didn't engage, just making a series of bizarre laughing sounds. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm just an owl, after all. Besides, who was it that persuaded me to come out and show off my splendid form, to leave a legend among humans? And what happened? As soon as we arrived at the destination, you ditched me. No excuses. You really do see me just as a mode of transportation. Today, I'm going to make a name for myself on my own. Humph. Who are you? The captain of this patrol team, Inuzuka-shun, looked nervously at the three strangers in front of him. Even surrounded by six-leaf ninjas, these three remained calm, indicating they didn't take him or his patrol colleagues seriously. Moreover, Shun took a closer look at the hostage held by Kaito, unaware of whether he was alive or dead, and couldn't help but be shocked and widened his eyes. That's Lord Danzo. The other leaf ninjas were making eye signals to him, asking what to do next as the team captain. How would I know what to do? Shun felt quite disheartened. This is just our bad luck, facing a powerful enemy who has silently captured one of the advisors. And we're just some ordinary chunin. Who are we? Kaito looked at the leaf ninjas who were on guard, a flash of scarlet crossing his eyes. You should be able to tell. Uchiha. Shun couldn't help but swallow nervously, mustering the courage to ask, what are your intentions by sneaking into the leaf? No need to be nervous. Kaito smiled warmly, we're just here to retrieve the Uchiha clan's relics, and we have already finished. So we'll be leaving soon. Is that so? The voice of Kakashi rang out next to Kaito's ear as he silently appeared, holding a kunai to Kaito's neck. Then, could you please release Lord Danzo first? Step back. Leave this to us. At the same time, Might Guy also appeared in front of Shun. You go report the situation here to the Hokage immediately. Yes. Shun, seeing the sudden appearance of the two elite jounin, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Nice to see you again, Kakashi-kun. The smile on the face of the hostage, Kaito, didn't waver in the slightest. Kakashi tightened his grip on the kunai, drawing a line of blood on Kaito's neck, and spoke amicably, no need to be so formal, just call me Kakashi. But I think it would be best if you released Lord Danzo first. The two seniors are really heartless, huh? Kaito looked mournfully at Izuna and Chiri standing beside him, to just stand by and watch me fall into someone else's hands. This act made Izuna glare at him fiercely. Really, there's no helping it. Kaito sighed again and threw the body of Danzo he was holding towards Might Guy. Then, I'll return him to you. Might Guy quickly caught Danzo, checking him over carefully, his face turning pale in an instant. He carefully laid Danzo's body on the ground, glaring angrily at Kaito, solemnly saying, Kakashi, Lord Danzo is already dead. Chapter 48, 48. The 8 Gates. Thank you for being my patron. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Umar Jod. Joseph Stan. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razzo. Davis Nguyen. Koran Hightower. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. What? Kakashi was also surprised and widened his eyes. He looked at Kaito, who remained calm and collected, and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Unlike the straightforward Might Guy, he wasn't exactly furious about Danzo's death. After all, he had his fair share of issues with the leader of the route. And for the current Hokage, Tsunade, the route under Danzo's command was always an unstable factor. Seeing the men dead, he was somewhat pleased. But the nature of this incident wasn't about who died but that someone had infiltrated the Leaf and killed a Leaf ninja. As a member of the Leaf, he undoubtedly had to take a firm stance on such matters. Nobody move. He tightened the grip of his kunai on Kaito's neck, directing his sharp gaze towards the other two people. So, it's you, the kid from the Hatake clan. Izuna, with his arms crossed and an indifferent look towards the scene, commented, you've made a name for yourself with the Sharingan, despite being an outsider. Not bad. Thank you for the compliment. Kakashi politely responded, though he felt something was off. Whether it was Kaito, who he was holding, or the other men and woman, their demeanor was too composed. Kakashi, since you've already captured one. Might Guy, already in a serious stance on the other side, declared, leave these two to me. I won't lose to you, Kakashi. Hey. Just as Kakashi was about to speak up and stop him, Might Guy had already dashed forward in a blur. Really, Guy just doesn't read the room. Who said I've captured him? Just look at him, you can tell it's a facade. Wouldn't it be better to wait for the Hokage to come with reinforcements? Bring it on. Seeing Might Guy charging at him, Izuna also excitedly drew his long sword, ready to meet him head-on. Both could be considered speed-type ninjas, exchanging several moves in a short period, a blur to onlookers. Might Guy used his steel-like taijutsu as his method of attack, swift and powerful, where even a graze could injure. Izuna, however, revealed his three-tomo Sharingan, wielding his sword with precision and deadly force. Ha 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 ha. Experiencing the thrill of battle after so long, Izuna couldn't help but laugh aloud. Kid, your taijutsu is strong. But his sword suddenly sped up, attacking from various tricky angles, pressuring Might Guy. Swoosh. Their battle finally drew blood. Might Guy, in a critical moment, ducked to avoid a direct strike but still got his cheek sliced by the sharp blade. Izuna didn't pursue his advantage. Instead, he stood still, spun his sword, and warned, "You can't win against me at this level." Indeed. Might Guy pulled back, wiping the blood off his face. Then, let me show you the power of the 8 gates. The 5th gate, Gate of Limit, open. With a loud shout, a surge of wild green energy burst forth, turning his skin red. Take this. Before his words fell, his fist was already in front of Izuna. So fast. Izuna's Sharingan rapidly spun, tracking his movements and using body flicker technique to dodge at the crucial moment. Kakashi, your companion is quite desperate, isn't he? Kaito, watching their intense fight, casually remarked to Kakashi. Well, Guy is just that passionate, Kakashi naturally replied. He wouldn't tear down his comrade in front of others. Though, in this situation, Guy really was going a bit too all out. It's fascinating how two people with completely opposite personalities can become friends, Kaito said, somewhat amazed. Who's to say otherwise, Kakashi agreed. However, as a seasoned ninja, Kakashi wanted to dig out more information from Kaito. Speaking of which, where is Sasuke now? Sasuke. He's training in an absolutely safe place, Kaito said. Didn't expect you to care so much about your student. After all, I'm his teacher, Kakashi said. What did you mean earlier by the relics of the Uchiha clan? Kaito said meaningfully. Naturally, it refers to everything that originally belonged to the Uchiha. Is that so? Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Does that include this Sharingan of mine? That doesn't include it, Kaito said. After all, the person who gave you the I did so voluntarily. And besides, yours isn't a relic. Thank you, Kakashi smiled, somewhat pleased. The two of them, in a strange posture of one holding the other hostage, chatted as if no one else was around, and they seemed to get along quite well. The surrounding leaf ninjas looked at them as if they were watching some magical creature. On the other side, Izuna and Might Guy also paused their new round of confrontation to face off again. Even though Might Guy had opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates, increasing his strength several folds, he still couldn't gain the upper hand in the fight. Izuna had already activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. It's worth mentioning that since Izuna gave his eyes to his brother Madara Uchiha in his lifetime, his Mangekyo Sharingan was already damaged. Previously, his eye was only in a barely usable state, like during the dream journey where a few seconds of Susanoo nearly depleted his remaining ocular power. Moreover, the special dojutsu produced by the Mangekyo Sharingan was completely lost. In fact, this was the same situation for Chiri, who had lost an eye due to using Izanami. Fortunately, Kaito had spiritual energy techniques, allowing them to train even in their soul states. With the addition of Shursui Uchiha's eye, Izuna's ocular power was no longer on the verge of exhaustion. Although the lost dojutsu couldn't be restored, in terms of insight, the Mangekyo Sharingan was much stronger than the regular 3-tomo Sharingan. Even facing Might Guy, who had increased strength by opening the 5th gate and was just using swordsmanship, Izuna still maintained the upper hand. This added several more wounds to Might Guy. What a powerful enemy. Might Guy's eyes shone as he looked at Izuna, so that's the famed Mangekyo Sharingan. Hey, you dare to look me in the eye after your chakra went berserk, Izuna observed Might Guy's chakra flow. Not bad, this state indeed won't be affected by Jinjutsu. Right. Might Guy posed specially, be careful, I'm going to go all out now. 8 gates released, the 6th gate of view, open. An even more ferocious surge of chakra exploded, making Might Guy's aura even more terrifying. After opening the 6th gate, he immediately launched an attack. First came a straight punch, but his fist was so fast that it ignited flames due to friction with the air. Morning Peacock. In the next moment, countless fists ablaze with flames attacked Izuna, like a peacock spreading its feathers. Chapter 49, 49. Official exit. Thank you for being my patron. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Q Tra. Umar Jawed. Joseph Stan. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razzo. Davis Nguyen. Coron Hightower. A.J. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Boom. A huge explosion resonated, and the area where the two were fighting was engulfed in thick smoke. Amazing. What happened? Did they defeat the enemy? Damn, I can't see clearly. The watching Leaf Village Patrol members eagerly fixed their eyes on the scene, nervously discussing among themselves. You don't seem worried about your companion at all, Kakashi asked Kaito with a curious tone. Kaito, seemingly unfazed by the kunai at his neck, nodded naturally and said, no need to worry, Izuna-senpai is very strong. Is that so? Guy is also extremely strong. Izuna. A name Kakashi hadn't heard before, he slightly frowned. At that moment, the dust on the battlefield began to clear, and the figures of Izuna and Might Guy reappeared before everyone. Ha, ha. Might Guy, panting, looked in the direction of his attack and then widened his eyes in surprise. A clone formed from flames. When did that happen? Izuna's battered body stood quietly in place, but the parts of his body that were hit had completely turned into flames, burning intensely in the air. Hey, you shouldn't have used that long-range attack with flames. Half of his face still retained a human appearance, while the other half had turned into burning flames. Uchiha are the experts of fire release. No sooner had he spoken than his entire body transformed into flames, sweeping towards Might Guy. Might Guy, using his exceptional physical skills, dodged the flame attack in an instant and leaped to an open area nearby, then began looking around. Where is the real body? He posed again, ready to strike. Right here. Izuna's voice came from the other side. Might Guy quickly turned his head only to find that Izuna had already appeared among the watching Leaf ninjas, holding his sword to the neck of Shun. Where even now, Izuna stood behind Shun, revealing a slightly malicious smile. Despite the spirited exchange they had just had, Izuna was ultimately not the type of person addicted to combat. His ingrained habits drove him to choose the most advantageous situation for himself. Shun, with the sword at his neck, felt like misfortune had struck him, and cold sweat began to run down his forehead. His ninja hound, seeing its master taken hostage, immediately went into attack mode but dared not approach directly, instead growling softly and anxiously pawing at the ground. The surrounding patrol members also assumed attack stances where they stood, hesitant to act rashly, their gazes occasionally turning to the two elite jounin present. Might Guy was also restrained by Izuna's actions, equally unable to make any further moves. He wasn't sure he could rescue his comrade before the enemy killed him, nor could he just watch his comrade die before his eyes. This is troublesome. Kakashi watched the scene unfolding and felt a headache coming on. Don't worry, Izuna-senpai won't kill that young man from the Inuzuka clan, Kaito reassured, as long as you and your comrades don't act rashly. There's really no helping it. Kakashi could only hope that reinforcements would arrive soon. Just then, suddenly 3 different voices called out simultaneously, causing the Leaf ninjas present to breathe a sigh of relief. Shadow imitation technique, successful. Mind-body switch technique. Partial multi-size technique. A slender black shadow quietly connected to Izuna's shadow on the ground, immobilizing his movements. The kidnapped Shun almost simultaneously pushed away the knife at his neck and quickly moved away from the spot. Then, a gigantic hand emerged from the nearby forest, reaching out for Izuna. Ino Shikacho's trio, huh? Izuna's lips curled up slightly. This level can't hold me. Purple patterns appeared on his face as a powerful burst of chakra suddenly freed him from the shadow imitation technique. He easily dodged the incoming giant hand and, in a flash, returned to Chiri's side. Who exactly are you? Tsunade emerged from the forest, accompanied by the leaders of the Ino Shikacho clans and members of the Hokage guard team. Lady Hokage. Lady Hokage has arrived. Seeing the newcomers, the Leaf ninjas present couldn't help but show relief on their faces. Finally, the 5th Hokage of the Leaf, Kaito spoke. I am Kaito Uchiha, and those are 2 of my clan's elders. I've heard about you from Kakashi, Tsunade said, her gaze turning complex as she looked at the body of Danzo Shimura on the ground. Did you kill Advisor Danzo? Yes, Kaito admitted openly. Who would have thought that Advisor Danzo could be too greedy? What do you mean? Tsunade furrowed her brows. It's said that the 5th Hokage is the best medical ninja in the shinobi world, Kaito said with a meaningful smile. You just need to examine his right hand to understand. This is an internal matter of the Leaf. Tsunade didn't rush to inspect Danzo's body. After all, he was an advisor of the Leaf, and whatever secrets he had on him should not be exposed publicly in front of everyone. So, what about the members of the Foundation under Danzo's command? Tsunade clenched her fists and stared at Kaito. Did you kill them all? How could we? Kaito smiled. Don't worry, while some casualties were inevitable, most of the members were merely knocked out. The same voice came from above. Everyone quickly looked up, only to see another Kaito standing on the back of a giant owl. Well, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Kakashi casually thrust his kunai into the neck of the Kaito in front of him. No blood spurted out, the Kaito, whose neck was pierced, quickly deflated, turning from a living person into a flat shape. You turn against me so quickly, Kakashi, even though we were just having a pleasant chat. The paper figure Kaito spoke these words before beginning to shrink, eventually turning into a tattered little paper figure that drifted away with the wind. While it was nice chatting, we are enemies after all. Kakashi pulled up his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. I didn't intend to be your enemy. The Kaito in the air formed hand seals, causing the leaf ninjas on the ground to brace themselves defensively. However, he didn't launch an attack. Instead, he summoned Izuna and Chiri, who were still on the ground, to his side. What? The leaf ninjas were clearly not expecting the enemy to so easily break out of the encirclement. Lady Hokage, Kaito looked down from his elevated position at the leaf ninjas below, loudly declaring, I just want to state that from today onwards, the Uchiha clan formally withdraws from the Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 50, 50. The flowers are blooming. Thank you for being my patron. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Umar Jod. Joseph Stan. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razzo. Davis Nguyen. Koran Hightower. AJ. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. What? Kaito's statement caused a stir among the leaf ninjas. Since the establishment of the village, there had only been ninjas who defected, but no one had ever heard of simply withdrawing. Kaito knew this, but he just wanted to say it anyway. The relationship between the Uchiha and the leaf was a historical mess. Objectively, there was no right or wrong, just the victors and the vanquished. But as a member of the Uchiha, Kaito couldn't bring himself to view it objectively. What are you saying? Tsunade, as the Hokage, was also somewhat shocked by Kaito's words. Let's set aside the Uchiha issue for now, she said angrily, looking up at the three in the sky. But you infiltrated the leaf and killed Advisor Danzo and members of the Foundation. That is unforgivable. The fifth Hokage might want to take a look at this first, Kaito said as he pulled a scroll from his sleeve and tossed it down. He flicked a small paper figure attached to his lapel and declared loudly, this contains some of the mission reports and experiment records I found within the Foundation. Take a good look and see what Advisor Danzo Shimura has really been doing. After the scroll fell, Kakashi quickly reached out to catch it, inspected it for dangers, and then handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade opened the scroll and after a while, she grimly put it away and coldly asked, is everything written here true? Of course, Kaito nodded with a smile. This is just a part. The members of the Foundation were taken down by our Genjutsu, but all the internal data remains intact. He rubbed the small paper figure pin to his lapel and continued, I also helped remove the tongue-binding curse Danzo placed on the members of the Foundation. The fifth Hokage can further interrogate those people for details. Even if all this is true, it's still a matter for the leaf to handle. Tsunade glared at the body of Danzo Shimura and said irritably, it's none of your business as an outsider. That's also true, Kaito nodded in agreement, but then he changed the subject, but there are many grievances between Danzo and our Uchiha to be settled. His tone became serious, as an advisor to the Hokage of the leaf, he secretly took the eyes of Shisui Uchiha, who was loyal to the leaf, leading to his death. Afterwards, he collected Sharingan from the massacred Uchiha clan and implanted them into himself. These are the debts of blood he owed. How could that be? You're talking nonsense. Hearing Kaito's words, the leaf ninjas present were filled with righteous indignation. They couldn't believe that someone as high up as Danzo in the leaf would do such things. Only Tsunade, Kakashi, and the leaders of the Inoshikacho clans, who knew Danzo's true nature, glanced at his disheveled corpse with complicated looks. Don't believe it. Kaito smiled somewhat happily. I'll kindly remind you, I found all the secret techniques and jutsu passed down through the leaf's clans within the Foundation. Even the leaders of the Inoshikacho clans couldn't help but frown at this. For clans like theirs, which don't possess Kekkei-genkai, the secret techniques handed down by their ancestors are the foundation of their survival. This is something they absolutely cannot allow outsiders to tamper with. Patrol and Umbu members from clans saw the reaction of the Inoshikacho leaders and fell silent. Could it really be true? Shun couldn't help but furrow his brows and made a silent decision in his heart. This matter must be reported to the clan head. Naturally, he wasn't the only one thinking this. Seeing everyone's reactions, Kaito satisfactorily curled his lips. Tsunade, noticing the reaction of the crowd, couldn't help but feel a tremendous headache. This was the biggest crisis she had faced as the Hokage. If not handled properly, it could even lead to the leaf falling apart. Damn it. Tsunade couldn't help but glare fiercely at Danzo Shimura's corpse again. This old man, daring to tamper with my grandfather's remains. And that bastard Orochimaru. It turns out he was in cahoots with this old man from the start. However, no matter how angry she felt inside, she knew she had to deal with the current situation of the Uchiha invasion first. I said it. This is the Leaf's own affair, she declared firmly, stepping forward. No matter what grievances exist between Danzo and the Uchiha, they should have been brought to my attention as the Hokage first, not by sneaking around like you did. A powerful surge of chakra burst from her body, and she clenched her fists, saying word by word, as the Hokage, I will never tolerate anyone invading our village. Feeling the Hokage's powerful aura and resolute will, the ninjas standing behind her were visibly moved. For a moment, all the Leaf ninjas were ready for battle, just waiting for Tsunade's command to attack the invading Uchiha group. Are we still going to fight? Kaito seemed troubled as he furrowed his brow. It really can't be helped. Snap. Behind him, Izuna raised his hand and slapped the back of his head, urging, stop messing around. All right. Kaito reluctantly agreed, then raised his voice to the Leaf ninjas on the ground, then let me show you something nice. Then, as he captured everyone's attention at that moment, his eyes suddenly turned red, and a pentagram appeared in his pupils. This is not good. That's a high-level Sharingan. Several experienced Jonin immediately realized. But it was already too late. Jiken no Hana. Countless fluttering cherry blossoms swept in, brushing past everyone. All they saw were the cherry blossoms falling, and in the blink of an eye, they lost track of the enemies. They're already higher up, Kakashi's voice rang out. Everyone quickly looked up, just in time to see the giant all flying high into the sky, out of their attack range. What just happened, Kakashi? Might Guy was somewhat confused. Was that a space-time ninjutsu? No, it wasn't space-time ninjutsu, Kakashi said, his tone somewhat grave. My Sharingan barely caught their movement trajectory, but the speed was unnaturally fast. High above, Izuna also curiously asked, what just happened? Their reaction seemed to slow down. This is a dojutsu born from my left eye, Jiken no Hana. Kaito touched his left eye. It's a special genjutsu that directly affects the target's perception of time. So, in their perception, time sped up just now. Izuna said, understanding. Exactly, Kaito smiled confidently. Jiken no Hana of the left eye makes the perception of time speed up, while the right eye's Jibaku does the opposite, making the perception of time slow down. Quite a capability, Izuna praised. Kaito looked down at the Leaf ninjas on the ground, forming hand seals. Now I'll give them one last gift. Chapter 51, 51. Leaving Konoha. Thank you for being my patron. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Umar Jod. Joseph Stan. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razzo. Davis Nguyen. Coron Hightower. AJ. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Scatter. Kakashi's Sharingan detected Kaito's movements, and he loudly alerted his companions. Hearing the warning, the ninjas thought an attack was coming from above and quickly dispersed, creating some distance between them in the blink of an eye. However, no attack came. The group looked around suspiciously, and eventually, they noticed something happening with Danzo Shimura's corpse. They saw the bandages wrapped around his right arm suddenly turn into shredded paper and fall off, revealing a ghastly pale arm. The skin on the arm was wrinkled in concentric circles, with dried blood spots at the centers, and a vague human face protruded from the upper arm, making it a gruesome sight. Tsunade immediately recognized that the arm was full of modifications. She didn't understand why Kaito was exposing it in front of everyone. Now you all don't understand, do you? Kaito's taunting voice came from afar. You'll all understand soon. As he spoke, new movements occurred in Danzo's right arm. First, small twigs emerged from the skin and quickly grew larger. The large branches continued to split into smaller ones, and in an instant, they grew into a towering tree that enveloped Danzo's corpse at its roots. Would release. Someone couldn't help but blurt out. Yes, your advisor Danzo had transplanted would-release cells into his own body, Kaito's pleased voice came through. Do you want to guess where those cells came from? And how many people were sacrificed for these results? This revelation truly stirred things up, and Kakashi couldn't help but raise his hand to his forehead. He was aware of Danzo's would-release experiments. In fact, the survivor known as Yamato was someone he had rescued from Root. But such matters were better not widely disseminated, as they could potentially disrupt the unity and stability of the Leaf. It was uncertain how the Hokage would view this, especially since Tsunade was known for her fiery temper. He discreetly observed Tsunade's current expression. Sure enough, veins popped on Tsunade's forehead, and she clenched her fists so tightly that she seemed ready to explode. Damn it. It was unclear whether Tsunade was cursing Danzo Shimura for his heinous deeds or cursing Kaito Uchiha for meddling and exposing them. She finally couldn't contain her temper any longer and punched the ground. Boom. With Tsunade's furious punch, the area immediately became chaotic, with rocks flying and trees falling, and several deep cracks appeared on the ground beneath her feet. The leaf ninjas nearby were drenched in cold sweat and quickly scattered to avoid being caught in the aftermath. High above, Kaito Uchiha watched the chaotic scene below and couldn't help but be impressed. Such a fearsome punch, worthy of the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, Lady Tsunade. In this regard, she has even surpassed Hashirama. Izuna also appeared surprised. It's a pity she didn't inherit her grandfather's Kekkei Genkai. Beside them, Chiri commented, I actually quite admire Tsunade. Although her combat abilities may not compare with the first Hokage, she has indeed forged her own path in medical ninjutsu. The conversation between the three was not deliberately lowered, so some of the ninjas below with keen senses overheard it. Thank you for your compliments. Tsunade, having vented her anger with that punch, had calmed down considerably, though her words still carried a bite. You think you can just stir up the village and walk away? Well, the last time we met, you clearly said you wouldn't interfere with Sasuke's choices, and now here you are talking about the Uchiha clan leaving the leaf. Kakashi also stepped forward and spoke. That seems rather contradictory, doesn't it, Kaito? I still keep my word, Kaito laughed. No matter what Sasuke chooses in the future, I won't interfere. But if he chooses to return to the leaf, he can only represent himself. However, Kaito believed that as long as he was around, Sasuke would likely not want to return to the leaf. Individuals and clans are different concepts. He looked down over the entire leaf village and spoke calmly. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the leaf's leadership has been complicated since the village was founded. There's no need to force us to stay together any longer. Besides, there aren't many of us Uchihas left. That's just wishful thinking on your part, Tsunade stated decisively. Even though she knew the Uchiha clan was practically extinct, she knew she couldn't agree to Kaito's terms. Under no circumstances could she allow a precedent to be set for a clan to secede from the village. Kaito, you have never been an active ninja of the leaf and cannot speak for the Uchiha of the leaf, she continued to refute Kaito's claims. Say what you will, Kaito shrugged indifferently, but the leaf will no longer have the Uchiha anyway. And, he then smirked triumphantly, since the plan is already complete, it's time for us to leave. Multiplication technique. Before Kaito could finish, Choji Akimichi from the Akimichi clan transformed into a gigantic figure, raising his massive palms to grab at them. At the same time, Kakashi and Might Guy quickly climbed up Choji's body, leaping towards the sky. Over to you, Gyur, Kaito said nonchalantly, sitting down. Gyur. No problem. Gyur's excited voice sounded as it rapidly flapped its wings, deftly weaving through Choji's grasp. At that moment, Kakashi and Might Guy, running fast along Choji's arms, came charging. Lightning Blade. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Gyur. Facing the pincer attack, Gyur's throat emitted a series of sharp cries as its iron claws flashed out with a gust of wind towards the two men. Kakashi and Might Guy, seeing the sharp wind-bladed claws coming at them, quickly halted their charge and stepped back. Gyur swung its claws, sending the wind blades flying, then suddenly spread its wings and soared higher, pulling away from the two. Choji. Kakashi dodged the wind blades, glanced back at Choji, signaled a few hand signs, and then he and Might Guy each landed on one of his palms. I understand. Choji's voice boomed like distant thunder. He lifted his palms and forcefully hurled the two ninjas towards Kaito's group. Here we go again, Kaito remarked to Gyur, need a hand. Not at all. Gyur's large, golden eyes suddenly brightened, and just as the two were close, those eyes emitted a blinding light like the sun. Caught off guard by the intense light, Kakashi and Might Guy were momentarily blinded, only able to attack by inertia. Gyur seized this opportunity to descend a bit to dodge their attacks and then flapped its wings to rise even higher. Let's go, Kaito patted Gyur's feathers, looked back towards the Uchiha residential area for a moment, no need to entangle with them anymore. All right, Gyur replied somewhat reluctantly, and then flew up into the higher sky. Below them, Choji had already caught the falling pair and carefully set them down on the ground. Chapter 52, 52. Exploration and Discovery. Thank you for being my patron. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Umar Jod. Joseph Stan. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razo. Davis Nguyen. Koran Hightower. AJ. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Are you guys okay? Kakashi, Guy. Tsunade quickly inquired about their condition, having seen the owl suddenly emit a golden light and worried that the two might have been affected by some special dojutsu. It's nothing, just a blast of intense light. Kakashi, covering his eyes with his hand, said calmly, I should recover quickly. Absolutely fine. Might Guy, forcibly keeping his eyes open despite uncontrollable tears streaming down, flashed a bright smile and gave his usual thumbs up. Tsunade looked up at the owl, now a mere speck in the sky, clenched her fist, turned around, and faced the surrounding leaf ninjas. After taking a deep breath to calm herself down, she began issuing orders directly. Guy, notify Kurenai's Team 8 and your Team 3 to track them down together. Find their base, remember to keep your distance, and try to avoid combat. Yes. Kakashi, notify Umbu Team 1 and Team 2. You will lead and command them to investigate the root base, take care of any surviving root members, and collect all documents. Yes. You two can go ahead. Yes, Lady Hokage. Kakashi and Might Guy bowed and then vanished from the spot. Shikaku, notify all active Jonin and clan heads. There will be a meeting at the Hokage building at 7 p.m. tonight. Yes. Shun, lead your patrol team to the Uchiha residential area to search for any clues they might have left behind. Yes. That's it, everyone move out. The rest follow me. After finishing her instructions, Tsunade walked towards the Hokage building. Once everyone had dispersed with clear objectives, the forest returned to tranquility. Heh, found it. A figure, White Zetsu, emerged from the trunk of a nearby tree, cracked a smile, and then twisted back into the soil. As expected. High above, Kaito also chuckled. The last journey through the dream realm must have truly awakened White Zetsu's vigilance and murderous intent. It looks like someone will come to assassinate us soon. Chiri adjusted her wind-tousled hair and said, we have all the intelligence on the members of the Akatsuki organization, but we just don't know who will show up when the time comes. The most likely scenario is that they will deploy the Rinnegan, especially since you easily defeated Itachi Uchiha before. Izuna caressed his long blade, but they probably don't expect that we've also got the information about the Rinnegan through our brother. Are stronger enemies going to appear? Gyure's voice was still somewhat excited. I want to show off this time too. Who knows? Let's just get ready and wait, Kaito replied. Kaito then took off the small paper figure pinned to his lapel and crunched it in his hand, his laugh turning sinister. Heh, almost forgot about this guy. Izuna glanced at it with distaste. You should just send that thing back to the Pure Land quickly. No, I have a better idea. Kaito placed the small paper figure into his pocket, quickly folded a piece of paper into an origami crane, and then pinned the paper figure to it. With a series of hand seals, the origami crane carrying the small paper figure took flight. I'll let Danzo quietly return to the leaf. His face showed clear malice, that way he can see for himself how his reputation falls apart after his death. Without concerning himself with how the soul trapped in the paper figure might react, he sent the origami crane flying. What a pointless trick, Izuna said of Kaito's actions, much like an adult watching a child's mischief. Alright, Kaito. Chiri spoke up, we better choose our next battlefield and make some strategic preparations. I understand, Chiri-senpai. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Kakashi arrived at the Hokage's office. He placed the sealed scroll on Tsunade's desk and reported, Lady Tsunade, all documents from the root organization have been collected, and the surviving members have been handed over to the interrogation department. Thank you, Kakashi. Tsunade took the sealed scroll into her hands. How were the casualties within root? Most were administrative personnel, medical ninjas, and security staff left at the base, totaling 37 people, Kakashi reported accurately, including advisor Danzo and his 2 guards, Torian Aburame and Fuyamanaka. I understand, go rest now. Come back at 6 for the meeting. Tsunade looked down at the scroll in her hands and waved Kakashi off. I'll take my leave then. Kakashi turned to walk towards the door. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and a young man with a dog entered. Lady Hokage, Shun Inuzuka reporting. Shun is here. Tsunade looked up, placing the scroll she was holding back on the desk. Did you find anything? Yes, Lady Hokage. Shun nodded affirmatively. Kakashi, don't leave yet, stay and listen. Tsunade tapped her finger on the desk. Go ahead, Shun. What did you find? Shun glanced at Kakashi, who had turned around to stand beside him, and began to report, Lady Hokage, Kakashi-senpai, our team found 2 anomalies. One is a destroyed underground chamber in the Naka Shrine, and the other is the Uchiha clan cemetery, which has been sealed off by a barrier preventing entry. Tisk. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose. The Naka Shrine has always belonged to the Uchiha clan. The sudden appearance of an underground chamber must be hiding some secrets. And should I be thankful they didn't relocate all the graves? Lady Tsunade. Shizun suddenly pushed the door open and came in. She was slightly out of breath as she spoke. All the Uchiha clan's archives in the library have been irreparably destroyed. Were only the Uchiha clan's archives damaged? Tsunade tapped the desk again. What about the other archives? The other archives appear to have been touched, but they are still intact, Shizun replied. Those guys. Tsunade's expression was complex as she turned her gaze to Kakashi, asking, Kakashi, what do you think? On one hand, they completely separate the Uchiha from the leaf, and on the other, they don't wish to become outright enemies with the leaf, Kakashi said. Kaito must have considered the future. Is that so? I understand, Tsunade said. It seems that in his plans for the future, the Uchiha clan will not join any village. Kakashi nodded. That's what I think, too, but I wonder how he plans to ensure the clan's survival and development. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. The destroyed archives were the property of the Uchiha clan, so consider it returning to its rightful owner. As for the other archives... Damn. Tsunade slapped the table, still somewhat unwilling to let it go. She could not let other villages know that they had a large number of archives, and she must secretly warn Kaito to prevent him from trading those archives with other villages. All right, you all can go now, she said, visibly tired, waving her hand dismissively. Chapter 53, 53. The moonlight is silent. Thank you for being my patron. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Umar Jod. Joseph Stan. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razzo. Davis Nguyen. Koran Hightower. A.J. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Once she was alone in the office, Tsunade picked up the sealed scroll that Kakashi had handed over and spread it out on the floor, releasing the seal. Looking at the half-room full of various paper documents, she immediately felt a headache coming on. Fortunately, Kakashi had already sorted these items, so Tsunade picked up an experimental record and started reading. With her extensive medical experience, she was able to go through the material quickly, but her expression darkened as she read, and she eventually couldn't help but throw the document onto the floor. Damnable old man. She took a deep breath, turned around, and picked up a scroll of mission records. Overall, Danzo had made significant contributions to the Leaf, but he had also engaged in many secret activities for his personal gain. As an experienced ninja who had often served as a commander in the ninja wars, Tsunade could see right through these actions. More curses aimed at Danzo slipped out unintentionally. Under the eaves outside the office window, a tiny paper figure was hidden in a crevice. After Danzo's death, he had been summoned by Kaito and imprisoned within the paper figure. In this state, he could perceive everything around him but was utterly unable to make any sound. How despicable. Curse those Uchihas. Tobirama was right, the Uchiha are inherently evil. And curse you, Tsunade. How dare you insult me? Everything I did was for the Leaf, and I have no regrets. Lady Tsunade, it's almost time for the meeting. The office door opened again, and Shizun walked in to remind her. I know, Tsunade stood up and instructed, Shizun, take a few clerks and organize all the documents related to ninjutsu and secret techniques. Then sort out the documents that belong to the various clans and bring them to the meeting room. Yes, Lady Hokage. In the meeting room, all the active jonin and clan heads who were still in the village had already taken their seats. Though the room was full, everyone kept silent, making it unusually quiet. The faces of the clan heads were grim, seemingly worried about something. Since the third Hokage's administration, the Leaf had begun to comprehensively curb the development of large and medium-sized ninja clans, instead promoting smaller ninja clans and ninjas of civilian origin. They had all witnessed this, but they weren't overly anxious because they believed that their unique ninjutsu and secret techniques made them irreplaceable. Now, however, all the clan archives were in the hands of the Hokage. Would she use these to secretly train her own loyalists? This could mean that their clan members might lose their standing in the village. Only Hayashi Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan, remained composed. As the possessor of the Byakugan, a bloodline limit, he had no such worries. But knowing the fate of the Uchiha clan, he held even more respect for the Hyuga clan's traditions and the caged bird system. Kakashi, the last of the Hatake clan, also sat among the clan heads, looking somewhat out of place. Is everyone here? Tsunade pushed open the door of the meeting room and strode in. Lady Hokage. Everyone stood up until Tsunade took her seat at the head of the table, then they sat down again. Where are the advisors, Koharu and Hamura? Tsunade asked, not seeing the two who were usually the most eager to attend meetings. Lady Hokage, Shikaku Nara stood up. Both advisors said they were unwell and couldn't come today, so everything is up to you. Tsunade clenched her teeth to hold back from cursing out loud. Damn those crafty old foxes. Always there for the benefits but hiding whenever there's trouble, always dragging their feet. Being Hokage is so hard. Shikaku, seeing Tsunade's expression, could guess what she was thinking. He was sure the advisors were genuinely unwell, and he suspected that the Uchiha were behind it, but he didn't speak up. After all, it was better not to get involved in such matters. Everyone should already be aware of what happened this morning. Tsunade calmed herself and went straight to the point. The intrusion by Uchiha Kaito and others has revealed some issues in the Leaf. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss and find solutions together. Everyone, please share your thoughts. Lady Hokage, the hot-tempered clan head of the Inuzuka clan, spoke up first. Is what Kaito said true? Did Danzo secretly steal our secret techniques? It's true, Tsunade admitted with some difficulty. Given the current situation, there was no way to gloss over it anymore. For a moment, all the clan heads in the room furrowed their brows and exchanged looks. Danzo had done many unpopular things in the past, such as forcing their clan members to serve in the root organization, but because of the underlying political investments, they hadn't said much. Moreover, they all understood Danzo's relationship with the third Hokage and didn't want to offend him too much. But this time it was different. The theft of their clan's inherited ninjutsu and secret techniques undoubtedly crossed a line. Our secret techniques must be reclaimed, declared the Inuzuka clan head. That's a red line. The other clan heads nodded in agreement. No problem, Tsunade agreed. There are too many seized documents still being sorted, and they will be distributed shortly. Thank you, Lady Hokage. Everyone knew that just returning the seized archives wasn't really meaningful. Who knew if copies hadn't been made in secret? But this was a necessary formality, at least showing the Hokage's stance. As the Hokage, Tsunade had no choice but to patiently negotiate with everyone, make some compromises, and calm them down. The meeting continued until early in the morning and only ended when most were somewhat satisfied. Exhausted, Tsunade dragged herself back to her office and collapsed weakly on the sofa. You worked hard, Lady Tsunade. Shizune came over and placed some food on the coffee table. Please eat something. I want a drink. Tsunade glanced at the food on the table and protested petulantly. Yes, Shizune was somewhat troubled, but unable to contradict Tsunade's wishes, she headed out. Please wait a moment, Lady Hokage, I'll go buy some alcohol. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, her gaze drifting out the window to the Hokage rock where the face of Hashirama Senju was carved, and she murmured softly, the Uchiha clan has now completely disappeared from the leaf. You must be disappointed, grandfather. Just what will become of the Uchiha clan now? Under the quiet moonlight, all was silent, with no one to answer her question. Chapter 54, 54. Conversation with Itachi. Thank you for being my patron. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Umar Jod. Joseph Stan. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razzo. Davis Nguyen. Koran Hightower. A.J. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. In the deep night, Kaito was still awake, looking through the documents pilfered from Konoha by the light of the campfire. Setting down the scroll in his hands, he expressed his frustration. I always feel that there's something off about the content on the stone tablet at the Naka shrine, but I can't quite figure it out. Don't overthink it, Kaito. Chiri added more wood to the fire. You should rest up and conserve your strength for the battles that might break out at any moment. Thank you, Chiri-sama. Kaito stretched languidly. I'll take a nap now. Unlike Izuna and Chiri, Kaito's body, being non-human, wasn't affected by the temperature, but he knew Chiri was looking after him by keeping the fire going. Though Kaito seemed somewhat reluctant on the surface, he deeply relied on Chiri in his heart. Unlike his sister, Mikoto, who was always a peer, Chiri appeared as an adult figure to the young Kaito, fulfilling his yearning for a maternal figure. Over the years, only Chiri had always been by his side. As a child, it was Chiri who comforted and encouraged him, helping him to develop strong self-confidence and grow fearlessly, even when he was powerless. Later, she accompanied him to the Great Mountains, giving him a tremendous sense of security in a completely unfamiliar environment. Their relationship, as Chiri said, had become like that of mother and son. Thinking this, Kaito smiled and said to Chiri and Izuna, then I'll leave the night watch to you, Chiri-sama, Izuna-senpai. The young man with black hair and eyes smiled genuinely, his features, lit by the firelight, seemed to easily touch one's heart. Chiri felt a complex emotion watching the boy she had seen grow up. She smiled warmly and said softly, good night, Kaito. Humph, don't spoil him too much, Chiri, Izuna remarked with a hint of annoyance, waving Kaito off, get some rest now. We're up against strong enemies, and we can't afford to protect you all the time. Kaito lay in his tent with his eyes closed, not falling asleep immediately as he mentally prepared for the upcoming battle. If their assailants were indeed the likes of Nagato with his Rinnegan, they were in for a fierce fight. Though all preparations and plans for battle were in place, Kaito, being cautious, ran through the possible scenarios in his mind several times to ensure no details were overlooked. Outside the tent, Izuna spoke softly to Chiri about old times during the Warring States period, and with a smile on his lips, Kaito eventually drifted off to sleep to the sound of distant tales. Meanwhile, a paper crane previously released by Kaito was now silently gliding through the void, arriving in a cave located somewhere unknown, quietly landing in the hands of Itachi Uchiha, who was meditating. Startled by the sudden arrival, Itachi looked down at the paper crane in his hands, silently tucked it into his sleeve, and stood up to walk outside the cave. Mr. Itachi. Kisame, sitting across the room, also opened his eyes alertly. What's the matter? It's nothing, continue your rest, Itachi replied without stopping, heading straight out of the cave. Alone in the cave, Kisame chuckled softly to himself, hey, is Mr. Itachi just stepping out, or is there something he's keeping from me? Meanwhile, Itachi sat on a large rock outside, pulled out the paper crane from his sleeve, and began to unfold it under the moonlight. However, the paper was blank except for a simple sketch of a 3-tomo Sharingan. After a moment of thought, Itachi activated his own 3-tomo Sharingan and looked at the drawing on the paper. Instantly, the drawing of the Sharingan seemed to come to life, and the 3-tomo began to spin rapidly. Itachi could feel a cool energy emanating from the drawing, inadvertently soothing the dryness in his eyes and merging with his own visual power, creating a genjutsu space. Meeting again, Itachi. With a greeting, Kaito appeared before him. What is it this time? Itachi knew his uncle did not share his ideals and wouldn't contact him without a reason. Just to inform you, Kaito said with a smile, I have already gone to Konoha and killed Danzo, reclaiming all of the Uchiha clan's artifacts. What are you really trying to do? Itachi frowned. You should know, Kaito spoke with deep meaning, Danzo had acquired Izanagi and implanted 11 Sharingan in himself, including one of Uchiha Shirsue's Mangekyo. Shirsue's eyes. Itachi's fists tightened involuntarily. I suppose you're aware then, Shirsue was killed by Danzo in an ambush, Kaito continued, someone has to pay for the extinction of the Uchiha clan. Because of Sister Mikoto, I spared you, but not everyone else was so fortunate. You know about Madara as well, Itachi spoke with some difficulty. Ah, Kaito nodded, I learned a lot from Danzo, and I've always told you, that guy was never Uchiha Madara. Itachi, somewhat agitated, said, but have you considered Sasuke in your actions? By killing Danzo under the Uchiha name in Konoha, how is Sasuke supposed to face his future? Sasuke has his own thoughts. Kaito was straightforward in front of Itachi, unlike you, between Konoha and the Uchiha, Sasuke will undoubtedly choose the Uchiha. No. Sasuke must return to Konoha to vindicate the Uchiha. Itachi raised his voice. Hey, that's just your wishful thinking, useless. Kaito said with a pleased expression, I've already declared in front of the 5th Hokage and many Konoha ninjas, the Uchiha clan will completely withdraw from Konoha. You're staining the Uchiha name with infamy. Itachi's face changed dramatically, and you have no right to make such a decision. I do what I want, Kaito shrugged, from now on, the Uchiha will have nothing to do with Konoha. If you still consider yourself a Konoha ninja, he said coldly, then you should completely abandon your surname. Itachi's form shook slightly, his expression bitter as he looked down at his hands in silence. A piece of advice, Kaito's figure began to fade, we're about to confront the people behind Akatsuki directly. It might reveal that we know certain information during the battle, and your identity will surely be questioned, so find a way out in advance. After all, I don't want you to die by anyone's hand other than Sasuke's. Lastly, another piece of information, the man claiming to be Uchiha Madara is actually. Kaito's figure disappeared completely, leaving only his last words to echo, Uchiha Obito. After the genjutsu dissipated, Itachi stood up in silence, remaining standing in the night wind for a long time. Inside the cave, Kisame, awakened by the continuous coughing in the wind, couldn't help but comment, it seems Itachi's health is getting worse. Chapter 55, 55. Kaito's ambition. Thank you for being my patron. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Umar Jod. Joseph Stan. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razo. Davis Nguyen. Koran Hightower. A.J. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. As the morning sun rose, Kaito woke up. Good morning, Chiri-sama, he said, crawling out of his tent and rubbing his eyes. Good morning, Kaito. Come eat something, Chiri was warming up some rice balls by the fire. Thank you, Chiri-sama. Kaito walked over, picked up a rice ball, and started eating. You're welcome, Chiri replied with a gentle smile, then stood up to start packing up the tent. Good morning, Izuna-san, Kaito said after finishing his rice ball, heading to a nearby stream to wash up. Izuna-san, sitting on a rock by the stream, nodded. What are you thinking about, Izuna-san? Kaito asked curiously after shaking the water off his hands. I'm thinking about whether we should take back Brothers Rinnegan, Izuna-san remarked surprisingly. Kaito was a bit shocked. Take it back now. I know your plan, Izuna-san said with a smirk. You want to use those from Akatsuki to resurrect Kaguya, then defeat her. That's my plan, Kaito confirmed. Because even if we prevent Kagaya's resurrection prematurely, I can't be at ease, especially since that Black Zetsu is very good at hiding and would leave endless troubles. And I have even greater ambitions, he said with determination. Those goals must be accomplished by completely killing Kagaya. So you don't care about how many people will die in the process? Izuna-san stood up, placing a hand on Kaito's shoulder, and looked him in the eye coldly. You seem so gentle usually, and even your retaliation against Konoha was measured, but you're actually quite indifferent. Kaito smiled gently. Hey, don't say that, Izuna-san. I've observed the fate of this world through stellar movements for a long time. Those sacrifices are destined. He looked up at the sky, his voice devoid of emotion. I'm just a weak being trying to break free from fate, with no obligation to save everyone. And Kaito whispered something in Izuna-san's ear. Ha 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 ha. Izuna-san burst out laughing, patting Kaito on the shoulder. I'm growing to appreciate you more and more, Kaito. Let me see how far you can go. Ah. A near-arrogant confidence appeared on Kaito's face. Then please watch closely, Izuna-san. Kaito knew Izuna-san was testing him, but he chose to speak the truth. Because he realized that despite Izuna-san's gentle appearance, his heart was much colder compared to his brother, who seemed much more ferocious. Madara did have a gentle side, or he wouldn't have spent his lifetime seeking peace. Compared to Madara, Izuna-san was more a typical ninja. He didn't care about dreams or whether the world was at war or peace, he was only interested in tangible benefits. And if Kaito's plan succeeded, the entire Uchiha clan would gain immense benefits, which was enough to gain Izuna-san's full support. At dawn, the two Uchiha men from different generations reached a complete understanding and smiled at each other as they walked back to the camp. Just then, Gyur, who had been out foraging, finally flew back. They packed up their belongings and continued towards the land of rice fields. Caw. The call of a crow sounded. Just before noon, the enemy they had been waiting for finally appeared. Caw. Caw. It was a strange crow, about the size of Gyur, with a long, sharp beak adorned with noticeable barbs, and it had 4 feet and wings. On its back stood 6 figures clad in black robes with red clouds, rapidly ascending towards them. Is that Pain's 6 paths? Izuna-san turned to look behind Gyur. Kaito patted Gyur's feathers and instructed softly, Gyur, speed up and lead them to the place I told you about yesterday. Gyur Gyur Gyur. Gyur let out excited calls, his broad wings stirring up the clouds. His speed suddenly increased several times, quickly gaining distance from the pursuing crow. Swoosh. A whooshing sound was heard. Kaito quickly looked back, only to see a metallic cylindrical object with a tail flame being launched from one of the figures of Pain's 6 paths, chasing rapidly towards Gyur. It's a tracking missile. I've got this. Izuna-san jumped to Gyur's tail, activated his Sharingan, and formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, accurately intercepting the missile. Boom. The fireball and missile collided mid-air, causing a violent explosion that dyed half of the sky with flames. Swoosh. 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 More whooshing sounds followed, and several smaller missiles skirted around the explosion area, converging towards Gyur's position. Gyur. Gyur sensed the danger and began to attempt changing his flight direction. Don't worry, just head straight to our destination, leave the rest to us, Kaito reassured. I won't let you get hurt. All right Gyur, but if I get hurt, I won't be helping you anymore, Gyur complained humorously. Facing the numerous missiles, Izuna-san at the tail unleashed the widest range of his fire release techniques. Fire release, great fire annihilation. An endless stream of flames burst from his mouth, turning into a sea of fire behind Gyur, successfully detonating all the missiles. Boom. 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 Explosions continuously sounded in the air, the intense light and rising smoke completely obstructing the view of both parties. We're almost there, Kaito said, looking ahead to a vast wilderness, prepare to land. Shinra Tensei. A cold voice echoed from afar, and an invisible force instantly dispersed all the fire and smoke. Caw. The 4-footed crow, studded with black rods, also sped up, quickly closing the distance between them. Bansho Ten-in. The figure of Pain at the forefront extended his hand, a massive gravitational pull was applied to Kaito and the others, pulling them towards the direction of the 4-footed crow. Gyur. Shrink. Kaito shouted, forming hand seals. Gyur. Gyur obediently shrank his size, fluttering his wings and taking cover behind Kaito. Kaito's spiritual power erupted, chains formed from this power shot out, pulling both Izuna-san and Chirisama to his side. Guard. Several talismans flew from his body, encircling the trio and the bird in the air, instantly forming a spherical barrier around them. Bang. Under the force of the gravitational pull, the barrier heavily collided with the sharp beak of the 4-footed crow, making a loud noise, then bouncing away. Chapter 56, 56. Pain's 6 Paths. Thank you for being my patron. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Umar Jawd. Joseph Stan. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razzo. Davis Nguyen. Coron Hightower. AJ. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Inside the rapidly moving spiritual barrier, the group struggled to stabilize themselves. Kaito urgently commanded, Gyur, enlarge and get us to the ground. Alright, just remember to block those attacks for me, Gyur. Gyur's form grew larger again, and Kaito and the others swiftly landed on his back. Getting hit passively is not my style. Kaito produced a beautifully crafted longbow in his hands and drew the bowstring aimed at the persistently pursuing crow. Spiritual power burst from his hands, forming an arrow. Spiritual arrow. The arrow of light shot out, quickly splitting into a barrage of arrows that flew towards the 6 paths of pain, tracing blue streaks through the air. Shinra Tensei. Pain's Deva path stretched out his hands, and an invisible repulsive force burst forth, easily deflecting all the arrows. We can't give him a chance to breathe. Kaito drew his longbow again. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Izuna and Chiri, both battle-hardened ninjas, simultaneously formed seals and unleashed the same jutsu. 6 fiery dragons soared up, converging on Pain from different directions. Sealing technique, Absorption Seal. The plump-faced predapath of the 6 paths leaped up, extending his hands, and in an instant, absorbed all the fire. Meanwhile, another volley of arrows shot by Kaito had reached him. Sealing technique, Absorption Seal. Predapath repeated his technique, positioning his hands towards the incoming arrows. However, this time his technique was ineffective. Hiss. An arrow of light pierced through his palm. Hiss. 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 In a blink, he and the crow beneath him were riddled with arrows, and more arrows passed through him towards the figures now behind him. Summoning Jutsu. The long-haired animal path crouched down, slapped his hand on the back of the crow, and in the instant before the crow dispersed, summoned a giant stone panda that blocked all the arrows. Finally, Gyur managed to bring Kaito and the others to the ground amidst this opportunity. Kaito looked up as the 6 paths of pain, under the influence of Deva Path's abilities, slowly descended, the Predapath having reverted back to his original form. You can go now, Gyur, he patted Gyur on the head. The upcoming battle was no longer something this little creature could partake in. I'm off then, Gyur. Be careful, Kaito. Gyur didn't try to act tough and shrank in size to fly away immediately. Kaito once again looked towards the 6 paths of pain in the sky. By now, he had identified the Deva Path, Animal Path, Asura Path, and Predapath, with only the Human Path and Hell Path remaining. One could extract souls, and the other could summon the King of Hell, posing a significant threat to Izuna and Chiri, whose essence were soul-based. He needed to find an opportunity to eliminate them first. Uchiha Kaito, your existence interferes with the plans of the Akatsuki, Deva Path declared from above, looking down at Kaito with cold eyes. In the name of God, I will eliminate you. Ha. Kaito's mouth twitched. Are you claiming to be a god? That's really terrifying. No matter what powers you possess, no matter how many allies you find, Pain landed steadily on the ground, it's all meaningless in the face of God. Begin your ugly struggle, Deva Path extended his right hand. God will eventually forgive your transgression. Kaito's forehead throbbed as he clenched his teeth. Great, you've successfully angered me. Now I want to see what a god looks like when he turns into mud. Although he appeared furious, those who observed closely would notice his eyes remained calm. Mangekyo Sharingan. In that moment, Kaito and the others simultaneously activated their Mangekyo Sharingan, forming the same seals. Jiken no Hana. The pentagram rotated, and with the boost from the other 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, Kaito's dojutsu turned into swirling cherry blossoms that enveloped the 6 paths of pain. Unquestionably, there is a qualitative gap between the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan. Even though Nagato's eyes were not the original, the gap was not one that could be easily bridged. To ensure his dojutsu affected Pain, Kaito had developed a combination genjutsu based on the Sharingan. Using his powerful mental strength. As a catalyst, he resonated with the Sharingan of his peers, linking their powers to augment his dojutsu significantly. Jibaku. In the moment he accelerated Pain's perception of time, he also applied a dojutsu that slowed down time perception to Izuna and Chiri. Both of their faces simultaneously showed purple and cherry blossom patterns as they entered Sage mode through their curse seals, then drew their long swords and vanished from sight. Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 streaks of brilliant white light from swords flashed between the 6 paths of pain, and the heads of the human path and the hell path were instantly sent flying into the sky. By then, 3 seconds had passed since Kaito activated the Jiken no Hana, the exact duration it could affect Pain, who possessed the Rinnegan. What's happening? From a distant tree, Uchiha Obito inquired to Nagato, who sat below the tree, his back pierced with metal rods. Nagato coldly responded, the genjutsu affected their reaction speed. However, that genjutsu won't work on me anymore. Humph, it better not. Obito continued to observe the battle. Shinra Tensei. As their normal perception of time resumed, the remaining 4 paths of Pain scattered. The Deva path then thrust out his hand, forcefully knocking Izuna and Chiri away. Both ninjas flipped in the air and drove their swords into the ground, creating deep marks. Bind. As Kaito's eyes spun with a 5-pointed star, a pentagram-shaped seal appeared beneath the feet of the Deva path. Several chains of spiritual energy emerged from the seal, wrapping around the Deva path. Bizarre arm rocket. From a distance, the Azura path extended its arm, its fist attaching from the wrist and rocketing towards Kaito with a trail of fire. Damn. Kaito dodged, causing a momentary delay in the chains, allowing the Deva path to escape the seal's range. Summoning Jutsu. The animal path slammed a palm on the ground, raising a cloud of dust as several colossal creatures emerged. A massive crab, a red 3-headed dog, a bull, and a rhinoceros. The bull and the rhinoceros pawed at the ground, charging towards Izuna and Chiri, respectively. The 3-headed dog opened its vicious jaws, lunging at Kaito. Meanwhile, the crab sprayed streams of foam towards the trio. Kaito smirked, instantly shrinking under the barrage of foam, transforming into a paper figure that disintegrated with the wind. Shortly after, another Kaito with hands and a seal appeared on the other side, summoning Izuna and Chiri to his side. Sage Art, Great Fire Annihilation. Izuna stepped forward, releasing a fire technique infused with natural energy. The intense flames created a sea of fire in front, burning the charging bull and rhinoceros back to their summoning realm. Water release, Bubble Wave. From a distance, the animal path directed the giant crab to continuously spray foam at the sea of fire. Sage Art, Song of the Dragon Flame. Izuna formed seals again, and 4 fire dragons burst from the sea of fire, roaring towards the remaining 4 paths. The Deva path used Shinra Tensei to block the Song of the Dragon Flame, while the other 3 paths each dodged. Bind. Seeing the distance between them widen, Kaito's eyes spun with the 5-pointed star once more. The seal appeared, chains emerged, and the animal path was thoroughly bound. Chapter 57, 57. Susanoo. Thank you for being my patron. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Lin Qutra. Umar Jod. Joseph Stan. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razzo. Davis Nguyen. Coron Hightower. AJ. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone for $7 on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. In a dim forest, a team of ninjas wearing the Leaf Village headbands swiftly moved through the trees. My bugs are restless. The young boy wearing sunglasses suddenly stopped, reaching out to catch a small black bug that flew towards him. Something seems to have happened ahead. Niji, Hinata, Might Guy, who was at the front of the group, looked back at the young boy and girl with Byakugan. I understand. Hi. Niji Hyuga and Hinata Hyuga simultaneously formed hand signs, and the veins around their eyes bulged ominously. Byakugan. About 1 kilometer ahead, there are 7 people engaged in battle, and there are 2 bodies on the ground. Niji's calm voice reported, one group of 3 has the Sharingan and is using formidable fire release techniques, there likely are mission targets. Hinata added quietly, the others are wearing robes with cloud patterns, such terrifying chakra. Robes with cloud patterns. Another Jonin in the team, Kurinai Yui, frowned and exchanged a grave look with Might Guy. It seems to be the Akatsuki organization that Uchiha Itachi belongs to. What is Akatsuki, MS? Kurinai, a young boy with a small white dog on his head, looked puzzledly at Kurinai. Should we continue to approach? It's best not to get closer, the young bug user said. If you ask why, my bugs tell me that we're not yet qualified to participate in such a level of battle. Shino, you're such a buzzkill. Kiba Inuzuka, holding the small dog, Akamaru, in his arms, complained, right, Akamaru. Woof. Let's move forward, Mr. Guy. Rock Lee, a young boy with thick eyebrows and round eyes like Might Guy, clenched his fists enthusiastically. The mission of youth does not allow failure. Beside him, a girl with her hair in buns looked at him with exasperation. Really, Lee? Didn't you hear what Shino said about the danger? Tenten, Mr. Guy has said that youth does not allow for retreat. Let's all do our best. Rock Lee flashed a grin similar to Might Guy's, giving Tenten a thumbs up. No, this is different, Lee. Might Guy placed his hands on his hips, seriously addressing the young ninjas. This mission is a reconnaissance mission. The Hokage has instructed us to avoid combat as much as possible. Oh. Oh. Rock Lee's eyes sparkled as he nodded continuously. Besides, those formidable enemies are not something even Guy and I can be sure to handle, Kurenai added, let alone you Genin. We will continue to maintain distance. Starting now, Niji and Hinata will take turns using the Byakugan to scout. Might Guy gave the command. Yes. Strange, Niji suddenly spoke up with surprise in his voice. That person clearly has no chakra, but why? What is that dreadful feeling? Meanwhile, at the site of the battle between Kaito and the Six Paths of Pain. After binding the animal path, Kaito fell into a quiet state, his eyes closed as he maintained his hand seal posture, seemingly brewing something. On the other side, seeing the animal path bound by Kaito's technique, the nearby Azura path suddenly shed its robe and revealed its bizarre six-armed body. He then bent down, and a wide, long serrated blade like a serpent's tongue emerged from his back, slicing towards the spiritual chains binding the animal path. Crack, crack, crack. The grating sound of cutting echoed as the serrated blade moved across the chains, sparking tiny flames, but the chains remained intact. At the same time, the Pretapath quickly rushed in front of the sea of fire unleashed by Izuna, extending his hands. Sealing Jutsu, Absorption Seal. The flames were rapidly absorbed by his hands, the burning area gradually diminishing, and with the foam attack from the summoned crab spirit, it soon neared extinction. Failing to rescue the animal path, the Azura path's bald head split into several sections, revealing its mechanical interior. Head laser cannon. A blinding light flashed from the holes in his head, casting a beam of blue light toward the three members of the Uchiha group. Similarly, the red three-headed dog summoned by the animal path, not to be outdone, roared with its three huge mouths, saliva dripping continuously. It first crouched low, then with the laser cannon, it charged toward them. The laser cannon arrived too quickly, reaching Kaito in an instant. Facing the laser at close range, Kaito remained motionless, eyes closed, hands kept in a seal, making no move to react. Fortunately, the other two were slowed significantly by Kaito's Sharingan technique, Jiken no Hana, allowing Izuna to impulsively dash forward, blocking the others. Susanoo. A translucent skeleton covered in deep purple patterns emerged from the ground, enveloping the three, blocking the laser explosion. The massive skeleton raised its head in a silent roar and then extended its arms. The left hand opened wide, grabbing at the Pretapath who had absorbed the firestorm. At that moment, because the Pretapath had absorbed the natural energy within the fire, its chakra was in a state of chaos, unable to dodge, and was grasped in the palm. Meanwhile, its right fist struck hard at the charging giant dog, causing the red three-headed dog to yelp in pain. The blow sent it flying and tumbling back to the ground. In the distant forest. What a terrifying dojutsu. Niji's eyes widened unconsciously, one of the Uchiha summoned a giant made of chakra. Kiba clutched the whimpering Akamaru tightly, his voice tense, it's so frightening, even Akamaru can feel the fear from this distance. Woof. A chakra giant, I've never even heard of such a thing. Might Guy's expression also grew serious. Universal pull. Pain's Deva Path extended his right hand toward the captured Pretapath, activating a gravitational pull to try to rescue him. Izuna, controlling the Susanoo, resisted the pull while tightening his grip on the left hand. At that moment, Chiri, who was behind him, suddenly leapt out of Susanoo's range. Her figure flashed under the influence of the pull, and her ninja blade swiftly decapitated the Pretapath. The decapitated head of the Pretapath, propelled by the gravitational pull, flew toward the Deva Path first. The Deva Path stopped the release of his jutsu, swiftly moved aside, and dodged the flying head, positioning himself directly in front of the bound animal path. Trapping the animal path to draw my attention while really aiming to kill the ability-absorbing Pretapath, your goals have always been clear, he said in a voice devoid of emotion. I've changed my mind, mortals. Your offenses have exceeded the tolerance of the gods, you must pay a price far greater than death. Chapter 58, 58. Goes into battle. Thank you for being my patron. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razo. Davis Nguyen. Koran Hightower. Ali Reza Akram. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian for $7. P@Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. On the tall tree, Obito glanced down at Nagato below, remarking somewhat strangely, the situation is unfavorable. The abilities of the human path, the Naraka path, and the Pretapath have all been eliminated, which is troublesome. It seems your information has leaked. There aren't many in the organization who know your abilities. Who could it be? Nagato's emaciated face showed no expression, only a cold gleam in his purple eyes as he blandly replied, it doesn't matter. The gods won't lose their power just because mortals understand them. As long as the Deva path exists, pain is invincible. Obito relaxed against the tree trunk, his voice hoarse as he said, "All right, but I'll intervene if necessary." "No need. You don't have to do anything extra," Nagato bluntly interrupted, "the gods cannot fail." In the battlefield, Izuna Uchiha had already taken advantage of the moment when Nagato ceased his Shinra Tensei ninjutsu to appear behind Susanoo. "Is this kid still not recovered?" Izuna glanced at the motionless Kaito and then back at Chiri. "It seems it's up to just the two of us for now. Please, Izuna, protect Kaito for the time being. Leave the rest to me," Chiri softly said, then drew the second ninja blade from her waist. Izuna smiled and agreed. "Are you ready to dance, Chiri?" "Then I'll be watching," Izuna remarked with a high voice as he stepped out from behind Susanoo. Hearing this, Nagato, with a cold look, stared at her. "You're the only one stepping forward. Are you trying to buy time for your comrades? Although I don't know what Kaito is preparing, in the face of God, everything you do is futile." As someone who claims to be a god, Chiri raised her head to look at Nagato. "In my eyes, you're no different from us, just a struggle of mortals. As a mortal like you, of course, you cannot understand the greatness of God, and God does not need your understanding. Because when God decides your fate, any words and actions will be futile struggles." "Truly someone impossible to converse with," Chiri remarked with some helplessness. She reversed her hand and inserted the ninja blade into the ground, forming seals with both hands. Sage Art, Fire Style, Phoenix Sage Fire. Different from the ordinary C-rank fire style ninjutsu, Phoenix Sage Fire technique, with Sage Chakra, produced several huge fireballs from her mouth successively, roaring towards the remaining three enemies. Then, she crouched and pulled out her two ninja blades, rushing forward under the cover of the fire style ninjutsu. "It's useless, Shinra Tensei." Facing Chiri's attack, Nagato simply raised his hands, deflecting all the fireballs instantly and blocking her charge, forcefully pushing her back. At the same time, the crab summon spewed a foam towards her from afar. Meanwhile, the Azura path began transforming one of its arms. Several missiles shot out from its arm, trailing flames, colliding with her body. Boom. An explosion sounded, but only splinters flew out. Izuna's figure had already appeared on the other side. Substitution Jutsu, Feudal Struggle, Nagato aimed his palm at Chiri, Universal Pull. Under the influence of gravity, Chiri's body was pulled towards Nagato involuntarily. Uchiha Style, Flame Dance. Both blades in Chiri's hands ignited with flames. Adjusting her posture under the influence of gravity, she lifted two giant blades formed by flames towards Nagato. Roar. The red giant dog, now with four heads, suddenly charged forward. Its four brains shook, emitting roars, blocking Nagato's path. The two flaming blades in Izuna's hands immediately struck the giant dog. The flames exploded, and the dog let out a painful howl. Chiri pulled back her blades to prepare to create distance, but unexpectedly, the parts of the dog's body hit by the blades grew two new heads. One of the heads suddenly lunged out, its large mouth biting onto Izuna. Its sharp teeth pierced through her body, causing blood to flow profusely for a moment. "I told you, struggle is futile." Nagato's cold voice sounded. He walked out from behind the giant dog. "Mortals are destined not to challenge the dignity of God. So, rest assured, because your comrades will soon follow in your footsteps." Seeing Chiri, with her head hanging low and no signs of life, and her ninja blade dropped to the ground, Nagato shifted his gaze towards Izuna and Kaito, protected by Susanoo. "It seems abandoning your comrades won't prolong your lives any further. Now it's your turn. Shoo." The sound of a blade piercing flesh suddenly sounded behind him. "What?" Nagato turned to look, and Chiri appeared beside the animal path, her two ninja blades already pierced into its body. Bang. At the same time, Chiri in the dog's mouth turned into smoke. "How did you do that?" Nagato looked at Chiri, cracks appearing in his unchanging cold expression. "Since you've obtained information about Pain's 6 paths, you should know our vision is shared." However, neither the three remaining on the battlefield nor Nagato, controlling from afar, had noticed how Chiri appeared beside the animal path. Sword Leap Flame. Chiri's ninja blade ignited again, completely burning the inside of the animal path's body. At the same time, the giant dog and crab she had summoned turned into dust and disappeared from the arena. "How did I do it?" Chiri withdrew her ninja blade from the body of the animal path, smiling at Nagato. "You who claim to be a god, actually need to ask me, a mere mortal." "I admit, I underestimated you before." Nagato furrowed his brows, "but I will not give you any respite now." A black rod slid from the sleeve of his right hand, which he then held out in his palm, and extended his left hand toward Chiri. Universal Pull. A stronger gravitational force than before made Chiri's body unable to maintain balance. She was instantly pulled in front of him, and the black rod in his right hand blocked the ninja blade she managed to swing. At the same time, the remaining Azura path's body began to transform, several arms combining to form a massive cannon aimed at Izuna. Azura Attack. A massive chakra visible to the naked eye gathered at the cannon's muzzle, then transformed into a thick beam of light, shooting directly at Izuna. Boom. An unprecedentedly violent explosion sounded, and cracking noises continuously came from the exterior of Susanoo. Because he needed to protect the immobilized Kaito behind him, he had to exert all his chakra continuously repairing the damage to Susanoo. Chapter 59, 59. Lines are broken. Thank you for being my patron. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razzo. Davis Nguyen. Koran Hightower. Ali Reza Akram. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon for $7. Patreon, patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Shinra Tensei. Pain once again unleashed a powerful repulsive force from his hands, striking heavily against Uchiha Chiri's body. Ah! Chiri cried out in pain, no longer able to maintain her balance. Her ninja sword flew from her grasp, and she was thrown out like a kite with its string cut. On the other side, seeing that a single strike was ineffective, Azura Path's cannon began to gather power again. More tremendous chakra gathered, and the blue light became unbearably piercing. Tisk! Izuna immediately increased the output of his chakra, and the skeletal form of Susanoo on him swiftly grew meridians and flesh. Unlike my brother's complete Susanoo, this is as far as I can go, he said, looking back at Kaito. What a troublesome kid. Yasaka Magatama. The second form of Susanoo now had 3 giant Magatama in each hand. Izuna, controlling the Susanoo, swung his arms, sending all the Magatama hurling towards the direction of the laser cannon. Boom. The Magatama collided with the laser, igniting a brilliant fire that soared into the sky. The sound of the explosion was deafening, and with the fierce wind, the entire field was flipped over, even the trees at the edges were uprooted. Ah! In the distant forest, Hinata, who was observing the battlefield with her Byakugan, couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, the Leaf Village ninjas also heard the huge commotion from afar. Seeing the fire light up, feeling the ground tremble, several genins' expressions became quite animated. They could not imagine what level of battle was occurring ahead that it could cause such a strong reaction. Even Kurenai, a Jonin, was profoundly shocked. Among them, only Might Guy, an elite Jonin, remained calm. Don't worry, the fight won't reach us here. He gave a thumbs up, showing his signature smile to reassure the Genin, even if something unexpected happens, I, Might Guy of the Leaf, the noble blue beast, will protect you. As expected of Guy-sensei, so reliable. Rock Lee, Guy's disciple, looked up at his teacher's tall figure, moved to tears. After a while, the explosion finally subsided, but the battlefield was now completely unrecognizable. Luckily I buried the seals deep earlier, or it would have been a disaster now, Kaito's voice suddenly rang out. Izuna turned to look at Kaito, who had his eyes open, and somewhat irritably said, You can finally move, huh? Because I had to protect you, I couldn't fight freely. Little Kaito, you're ready, said Uchiha Chiri, somewhat disheveled, as she also got up from the ground. Kaito, looking at Chiri's condition, said somewhat ashamedly, Thank you, Chiri-sama. Sorry, this time it was my whimsy. Chiri dusted the dirt and weeds off her body and chuckled, shaking her head, It's okay, little Kaito. After all, I'm not so easy to kill. The 2 seniors can rest for a while, I'll take over from here. Kaito strode out of Izuna Susanoo, his gaze sharp, looking towards Pain and Azura Path in the distance. Oh. You're finally stepping up, Kaito. Pain looked coldly at the cleanest and most tidy young man on the field, and said gravely, Always hiding behind your companions might make me think our judgment was mistaken, that you really don't have the value of being personally killed by a god. Kaito just smiled and said, That must be hard for you, but my value can only be assessed by myself. The aura bursting from his body made everyone present feel a heaviness in their bodies, suddenly struggling to breathe. His face filled with strong confidence, he spoke word by word, You're not qualified to measure my value. Arrogant. Pain's body almost burst forth with powerful chakra, he raised the black rod in his hand towards Kaito. Let me tell you, anything a god wants to do is naturally justifiable. To me, there's no such thing as a justifiable reason. Kaito formed a seal with both hands, fearlessly locking eyes with Pain. At this moment, feeling Kaito's aura from afar, Uchiha Obito's eyes became more solemn. Looking down at Nagato, who was rapidly panting, Obito thought, This guy, Nagato, the battle has dragged on for so long, he might not last much longer. On the plains. Pain, holding a black rod, charged towards Uchiha Kaito, with Azura Path closely following, his wrist deploying numerous small serrated blades. Uchiha Kaito displayed a slightly eerie smile, his body glowing with spirit. 5 elements sealing barrier. Swoosh. 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 Red, Green, yellow, brown, and blue, pillars of light in these 5 colors burst from the ground in different directions, enclosing the battlefield. Then, the 5 pillars of light started connecting from the bottom, surrounded by a pentagon light barrier of the same height, and a giant pentagram formed on the ground. With the formation of the barrier, Pain and Azura Path, who were charging forward, suddenly stopped in their tracks, falling to the ground like suddenly deceased corpses. What was that? Uchiha Obito withdrew his gaze, jumped down from the tree, and came next to Nagato to ask, what just happened? The chakra connection between me and Pain was severed. Nagato gasped a few breaths, his voice hoarse. It must have been that strange barrier, blocking the transmission of chakra. So they had already prepared for Pain, Obito said gravely, looking towards the glowing barrier on the plains. You're already tired. At this point, it seems I have to make a move. No. Nagato lifted his head, somewhat excitedly saying, that man, Uchiha Kaito, made Pain, who is seen as a god, appear tainted, unforgivable. I will kill him myself. What is that? A barrier. Kiba looked up at the distant rising light barrier. A strange barrier. Niji observed the scene on the battlefield with his Byakugan. The members of the Akatsuki organization suddenly fell down dead, and our mission target has won. No, there are more people. Hinata scanned the surroundings of the battlefield and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, there are 2 more members of the Akatsuki in the forest on the other side, approaching the battlefield. Have they arrived? Uchiha Kaito accurately directed his gaze towards Nagato and Uchiha Obito's direction, calling out loudly, I've been waiting for you. Nagato, and Uchiha Madara. Chapter 60, Revealing Identity. Thank you for being my patron. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razzo. Davis Nguyen. Koran Hightower. Ali Reza Akram. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon for $7. Patreon, patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. It seems you know quite a bit. Obito's deep, hoarse voice came from the distant forest. He was the first to emerge from the forest, carrying a giant fan, appearing at the edge of the formation. Following him was Nagato, seated on a huge mechanical device. The massive mechanical device floated in the air, moving around, with Nagato in the center, his head drooping, his half-length red hair covering his face, revealing only one eye shining with a cold purple light. His bare upper body was emaciated, like a mummy, with dense black rods inserted into his back, and his hands encased in cylindrical metal. This man had no semblance of life about him, like a demon crawled out from hell, causing a deep discomfort in anyone who saw him. At this time, the people of Konoha had quietly arrived at a mountaintop, hidden among the dense leaves of a large tree, overlooking the situation on the plains. That person. Hinata was so frightened by Nagato's appearance that her face turned pale. Hey! Is that a living person? Not a puppet. Kiba whispered. Of course, it's not a puppet. Niji observed carefully with his Byakugan. The 2 new individuals both have terrifying amounts of chakra. Nice to meet you too, would you like to come in? Kaito, looking at Obito and Nagato outside the formation, smiled and said, if you want to kill me, you'll probably have to come in. Fine, let's see what tricks you can play. Obito bravely stepped into the formation without any fear. Nagato silently followed him. They quickly approached Kaito, and Nagato's mechanical device landed on the ground. Have you been careless, Kaito? Nagato suddenly spoke, you didn't take the opportunity to destroy the bodies of Pain and Azura Path. As he spoke, Pain and Azura Path, who had previously fallen on the ground, suddenly stood up again, flashing into position in front of Nagato. Careless, or intentional? Obito removed the fan from his back and planted it on the ground. Since you sensed our presence and deliberately drew us out, it seems you are quite confident in yourself. Not bad, Kaito shyly smiled. Obito turned his gaze to Izuna and Chiri standing behind Kaito and asked, I remember the Uchiha clan shouldn't have so many people left, right? After all, you were also involved in the downfall of the Uchiha clan, weren't you? Kaito said meaningfully. You knew. Obito's lone eye showed naked venom. The Uchiha clan chose to betray me, and this was the fate they deserved. But where did you learn about it? From Itachi? It was Danzo. Oh, you collaborated with him, didn't you? Kaito's expression turned a bit strange, but, are you really Uchiha Madara, or just someone posing under that name? Obito stared intently at Kaito's expression, his hoarse voice carrying a murderous tone. Kid, you'll soon understand the terror that comes with the name Uchiha Madara. Kaito's expression suddenly became very animated. He glanced at Izuna, who was frowning, and mockingly laughed. If you're Uchiha Madara, why don't you recognize Izuna-senpai? Izuna. Obito paused for a moment, suddenly recalling something Uchiha Madara had once told him. Izuna Uchiha, that name, was Madara's brother. Obito's reaction was quick, and he sinisterly looked at the smug Kaito, emphasizing, "There's no need to fool me with an imposter, my brother Izuna, he has long been dead." Puffed. Seeing the vein throbbing on Izuna's forehead, Kaito couldn't help but laugh out loud. He jokingly said, "Aren't you taking this too seriously, Obito?" After Kaito spoke, the scene fell into a moment of silence. Obito's pupils widened in surprise for a moment, and then a tangible murderous intent erupted from him. However, since Nagato was also present, he still did not abandon his role, but said with anger, "Who is Obito? My identity is not something a youngster like you can defame at will." Nagato watched Obito's back with cold eyes, thinking to himself that this was indeed the case. From the beginning, he and Conan had been wary of the elusive men before them. Although Obito quickly refuted Kaito's words earlier, Nagato still observed his subtle reaction, which instead confirmed that his identity was definitely not the Uchiha Madara he claimed to be. Faced with the murderous aura bursting from Obito, Kaito remained utterly unfazed, even emphasizing, "Denial is useless, Obito. Since I can summon Izuna-senpai, I can also summon the real Uchiha Madara. Our cooperation, the ultimate goal is what matters, right, Nagato?" Obito suddenly calmed down, turning his gaze to Nagato. "Ah," Nagato nodded. Indeed, the cooperation with this man was to achieve Hihiko's ideals. As long as the purpose was achieved, his actual identity didn't really matter. However, what exactly would happen, they would only know once the goal was truly achieved. Nagato looked at Obito's back, his wariness increasing several folds. At this moment, Obito's apprehension towards Kaito had reached new heights. He picked up the fan in his hand and said, "Originally, it was decided to eliminate you only because your Mangekyo Sharingan might hinder our plans, but now it's different. You must die here today." Ignoring Nagato's earlier request to personally take action, Obito, with the fan in one hand and the scythe linked to the fan in the other, charged forward. Nagato watched Obito's back, which carried a hint of desperation, and remained silent. Even Pain and Azura Path continued to stand their ground calmly. Although Nagato had confirmed the man's identity, he was still not very clear about his specific abilities. He only knew that he was proficient in space-time jutsu. At this moment, he suddenly decided to observe through Kaito's actions. Facing an unreliable partner, it was always best to gather more information about them. As Obito attacked, Kaito produced a dagger in his hand and drew it to meet the attack. His approach was noticeably faster than Obito's. In an instant, his blurred figure reached Obito. The tip of the dagger, shimmering coldly, thrust rapidly towards Obito's chest. Facing Kaito's thrust, Obito didn't parry but instead raised his scythe and continued charging forward. With his combat habits, Kaito would phase through his body due to the phasing ability brought by his Mangekyo Sharingan, and then he could take the opportunity to solidify and counterattack Kaito with a slash. However, when he calculated the distance and planned to enter the phasing state, he felt something was off. The density of space here was much greater than in the outside world. Normally, phasing for him was like diving into water, but now it felt like the water had turned into stone. At the critical moment, Obito leaned back, letting his body fall backwards. Ist! The sound of a sword cutting through fabric and flesh rang out, followed by the splatter of blood. Chapter 61, 61. Communicating. Thank you for being my patron. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razzo. Davis Nguyen. Koran Hightower. Ali Reza Akram. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the "at" with "a." Although Obito's falling motion allowed him to avoid being pierced through the heart, the sudden bright white light from the blade still left a deep wound on his body. As he fell to the ground, he ignored the flesh wounds and swung his scythe at Kaito's ankles. Kaito lightly jumped up, gracefully retreating to put some distance between them. "Didn't expect that, did you?" Kaito, with his right hand, performed a flourish with his knife, flicking off the blood on the blade, and looked at Obito, who had now stood up. "But it's too late for regrets now, my formation has already sealed the space within it," he said with a mocking smile. "Space-time abilities are indeed convenient, but for me, they are quite easy to counter." Obito remained silent for a moment, just watching Kaito with a cold gaze. Even without the space-time abilities granted by his Mangekyo Sharingan, his power was still formidable. But clearly, Kaito was no easy opponent either. Facing him one-on-one, Obito no longer had the assurance of an unscathed retreat. What was more alarming was that he was being targeted so specifically. His abilities, unknown to both Itachi and Danzo, how did Kaito come to know about them? Could it be? Obito recalled Kaito's earlier mention of summoning Uchiha Madara. Suddenly, many thoughts surfaced in his heart, and his wariness towards Kaito escalated to the highest level. This man's existence had too great an impact on his own plans. To fulfill his promise to Rin, he must at all costs eliminate Kaito today. "Let me handle it, Obito," Nagato's voice suddenly came from behind him. Obito turned to look at Nagato, stubbornly emphasizing, I am Madara. Madara, let me take care of it here, Nagato casually corrected. He had realized that Obito, without his space-time abilities, was not confident in handling Kaito. This gave him a measure of Obito's capabilities. As for the identity issue, as long as Obito could continue to deceive others with Madara's identity, it was undoubtedly beneficial for their plan. With that settled, it wouldn't matter if he called him Madara, Hanako, Akemi, or Hashirama. Let's finish them off together, and quickly, Obito said. This operation has already dragged on too long. Eh? You want to team up now? Kaito sheathed his sword, a bit surprised. Not going to play around a bit more, Obito? Kid. Izuna's voice, tinged with anger, came through, I don't have the patience to keep playing these pointless games with you. All right. Kaito somewhat disinterestedly curled his lip, his dagger disappeared, and he formed hand seals, somewhat regretfully saying, sorry, I actually wanted to have some fun. Seniors, please step out and rest. From here on, I can handle it. A white light shone on Izuna and Chiri, and then they were moved outside the formation's range. Kaito looked at Obito and Nagato, continuing, Izuna-senpai has grown impatient. Let's make this quick. Shut up. Obito placed the fan back on his back and rapidly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Hot flames burst from his mouth, forming a giant fireball that hurtled towards Kaito, leaving a scorched trail on the ground. At the same time, Nagato also made his move. Whoosh. 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 Azura Path's wrists fired several missiles trailing flames. Faced with the pincer attack, Kaito did not move to dodge but formed hand seals again. 5 elements guard. 5 small pillars of light burst from the ground around him. Red, green, yellow, brown, blue, representing the 5 basic elements of the world, fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, consistent with the larger pillars of the 5 elements sealing barrier. The small pillars quickly formed a small pentagram formation around him, raising a barrier that successfully blocked the explosions of the great fireball technique and the missiles. At that moment, Heavenly Path Pain slowly rose into the air, stretching out his palm towards Kaito. Pay the price for offending a god, Shinra Tensei. A massive repulsive force collided with the barrier protecting Kaito, raising a cloud of dust. Due to the need to maintain the large 5-element sealing barrier, Kaito had not summoned much of the 5 elements' power. Soon, a crisp cracking sound followed, and as Nagato exerted full force, the 5 elements guard barrier was shattered. Bansho Tenin. An invisible force of attraction appeared, acting on Kaito's body, trying to pull him towards Pain. Kaito's body swayed, his aura surged, temporarily resisting the pull of the force. He closed his eyes, his clear voice rising. Hidden deep within the earth, the pulse of the planet, the stream of life source, appear now, I beseech thy protection, swiftly as the law. As Kaito chanted, the sound of tides came from deep within the earth. Golden light seeped from the ground, gathering at his feet. A mist-like soft light flowed slowly, enveloping him gently like a light veil, effortlessly neutralizing the gravitational pull emitted by Pain. Until Kaito was entirely bathed in gold, the air around him suddenly vibrated. Hum. The vibration quickly spread, instantly expanding to the entire range of the formation. Simultaneously, both Nagato and Obito felt their bodies heavily sink as the gravity within the formation suddenly increased several times. Pain began to destabilize in midair, as if invisible hands from the earth were pulling him down, forcing him to descend. Obito and Azura Path on the ground also found it difficult to stand for a moment. Kaito opened his eyes, his pentagram slowly rotating in his eyes, looking towards Obito and Nagato. To tell you the truth, having communicated with the dragon veins, I've gained the power granted by the earth to freely control the gravity of this place, he said with a smile, spreading his hands as if he held the winning ticket. So, how will you respond? As he spoke, the gravity inside the formation increased again. Creak, creak. Nagato's device and Azura Path, due to the abundance of metal, began to emit sounds of being overwhelmed. Nagato's frail body also began to face collapse. He commanded Heavenly Path to block in front of him, bursting forth with Shinra Tensei again. Although this temporarily countered the effects of gravity, Shinra Tensei could not be maintained indefinitely. Another solution must be found. Under the pressure of gravity, Obito was forced to crouch, his hands trembling as he struggled to form hand seals. Wood release, piercing branch technique. Countless branches drilled out from the mud beneath his feet, continuously growing new branches. The dense, sharp branches quickly pierced towards Kaito. Chapter 62, 62. Oyama Tsumi. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razzo. Davis Nguyen. Koran Hightower. Ali Reza Akram. Dan Trigolden. Young Fexentum. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon for $7. p@trian.com/lesserservant of cosmos. Just replace the at with a. It's useless. Uchiha Kaito pressed down with a backhand, and a terrifying burst of gravity crushed all the branches into powder. Boom. Simultaneously, the Shinra Tensei cast by pain ceased, and the mechanical device under Nagato instantly shattered. He fell from the device, lying powerlessly on the ground. Obito, along with Pain and Azura Path, could no longer bear the burden. They crouched on the ground, barely supporting themselves with their hands to avoid lying down. I didn't expect this kid to have such a trick up his sleeve, Izuna said with interest from outside the formation. Unfortunately, the preparation time for this state is too long. Chiri smiled and said softly, this must be Kaito's first time using it in actual combat. This isn't even his final form yet, it's just unclear whether the technique he developed was successful. Oh. There's even greater version of this. Then I shall look forward to it. Obito watched as Kaito effortlessly destroyed his ninjutsu and pinned both him and Nagato to the ground, unable to move. A surge of intense hatred erupted within him. Why must you obstruct me? Why must you stop me from fulfilling my promise to Rin? This world is always like this, full of errors. Feeling the ghostly hatred emanating from Obito, Kaito walked up to him. He raised his hand, and several chains of spiritual energy emerged from his sleeve, binding Obito. I never thought you would become like this, Obito, he said with a hint of regret. I even doubted whether you were really Obito or just a demon born from the deceased Obito. Obito looked up, angrily saying, what are you talking about? Kaito smiled gently at him and continued, when we were children, I observed you out of curiosity. It's surprising that someone as lively and sunny as you came from the Uchiha clan. Back then, you were truly a pure and kind-hearted person. What do you know about me? Obito's voice was hoarse with emotion as he shouted, don't act all high and mighty here, pointing fingers. I no longer have any expectations for this world. Those who obstruct me. His figure suddenly appeared behind Kaito, his scythe stabbing into Kaito's heart, must die. Izanaji. Kaito's voice came from another direction, while the body in front of Obito instantly turned into a paper decoy. I wouldn't miss out on this ultimate illusion. Obito, struggling to maintain his posture, turned to look at Kaito and asked, what exactly is your purpose? It was you who came after me first, I haven't done anything, Kaito replied innocently. Heh, I won't believe there aren't any hidden motives behind your appearance, Obito retorted. But no matter what your intentions, today we must kill you here. Nagato, he turned back and shouted loudly at the weakened Nagato lying on the ground, what are you waiting for? Hearing Obito's call, Nagato shakily raised his head and propped himself up on his frail arms. He laboriously raised his right hand, heavily slapping it on the ground, causing a circle of runes to appear. Summoning, demonic statue of the outer path. Boom. The ground in front of Nagato shattered, and two gigantic hands emerged from the soil, striking the ground with tremendous force and sending numerous shards flying. Boom. Boom. Supported by the two gigantic hands, a massive creature composed of trees emerged from the soil, revealing its upper body. At last, it appeared. Kaito's lips curled up, he had been waiting for this moment. Everything was for extracting materials from the body of the divine tree. Roar. The creature known as the Outer Path statue raised its head, opened its mouth wide, and let out a deafening roar. A metal rod extended from its body and then branched out, connecting to the black rods behind Nagato. Ah. Nagato let out a painful scream as chakra mixed with life force surged through the black rods into the Outer Path statue. Roar. The Outer Path statue roared again, and from its tooth-filled mouth, an energy-formed dragon emerged. The dragon twisted its body through the air, rapidly heading towards Kaito. What is this? Uchiha Kaito looked solemnly at the dragon made of energy. This thing didn't bode well, it seemed to be lethally dangerous upon contact. However, the power from the dragon veins within him should be able to fend it off temporarily. With this thought, Kaito felt reassured. His spiritual power surged again, continuously drawing from the earth's dragon veins, causing his entire body to emit a dazzling golden light. The increasing golden energy swirled around his body, fending off the attacks from the Outer Path statue. The pentagram in his eyes began to spin rapidly, and his hands quickly formed seals. A blue skeletal framework of spiritual power appeared, enveloping him, and quickly grew muscles and flesh. Then, the golden energy also surged up, forming a thick armor that wrapped around his entire body. The giant clad in golden samurai armor emerged from the ground, slowly standing up, with Kaito's body rising slowly, settling in the space at the giant's forehead. Is that Kaito's Susanoo? Izuna looked up at the giant towering over 100 meters tall. It worked. Chiri smiled, that's the technique Kaito developed by combining the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the dragon veins. Because it seemed like it could dominate the mountains and the earth, it was named Oyamatsumi. At this moment, the successfully cast Kaito no longer needed to worry about the soul-draining energy dragon. He controlled the golden giant to raise its hands, making a fist motion towards the outer path statue. The earth stirred, and rocks and soil seemed to come alive, forming two hands larger than the upper body of the outer path statue, closing in on it. Roar! The outer path statue let out another terrifying roar, its hands spread open to resist the center of the rock giant's palms. Seeing the outer path statue temporarily trapped, Kaito quickly maneuvered Oyama Tsumi forward, simultaneously raising a long naginata in his hands. Nagato. Obito, already lying on the ground, let out an urgent cry. The black rods behind Nagato suddenly retracted, pulling his body towards the chest of the outer path statue. During this process, Nagato let out a heart-wrenching scream. Subsequently, he was successfully pulled onto the body of the outer path statue, his lower body merging directly into the statue's body. At this moment, Kaito's Oyama Tsumi had already advanced close to the outer path statue, the long naginata swinging down at its head. In the nick of time, Nagato commanded the outer path statue to raise its right hand. Its entire body emerged from the soil, withstanding a blow before breaking free from the encircling rocky hands, issuing an angry roar towards Oyama Tsumi. Oyama Tsumi's naginata was raised again, assuming an attack stance. For a moment, two colossal figures over 100 meters tall stood facing each other in the field. Chapter 63, 63. Goal achieved. Thank you for being my patron. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razo. Davis Nguyen. Koran Hightower. Ali Reza Akram. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon for $7. Patreon, patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Above the great tree where the Leaf Village ninjas were positioned, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Guy-sensei, what is that? Rock Lee's voice was hoarse. That kind of power, that kind of enemy. How can we possibly fight it? The rest of the genin also had blank expressions, their faces filled with despair, as if they had completely lost their faith. Kurenai looked at her students and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Unlike these genin who were still at the beginning of their paths, she clearly knew just how terrifying the powerhouses within the ninja world could be, and how she, as a so-called jonin, was no match for those monsters. However, because she had long accepted the reality that she could only reach this level, she did not lose her own faith. But these seedlings. They were all young and at an age full of drive and ambition, and such a blow might destroy their confidence. Have you lost confidence in yourself, Lee? Might Guy's stern voice rang out, what a foolish disciple. Don't forget everything you've gone through on your journey. You've grown from nothing to where you are now. Guy-sensei. Lee's eyes lit up, and tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. Yes, even if I was once worthless, I've grown to this point under Guy-sensei's tutelage. I just need to keep moving forward with unwavering determination. Next, I will become even stronger. Sorry, Guy-sensei. I understand now, my efforts haven't been in vain. I won't be confused anymore, I will continue to strive and become stronger. As if inspired, the expressions of the other genin also returned to normal. Well said, Lee. Might Guy, with tears in his eyes, gave Lee a thumbs up, that's youth. The two of them, regardless of the situation, stood on the tree branch and embraced, weeping together. The members of Team 8 all looked at a somewhat embarrassed Niji and Tenten with curious eyes. As if asking, what's wrong with these two people in your team? Inside the Oyama Tsumi, Kaito watched the outer path statue roaring towards him, feeling somewhat excited. Am I finally facing the divine tree? Even though it's a weakened version. It's like taking advantage of someone's crisis, he thought. The outer path statue, because it had no energy of its own, could only barely maintain itself with Nagato's chakra and life force. One can imagine how much it paled in comparison to the fully realized Ten-Tails divine tree. And when Nagato could no longer hold on, the summoning would disappear. Time was of the essence. He maneuvered the Oyama Tsumi to charge forward again, the naginata in his hands powerfully slicing towards the neck of the outer path statue. The outer path statue dodged sideways, raising its fist to strike fiercely at the head of the Oyama Tsumi. Oyama Tsumi retracted the naginata, blocking the fist of the outer path statue, and then raised a foot to kick at its abdomen. The outer path statue staggered back a few steps, roaring before charging forward again. The two giants, towering over 100 meters tall, engaged in a back-and-forth battle on the plain. The ear-splitting sounds of their collisions constantly echoed, causing the entire area to be shrouded in flying sand and shaking grounds. However, due to Nagato's prolonged manipulation of the six paths of pain and their continuous use of various jutsus, which were now being siphoned by the outer path statue, even Nagato, with the Uzumaki clan's unique constitution, was at the end of his chakra reserves. Moreover, under the influence of gravity, The movements of the outer path statue had become increasingly sluggish, occasionally being wounded by the naginata wielded by Oyama Tsumi. Kaito frowned as he looked at the wounds on the outer path statue. Though the divine tree's shell had lost its powerful chakra, its inherent vitality was still astonishing, and those wounds were continuously healing themselves. This way, gathering materials would be impossible. Not to mention how much longer Nagato could hold on. Even Kaito himself, as it was his first time using Oyama Tsumi, was unable to control it in battle for an extended period. This couldn't go on. Kaito and Nagato's thoughts aligned at that moment. Ha! Nagato roared, his veins bulging as he exerted all his strength to extract every bit of chakra from his body. Dragon Veins Blessing. Kaito formed hand seals, and a continuous stream of power was drawn from the earth beneath his feet, causing the gold covering Oyama Tsumi's entire body to become even more dazzling. Roar! The outer path statue roared skyward, spewing numerous wooden spikes like a rain of arrows. At the same time, its arms suddenly elongated, extending numerous large branches that agilely wrapped around Oyama Tsumi. Oyama Tsumi crouched slightly, then sprang up powerfully, using its armor to fend off the wooden spikes and leaped over the encroaching branches to reach the top of the outer path statue's head. Boom! Simultaneously, the earth and rocks beneath the feet of the outer path statue churned again, wrapping around it like giant pythons. Crack! A breaking sound echoed. As Oyama Tsumi's naginata, carrying tremendous gravity, descended from the sky, several thick tree trunks on the back of the outer path statue were cleanly severed. Success! Kaito's lips curled up, and he controlled Oyama Tsumi to leap again, dodging the winding branches and landing farther away. Cough, cough, cough. Nagato continuously coughed up blood, the branches rushing toward Oyama Tsumi withered and fell off, and the outer path statue finally quieted down. It seems I have won in the end, Kaito said with a smile in his voice. It's a pity, you couldn't kill me, and instead, you're going to die here. Cough, cough, cough. Nagato had now completely turned into a skeleton wrapped in a thin layer of skin, blood constantly spewing from his mouth as he still looked at Kaito with cold eyes, shouting with all his strength, Obito! Obito! In the distance, as former classmates of Obito at the Ninja Academy, Might Guy and Kurenai, hearing Nagato's shout, stared dumbfounded at the masked man lying on the ground. How is this possible? Kurenai muttered, Obito was clearly already sacrificed. Damn. I can't understand this at all. Might Guy clenched his fist, if Obito has truly become an enemy, what about Kakashi? Whether or not to tell Kakashi, this should be left to the Hokage to decide. Kurenai recalled Kakashi's usual demeanor and also furrowed her brows with worry. That's all we can do now. Might Guy couldn't help but worry for his good friend. Following Nagato's shout, the ground stirred again, several branches extending from the feet of the outer path statue emerged from the soil, hanging numerous tattered paper talismans. The 5 giant pillars of light extinguished, and the large formation surrounding the plains slowly dissipated. Simultaneously, the gravity in the area also significantly lightened. I've said it before, I am Uchiha Madara. A spiral of spatial fluctuation arose, and Obito's figure slowly emerged beside Nagato, still insisting on his identity. However, Nagato no longer had the strength to deal with him. Bang. Dust filled the air, the outer path statue disappeared, and Nagato began to fall powerlessly towards the ground. Tisk. Obito's figure flashed, appearing beneath Nagato to catch him. At this time, Kaito also dispelled the Oyama Tsumi technique, gracefully landing next to Izuna and Chiri. Chapter 64, 64. Counting Harvest. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razzo. Davis Nguyen. Koran Hightower. Ali Reza Akram. Dan Trigolden. Young Fexentum. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon for $7. Patreon, patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Uchiha Obito struggled to hold onto Nagato as he fell to the ground, casting an unwilling look towards Uchiha Kaito and the other two. Kaito, noticing his gaze, even seemed to give him a gentle smile. Watching Kaito's unperturbed demeanor, a surge of killing intent involuntarily emanated from Obito. He knew that Nagato had already lost his ability to fight and that it would be very difficult for him to defeat those 3 on his own. Especially since his information had already been grasped by the opponent, making it even more unlikely. The spiral-shaped spatial distortion appeared again, and Obito focused his gaze on Nagato, whom he was carrying on his shoulder. Nagato's body gradually disappeared, absorbed into the different space attached to Obito's ocular jutsu. At that moment, Nagato managed to speak with difficulty, take pain away. Ugh, I know. Obito replied somewhat impatiently. He still needed to cooperate with Nagato at this stage, so he did not contradict Nagato's request. After Nagato's figure disappeared, he then turned his gaze towards Pain. Leaving just like that, Obito. Kaito's voice came. At the same time, several kunai flew towards Obito from tricky angles. As Pain's figure disappeared, Obito gave Kaito and the kunai throwing Izuna a sinister look. Kaito, you win this time, but you might not be so lucky next time. Shoo! 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 The kunai passed through his body, hitting the ground behind him. Now able to use his spacetime ocular jutsu again, Obito regained his composure. But I've always been lucky from a young age. Kaito cheerfully said. Obito's figure also began to fade with the spatial distortion as he glared at Kaito. We'll see about that. Is he gone? Kaito touched his chin, looking towards the abandoned Shura path. Can I take this thing for research? As for the other bodies of the 6 paths of pain, they had already been caught in the crossfire between Oyama Tsumi and the demonic statue of the outer path, either buried in the mud or destroyed beyond recognition. Izuna glanced at him disdainfully and said, "You're not a puppeteer, why study that thing?" "The thermal weapons on it are quite nice," Kaito explained, "but even though I say that, I actually don't understand those things, might as well just sell it. Whatever you want." Clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out as Izuna's ninja blade blocked a scythe that suddenly appeared behind Kaito. "You're really not giving up, kid." He forcefully pushed Obito away, who had attacked suddenly, his blade swiftly moving towards his neck. At the same time, the nearby Chiri also moved, his blade swiftly stabbing towards Obito's chest. Whoosh! The ninja blade sliced through Obito's body without any resistance. Ugh, such an annoying ability, Izuna looked at Obito with some irritation. Nagato looked really frightening just now, if this continues, he'll be completely ruined. Kaito's voice suddenly rang out, aren't you going to rush to his aid, Obito? Humph. Obito knew Kaito was telling the truth, and he still couldn't discard Nagato as a pawn. He had to go back first. With one last murderous glance at Kaito, Obito disappeared again from the 3 sight. He should really be gone this time, Kaito said with interest, but given Nagato's current condition, treatment will probably be very difficult. He and Chiri discussed, as far as I know, the best candidates capable of treating him would be Tsunade and Orochimaru. Tsunade, being the Hokage, obviously won't do it. As for Orochimaru, he'd probably just try to take the Rinnegan directly. But, what does that matter to me? He then walked towards a tree trunk he had chopped down from the demonic statue of the outer path. Let me tally up my gains. He approached a large tree trunk, placed his hand on the bark, and closed his eyes to sense. He could clearly sense that although the trunk had been severed from the divine tree's shell, it still contained a vibrant life force within. Truly befitting of the divine tree, such strong vitality. He mused excitedly to himself, this really is top-notch material. He took out a stack of talismans from his hand, threw them into the air, and then formed hand seals. The talismans scattered in the air and, under his control, stuck to all the trunks. Then, he pulled out a vibrant green twig from his sleeve and planted it in the ground. Makijin Bunshin, would clone. As he formed seals again, the green twig quickly sprouted and grew into a towering tree. An old man's face emerged from the bark. Emo-sama, Kaito greeted the face on the bark. Is it you, Kaito? What do you need help with? Mo's clone opened its eyes and asked with a smile. Emo-sama, take a look at this. Kaito patted the talisman-covered trunk beside him, these were chopped from the divine tree's shell. Oh. Mo's clone took a closer look at the trunks, couldn't help but extend a branch to probe, and then said, indeed, it comes from the divine tree, entirely different from my branches, it no longer belongs to the category of plants. It should be called a demon, or perhaps the final weapon of the Otsutsuki clan. Kaito nodded and said, but this time, borrowing Emo-sama's power, I'd like you to help transport these trunks back to Oyama Mountain, they are my precious materials. There were about 10 huge trunks, each with a diameter exceeding his height. Kaito thought happily, soon he could make countless paper human vessels. No problem. Mo's clone agreed to Kaito's request, thick roots emerged from the soil, wrapped all the trunks, and dragged them into the ground. And this. Kaito took out a large scroll from his sleeve and passed it over, please deliver this to Sasuke. Mo's clone extended a branch to roll up the scroll, then said, then I will be going back now. The face on the bark gradually disappeared, and the huge tree rapidly shrank, transforming back into a green twig in an instant and disappearing into the ground. All set. Kaito watched where the twig had vanished, satisfied, clapping his hands. He took out a wooden whistle and blew into it, producing a sound that pierced the skies. Gyur gyur gyur. I'm coming, Gyur. Gyur's voice came from the distant woods, it flapped its wings and swiftly arrived in front of Kaito. Its round, sparkling eyes looked up at Kaito, exclaiming, Kaito, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, even able to summon a mountain god. Good to hear. Kaito patted its head, hurry up and grow larger, we're setting off. Soon, Gyur was carrying Kaito and 2 others, clutching the body of the Azura path, and flew into the high sky. Kaito sat on Gyure's back, looking back with a secretive smile. The ninjas of Konoha, huh? Good, they too should learn more. The stage set up by the Akatsuki organization will also inevitably involve these ninja villages. Only if they take the lead in charging into the fray, can he comfortably strategize from the rear. Chapter 65, 65. Heading to Rorin. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razzo. Davis Nguyen. Koran Hightower. Ali Reza Akram. Dan Trigolden. Young Fexentum. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon for $7. Patreon, patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. After Gyure's figure disappeared into the clouds, Might Guy led the Leaf Village ninjas down from the great tree and rushed towards the battlefield. Just now. Hinata hesitated, that person seemed to glance back at us. What? Were we spotted? Kiba sniffed alertly, could they suddenly appear and ambush us? You're too nervous, Kiba, Shino said calmly. What did you say? I'm just more vigilant, that's all. All right, Kiba, Kurenai turned back to look at her student, this is a mission, you just need to follow Gai-sensei's orders. Yes. Soon, the group arrived at a battlefield that had been completely devastated. Looking at the huge craters scattered across the plain, Tenten couldn't help but shrink back a bit and exclaimed, what level of destructive power is this? It's really more terrifying up close. All right, you guys, Might Guy stood with his hands on his hips and issued orders to the genin. Niji and Hinata are responsible for using the Byakugan to locate all bodies buried underground, then everyone get to work and dig them out. What? Tenten's voice trembled, dig up, bodies. Hinata also turned pale, looking somewhat at a loss as she glanced towards Kurenai. This is something you must experience as a ninja, Kurenai said sternly, if you can't handle dealing with bodies now, how will you fight enemies in the future? As far as I know, the boys have already had experiences killing enemies during the mission to retrieve Sasuke. If you don't want to fall behind, then get moving quickly. Only me. Shino, annoyed, adjusted the sunglasses on his nose. What? Kiba looked at him curiously. Shino's body emitted a sinister black aura as he stated word by word, the mission to retrieve Sasuke, I was the only one who didn't go. What? Shino, you really care about that, haha. Arf. Above the sea of clouds, Gyure's massive body was flying swiftly. Where are we going now? Izuna asked. Across the vast desert of the Land of Wind, to a place called Rorin, which is a node of the Ryumayaku, Kaito explained. I sensed during my communication with the Ryumayaku that, about a decade ago, someone traveled back from the future to the past, attempting to completely seize the power of the Ryumayaku in Rorin. Back to the past. Izuna was surprised. Kaito nodded affirmatively, since a millennium ago when the Otsutsuki clan used the divine tree to extract part of the Ryumayaku power, it has always been in a weakened and chaotic state. If you happen to encounter one of its energy tides, it is possible to traverse time and space. Although the person who returned to the past has been killed, the Dragon Vein node in Rorin was also sealed, Kaito continued to explain, this situation obstructs the energy cycle in the Ryumayaku, causing disorder in the Earth's pulse, and I must go there to sort it out. He smiled again, somewhat eagerly saying, also, we can take the opportunity to sell that puppet to the Hidden Sand Village, it should fetch a good price. That might not work, Kaito, Chiri spoke up, from what I've inadvertently learned in Konoha, the Hidden Sand Village and the current daimyo of the Land of Wind are not on good terms. The daimyo has even cut the village's funding several times, so they probably don't have much money now. Is that so? That's really unfortunate, Kaito said with some disappointment, then we'll sell it to the black market. Konoha Village. After several days of hectic work, Tsunade had finally largely resolved the chaos brought about by Kaito and his group infiltrating Konoha. At this moment, she was enjoying a rare moment of relaxation, leaning back on a couch and resting her eyes. In recent days, due to Danzo's actions being inadvertently exposed among some of the ninjas in Konoha, she had to compromise with the ninja clans in the village during negotiations. Fortunately, she wasn't a Hokage with a strong desire for power, she took on the role out of love for the village founded by her grandfather and a desire to carry forward the dreams of her late brother and lover. This time, although she opened up some power to those ninja clans, she, as the new Hokage, also gained their full support. But it was her, a medical ninja, who had saved countless lives on the battlefield in her early years and, with the legacy of the first Hokage, had unparalleled prestige in Konoha, that could quickly calm the situation. If someone else had encountered this trouble shortly after becoming Hokage, who knows what consequences would have arisen. Knock, 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 the sound of knocking came. Come in. Tsunade opened her eyes and called out. Lady Tsunade. Shizen, along with Might Guy and Kurenai, walked in. Tsunade stood up, walked behind her desk, and sat down, beginning, Guy, Kurenai, you're back. Was the mission completed? I'm very sorry, Lady Tsunade, there was an unexpected issue during the mission. Might Guy bowed deeply, beginning to recount the experiences of the mission, with Kurenai adding a few words now and then. Tisk. After hearing their account, Tsunade felt her headache starting again. Shizun, who was also a classmate of theirs at the Ninja Academy, asked in surprise, really, was it Obito? Are you sure? We didn't confirm that. Kurenai shook her head. He was always wearing a mask, only his right eye was visible. It was that right eye. Might Guy emphasized, exactly, Obito also gave his left eye to Kakashi. Let's put this issue aside for now. Tsunade stood up and said, let's go examine the bodies you brought back first. As she spoke, she walked towards the office door. Shizun, go notify Ibiki. Yes, Lady Tsunade. These days, Kakashi noticed something unusual. Guy, who was always enthusiastic to run up to him, had become strange since returning from a mission. The person who usually couldn't hide anything and whose guilty, sneaky demeanor made him unbearable to watch, was now avoiding him. Had something happened that couldn't be told to him? Kakashi concluded. One day, as Might Guy was going about his usual exercise routine around Konoha, he suddenly saw a familiar figure far away. It's Kakashi. His face changed color, he looked around and found no obstacles, and in his urgency, he used the body flicker technique to duck behind some bushes. Watching Kakashi walk away through the leaves, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead and let out a big sigh of relief. Hey, what are you up to? Kakashi's voice suddenly came from behind him. Ahahaha. Might Guy jumped in fright, turned around stiffly, and said with a forced laugh, is there something you need, Kakashi? If anyone needs something, it's you, Kakashi said dryly, watching the sweat beads continuously form on his forehead. Why are you avoiding me? No, no, no. Might Guy waved his hands repeatedly. I'm not avoiding telling you that Obito is still alive because I'm afraid you'd be upset. Kakashi looked stunned at Might Guy, who was covering his mouth wide-eyed. After a while, his voice slightly hoarse, he asked, what are you talking about, Guy? Asterisk. 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 A/N, I change dragon veins to Ryumayaku. Chapter 66, 66. Roarin' Ruins. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Outlaw Pinky. Crepusculum. Miguel Razzo. Davis Nguyen. Koran Hightower. Ali Reza Akram. Dan Trigolden. Young Fexentum. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P at Trian for $7. P at Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kakashi eventually learned everything from Might Guy. After knowing, he was completely engulfed in confusion. Was that really Obito? He couldn't connect the silly young boy from his memories with the masked man described by Guy. Yet, as he touched his left eye through his forehead protector, a strong intuition arose within him. That person was very likely Obito. But if Obito hadn't died initially, why had he never appeared all these years and instead joined an organization of rogue ninjas like Akatsuki? Perhaps Obito was no longer the boy he once knew. Time had completely severed his understanding of Obito. As for why it turned out this way, deep down he already had an answer. Rin. He couldn't help but recall the girl who had willingly gone to her death. Old scars were reopened, he felt as if the sticky sensation of blood was still on his hands, and his heart, thought to be numb, began to ache faintly again. Kakashi walked somewhat dazedly, as if he hadn't heard Might Guy's anxious voice behind him. Unconsciously, he had reached the memorial stone and then stood there blankly. Tsunade watched Kakashi's dispirited back and sighed inwardly. No wonder Might Guy had rushed to her for help. But what could she really say? As a ninja, who is luckier than whom? Everyone has come along a path accompanied by blood and tears. There's no more time for you to be dejected, Kakashi. Tsunade approached him and spoke somewhat sternly. Lady Hokage. Kakashi's eyes were somewhat lifeless. Tsunade continued, the true nature of the situation is still unclear. But the intelligence brought back by Guy and others has already shown that the Akatsuki organization is more difficult to deal with than we imagined. Unfortunately, there's no longer any information in the brains of those bodies. And there's the stance of Uchiha Kaito. Kakashi perked up a bit. I hadn't realized before that his strength had reached such a level. It seems strange now. Indeed, considering the immense strength of Kaito and those two, their actions in Konoha were quite restrained, Tsunade mused. Plus, since they are also enemies of Akatsuki, perhaps, they might have some information we don't know about. But now we can't locate them, let alone establish contact, Kakashi said helplessly. He was more eager than Tsunade to find Kaito because he felt that Kaito might know the information about that masked man. I'll send a message to Jiraiya about the Akatsuki and Uchiha, hoping that his experience might unearth some information. Tsunade turned and walked a few steps towards the exit of the cemetery, then stopped and looked back at Kakashi. Kakashi, you are Konoha elite, cheer up. And when Naruto returns from his training, he will still be under your guidance, so don't get surpassed by your own student. Maybe he really will surpass me, that kid Naruto. Kakashi turned around, smiling, back to his usual self. Then just wait to be embarrassed. Seeing that Kakashi had returned to normal, Tsunade also let go of her concerns. She knew he was just temporarily suppressing everything, but that was enough. As a ninja, one must endure everything. As long as one can keep moving forward, that's enough. In the vast desert, where relentless sandstorms raged and the landscape was dry and desolate, Kaito, although fully prepared and carrying a lot of water, still ended up looking quite disheveled by the time he and Gyur reached their destination. Yes, just him and Gyur. After entering the territory of the Land of Wind, Izuna clearly expressed that he didn't want to follow Kaito around eating sand and then curled up in the paper puppet to fall asleep. Kaito had no choice but to let Chiri also retire to rest. What kind of place is this? I'm a demon who lives in the forest. Kaito, you bastard. I never want to come to the Land of Wind again. Gyur landed and immediately transformed into human form, pointing at Kaito and complaining loudly. Hard work, Kaito patted his head and looked up at the vast ruins before him. Is this Rorin? Gyur frowned, it looks like there are no humans left here. With no Ryumayuko energy source to utilize, this place's decline was inevitable. Kaito led the way into the ruins. Let's go in. Kaito. Why is it so barren here? Gyur ran a few steps. To catch up, aren't Ryumayuko the source of life? Kaito looked around as he explained, Ryumayuko are the source that nurtures life on a planet, constantly circulating within the earth. They naturally have no nodes. What's the deal here then? Gyur asked, more curious. You should be able to guess, Kaito hinted. Gyur thought for a moment, his brow furrowing because of the 10 tails. Kaito nodded and continued explaining, 1,000 years ago, the Otsutsuki clan deployed the divine tree from beyond this world here. Since then, the divine tree has ceaselessly drawn energy from the earth, inflicting severe damage and gradually turning the entire land into a desert. Even today, the energy of the Ryumayuko still leaks from the wounds. I see. So after it turned into a desert, it couldn't recover. Gyur, being a nature-loving demon, looked at the scene with some heartache. Kaito smiled understandingly, it can recover, but it's difficult. How so? Gyur immediately looked at him with hopeful eyes. The Ryumayuko of a planet are an entire system, so the first step would probably involve clearing the entire Ryumayuko system, Kaito chuckled. Gyur instantly wilted, speaking listlessly, who could possibly do that? Even Emo-sama, a plant demon, couldn't manage it. Indeed, no one could, Kaito said aloud, though internally he was very confident. One day, he believed he would reach that level. Since discovering his unique abilities as a child, he had always maintained this immense confidence. If he wanted to do something, it naturally followed that he could achieve it. That was his true belief. There. Kaito sensed the direction of the Ryumayuko node and sped up. The two swiftly navigated through the ruins and soon arrived at a cave entrance. This should be it. Kaito led the way into the depths of the cave. Descending the stairs, they quickly reached an abyss on the underground edge. It's right there. Without stopping, Kaito crossed the walkway suspended in the air and arrived at a platform in the center of the abyss. In the center of the platform was an altar with 4 statues. In the middle of the altar, surrounded by spells, was an eye-shaped bas-relief, and a uniquely shaped shuriken was embedded in the eye of the relief. This shuriken, it seems characteristic of Minato Namikaze. Kaito observed closely, could this place have been sealed by him? No wonder. Chapter 67, 67. Adjusting the seal. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Outlaw Pinky. Miguel Razzo. Davis Nguyen. Koran Hightower. Ali Reza Akram. Dan Trigolden. Young Fexentum. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P at Trian. P at trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Minato Namikaze was truly a genius. This seal successfully utilized the power of the Ryumayuko itself. Kaito carefully observed the sealing jutsu in front of him. So even though it has been over a decade, this seal has not weakened at all. Are you going to break the seal, Kaito? Gyur curiously looked at the shuriken-shaped sealing formation on the ground. Kaito shook his head, we can't rashly undo it, otherwise the sealed Ryumayuko energy might burst out suddenly, leading to unforeseen consequences. What kind of consequences? Kaito smiled mysteriously, it might even take us to the past or the future, who knows? Really? Gyur's eyes sparkled as he leaned closer, that sounds like fun. Forget it, Kaito gently pushed him away, while traveling through time might be an incredible journey, it would disrupt my plans. Gyur pouted and sat down on the ground, what a drag. So, what are you going to do now? I need to improve on this seal. Because the divine tree originally drew out energy, the Ryumayuka energy tends to flow outward due to inertia. We can't just block it, we need to guide it as well. Kaito squatted down, muttering to himself while taking out paper and pen to start calculating, becoming completely engrossed in his own world. Not this again. Gyur looked at his back somewhat helplessly, grumbling, "Fine, I'll reluctantly keep watch for you." Uchiha Residence, Oyama Mountain. "I'm back," Sasuke said, pushing open the door with a large scroll on his back. "Welcome back, Sasuke-kun." Uriai boredly lay on the living room floor, looking up and saying, "It's so boring being here alone every day." "It's your choice to stay at my house all the time, Uncle isn't even here." Sasuke glanced at her and went straight to the coffee table to set down the scroll behind him, then poured himself a glass of water. Humph, I'm going to stay right here until Kaito comes back." Uriai rolled on the floor. "I don't care about that." Sasuke ignored her, drank his water, then placed the scroll on the floor and performed a hand seal. Release. Bang. A stack of neatly arranged books and scrolls appeared before him. Sasuke picked up an envelope from the top, labeled with his name. "What's this?" Uriai came closer, her expression changing upon seeing the letter in Sasuke's hands. "Is that from Kaito? Did someone bring it back for him?" "Yeah," Sasuke nodded. Uriai stretched out her hand towards Sasuke. "What?" Sasuke looked at her, puzzled. Flushing, Uriai smiled, "Where's my letter? Give it to me." "There's no letter for you." Sasuke turned away and began to open his letter. "That can't be." Uriai froze. "It can't be. Kaito knows I'm waiting for him. That night when I got hurt, Kaito was so gentle when he carried me to the room." Sasuke put away the letter, looking at her speechlessly, his ears red. "I don't need to know about you adult stuff. Don't talk about that in front of me." Then, he quickly resealed all the documents, picked up the scroll, and ran off to the study. Humph, this kid really gets embarrassed easily. Uriai watched Sasuke's retreating back and complained, then flopped back onto the floor, rolling around. "That damn Kaito, forgetting to write me a letter." She pounded the floor in frustration, then suddenly changed her demeanor and laughed. No, Kaito must be waiting to meet me in dreams. I got it. Hey, just you wait, I'll definitely show you." In the study, Sasuke carefully read the letter from Kaito. After a while, a complex expression appeared on his face. He set down the letter and stared blankly at his hands. Uncle had already punished those high-ups in Konoha, killed them and named Danzo, and recovered the Uchiha clan's relics. The rest were Itachi and that man called Obito. He clenched his fists, stormy emotions brewing in his eyes. "Next time, I must do it myself." After a while, he undid the seal again and took out all the documents from the scroll, touching the fresh paper. This was the knowledge passed down by the Uchiha ancestors. Unfortunately, it was no longer those ancient originals, he thought regretfully. This is. He picked up a scroll marked with a spiral symbol and opened it. Uzumaki clans. Thinking of Naruto, he wondered how he was doing with his training. "I won't let you surpass me," Sasuke said with a confident smile. "Next time we meet, I'll definitely show you the difference between us." He walked to the desk, spread out the papers, and picked up a brush to start writing a letter. "I'll have Uncle give Naruto a copy of the Uzumaki stuff, although I'm sure that idiot won't understand those complicated sealing techniques. I just don't want to take advantage of that dead last," he firmly thought. Rorin, Ryumayuka node. Kaito finally showed a satisfied smile and stretched lazily. "Kaito, are you done studying? I'm starving." Gyur saw Kaito's movements and hurriedly stood up, eagerly looking at him. "Ah. Sorry, I lost track of time when I get focused," Kaito apologized with a smile, handing him a pack of jerky. "Here, eat this." Gyur cheered, grabbed the jerky with one hand and started stuffing his face with the other. Kaito shook his head, turned back, and picked up a brush to start adding new spells on the Ryumayuka seal. Though he only drew a few strokes, the entire seal immediately changed. All the spells lit up one by one, the new spells smoothly integrated into the flow, and the whole formation shifted from a shuriken shape to Kaito's usual pentagram seal. Hum. A deep sound emerged, causing the entire platform to tremble slightly, and golden light suddenly lit up from beneath the abyss. What's happening? Is it collapsing? Gyur, with jerky in his mouth, looked around nervously. It's okay, it will stabilize soon. Kaito walked to the edge of the platform, calmly looking down into the abyss. Sure enough, after a while, the golden light that emerged slowly extinguished, and everything returned to calm. Is that it? I can't feel any change, Gyur asked, somewhat puzzled. That's how it is, the Ryumayuka has calmed down, but now I'll need your help. Kaito handed a piece of talisman paper to Gyur, instructing, I need to communicate further and completely with the Ryumayuka. If my body undergoes any changes during the process, please stick this talisman on me to wake me up. No problem. Gyur took the talisman paper and nodded, leave it to me. It's in your hands now. Kaito turned back to the ceiling formation, sat down cross-legged, formed hand seals, and closed his eyes. Chapter 68, 68.AN Unexpected Gain. The list of ANBU member. Victor Gonzalez. Outlaw Pinky. Miguel Razzo. Davis Nguyen. Koran Hightower. Ali Reza Akram. Dan Trigolden. Young Fexentum. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon for $7. Patreon, patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito felt his consciousness detach from his body, continually sinking into endless darkness. In the pure darkness, he gradually lost his sense of time and space, focusing solely on maintaining a tranquil state of mind. After an indeterminate amount of time, a faint light appeared before him. It was a light like the sun, golden in color but much softer than sunlight, gentle enough that it didn't hurt his eyes even in the pure darkness. Closer and closer. Kaito felt himself drawing nearer to the light source yet was never able to touch it. Time passed unknowingly, and the light grew brighter, its source finally revealing itself before his eyes. It was a winding river, its golden waters flowing quietly, casting halos of light in the darkness. The moment Kaito saw the river, a warmth enveloped his entire body. Unlike the warmth of sunlight on his skin, this warmth felt as though it penetrated every cell of his body, irresistibly captivating. Kaito walked towards the golden river uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a strong urge to merge completely with the golden waters. At the Ryumayaka seal. Gyur held the talisman paper, watching Kaito's back with some anxiety. While Ryumayaka were known as the source of life, they were extremely dangerous for any creature that approached them without caution. Gyur had heard from older yokai that creatures who got too close to a Ryumayaka would become obsessed and slowly assimilated by it, eventually forgetting everything about themselves and returning to the most primitive form of life. The only outcome was to merge completely into the Ryumayaka, which Gyur found terrifying. At that moment, a faint golden light began to radiate from Kaito's body. Gyur knew this meant he was nearing the Ryumayaka. He watched Kaito's body intently, holding his breath, his hands inching closer with the talisman paper. As the golden light on Kaito intensified and his skin began to appear translucent, it seemed as though he was about to melt away. Without waiting any longer, Gyur quickly applied the talisman paper to his body. Phew. Ha. Kaito suddenly opened his eyes, propping himself up on his hands as if he had just been rescued from drowning, gasping for air. Are you all right, Kaito? Gyur asked worriedly as he crouched beside him. Kaito gestured with his hand and continued to catch his breath. After a while, he recovered, his voice tinged with relief. Thank you, Gyur. I was almost assimilated by the Ryumayaka. No problem. So, how do you feel? What was the Ryumayaka like? Gyur asked curiously. Kaito frowned slightly, beginning to describe his experience. I only saw a golden river, incredibly beautiful. The moment I saw it, my mind went blank, and I was drawn to it uncontrollably. This is entirely different from the limited communication with the Ryumayaka we've practiced before, he said, somewhat troubled. No wonder the ancient texts always warned not to attempt it lightly. Gyur shuddered and asked quietly, are you going to try again? Yes, Kaito asserted confidently. If someone succeeded in ancient times, I can too. But. Gyur hesitated, there's only been one person in legend who succeeded. It's too difficult. I will succeed, Kaito stated with conviction. After resting for a while, he began his second attempt. Gyur had no choice but to nervously hold the talisman paper, his eyes glued to Kaito. He was afraid he wouldn't react quickly enough to wake him when needed. Although Kaito's second attempt lasted longer, it still ended in failure. Not just the second time, but over the next few days, he tried dozens of times, all ending in failure. Worse, although he initially lasted longer each time, his endurance began to decrease. Kaito knew his impatience was growing, so he forced himself to stop the futile attempts. He began to leave the underground space of the Ryumayaka node, wandering aimlessly through the ruins of Lolan or standing on abandoned buildings to watch the sunrise and sunset over the desert, clearing his mind of all thoughts. After a few days, he felt his inner peace restored. Yet, he did not rush into new attempts, instead choosing to have fun with Gyur, exploring the ruins, observing various desert fauna and flora, and even cooking scorpions and lizards to eat, though most ended up in Gyur's stomach. 2 days later, after a complete break, he continuously reflected on each of his experiences with the dragon. Vain. Finally, regaining full confidence, he began a new round of attempts. When the golden river appeared before him again, his heart remained as still as an ancient well, and he firmly stepped into the water. At that moment, he felt his consciousness split in two. Half flowed with the river into the vast expanse, seemingly crossing endless time, acutely feeling the planet's breath. The other half remained fixed in place, like an anchor. After an indeterminate period, the indescribable sensations gradually receded, and his consciousness returned to the starting point. Has someone succeeded again? Congratulations, young man. A voice came from the river. The voice was soft and elegant, though its tone was ancient. Kaito, surprised, looked at the river and asked, "Who? Can the Ryumayaku talk?" With a light laugh, the golden river slowly rose, forming a human shape. Then, the river-formed figure gradually lost its watery essence and turned into a man dressed in ancient attire. He wore a tall black hat and a pristine white hunting robe, holding a fan and smiling. Kaito, recognizing him from paintings he had seen, exclaimed in amazement. "Are you Lord Saimai?" The man nodded with a smile. "Hello, I am Abe no Saimai." Fun fact, Abe no Saimai is a real person. At that moment, Kaito felt his mind whirl. This person was none other than the famous Onmyoji from 1,000 years ago, Abe no Saimai, the only one in legend to have truly communicated with the Ryumayaku. According to records, this unparalleled Onmyoji had mysteriously disappeared just before the advent of the Divine Tree and Kagaya Otsutsuki, leaving behind endless speculations and theories. Some even suspected that the Otsutsuki had secretly eliminated this powerful Onmyoji before their move. Kaito never expected to meet him here. "I guess you have many questions," Saimai said, waving his fan leisurely. "Don't worry, I will answer all your doubts." Kaito smiled in return. "Hello, Lord Saimai. I am Uchiha Kaito." His heart was filled with joy. He hadn't anticipated such a turn of events in his attempt to communicate with the Ryumayaku, sensing that this experience would be far more rewarding than he had initially imagined. Indeed, he had always been a lucky person. Chapter 69, 69. Conversation with Saimai. The list of ANBU member. Ali Reza Akram. Miguel Razo. Victor Gonzalez. Outlaw Pinky. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Dan Trigolden. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. I know you, Lord Kaito. Saimai tightened his grasp on the cypress fan in his right hand and tapped it against the palm of his left hand. However, I really did not expect that a physique like yours would emerge among the descendants of the Otsutsuki. Kaito did not show any surprise but merely responded, "It is truly as expected of Lord Saimai, knowing everything indeed." Saimai smiled and unfolded his fan, covering the lower half of his face. "Spending long years here alone has become rather boring, so observing humanity has turned into a hobby," he said with some emotion. "Originally, I hoped to die a natural death as a human, but alas, things did not go as I wished." Kaito followed up on his remark, asking, "May I inquire, what exactly happened back then?" Saimai tightened his grip on the fan, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. "It starts from the beginning." "I am all ears." Kaito bowed formally. "The four paths of Onmyoji." Saimai lightly tapped his cypress fan in the air, illuminating several lines of golden text. These were the names of the four paths of Onmyoji: the path of yin and yang, the path of astronomy, the path of calendar, and the path of timekeeping. Kaito nodded in agreement. Saimai continued, "Although I have dabbled in all four paths, my true expertise lies in the path of astronomy." Kaito seemed to understand and added, "So, you had already predicted the Otsutsuki invasion through your observations of the stars." "Correct," Saimai looked at him approvingly. "I too had hoped to eliminate this disaster in advance, but ultimately, I was insufficient." Saimai began to share the secrets of what had happened back then, and Kaito listened quietly without interruption. It turned out that after Saimai predicted the impending invasion from outsiders, he did not inform anyone but prepared to face the disaster alone. "I had indeed become too complacent amid my fame," he assessed his own actions back then. When the Divine Tree was about to descend, Saimai faced two members of the Otsutsuki clan who came to plant the Divine Tree, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ishiki, alone. Although the confrontation did not result in a decisive outcome, it could be said that Saimai managed to fend off the invaders with his own strength. However, Saimai felt a profound unease in his heart. From the words of those two, he learned that their actions were not random. Behind them was the existence of the entire Otsutsuki clan. That meant, even if he managed to barely block these two invaders, more powerful members of the Otsutsuki clan would come later. What's worse, if a full-scale war broke out, all the powers of this planet would be insignificant before the Otsutsuki clan. And the results of divination also told him that continuing in such a stalemate would lead to the worst outcome. In the end, he made a difficult decision. By achieving a true victory and deceiving the enemy, they would not actively call for reinforcements. The Otsutsuki clan's concept of time is similar to that of spirits, which could buy more time for humans. He himself chose to merge completely with the Ryumayaku, resisting the Divine Tree's extraction, to preserve some of the planet's vitality. So it is, Kaito mused, having previously thought the planet itself was sentient, which would explain many things. The planet itself does not have consciousness, everything on it operates orderly according to natural laws and has no capacity to resist the extraction by the divine tree, Saimai patiently explained. He then asked with interest, Lord Kaito, have you discovered any clues? The natural energy contains a curse on chakra, Kaito explained. As far as I know, only a few shinobi can absorb natural energy directly, and even those who succeed can only use it mixed with chakra. Most people who attempt it end up petrified. He chuckled awkwardly, I had always thought it was a counterattack by the world's consciousness. Following this, the conversation returned to the main topic. In the end, Saimai's plans were successful. He used the connection between the Ryumayaku and the chakra fruit to lure Kaguya. As expected, Kaguya could not resist eating the fruit. After suppressing all resistance, she even went so far as to kill Ishiki in order to monopolize the fruit, and even cut off contact with the Otsutsuki clan out of fear of losing the chakra. However, I did not expect that Princess Kaguya would become increasingly greedy, eventually being defeated and sealed by her own children, Saimai concluded with a light remark. Kaito lowered his eyelids, thinking, this old man is quite cunning, surely stirring up things behind the scenes. Although this has delayed the crisis for 1,000 years, even for those not sensitive to time, the other members of the Otsutsuki clan must have realized by now. In the near future, this world will face a new crisis. Saimai then looked at Kaito with satisfaction, but after seeing Lord Kaito, I am reassured. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Saimai. However, I still have a long way to go. Although I also wish to learn to protect this world like you, I often worry about my own inadequacy. I hope Lord Saimai will not hesitate to teach me, Kaito said humbly, his voice tinged with a slight trepidation. Little fox. Saimai unfolded his fan over his mouth, his eyes gleaming with interest as he praised, Lord Kaito need not be so modest, you are already a very capable onmyoji. Old fox. Kaito bowed again, respectfully adding, please continue to instruct me, Lord Saimai. Certainly, Saimai fluttered his fan lightly, finally conceding, you may ask me anything you wish, Lord Kaito. And so, Kaito unabashedly began to seek advice on the use of Ryumayaku energy. Saimai earnestly taught him all he knew. However, when the teaching paused, Saimai, acting as a mentor, assigned a difficult task. The two children of Kaguya, Hagoromo and Hamura, did not truly die, Saimai said, his tone significant. Their souls, or rather their chakra, still exist somewhere. Kaito appeared surprised. As it turned out, for an onmyoji, the death of the body does not constitute true extinction. Saimai seemed somewhat troubled as he continued, I cannot be certain of their stance should other members of the Otsutsuki clan arrive. Kaito merely showed a slightly surprised expression, waiting for more information. Although I trust they would stand with us, Saimai paused. But Kaito internally picked up the cue. Sure enough, Saimai continued, but just in case, we must be prepared to counteract them. Kaito nodded in understanding, asking, specifically, what should I do? Saimai casually said, I hope you can revive the King of Hell. Excuse me? What now? Kaito widened his eyes, uncertainly asking, do you mean the King of Hell? The ruler of the underworld in legends. Saimai nodded affirmatively. Kaito hesitantly spoke, but, the underworld has been shattered, is such a thing possible? Chapter 70, 70. Exorcise Demons. The list of ANBU member. Ali Reza Akram. Miguel Razo. Victor Gonzalez. Outlaw Pinky. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Dan Trigolden. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian for $7. P@Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Faced with Kaito's doubts, Saimai nodded reassuringly. Don't worry, Kaito-kun, he said comfortingly. I will tell you how to do it. Reviving King Enma is just a term. Moreover, if you can accomplish this, you will gain immense benefits. Kaito's interest was piqued. I would like to hear more. Saimai explained in detail, and Kaito nodded repeatedly, becoming genuinely excited. Rest assured, Lord Saimai, I will do my utmost, Kaito said, full of enthusiasm. Saimai chuckled softly, pleased. Then I entrust this to you, Kaito-kun. If you have any questions in the future, try calling my name while connecting with the Ryumayaku. Farewell. Yes, Lord Saimai. Farewell, Kaito replied, bowing deeply. Saimai nodded once more, smiling warmly as he shook his cherrywood fan, transforming back into golden water that flowed back into the river. Time to go back, Kaito thought. He felt his consciousness rapidly ascending and soon returned to his body. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Gyur excitedly crouched in front of him. You did it, Kaito. Gyur's round eyes sparkled with excitement, seemingly more thrilled than Kaito himself. Just moments ago, Gyur had felt that Kaito had become different from before. Kaito also immediately sensed the change within himself. Like a pearl polished of its dust, his body felt more translucent, and his aura became more profound and enduring. To a being like Gyur, Kaito felt more in tune with nature, making Gyur want to be closer to him. Yes, I did it. Kaito nodded with a smile. He patted Gyur's shoulder, thanking him. Thank you for your help during this time. Don't mention it. Gyur said, trying to suppress his rising smile and feigning modesty. That's what friends are for. Kaito didn't expose his pretense. Standing up, he tidied his wrinkled clothes and asked, I'm going to be busy from now on. Do you want to come with me? What are you going to do? Gyur tilted his head, his neck turning a full 180 degrees. Exorcise demons, Kaito replied calmly. What demons? Gyur's head turned another 90 degrees, though his neck stayed put. Kaito brushed his sleeves nonchalantly. The Bliss Box, Zero Tail, Morio, the Shinigami, and the Evil God. Aren't those a bit too challenging? Gyur's eyes widened even more. He didn't know about the Bliss Box and Zero Tail, but he had heard of Morio, the Shinigami, and the Evil God, Jashin. They were immortal demons. How could they be exorcised? Isn't this kid getting a bit too cocky? Kaito nodded. That's why I asked if you wanted to join me. I'll go. Gyur raised his hand. But I might not be much help. Well, considering I'm much older, I should keep an eye on him. At the very least, I can help him escape in critical moments. Kaito was delighted. No problem. Just having you around makes me feel much safer. Humph. Even if you say that, I won't be happy about it. Gyur retorted. Kaito smiled without responding. Bringing Gyur along would save him from running all over the shinobi world to exorcise demons. While he could do it himself, it was better to conserve energy. After all, as an onmyoji, he considered himself more of a refined scholar than a physical ninja or samurai. Truthfully, Kaito didn't want to exorcise demons because it sounded troublesome. However, the benefits promised by Saimai made the effort worthwhile. In the end, he had to admit, it was a sweet deal. Moreover, he hadn't realized that the demons and the Bliss Box were connected. The Bliss Box was a legendary ninja tool left by the Sage of Six Paths, but Saimai told a different story. When Kaguya consumed the chakra fruit, she wielded immense power to suppress the world. She killed countless humans and demons but couldn't completely destroy King Enma. As the ruler of the underworld, King Enma was one with the realm of Yomi, achieving an immortal state. In anger, Kaguya used the divine tree to shatter Yomi, absorbing its fragments into her space, weakening King Enma. She then divided King Enma's power into 4 parts, sealing them in a box using the emotions of all beings as a sacrifice. Thus, King Enma was left with a mindless shell. This is the origin of the Hell Path's ability to summon the King of Hell in the 6 Paths of Pain. After Kaguya's defeat, her eldest son, the Sage of Six Paths, obtained the box sealing King Enma's power. When he tried to unseal it, he found the power had become utterly corrupted and evil. So, he hid the box. Over time, after the sage's death, someone found the box. Ignoring the sage's warnings, they celebrated, thinking they had found the world's greatest treasure. They believed the box could grant wishes, naming it the Bliss Box. Eventually, the worst happened. People opened the box through sacrifices, releasing 4 terrible demons. Zero Tail emerged from the side representing joy, feeding on the darkness in human hearts and tempting them with immortality. Morio appeared from the anger side, feeding on malice and driving large-scale wars. The Shinigami came from sorrow, feeding on human souls and adhering to fair trades. The evil god emerged from happiness, feeding on pain and spreading his faith among people. Fortunately, only Morio was conspicuous. Aiming to conquer the world through war, he was eventually sealed by the priestess ruling the land of demons. The other 3 demons remained hidden, continuing their activities in the shadows. Kaito's task was to retrieve the Bliss Box, find these 4 demons, and reseal them. Then, he would purify the box's power. Finally, he would obtain King Enma's shell and combine it with the power. Saimai predicted that due to Yomi's destruction and the long-term division and corruption of his power, King Enma would lose his autonomous consciousness after purification. This meant that, like Susanoo and Yamada no Orochi, Kaito could control King Enma's power. This was the true reason Kaito was willing to tirelessly exorcise demons worldwide. Saimai, that old fox, must have known my character well to use such a tempting method. Kaito thought to himself. Chapter 71, 71. Dance of Prayer. The list of ANBU member. Ali Reza Akram. Miguel Razo. Victor Gonzalez. Outlaw Pinky. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Dan Trigolden. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. p@trian.com/lesserservant of cosmos. Just replace the at with a. In the time that followed, Kaito laid many seals at the Ryumayaku node, completely concealing the underground space. After leaving the ruins of Rorin, he crouched down, placing one hand on the ground and closing his eyes. Let's go, I've found the nearest city in the land of wind through the Ryumayaku. Let's go have a big meal and rest well. Kaito opened his eyes, stood up, and called out to Gyur. Gyur Gyur Gyur. Gyur transformed back to his original form, growing larger while emitting loud cries. Kaito chuckled, lightly tapped with his foot to take off, and smoothly landed on Gyur's back. Fly that way. He pointed in the direction. Gyur flapped his wings powerfully, kicking up swirling dust, and soon soared high into the sky, flying in the direction Kaito pointed. 3 hours later, with Gyur flying at full speed, they reached the vicinity of their destination city. When Gyur descended to the ground in an unpopulated area and transformed back into his humanoid form, Kaito led him toward the oasis where the city was located. This place was called a city, but it was actually quite small, roughly the size of a small town in the Land of Fire. Kaito and Gyur passed by a caravan leading camels and entered the city's only inn. However, looking at the simplicity of everything, their expectations dwindled to nothing. Fine food and luxury rooms were non-existent. After a simple meal and a quick bath, having water for a bath being the only good point, they went to bed, exhausted. Kaito felt weary and quickly fell into a deep sleep. He found himself in a dimly lit ancient house, not knowing why he was there, nor did he think about why, simply wandering through endless rooms. He slid open a paper door, stepped over tatami mats, and opened another door, finding the same hallway and closed doors. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. A crisp bell sound reached him, and Kaito sleepily followed the sound. Turning several corners, he successfully left the room, reaching the covered walkway outside. Ding-ling-ling. He looked in the direction of the sound, seeing flickering lights behind a large tree in the courtyard. Head bowed, he stepped down from the walkway, naturally slipping on a pair of wooden sandals on the stone path, and slowly walked towards the tree. Ding-ling-ling. The bell sound grew clearer. Kaito reached the tree and looked towards the pond. Hidden by bushes, he saw the back of a young woman sitting on a stone by the pond, her long hair cascading down her back. She slowly raised her hand, her wide sleeve slipped down, revealing her fair arm adorned with red nail polish, gently shaking a hand bell. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. Colorful butterflies danced around her in time with the bell, their wings scattering sparkles, the only brightness in the dim courtyard. Kaito stepped forward, drawn towards the young woman. His wooden sandals clicked on the stone path, but the woman in front did not turn around. Finally, he rounded the courtyard's rockery and bushes, stopping 3 steps behind her, standing silently. Ding-ling-ling. The woman continued without turning, just shaking the bell, playing with the glittering butterflies. Miss, may I ask where this is? Kaito spoke softly. As his voice fell, the woman stopped ringing the bell, and the entire courtyard suddenly fell silent. No wind, no water sounds, no bird calls, no insect sounds. The woman slowly turned her head a bit, and as Kaito was about to see her features, she suddenly twisted around. Although she still sat with her back to him, he was now facing her directly. Their eyes met, and they looked at each other silently for a long time. Kaito stared at the face before him, a blur of flesh and blood, and sighed helplessly, "Your neck flexibility is just like Gyur's, Miss Uriai." Ah, Uriai didn't move her head, her body turned around. When did you realize? I wasn't done playing. Kaito spread his hands, slightly annoyed. Hey, Miss Uriai, I've played along for so long, isn't that enough? Besides, what did I do to deserve you coming to teach me a lesson in my dream? Ahem, Uriai turned her face away, silent. Ahem what? If you don't speak, how would I know? Kaito crouched down in front of her, smiling. Uriai lifted her sleeve to cover her face, her voice light and airy. You wrote a letter to Sasuke but not to me. She lowered her sleeve, her previously muddled face now clear and stern, her eyes watery as she stared at Kaito. Kaito, feeling awkward under her gaze, stuttered, What are you looking at? With a burst of laughter, Uriai couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes curving into joyful crescents. What's so funny? Kaito asked, puzzled by her reaction. You're just so cute, Kaito. Uriai stood up, bent down, and pinched Kaito's cheek with her small hand. Kaito was even more confused now. Uriai turned away, her face gleaming with triumph. Humph, Kaito can't resist my charm at all. Just getting a bit close makes him stutter, she thought, reveling in her observation based on her experiences in human dreams. This must be what liking someone feels like. She then turned back to face Kaito and spoke in a casual tone. Kaito, would you like to see me dance? Kaito blinked rapidly and nodded vigorously, his voice dry as he said, yes, sure. He then clapped his hands enthusiastically. What's gotten into her today? Kaito decided to play along smoothly to get through this dream without a hitch. He settled himself on a nearby rock, looking forward to the performance with eager anticipation. Yuri turned her back to him again, lifted the handbell, and started to ring it. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. The crisp sound of the bell resonated once more, accompanied by fluttering butterflies. Yuri stepped into a graceful dance. Her wide sleeves unfurled, her lavish skirt twirled, and though her face was expressionless, the fleeting glances she cast through her fluttering hair heated Kaito's heart. As Yuri danced, more and more butterflies gathered, and the sprinkles of stardust they shed illuminated the dark water, resembling a pond of the Milky Way. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. A faint scent drifted in the air, with pink petals falling all around. Kaito looked up to see a tree full of flourishing night cherry blossoms. I may never forget this dream, Kaito thought silently. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. His heart danced with the cherry blossoms. After what felt like an eternity, the dance of wishes came to an end. Yuri's movements froze, her skirt and hair slowly falling from the air. Kaito applauded with a smile. Yuri let the bell hang down, still speaking in a mild tone, "Did you like it?" Kaito stood up and walked over to her, then suddenly took her hand. He looked up at the falling cherry blossoms and confidently said, "It was beautiful." Chapter 72, 72. Inside Hozuki Castle. The list of ANBU member. Ali Reza Akram. Miguel Razzo. Victor Gonzalez. Outlaw Pinky. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Dan Trigolden. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. After completely trapping Danzo Shimura and his companions, Kaito Uchiha formed hand seals again, and the Sharingan in his red eyes spun. His immense and pure mental power, activated by the Sharingan, easily eradicated the weak souls of the bugs. Large swaths of black insects fell from the air, covering the ground beneath his feet. How can this be? Toryun struggled to speak. The Sharingan killed my bugs directly. It seems you are Kaito who took Sasuke Uchiha away. Danzo tried to probe. Now that you have obtained the Sharingan, leave quickly. Do you want to face the entire village's siege? Kaito sneered, disdainfully looking at the bloodied, one-eyed, and utterly disheveled Danzo Shimura, casually responding, "No need to worry about me, Danzo-sama. My subordinates have been unresponsive for so long, it seems you brought reinforcements." Anger surged in Danzo's single eye. Is it Itachi Uchiha? Or, is it Madara Uchiha? Oh. Kaito raised an eyebrow. It seems you know quite a lot. When did you meet that man who claims to be Madara? Of course, it was when the Uchiha clan was annihilated. Danzo provocatively replied, the destruction of the Uchiha clan was personally carried out by him and Itachi Uchiha. I arrived later only to clean up the aftermath. So, you're saying the Uchiha clan's downfall had nothing to do with you? Kaito asked, his smile implying skepticism. Of course. At that time, I was following the third Hokage's orders, waiting for negotiations with the Uchiha. Danzo claimed boldly. Unexpectedly, Itachi Uchiha followed Madara's instructions and acted directly, killing all his clan members. Is that so? Kaito took a few steps forward, taking a small bottle containing a Sharingan from the tray in his clone's hand to examine it closely. Then why did they leave these Sharingan eyes for you? That's because I arrived with my men in time. They hadn't had the chance to clear the battlefield. Utter nonsense. Izuna's condemning voice sounded, and he, along with Chiri, materialized beside Kaito. He took the bottle containing the Mangekyo Sharingan from the tray, asking darkly, "Kid, why waste words with him? Whose eye is this?" "I don't know." Kaito shook his head, looking again at Danzo. "Can you enlighten us, Danzo?" However, Danzo was somewhat surprised by the two new Uchiha figures, one male and one female, each holding a blood-stained long sword, obviously having fought recently, implying the members of the Foundation at the base might already be dead. What he couldn't accept was that he and his two subordinates hadn't sensed any disturbance. Moreover, he had no recollection of the male Uchiha, but the woman seemed somewhat familiar. "Are you Chiri Uchiha?" He looked at the woman holding the blood-stained long sword with a gentle smile in shock. "Where did you obtain the reanimation jutsu?" He questioned Kaito again. "Did you make a deal with Orochimaru, the traitor, Uchiha's remnants?" "Whether I did or didn't isn't your concern. I have no intention of telling you." Kaito was running out of patience with the old man's meddling. "You need to understand, you are now the prisoner, Danzo." "Sorry, I'm not inclined to leave the leaf just yet." Kaito looked back at his predecessors. "As long as we control these people, we might gain more in the future. Whether they live or die doesn't matter to me. Finish it with Danzo, Chiri-sama." His expression was ruthless. "Just make sure the body remains intact." Chiri frowned slightly, voicing her concern. Kaito, are you intending to dabble in those forbidden jutsu? Don't worry. Kaito reassured her with a smile, I won't indulge in such things, after all, I've discovered better techniques. Chiri nodded, I believe you. Her gaze returned to Danzo Shimura, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately she remained silent, simply walking forward silently with her sword. What are you doing? Scoundrels! Let go of Danzo-sama. You traitors of the leaf. Toryun and Fu struggled and shouted. Do you seek to take my life? Danzo remained relatively calm, the Uchiha have always been a thorn in the leaf's side. No, this is personal. Chiri raised her sword towards his heart, I'm merely seeking revenge for myself. Danzo's pupil dilated slightly, I remember you died in the Uchiha clan's internal strife, what does that have to do with me? It does. Chiri's sword precisely pierced his heart, because of the Mangekyo's special ability, I didn't go to the Pure Land after death but became a ghost wandering in the clan, thus knowing everything. Danzo. As blood soaked the white paper enveloping him, Danzo tried to speak, blood continuously spilling from his mouth, everything I did, was for the leaf. Maybe so, but what does that have to do with us? Kaito stepped forward, looking puzzled. With a cough, more blood spurted from Danzo's mouth, and he slumped, motionless. Danzo-sama. Danzo-sama. You bastards. Traitors. Toryun and Fu watched helplessly as Danzo was killed, only able to shout in vain. Eh? Traitors. Kaito pointed at himself in surprise, then quickly waved his hands, no, I was never a ninja of the leaf, so I can't be called a traitor. And Chiri-sama and Izuna were summoned by me, so they don't count either. Humph, you sure talk a lot. Izuna gave him a contemptuous look, and I was never a leaf ninja. Alright, I'll stop. Kaito raised his hands in surrender, let's make it quick for them. Then he prepared to form hand seals again. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two flashes of white light, and both Toryun and Fu's necks bore a line of blood. You too. Did you have to be so eager? And why didn't you act earlier? Waiting until I was all set up just to act first, what's the meaning of this? Kaito lowered his hands with a resigned look, having fun. Fun. Izuna answered decisively. Chiri, on the other hand, returned to her gentle smile. In the northern sea, there was an isolated island surrounded by turbulent waters and jagged rocks, making it difficult for ordinary people to approach. On this precipitous island stood a towering city piercing the clouds. It was a cloudy day with dark clouds hanging low. Around the solitary island, massive currents created whirlpools, driving wave after wave to crash against the jagged rocks jutting out of the sea. In the sky, a gigantic owl swiftly maneuvered through the dark clouds, creating streams of air as it moved. Gyur. Kaito, is this Hozuki Castle? Gyur asked, looking down at the majestic city below through the clouds. Yes, this is Hozuki Castle, the ninja prison managed by the Grass Village under commission from all major ninja villages, Kaito's voice came from its back. The box of bliss is hidden here. Are you planning to make a big scene here, Kaito? Gyur asked, somewhat excitedly. To avoid wasting time dealing with unnecessary trouble, it's better to sneak in before I find the box of bliss, Kaito observed the layout of Hozuki Castle carefully. That's boring, Gyur. Then I'll go down first, and you'll be in charge of support from the air, Gyur. After instructing Gyur, Kaito jumped off its back, gliding gracefully toward the rocky edges of the island. Upon landing, he slapped a talisman on himself and walked unhurriedly toward the city. Passing through lanterns that illuminated the island, Kaito reached the massive walls of the city. He looked up, lightly tapped his toes on the ground, and leapt over the wall with ease. Once inside, he accelerated his pace, moving like a shadow to avoid patrolling guards, and made his way to a corner of a building. Let's see where the box of bliss is hidden. He crouched down, placed his right hand on the ground, and closed his eyes. His senses spread through the ever-present streams of the Ryumayaku, enveloping the entire island and extending underground. His sensory tendrils passed through layers of underground spaces, finally sensing an anomaly in a room that resembled a laboratory deep below. Found it. A smile appeared on Kaito's face. That twisted, evil presence must be the box of bliss. That location, he looked up, was directly beneath the central square of the city. Around noon, the prisoners of Hozuki Castle were gathered in the cafeteria for lunch. Hey, is that guy new? A prisoner by the window turned his head toward the figure that suddenly appeared in the middle of the square. Who is that? Looks like someone I've never seen before, another man across him commented. Could it be? The first prisoner lowered his voice excitedly, an intruder. Hey there. Turn around. Two patrolling guards also noticed the young man in the square and hurried over. The young man with black hair turned around, his eyes flashing a shade of crimson, and the two guards collapsed limply. Beep. A sharp alarm sounded, and guards from the distance began to converge. An intruder. Quick, go inform Lord Mui. A plump official hurried over, loudly demanding, "Who are you?" Kaito ignored the crowd, simply looking down and whispering, "Susanoo." A giant blue skeletal torso emerged from the ground, encasing him within. "What is that?" The plump official's eyes widened in terror. Clang. Many guards dropped their weapons, and those who had gathered began to retreat hastily. It's rare to see an intruder, a man with long hair and a uniform, carrying his hands behind his back, approached calmly. "Lord Mui. Lord Mui has arrived." Upon his arrival, the guards seemed to find their backbone, clustering behind him. Mui looked at the intruding youth, locking eyes with those crimson pupils. A ripple of emotion finally crossed his stoic face as he asked solemnly, "Those eyes. Are they the Sharingan?" "What?" the plump official stuttered, "Could it? Could he be that legendary S-rank criminal, Uchiha Itachi?" Hey. Kaito shifted his gaze to the official, "Don't lump me in with that guy, it annoys me." The official, trembling under his gaze, quickly retreated behind Mui. "No matter who you are, what are you doing invading Hozuki Castle?" Mui stepped forward, raising his voice. "My purpose." Kaito manipulated Susanoo to raise its right hand, "is to retrieve something." "That's not good. His target is the box of bliss." Mui's expression changed drastically as he charged forward. Boom. Susanoo's fist slammed into the square's ground, sending chunks of rock flying and blocking Mui's advance. Kaito looked at the large crater his attack had created and controlled Susanoo to jump down into it. "Stop him!" Mui shouted as he followed, leaping down after Kaito. Boom. 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 Kaito maneuvered Susanoo through the underground, quickly reaching the deep subterranean room he had sensed earlier. His gaze swept across the various machinery filling the room until it settled on a massive demonic face embedded in the rock wall. "It looks like this is the box of bliss." Susanoo extended its right hand and swung its fist toward the wall. "Fire release, heavenly prison." Mui's voice rang out as he pressed his right hand against Susanoo's back. "The game is over. Those caught by the heavenly prison can no longer draw out chakra." "Is that so?" "Unfortunately, that technique won't work on me," Kaito said calmly. "What?" Mui was taken aback as his heavenly prison technique indeed had no effect. "You'd better not interfere with me," Kaito said, turning his stern gaze back at Mui. Mui immediately stepped back, alert and cautious. "Mui. We must not let him take the box of bliss. We cannot let it happen. It belongs to our hidden grass village." From behind, aged voices emerged, and 4 figures wearing animal masks and black robes suddenly appeared. "Ah, this is bothersome," Kaito frowned. "Now that you've all shown yourselves, don't blame me if you end up dead." Boom. The aura around Susanoo intensified, shattering the ceiling layers above until its head emerged above ground, transforming from a skeletal torso into a 100-meter-tall giant with a long nose. Large chunks of debris fell as Mui and the masked figures scrambled to dodge. Kaito's body began to rise, and armor plates appeared one by one on Susanoo until it was fully encased in samurai armor, complete with a pair of wings on its back. In the chaos of falling masonry, Mui and the others struggled to find cover. "It's an intruder of unusual strength," one of the masked figures shouted as they regrouped. "We need a plan, fast," another voice echoed in urgency. Meanwhile, Kaito, now perched in the headspace of the armored giant, looked down at the disarray he had caused. His plan was clear, and his control over the imposing Susanoo was absolute. "Now, let's end this quickly," Kaito murmured, ready to descend once more into the depths of the fortress to retrieve the box of bliss, the source of untold power he was determined to claim. Chapter 73, 73. The Box of Ultimate Bliss. The list of ANBU member. Ali Reza Akram. Miguel Razo. Victor Gonzalez. Outlaw Pinky. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Dan Trigolden. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito manipulated the fully formed Susanoo to bend down and effortlessly extract the box of bliss from the rock wall. Susanoo cradled the box of bliss in its hands, slightly bent its knees, and then leapt out of the underground space. Its wings spread wide, lifting Kaito into the sky. Next, Susanoo raised the box of bliss, examining it closely. Such dense malice. Kaito thought to himself. It looks like it needs to be emptied once. With his objective achieved, Kaito prepared to leave. He controlled Susanoo to flap its wings and ascend higher. "Wait." Mui's voice echoed once more. Kaito looked down. By this time, the wide courtyard of Hozuki Castle had completely collapsed, turning into a massive crater. Mui stood at the edge of the pit, looking desperate. Susanoo hovered in the air, and Kaito's voice sounded, Do you still want to take back the box of bliss? No, you can take the box of bliss, Mui shouted. I just have one request. What are you saying, Mui? How dare you? Are you going to betray the hidden grass village? Four masked figures in black robes emerged from the pit, angrily pointing at Mui. Grass shadow style, explosive palm. Mui moved with lightning speed, taking down the four black-robed figures with a few swift blows. You, how dare you? The village no longer exists in my heart since my son sacrificed himself. Mui looked at them coldly. The surrounding guards and prisoners, stunned by the scene, scattered in all directions. Mui turned to Kaito in the air and shouted, "Please, give me a chance to open the box of bliss. Afterward, you can take it." "Oh. Do you have a wish you must fulfill?" Kaito asked, intrigued. Mui closed his eyes briefly and spoke in a low voice. To open the box of bliss, the hidden grass village conducted countless experiments, sacrificing many lives. In the end, even my son, Muku, was sacrificed. Since then, my only wish has been to see Muku again. You mean your son was thrown into the box of bliss? Kaito asked, surprised. Tears welled up in Mui's eyes as he nodded. Impossible. The malice within this box can distort anyone's will, Kaito said, somewhat helplessly. Even if you open the box, do you think the person who emerges will still be your son? Bang. Mui fell to his knees, hands on the ground. Kaito's overwhelming power made it clear that fighting was futile. If the box of bliss was taken away, he would never have another chance. So, even if he had to kneel and beg, he would not hesitate. Because this was the only possible way to fulfill his wish. Please let me see my son again, I beg you. A shadow descended from the sky with a thud, placing the box of bliss before Mui. Kaito retracted Susanoo, standing atop the box of bliss, looking down at the kneeling Mui. He didn't particularly care about Mui's plea. There was no point in regretting sacrificing his son now. And the way the box of bliss fulfilled wishes would surely be twisted. Even if it was opened, the result wouldn't be what Mui wanted. But Kaito had already said his piece. If Mui insisted on risking his life, Kaito wouldn't stop him. After all, he needed to open the box once to clear the malice inside. Mui looked up at Kaito, understanding that he had agreed to his request, and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for fulfilling my request. I've already warned you. If you insist, do as you wish. Kaito jumped off the box, casually tossing out several talisman papers before forming a seal with his hands. Gather. The 5 talisman papers expanded rapidly in the air, forming a pentagram. The next moment, a wind arose, and natural energy began to gather continuously. The demonic face on the box of bliss opened its mouth, greedily absorbing the gathered energy. Buzz. A vibration sounded, and the eyes on the demonic face of the box of bliss lit up, beginning to spin. When the eyes of the 4 different expressions on the demonic face lit up, it returned to its original state. Go ahead, Kaito said to Mui. Mui nodded, stood up, and made his request loudly. In the name of Muku, please open the box of bliss and fulfill the wish of the one who opens it. Let my son, Muku, appear before me again. A cracking sound was heard, and the demonic face on the box split into several pieces, revealing a grotesque beast head. Roar. The beast head slowly opened its mouth, revealing pure darkness inside. Kaito sensed the aura inside the box of bliss and couldn't help but frown. Tap, tap. Footsteps echoed as a long-haired boy in tattered clothes stumbled out. He steadied himself, his gaze falling on Mui, and he called out softly, Father. Muku. Tears immediately streamed down Mui's face as he reached out to Muku. Muku, I'm sorry. It was my fault. Father. Muku suddenly accelerated, leaping into Mui's arms. With a ripping sound, Muku's hand pierced through Mui's chest. As expected. Kaito watched coldly from the side, making no move to intervene. He had sensed it earlier. This Muku was no longer the same Muku, Mui's son. Over time, the box had absorbed too many lives, and the filth inside had grown immensely powerful, even birthing a monster. Now, driven by Mui's wish, the monster had merged with Muku. I won't spare a father who sends his son to his death. Muku, expressionless, said this and withdrew his blood-stained arm, letting Mui's body fall to the ground. Don't you have anything to say? He turned his face to Kaito. This has nothing to do with me, Kaito replied calmly. I see. Muku's arms elongated, growing vicious claws, and his body rapidly transformed, sprouting layers of black feathers. Amidst constant roars, a black monster with wings, 4 claws, no eyes, and a long tail appeared, its huge mouth gaping open. I can't hear your fear. You must be strong. Kaito raised an eyebrow. I suppose so. The black monster spread its wings and flew into the sky. So, even if I throw everyone in this castle into the box of bliss, it has nothing to do with you. Chapter 74, 74. Mui and Muku. The list of ANBU member. Ali Reza Akram. Miguel Razzo. Outlaw Pinky. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Dan Trigolden. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito chuckled softly and said, "Don't say that, after all, I'm an onmyoji." He raised his right hand, holding a talisman between his index and middle fingers, as spiritual light surged around him and his robes fluttered. And the responsibility of an onmyoji is to protect the people from demons. If you let the box of bliss devour more people, you'll become stronger, making it much harder to defeat you. I'm not a fool. The black demon formed from Muku swiftly flew over Kaito's head, its giant feathers gleaming coldly, shooting out like crossbow bolts. Let's see if you can really take on that responsibility. Facing the feathered projectiles the size of spears, Kaito threw the talisman and formed a seal with his hands. Susanoo. A half-bodied skeleton appeared to block the feathers, producing clear collision sounds. The thrown talisman streaked through the air, chasing the demon. The demon quickly turned in the air, dodging the incoming talisman. As it passed by, the talisman suddenly emitted a brilliant light, multiplying into countless sheets, enveloping the demon from all directions. Roar. The demon opened its mouth, a ball of scorching red energy forming within, which it spewed towards the talismans. Meanwhile, Kaito dispersed Susanoo, closed his eyes, and chanted. Hidden deep in the earth, the pulse of the planet, the source of life, appear now, grant your protection, urgently, as I command. When a golden mist enveloped his body, he opened his eyes suddenly, dropping to one knee and slamming his hands onto the ground. Ryumayaku chains. In an instant, countless golden chains burst from the ground, surging toward the demon in the sky. The demon shrieked and flapped its wings, trying to fly higher. The golden chains shot up, relentlessly pursuing their target. Kaito threw out numerous talismans again, which flew along the chains towards the demon, streaking through the air as streams of light. The dense golden chains compressed the demon's space, and although it spat energy attacks, they were futile. Swish, 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 the chains whizzed through the air, binding the demon into a tight bundle. The demon struggled violently, but countless talismans flashing with spiritual light flew over, sticking to its body layer by layer. The demon was immediately and thoroughly bound, falling from the sky with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. Fire style, Grand Fire Prison. Mui, his chest pierced by Muku, reappeared, surrounded by red flames, slapping his palm onto the demon's chest. The flames turned into ropes branding the demon, whose body began to shrink, turning back into a boy. The golden chains retracted into the ground, leaving only a few binding the boy. Father. The boy called softly. Mui covered his bleeding chest, looking at the boy with a complex expression but said nothing. He turned around, stumbling to Kaito, and knelt once again. Grabbing Kaito's robe, he tearfully pleaded, "Master, if you truly are the legendary onmyoji, I, Mui, beg you to help my son rid himself of the demon's influence and guide him to peace in the afterlife." "I understand." Kaito looked down at him, however, "There are conditions." "Please state them." Mui coughed up blood, struggling to speak, "As long as I can do it." Kaito smiled, "Your sealing techniques are quite good. I want you to sign a contract, agreeing to serve as my Shikigami for 10 years after your death." Mui responded without hesitation, cough. "I agree, as long as Muku can be freed from the demon's influence." "Very well." Kaito patted Mui's shoulder, and a golden mist flowed onto him. Then, Kaito straightened up and walked towards Muku. "This energy will keep you alive for a while longer. Let me complete the transaction, and then you can sign the contract." Mui no longer felt pain. Watching Kaito's back, he softly said, "Thank you, master." Kaito reached Muku and placed a hand on his head. "What are you doing?" Muku looked up, his pitch-black eyes void of light. "I made a deal with your father," Kaito smiled at him, "to exorcise the demon and help you find peace." "Ha ha ha." Muku laughed like he had heard the funniest joke. With malice, he said loudly, "Impossible. I am the demon now." Kaito only looked down at him, spiritual power pouring into Muku's body through his hand. "Ah." Muku screamed in pain as black mist began to emanate from his body. Kaito's other hand formed seals continuously as he chanted, "Rin, Pyo, Tu, Sha, Kai, Jin, Retsu, Zai, Zen." Blue spiritual light burst forth, with more and more black mist flowing from Muku's body into the box of bliss. Muku's screams grew more agonizing. He wanted to roll on the ground but was tightly bound by the chains. "Muku." Mui approached, crouched, and tightly grasped Muku's hand. "Come back, my son." Muku's screams gradually subsided, and the black mist dwindled until it disappeared. "It's done. He has a little time left." Kaito stood up and stepped aside. The remaining golden chains loosened and retracted into the ground. Father. Light returned to the boy's eyes as he smiled softly at Mui. I'm back. Muku. Mui embraced the boy lying on the ground. Muku, my son, I'm sorry. Father. I wish we could live peacefully with Ryuzetsu forever. Muku's voice grew weaker, and his raised hand fell. Muku. Mui held Muku's body tightly, tears streaming down. After a long time, he finally calmed down, sensing his own time was near. Golden mist wafted from his body as he turned to Kaito. Master. Kaito approached, opening his hand to reveal a small paper doll. Write your name on this paper doll with your blood. Mui smeared his blood on his chest and signed the paper doll. The paper doll glowed red, then dimmed. Good. The contract is now established. Kaito nodded with satisfaction. Master, Mui lay beside Muku. Please, bury us in that field of lantern flowers. Sure, I promise. Kaito nodded. Mui struggled to turn his head to look at Muku, then breathed his last. Kaito directed his paper doll Shikigami to bury Mui and Muku's bodies in the most flourishing field of lantern flowers on the island. Then, he returned to the box of bliss. Golden chains burst from the ground again, binding the box of bliss and dragging it down, while the ground moved like water, swallowing the box. Afterward, Kaito ignored the chaos among the prisoners outside Hozuki Castle, took out a wooden whistle, summoned Gyur, and left. Chapter 75, 75. Yomi Purification. The list of ANBU member. Ali Reza Akram. Miguel Razzo. Outlaw Pinky. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Dan Trigolden. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on p@Trian. p@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. The news of the riot at the great prison of Hozuki Castle quickly spread to all the major ninja villages. Without Muwei's celestial prison technique to suppress them, the prisoners regained their chakra. Despite Kusagakure dispatching a large number of ninjas to manage the prison, they could only rely on the violent whirlpools nearby to barely contain most of the prisoners on the island. Several powerful prisoners had already disappeared without a trace. Facing this situation, Kusagakure had no choice but to send out a request for assistance to the major ninja villages. As a result, intelligence about Kaito was formally brought to the attention of all major ninja villages for the first time. Although the news of Kaito causing trouble in Konoha had already spread through spies, it didn't provoke much reaction because neither Kaito nor his allies had shown overwhelming strength. This time, however, was entirely different. Given the circumstances, Kusagakure also made information about Box of Ultimate Bliss public. Along with the guards' accounts from Hozuki Castle, this drew significant attention from across the ninja world. A lone individual had infiltrated Hozuki Castle, opened Box of Ultimate Bliss by himself, easily defeated the demons that emerged, and left unscathed. The power Kaito demonstrated in this incident was enough to draw serious attention from the major ninja villages. Upon receiving the news, the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages summoned their trusted aides for secret discussions and subsequently dispatched reinforcements to Hozuki Castle. Konoha sent Hatake Kakashi and Yamato, Kumogakure sent Samui and Omoi, Iwagakure sent Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi, Sunagakure sent Maki and Kankuro, Kirigakure sent Ao and Chojuro. In no time, elite ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages gathered at Hozuki Castle. With the arrival of these elite ninjas, the prisoner riot was swiftly and thoroughly suppressed. Thereafter, the representatives from the major ninja villages began exchanging opinions. Samui from Kumogakure was the first to voice her displeasure. I must say, the trouble caused by Konoha is excessive. Kuratsuchi from Iwagakure added, I only want to know, where did this Uchiha who attacked Hozuki Castle come from? Ao from Kirigakure quickly supported this. Indeed, Konoha should provide an explanation for this. Maki from Sunagakure, due to the current alliance between his village and Konoha, did not join the others in their criticism, but he did not defend Konoha either and remained silent. Kakashi exchanged a helpless glance with Yamato. Feeling the aggressive stares from the others, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I knew this would be a troublesome task. In the end, he had no choice but to explain, the man who attacked Hozuki Castle is named Uchiha Kaito. However, I must state on behalf of Konoha that Uchiha Kaito left Konoha 10 years ago and has never been an active ninja of Konoha since. That's an excuse. Samui's face was cold. Kuratsuchi disagreed, the Uchiha clan is part of Konoha. Konoha must take responsibility, Ao said bluntly. Maki still did not express his opinion. Kakashi, feeling a headache, tried to steer the conversation. The most important thing now is whether we need to track Uchiha Kaito's whereabouts. Samui gave Kakashi a cold look but didn't argue further. Instead, she continued along his line of thinking, we must understand his movements. The bliss box is too dangerous to fall into such a person's hands. Agreed, if an Uchiha possesses Box of Ultimate Bliss, it could threaten the entire ninja world. Based on the information, that person is powerful. Seizing box of ultimate bliss this time, is he planning something? For the stability of the ninja world, we must gather more information. This time, even Maki joined the discussion. Kakashi understood clearly that the attitudes of these people indicated that the major ninja villages were now interested in box of ultimate bliss. However, since he also wanted to find Kaito to clarify some things, he agreed to the tracking mission. For now, Kaito wasn't concerned about the consequences of his actions. At this moment, Gyur had flown across the vast sea and landed on an uninhabited deserted island. Kaito walked around the island and finally stopped in a canyon between two high mountains, where he began preparing for the initial purification of box of ultimate bliss. As he chanted spells to communicate with Ryumayaku, the ground before him began to move, eventually spitting out a large box tightly bound by golden chains. The filth inside the box is overwhelming. To avoid your demon power being contaminated, you should stay far away, Gyur. Kaito gestured to Gyur. Having witnessed the malice emanating from the box from afar at Hosuki Castle, Gyur knew its danger. Obediently, he transformed back into his original form and flew to the other side of the island. After Gyur left, Kaito began arranging the magic formation. He walked around box of ultimate bliss several times, constantly casting talismans from his hands and placing them on the ground as he had planned. Then, he knelt on one knee and placed both hands on the ground. Ryumayaku chains binding box of ultimate bliss sprang up and quickly retracted into the ground. Freed from its restraints, box of ultimate bliss began to tremble violently. The ghost faces on its four sides fell off, revealing four beast head carvings that opened their mouths wide. Massive amounts of black mist surged out from the huge beast mouths. Faces with ferocious expressions appeared on the surface of the mist, roaring piercingly at Kaito. Kaito swiftly formed hand seals, chanting the 9-word mantra. Rin, Pyo, Tu, Sha, Kai, Jin, Retsu, Zai, Zen. The talismans arranged on the ground began to glow slightly, and blue light traced out lines connecting the talismans. The light grew brighter and a complex magic formation quickly took shape, trapping all the black mist within it. The black mist roiled more violently, the fierce faces continually crashing against the edges of the formation. Kaito took a blood-red higanbana, red spider lily, from his sleeve and tossed it into the air. Miss Kaori, please lend me your strength. The higanbana emitted a burst of red light, and a translucent girl in a red dress appeared in the air. She didn't speak, merely glancing at the black mist emerging from box of ultimate bliss, then nodded slightly at Kaito before disappearing. The higanbana accelerated through the magic formation, swiftly descending and embedding its stem into the soil near box of ultimate bliss. Manjusaka, Yomi purification formation. With a soft shout from Kaito, the red light from the higanbana rapidly spread, and a large number of red spider lilies bloomed rapidly around box of ultimate bliss. Screams echoed, and the black mist was continuously absorbed by the red spider lilies, rolling and retreating back into box of ultimate bliss. Asterisk. 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 Join my Patreon for $7. Access to 40 chapters ahead of the chapter in web novel of Naruto, Shikigami Aizen, NSA. Access to 30 chapters ahead of the chapter in web novel of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle, IAUSA. Access to 30 chapters ahead of the chapter in web novel of Naruto, Saving the Uchiha, NSU. Access to 20 chapters ahead of the chapter in web novel of Uchiha with Glasses, UWG. Chapter 76, 76. Hidden Motives. The list of ANBU member. Ali Reza Akram. Miguel Razzo. Outlaw Pinky. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Dan Trigolden. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Ryumayaku chains. Kaito summoned once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being sliced was heard as several golden chains broke through the ground before him, rushed into the magic array, and penetrated the box of ultimate bliss. Ah! Sharp cries echoed as the chains firmly bound the massive cloud of black mist, pulling it out from the box. The vast blooming flowers of the red spider lily swayed gently, their red glow pulsating like a breath. Simultaneously, the black mist began to dissipate slowly. With this, Kaito relaxed, stood up, and walked to the side. Now it was just a matter of time. This array leveraged the red spider lily's ability, which grew in the underworld, to absorb and purify filth. Continuing like this, within a week, the resentful energy within the box of ultimate bliss would be entirely absorbed. This was mainly because the red spider lily he had was merely a branch given by Miss Kaori. If her true form were here, it would take at most a day to absorb this filth. For the next few days, Kaito led a leisurely life on the island. Each day, he and Gyur hunted on the island or gathered edible plants. Sometimes, he quietly made talisman papers, or he spent time organizing various jutsu he had learned. Meanwhile, the elite ninjas from the major shinobi villages were aimlessly searching the entire sea area for potential clues. They hadn't dismissed the possibility that Kaito had long left this area, but they were only responsible for the most probable direction. After all, each of the major ninja villages had spies scattered across the entire shinobi world. In the past, they had been interfering and countering each other's intelligence sources. But when they united to find a single person, the power they could wield was unparalleled. This was all because the information Kusa village had shared about the box of ultimate bliss was too astonishing. The box could grant the wish of the person who opened it. There had been someone who nearly conquered the world using this box. Though the leaders of the major ninja villages didn't entirely believe these claims from Kusa village. After all, the fate of Mui, who opened the box that day, was right there for everyone to see. However, this didn't stop them from wanting to get their hands on the box of ultimate bliss. After all, even if it couldn't grant wishes, who knew what other mysterious powers it might hold? Even if it didn't, it was still a powerful weapon. They could only feel at ease if they had such a dangerous object in their possession. And they had one ultimate mission: even if they couldn't obtain it, they couldn't allow any other village to get it. Even Uchiha Obito, in his underground base in the Land of Frost, was tempted upon receiving the news. Ever since his crushing defeat at Kaito's hands, Obito had been brooding for days. At that time, Nagato's body was on the verge of collapse, almost dying. Although Obito didn't care about Nagato's life, for now, the Akatsuki organization hadn't started collecting tailed beasts. He still needed Nagato and Konan to stand in the forefront. He had already sent White Zetsu to investigate, finding that Kaito hadn't divulged Akatsuki's detailed intelligence to the major shinobi villages. The only people who had run into trouble were those from Konoha, and that was purely by chance. Of course, Obito understood the nature of the major ninja villages. Even if Kaito had provided information, he wouldn't have gained their trust. However, it would still prompt these villages to be more vigilant, impacting the plan to capture the tailed beasts. Now, though he didn't understand why Kaito hadn't taken this step, he decided to proceed with his original plan, just with increased caution against Kaito and his companions. After contemplating all this, Obito ultimately decided to save Nagato's life to facilitate his continued role in the background. Of course, Obito didn't have many good options. The thoughts of seeking help from Tsunade or Orochimaru were quickly dismissed. In the end, he had to resort to what Madara had done to him, using White Zetsu cells to repair Nagato's body. Naturally, he didn't do this out of pure goodwill, embedding numerous measures to control Nagato during the process. After securing Nagato's health, Obito's next concern was dealing with Kaito. That man knew too much, and his methods were so enigmatic that Obito felt constantly threatened, itching to eliminate him at once. Thus, upon learning that Kaito had taken the box of ultimate bliss, Obito lashed out at White Zetsu and Black Zetsu. These incompetent fools had failed to discover such a powerful tool hidden within the ninja world. Had he known earlier, it wouldn't have fallen into Kaito's hands. Did White Zetsu and Black Zetsu know about the box of ultimate bliss? Of course, they did. But they hadn't considered it important. For White Zetsu, every action was aimed at reviving Kaguya, his ultimate goal. He had already crafted a complete plan for this goal and wouldn't willingly create complications. However, Kaito and his monster had suddenly appeared, disrupting many plans. Now, White Zetsu, like Obito, wanted to eliminate Kaito. If they could get the box of ultimate bliss, even better. So, for now, their goals were aligned. Obito, Kaito won't be able to hide for long under the combined search efforts of the 5 great shinobi villages, White Zetsu's sinister voice rang out. Unless he's already retreated to the demon's domain. Oh, if those villages find the target, should we also intervene? Black Zetsu asked excitedly. Obito remained silent, his expression dark. He indeed wanted to attack Kaito while he was busy dealing with those villages, catching him off guard. But currently, Nagato had returned to Omegakure and was in recovery, making it inconvenient for him to act. He himself wasn't ready to face Kaito head-on again. To ambush Kaito, he needed someone to engage him and his team long enough. At least, they had to maintain a stalemate. Of course, sending the entire Akatsuki organization would surely achieve this, but it would cause too much commotion. After all, the major ninja villages were currently focused on Kaito. Nagato wouldn't agree to such a request either. So, who should it be? What do you think? Obito asked White Zetsu and Black Zetsu. Who among the Akatsuki members should we send? I know. If it's just to entangle them, Kakuzu and Haiden are perfect. They're hard to kill. Black Zetsu shouted. Obito frowned, hesitating. Kakuzu and Haiden's abilities are indeed strange, but Kaito also has many peculiar techniques. He might be especially adept at countering them. That makes sense. Black Zetsu knocked on his head and suggested, then maybe Deidara and Sasori. Being able to fly is an advantage. Kaito won't be able to escape on his owl. No, let's send Kakuzu and Haiden, White Zetsu interrupted. Kaito likely has a specific purpose for taking the box of ultimate bliss. Let them probe first. Hopefully, he isn't trying to resurrect that being. A cold gleam flashed in Black and White Zetsu's eyes. King Enma, who even Kaguya struggled against, must not reappear in this world. After the Sage of Six Paths died, the emergence of the box of ultimate bliss had been guided by him. Splitting the power into 4 parts was more reassuring. But, was Kaito now trying to collect Enma's power? Haiden, related to the evil god, would be perfect to investigate. If true, it must be stopped. On the side, Obito observed White Zetsu's expression out of the corner of his eye. This guy knows something. Chapter 77, 77. It's you again. The list of ANBU member. Ali Reza Akram. Miguel Razzo. Outlaw Pinky. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Dan Trigolden. Michael Wojciechowicz. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on p@Trian. p@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. On this day, Kakashi was lying on the deck, looking despondently at Ika Ika Paradise, when he suddenly heard the barking of his Ninken from the bow of the ship. Has Pakken discovered something? He straightened up and looked ahead, seeing a pillar of light shooting into the sky in the distance. What is that? Yamato came over, shielding his eyes with his hand as he looked towards the pillar of light. Quick, turn the rudder in that direction. Kakashi turned and ordered the Chunin who was steering the ship. Yes. Kaito watched as the pillar of light before him gradually dissipated, revealing the purified box of ultimate bliss. Now, the inside of the box was completely empty. Then, the large bloom of red spider lilies quickly withered and disappeared, leaving only the single original flower. Kaito walked over, picked up the now more vibrant and dazzling flower, and put it back into his sleeve. Next, he threw out a few talisman papers, gathering natural energy and infusing it into the box of ultimate bliss. The box began to tremble slightly, greedily absorbing the abundant energy like a whale sucking in water. A huge vortex formed in the surrounding air, and after several minutes, the energy within the box reached saturation. The mouths of the beast heads on the box slowly closed, and the demon mask that had fallen to the ground floated up, covering the beast heads with a few clangs. At this moment, Gyur flew down from the sky. Gyur, Gyur, Gyur. Kaito. A ship is coming. Oh. Has the light attracted others? Kaito jumped to the top of the box of ultimate bliss and looked into the distance. More than one ship has been drawn here. Are they specifically looking for me? Gyur perched on his shoulder, flapping his wings against Kaito's head, and shouted, "Hey! You caused a ruckus at Hosuki Castle. It's only natural that people are looking for you. Show some awareness. Is that so?" Ha ha ha. Kaito rubbed his head, jumping down from the box of ultimate bliss. It seems Kusagakure was forced to disclose information about the box of ultimate bliss. As he continued to place talisman papers on the box, he said, "Kusagakure doesn't have enough manpower to search for me, so it must be the 5 great ninja villages. If there weren't enough benefits, the 5 great ninja villages wouldn't deploy ninjas to search the vast ocean for a hard-to-find target, delaying their missions." After placing the talisman papers, he reconnected with the Ryumayaku, commanding the Ryumayaku chains to drag the box of ultimate bliss underground. All right. He stood up, clapping his hands. Let's go see who has come. The ship carrying the Konoha ninjas gradually approached the deserted island, while another ship appeared on the sea on the other side. Kakashi, it seems you also noticed the situation here, Maki's voice called from afar. Due to their alliance, the ships of Konoha and Sunagakure were close to each other. Evidently, the Sunagakure ninjas were also drawn by the dissipating light pillar. So, it's you. Let's check it out together, Kakashi said, jumping from the bow and landing on the beach. The Konoha ninjas followed, jumping off the ship. At that moment, Kaito's voice came from the forest. "Why is it you again, Kakashi?" "Be on guard," Yamato, standing beside Kakashi, turned and instructed the Chunin behind them. Kakashi walked a few steps forward, lifting his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan, and responded, "Well, I also want to know why it's me again. I just wanted to spend my days lazily." "That's because the capable are always busy," Kaito said, surrounded by a golden mist, an owl perched on his shoulder, as he floated down from a large tree. "It seems the 5th Hokage values you highly. Thanks for the compliment." Kakashi smiled, his eyes narrowing. "But you've been hard to find." "Eh? Should I thank you for your hard work?" Kaito looked genuinely puzzled. "Kakashi," Maki said, approaching with the Sunagakure ninjas. Kaito petted Gyure's feathers and asked, "So, Sunagakure came too? You're all here for the box of ultimate bliss, right?" "That's right," Maki replied, taking out a kunai and preparing for an attack. Kaito, hand over the box of ultimate bliss. The Sunagakure ninjas behind him also prepared for battle. What a hassle, Kaito said nonchalantly, still petting Gyure's feathers without giving the Sunagakure ninjas a single glance. Poor guys. You can't even afford decent puppets. Kaito, do not take you seriously. If it's a hassle, then don't cause trouble everywhere, Kakashi said, seemingly not intending to attack as he walked up. But, I do have some questions for you. I know what you want to ask, Kaito said, turning to look at Kakashi. I can tell you, it's exactly who you think it is. Kakashi stopped, a bitter smile on his face. So, it's true. Indeed, Kaito confirmed with a nod. I was also very surprised. That person's transformation is too drastic. Is that so? Kakashi said seriously. Thank you. Kaito smiled gently. You're welcome. Kakashi. What are you talking about? Maki, seeing Kakashi and Kaito chatting amiably, couldn't help but be suspicious. Could it be? Konoha is really in cahoots with Kaito. As soon as he spoke, the Sunagakure ninjas became even more tense, some even turning their vigilance towards the Konoha ninjas. Sunagakure's actions immediately triggered a chain reaction, with the Konoha ninjas also becoming wary of the Sunagakure ninjas. How interesting, Kaito said, looking at the scene with great interest. There are only 2 ninja villages now. It would be even more lively if the other 3 showed up. Kakashi gave Kaito a strange look. Is he confident because he's highly skilled? At that moment, Kaito suddenly noticed the 2 puppets in front of Kankuro, and couldn't help but raise his voice. Hey! Sunagakure's painted face kid. What? Kankuro, feeling everyone's gaze shift to him, couldn't help but grit his teeth. My name is Kankuro. Whatever, Kaito waved dismissively, looking at him with disdain. I just wanted to tell you that your puppets are trash. I told you my name is Kankuro. Kankuro couldn't help but shout. Hey, you're missing the point. For a moment, everyone was speechless, looking at him. Kankuro then realized and his forehead veins bulged again. He moved his fingers, making the 2 puppets in front of him rattle. How dare you insult my proud puppets? I'll kill you. Eh? You're angry already. Kaito said leisurely. By the way, can your puppets shoot homing missiles? How could they have such things? Kankuro shouted. What about laser cannons? I said it's impossible, damn it. Kankuro almost screamed. So, your puppets are trash, Kakunro, Kaito concluded in an obviously natural tone. It's Kankuro. You're definitely doing this on purpose, you bastard. I won't let you off. Kankuro's fingers moved rapidly, and the 2 puppets in front of him rattled as they rushed forward. Chapter 78, 78. The Gathering of 5 Villages. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Ali Reza Akram. Miguel Razzo. Outlaw Pinky. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Dan Trigolden. Michael Wojciechowicz. Jordan Carmose. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Black secret technique. The puppet with the character U on its chin opened its mouth, spitting out a spray of purple needles. Kaito simply released his spiritual power, effortlessly deflecting all the needles. In his eyes, a 5-pointed star rotated, and a pentagram array appeared under the feet of the 2 puppets. Blue spiritual chains shot up from the array, instantly binding the 2 puppets tightly. Damn it. Kankuro increased the force on his chakra threads, but the puppets didn't budge. Kankuro. Maki placed a hand on Kankuro's shoulder, who was about to make another move, and commanded, don't be impulsive. But Kankuro protested reluctantly. Maki's face darkened as she coldly ordered, follow orders. Yes. Maki glanced at the Konoha ninjas with the corner of her eye. When Kankuro was provoked into action, Maki had been prepared to provide support. However, at that moment, she had cautiously held back. She found Kakashi Hataki's behavior suspicious. She had to guard against the possibility of Konoha and Kaito secretly collaborating to target the Sand Ninjas. Moreover, Kaito's effortless neutralization of Kankuro's puppets indicated that his strength was not exaggerated by the Grass Village. Given the difficulty of defeating such an opponent, Maki had to consider the potential actions of third parties. If the Sand Ninjas engaged in battle, Konoha could make numerous moves. Not to mention, the other 3 villages' ninjas could arrive at any moment. With the Sand Ninjas refraining from action, the Konoha ninjas also remained passive. The situation reached a stalemate. I recently acquired a puppet, Kaito continued nonchalantly, far superior to these. It can fire tracking missiles and powerful laser cannons that can level a mountain with one shot. Kankuro clenched his fists, unable to hold back. Don't joke around. Such things can't possibly exist. Don't jump to conclusions based on your own experience, Kankuro. Kaito pointed to Kakashi. The Konoha ninjas know about that puppet. How is that possible? Kankuro, ignoring the mispronunciation of his name, turned eagerly to Kakashi. Huh? Why are you looking at me? Kakashi feigned confusion. What are you talking about? I don't know anything about that. You're really dishonest, Kakashi, Kaito mocked. I left some other puppets with Konoha too. The sand ninjas eyed the Konoha ninjas with suspicion. This guy. Kakashi knew Kaito was trying to implicate Konoha. Even if you say that, I'm just an ordinary jonin. I can't know everything that happens in the village, Kakashi replied calmly. Forget it, let's show them directly, Kaito said, waving his hand. Suddenly, a person appeared beside him. It was a grotesque man with 3 heads and 6 arms, his upper body covered in mechanical modifications. Kaito patted the arm of the Azura Path puppet, continuing, I intended to sell this on the black market, but I've been too busy. This is. Kankuro's eyes widened. A human puppet. Oh, you have good eyes, kid, Kaito replied. I considered selling it to the sand village. Kaito playfully up and down his eyebrows. Kankuro's eyes lit up. Although human puppets were forbidden in the sand village, studying an existing one was not prohibited. Moreover, this puppet clearly followed a different design philosophy from traditional sand village puppets, potentially offering new insights. Is he trying to trade this puppet for our retreat? It's not unthinkable. However, Kaito's next words shattered Kankuro's hopes. Unfortunately, I heard the sand village is too poor to afford it. What a pity. Shut up. Kankuro's face turned bright red, his makeup unable to conceal his embarrassment. The sand ninjas endured the sympathetic looks from the Konoha ninjas, feeling no gratitude. Damn it. Kankuro opened his mouth to retort, but found himself speechless, feeling only bitterness. The sand village really was poor. Especially after the death of the 4th Kazekage, it had become even poorer. Why didn't Gaara inherit the gold dust technique from their father? I just want to buy puppets. They're finally here, from the cloud, mist, and stone villages. Kaito abruptly changed the subject, looking towards the sea. Everyone turned to see 3 more ships appearing on the horizon. The Konoha and sand ninjas exchanged glances, then looked to their respective leaders. Kakashi and Maki understood that engaging Kaito now wouldn't be easy and could lead to a large-scale battle between the villages. So they continued to hold back. Kaito remained silent, retracting the Azura Path puppet, and calmly watched the approaching ships. Soon, ninjas from the other 3 villages landed on the island, positioning themselves around Kaito. Everyone's here now, Kaito said, surveying the scene. You're all here for the box of ultimate bliss, right? That's right. Hand it over if you know what's good for you. Samui from the Cloud Village demanded coldly. We've heard you're strong, Kitsuchi from the Stone Village added. But now you're facing the elites of the 5 great nations. You have no chance. Keep an eye on him, Ao from the Mist Village ordered his team. Don't let him escape on his summoning beast. Although they had information about Kaito, most hadn't witnessed his battles in Konoha and Hozuki Castle firsthand. They estimated his strength to be on par with the 5 Kage at most. However, this place was filled with top-tier ninjas from the 5 great nations, alongside experienced teammates. They were confident in taking him down. Only Kakashi and Yamato remained wary. They had a clearer understanding of Kaito's strength from Guy's account of his battle with the Akatsuki members. Elites of the 5 great nations, how terrifying, Kaito said leisurely. But there's only one box of ultimate bliss. How will you divide it? Chapter 79, 79. Total Annihilation. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Outlaw Pinky. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Dan Trigolden. Michael Wojciechowicz. Jordan Carmose. Jonathan Ireland. Z3K Chrome. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. p@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. As soon as Kaito finished speaking, the scene fell silent. Ninjas from different villages began to watch each other warily. Don't be swayed by his words, Samui said coldly, drawing her ninja sword. We'll talk about distribution once we have the item in hand. Indeed, let's cooperate to defeat Kaito first, Kitsuchi added, stepping forward. For a moment, the other ninjas seemed to calm down. Where did you hide the box of ultimate bliss? Samui pointed her ninja sword at Kaito. It's in a place you absolutely can't find, Kaito replied with a smirk. If you're not planning to hand it over willingly, then we'll wait until you're interrogated. Samui's figure moved. Cloud style, flying blade. She enveloped herself in lightning and swiftly slashed her ninja sword towards Kaito. Captain. Omoi, standing behind her, also drew his ninja sword and charged forward. Cloud style, crescent slash. He swung his sword downwards with force, sending a huge crescent-shaped blade of chakra towards Kaito. Facing the sword attacks of the two Kyumo ninjas, Kaito felt a bit playful. She took out her own stored weapon, a short dagger. Originally used as a short sword, the dagger was a weapon samurai used to pierce armor in close combat and wasn't suitable for swordsmanship. However, under the influence of Ryumaiko energy, the tip of Kaito's dagger emitted golden flashes, extending its length to almost that of a normal sword. Kaito's body instantly went from still to moving, leaving afterimages in the air as she easily dodged Omoi's slashing attack, then raised her hand to block Samui's ninja sword. At the moment when the two swords were deadlocked, Omoi raised his hand to sheath his sword and lightning flashed around him, instantly appearing by Kaito's side. Cloud style, inside mist slash. This was a long-range draw cut. Omoi's ninja sword swiftly left its sheath, emitting a dazzling white light. Faced with this seemingly unavoidable draw cut, Kaito loosened her grip on her sword, tiptoed, and her body instantly rose into the air. Earth style, rock pillar spear. Water style, water dragon bullet. Kitsuchi and Ao took the opportunity to attack, sharp rock spears and a huge water dragon attacking Kaito from different directions. The edge of Kaito's sword extended as she turned around, drawing a circle around herself. Swish. The rock spear and water dragon were both neatly cut into two. At this moment, only the ninjas from Konoha and Suna remained motionless. I didn't expect Kaito to be skilled in swordsmanship, Yamato, watching the battle intently, said. No, he shouldn't be proficient in swordsmanship. Kakashi, as the son of Konoha's White Fang, had neglected his own swordsmanship but still had his keen eyesight. He seemed strong because of his extreme speed and the terrifying chakra attached to the sword. I see. Yamato suddenly realized. In the eyes of the ninjas, Kaito seemed to possess an extremely special chakra. Konoha even believed that he possessed another bloodline limit besides the Sharingan. What are the Konoha and Suna ninjas waiting for? On the other side, Kitsuchi suddenly shouted. Kakashi exchanged a glance with Yamato, and together with Maki from Suna, they stepped forward. Samui glanced at them and waved her hand to signal Omoi to retreat. Kaito lightly landed on a tree, looking down at the approaching 5 people, teasingly saying, only one person comes out from a village, huh? You really don't want to lose out. Enough chatter, the 5 of us here are enough, Samui said, pointing her ninja sword at Kaito. Is that so? But I don't think it's enough. Kaito took a step forward, landing on the ground, and formed hand seals. Ryumaiko blessing. The earth surged under his feet, and the golden mist enveloping him gradually became dense. At the same time, starting from him, the air began to tremble slightly. What is this? Be careful. Kakashi shouted from afar. Although they didn't know what jutsu Kaito was using, everyone had the same thought in their hearts. They couldn't let him complete this jutsu. Don't think you can get away with this. Samui suddenly charged forward with her sword. The others also quickly formed hand seals, using their fastest and most proficient ninjutsu. Water style, water bullet. Ao spat out a water ball. Earth style, earth pillar spear. Kitsuchi clapped his hands, and earth spears emerged from the ground. Wind style, wind slicing jutsu. Maki conjured a wind blade in front of her. Wood style, silent binding jutsu. Yamato stretched out his right hand, which turned into a wooden strip that rapidly extended. For a moment, Samui's sword, Ao's water ball, Kitsuchi's earth spear, Maki's wind blade, and Yamato's wooden strip all flew towards Kaito from different directions. Hum. The tremors in the air grew louder, and everyone felt an extremely terrifying momentum brewing. The others were too far away to do anything but watch anxiously, hoping that the 5 people could stop Kaito. It's too late. Kaito smirked. Hum. A visible ripple spread rapidly from Kaito's center. The moment Samui touched the ripple, she fell heavily to the ground. The ripple continued to expand, crushing everything in its path, whether it was a water ball, a wind blade, an earth spear, or a wooden strip, into powder. As this ripple continued to spread outward, the ninjas from the 5 major villages fell one by one like dominoes. In the blink of an eye, there was only Kaito standing alone on the deserted island. This is. Kitsuchi struggled to speak, gravity. You're right, Kaito strolled over to him, I now control the gravity on this island. This is something you can do. Kitsuchi seemed to have adapted to his condition, speaking more fluently, it seems we've all underestimated you. Only now you realize. Kaito said playfully, it seems that the people from Konoha are smarter after all. As soon as he finished speaking, Yamato's skin began to change color, finally turning into a wooden man. At the same time, on the other side, Kakashi's body also turned into smoke with a bang. What? The people lying on the ground struggled to turn their heads to look, only to see the figures of Kakashi and Yamato emerging from the sea. Damn it, Konoha definitely withheld information. The thoughts of everyone echoed in unison at this moment. But even as Kakashi and Yamato stood on the surface of the sea, their expressions were grave, no lighter than those of the others. Although they might have the chance to escape now, they absolutely couldn't do so. Apart from the fact that their fellow Konoha comrades were still on the island, if the ninjas from other villages died here today, it would spell trouble for Konoha. After all, the leaders here were trusted subordinates of the Kage of each village, not dispensable characters. If they all died here, it would definitely cause turmoil in the ninja world. Kaito, what do you plan to do next? Kakashi, realizing the severity of the situation, decided to try to peacefully resolve the issue. Because, based on his past impressions, Kaito wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Kakashi, I know you want to save these people. Kaito rubbed his chin. What should we do then? I still need to think about it. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving everyone on the island in a state of uncertainty. Chapter 80. Don't be first. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Outlaw Pinky. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Dan Trigolden. Michael Wojciechowicz. Jordan Carmose. Jonathan Ireland. Z3K Chrome. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. As Kaito and Kakashi conversed, Kitsuchi mustered all his strength, trembling hands forming seals to release a jutsu. Earth release, light and boulder. Kaito turned towards the sound. Kitsuchi was already on his feet, rapidly forming seals. Earth release, mountain stone. A rumbling echoed as two massive hemispherical rocks rose from the ground, aiming to crush Kaito. Oh! Iwagakiru's techniques are quite impressive, especially that one that resists gravity. Kaito showed a look of interest. What? Kitsuchi looked bewildered. At this moment, the massive rocks formed by the mountain stone had stopped moving. Unfortunately, when it comes to manipulating the earth, I have the upper hand. Kaito theatrically clapped his hands. Earth release, mountain stone. He pretended to use the same jutsu but actually used the energy of Ryumayaku to reshape the land. Two identical rocks rose rapidly from either side of Kitsuchi, slamming together and trapping him between them. Kitsuchi's eyes widened as he coughed up blood. In those few seconds, everyone's emotions swung wildly. Seeing Kitsuchi use a technique to counter gravity had filled them with joy. But now, they were back to feeling dejected. You all needn't struggle any longer. Kaito suddenly knelt on one knee, placing his hands on the ground. Ryumayaku lock. In the terrified eyes of everyone, countless golden chains burst from the ground like a swarm of serpents, wrapping around them. Even Kakashi and Yamato were not spared, as several chains emerged from the sea, attacking them. The ninjas, already suppressed by gravity, were soon tightly bound by the chains. Kakashi and Yamato continued to adjust their stances, dodging as best they could. Kaito shifted his gaze to the sea, causing even more chains to spring forth, forming a web that sealed off the two men's escape routes. Kakashi quickly formed seals, lightning crackling in his hand as he attacked the chains. Chidori. The collision of lightning and golden chains produced a harsh sound but did not damage the chains. What? As Kakashi clashed with the chains before him, another chain shot out from behind, binding him. Soon, Yamato was also bound, and both were dragged onto the shore. Did he escape? Kaito raised an eyebrow as he watched Yamato's body turn into a puddle of water. No wonder he didn't put up much of a fight earlier. But that's fine, someone has to be responsible for protecting the rest of you. Kaito stood up, forming seals. I've figured out what to do with you all. It's time to test my new technique. Seal. The golden chains wrapped around everyone glowed even more brightly, slowly merging into their bodies and leaving patterns on their skin. This was a technique Kaito developed, inspired by the heavenly prison of the Mu clan. Using the inherent binding properties of Ryumayaku lock, he completely sealed off the ninja's chakra. Of course, it didn't have the limitation of the heavenly prison, which couldn't leave the caster too far. Very well, now you can't use chakra anymore. Kaito lifted the gravity suppression and released Kitsuchi from the rocks. Now, let's have a proper talk. Everyone slowly stood up, maintaining their guard as they gathered around their respective leaders, exchanging wary glances. What do you want to discuss? Kakashi, feeling the state of his body and realizing he couldn't gather chakra, spoke with some resignation. The others remained silent. The current situation put Kaito in an absolute position of power, so it was better for the familiar Kakashi to speak. All of you here are important forces of your respective villages, right? Kaito smiled. If you were to fall here, it would be a significant loss for your villages. Kakashi had an inkling of his intent but played along. What are you trying to say? Kaito sighed. I have a kind heart, so I'll let you go this time. Everyone had the same thought, this person isn't willing to offend all 5 great ninja villages at once. Thank you, Kakashi replied politely. It's nothing. Kaito waved his hand with a smile. But this will be the only time. Although his words were kind, the 5-pointed star in his eyes exerted great pressure on everyone. Next time, I won't be so lenient. I understand. Kakashi had no other options at the moment, so he straightforwardly ordered his fellow Konoha ninjas, let's go. As for the seals on their bodies, they could only figure out how to deal with them back in the village. The other village ninjas watched as the Konoha group successfully left the beach and boarded their ship, with Kaito making no further moves. They felt slightly relieved. One by one, everyone started to leave, though their bodies remained tense and their expressions wary, fearing that Kaito might suddenly attack them. Kankuro, are you leaving your puppets behind? Kaito kindly reminded someone not to forget their belongings. Kankuro didn't dare correct Kaito about his name. Without chakra, he could only silently go over and awkwardly pick up his 2 puppets, holding them in his arms. The puppets blocked his view, forcing him to move slowly, the puppets' limbs clanking together with each step. Finally, Maki, unable to stand it any longer, took one of the puppets and slung it over his shoulder. Once everyone was on the ship, Kaito suddenly called out loudly, by the way, if you can't undo the seals back in your villages, it could cause big problems. You can come to me for help. So kind. Everyone looked back in surprise. To remove the seal and restore your chakra, 10 million ryo for a jonin, 3 million ryo for a chunin. Quite reasonable, isn't it? Kaito waved his hand. See you all later. The 5 great ninja villages had launched a massive operation against Kaito, even surrounding him at one point. Surprisingly, the battle ended in a complete defeat for the ninja sent by the 5 great villages. This shocking news spread quickly as the ninjas returned to their villages, causing an uproar. It wasn't that the villages wanted to keep the news secret, but during the operation, Kusagakure had sent a group of ninjas as support. The sight of the defeated ninjas from the 5 great villages had been witnessed by them. Besides, there were few forces other than the 5 great ninja villages that could be considered rivals. Though it was embarrassing, no village was worse off than the others. They were all equally humiliated, so they accepted it. Next, each village focused its efforts on studying the seal Kaito had placed on their ninjas. Although the level of expertise in sealing techniques varied among the villages, after some time, they all reached the same conclusion. They were powerless to break the seal. Should they really spend money to find Kaito? No, that would be too humiliating. But if they didn't seek his help, would their valuable ninjas be crippled? Go or not go? Everyone was conflicted. Ultimately, they all had the same thought. We should go, but our village mustn't be the first. Chapter 81, 81. Seal Tail. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Outlaw Pinky. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Dan Trigolden. Michael Watchelwicks. Jordan Carmose. Jonathan Ireland. Z3K Chrome. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P at Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito didn't care what happened to the various ninja villages. At this moment, he had already set off on a journey to find his next target. High above the clouds, Kaito lay lazily on the back of Gyur, basking in the sunlight. Why did you spare those ninjas? Gyur's voice came. Even if you could earn some money in the end, it doesn't really mean anything to you. Kaito, resting his hands behind his head, replied with a contented expression, just maximizing benefits. What do you mean? Gyur was curious. If I had killed those people, I would be facing relentless retaliation from the 5 major ninja villages. Kaito's voice was as lazy as his posture. Don't forget my goal is to collect the demons that escaped from the box of ultimate bliss. My exorcism journey has just begun, why get bogged down in that quagmire? Now, they are preoccupied for various reasons, allowing us to act quickly before they react. At least we can secure the Zero Tails and Morio without interference. Moreover, regardless of the goals of the Akatsuki members, they will inevitably ignite a war that will sweep across the entire ninja world. At that time, the 5 major ninja villages will need to be at the forefront. To act as cannon fodder. You really have a way with words. Kaito pouted. Of course, there was another reason he didn't mention. Their level of attack couldn't provoke even a bit of anger in him. He had always approached them with a playful attitude. Just like an adult being softly punched by a child, would the adult think of retaliating? Wait a minute. Without realizing it, have I become arrogant? Kaito suddenly reflected on his own attitude, wondering if he had become a bit too complacent. In the following time, he adjusted his mindset and began to think about his next target. According to the order of emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, the first demon he planned to seal was the Zero Tails, representing joy, which escaped from the box of ultimate bliss. This was also the weakest among the 4 demons that escaped. Although the Zero Tails could absorb the darkness within people's hearts to increase its power, the process was extremely slow. According to the information provided by Saimai, the Zero Tails was currently still relatively weak. With detailed information, Kaito aimed directly at the border of the Land of Fire. According to Saimai, the Zero Tails was currently being secretly nurtured by Shino, the leader of the Sky Ninja. The Sky Ninja were a group of ninjas who fought using mechanical power and were particularly adept at aerial combat using chakra wings. They were defeated by Konoha during the Second Great Ninja War. After that, Shino disguised himself as an ordinary doctor, secretly gathering strength, intending to start another war to seek revenge against Konoha. He hid the Sky Ninja's headquarters, a large floating fortress named Anchor Bandian, in a tropical rainforest, hoping to use the Zero Tails to generate massive energy to power the fortress. Gyur flew Kaito straight over from the sky, avoiding detection. Through his connection with Ryumayaku, Kaito quickly located the Zero Tails. After ending his perception, Kaito stood up and said to Gyur, who was squatting on a branch nearby, "I'll need you for backup, Gyur." "No problem." Gyur, finally in a forest environment, felt much more comfortable. "Then I'm off." Maintaining his connection with Ryumayaku, Kaito sank into the ground. The Sky Ninja Fortress Anchor Bandian was disguised as ruins, located in a nearby forest. The room where the Zero Tails was held was underground. Kaito traveled through the earth, entering Anchor Bandian without alerting the Sky Ninjas, and soon arrived at the room where the Zero Tails was kept. It was a tall cylindrical room with walls inscribed with dense runes. A huge cocoon, suspended by web-like white threads, hung in midair. The Zero Tails, curled up inside the translucent cocoon, was asleep. Shrouded by Ryumayaku, Kaito had merged with the Earth's aura, not disturbing the sleeping Zero Tails. Ryumayaku lock. Countless chains shot through the air. By the time the Zero Tails awoke to the sound, it was already tightly bound by golden chains. Enraged, the Zero Tails contorted its ghostly face and roared at Kaito, "Who are you?" The floor under Kaito's feet rippled like water, and a massive square box slowly rose from below. "It's time for you to go home, Zero Tails." Standing on top of the box of ultimate bliss, Kaito rose to eye level with the Zero Tails. Upon seeing the ghostly face on the box aimed at it, the Zero Tails started struggling more violently, shouting in panic, "No, impossible, how do you know about this thing? Come on, Zero Tails, return to where you came from." Kaito formed hand seals. "Soon, your companions will join you." Crack. The joyful ghostly face on the box of ultimate bliss began to tremble, then detached and fell to the ground. The beast head usually hidden by the mask opened its mouth wide, emitting a silent roar at the Zero Tails. Strands of dark purple mist emerged from the beast's mouth, darting out like tentacles and piercing into the Zero Tails' body. "Damn! Let go of me." Feeling its power rapidly drain away, the Zero Tails panicked, calling out for its accomplice, Shino. By the time Shino arrived in a hurry, most of the Zero Tails' power had been consumed by the box of ultimate bliss, leaving it in a critically weakened state. "You bastard." Shino could no longer maintain his guise of a gentle doctor. "That was my life's work." With a face twisted in rage, he charged at Kaito with a punch. Kaito, maintaining his hand seals, remained calm. Suddenly, a golden chain shot out from the side, striking Shino hard and sending him flying into the Zero Tails. "Shino, you're here." The Zero Tails, now weak, spoke, its tone turning frantic. "If you can't save me, then become part of my power." Its skin rippled, quickly absorbing half of Shino's body. "Ah!" Shino screamed in agony. "Release your inner darkness and join me in eternal life." The Zero Tails continued to consume Shino's darkness. What a futile struggle. Kaito coldly observed the scene, controlling the box of ultimate bliss to speed up the absorption. Even though the Zero Tails had gained some strength from Shino, it was of no help. Soon, the box of ultimate bliss drained all power from the Zero Tails, and its empty shell disintegrated into ash. The dark purple mist tentacles retracted into the box, and the beast head closed its mouth. The mask on the ground flew back to its original position, the eyes glowing purple. High above, Kaito lazily lay on Gyur's back again. "Where to next?" Gyur asked. "The land of demons." Kaito squinted at the blue sky. Chapter 82, 82. Uzumaki Naruto. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Outlaw Pinky. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Dan Trigolden. Michael Wojciechowicz. Jordan Carmose. Jonathan Ireland. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Raiden Allen. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. One day, Kaito and Gyur landed in a forest to rest. Kaito, let's catch some mountain rats to eat. Gyur suggested excitedly. No, you go ahead, Kaito flatly refused. Humph, you're no fun. Suddenly, a wave of chakra emanated from a distance, causing their hearts to pound. Kaito closed his eyes to sense it. This unique chakra, it's a tailed beast. Gyur, let's go check it out. Boom. The sound of trees falling echoed, and countless startled birds flapped their wings, fleeing. Kaito quickly approached, jumping onto a large tree to get a better view. The forest ahead was in chaos. A small figure cloaked in red chakra was on all fours, letting out roars. On the other side, a white-haired middle-aged man clutched his chest as he stood up from a fallen tree trunk. Kaito was slightly surprised. It was quite a coincidence, having recently received a letter from Sasuke. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, he had seen him from afar in Konoha when he was younger. And the person wielding three tails must be Sasuke's teammate, Uzumaki Naruto. It seemed he had lost control for some reason. Hello there. Kaito decided to call out, dropping down from the tree. Who? Jiraiya looked warily at the young man who had suddenly appeared. Suddenly, he remembered the message Tsunade had sent recently, and his alarm bells went off. Uchiha Kaito. This was bad, very bad. Naruto was in a rampaging state, and now there was a Sharingan user. If Kaito had ill intentions, Jiraiya didn't know if he could handle both a Mangekyo Sharingan user and a rampaging Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto. Control yourself, he shouted anxiously at Naruto. Roar. Naruto, overtaken by the Nine-Tails chakra, roared even louder. His tail swayed and then extended suddenly, rapidly attacking both Kaito and Jiraiya. Why are there two tails on my side? Kaito deftly dodged the alternating strikes of the two tails. Another Uchiha scum. The Nine Tails roared in rage within Naruto's seal space. Uchiha. Naruto, also in the seal space, suddenly shouted excitedly, is it Sasuke? The Nine Tails ignored him, fully focusing its chakra to attack the object of its hatred. It had completely given up on attacking Jiraiya, directing all three tails at Kaito. Hey! Is it Sasuke or not? Tell me, Big Fox. Naruto jumped anxiously. Outside, Kaito was still effortlessly dodging the three tails while conversing with Jiraiya. Need help, Jiraiya. This kid can't control the tailed beast's power yet. He's in danger. Jiraiya remained cautious, asking, Kaito, how did you find us? What do you want? Kaito complained, really? I was just passing by and decided to help. If it weren't for Sasuke, I wouldn't bother. Is that so? Jiraiya asked without showing his true feelings, how do you plan to help us? Like this. Kaito's eyes revealed five-pointed stars, and he glanced at Naruto. The Nine Tails movements froze instantly. Jiraiya, about to intervene, saw a formation appear under Naruto's feet. Several translucent blue chains shot out, binding him tightly. What's this? Jiraiya looked at Kaito in doubt. Just restraining the kid. Kaito smiled. Jiraiya, you'd better reinforce his seal quickly. Jiraiya frowned slightly. He didn't sense any malice from Kaito. Was he really just here to help? Either way, securing Naruto's seal was the priority. He didn't hesitate anymore, striding to Naruto and pressing his hand on his abdomen. The red-tailed beast chakra slowly dissipated, and Naruto fainted from the heat. Kaito then released the binding technique. Thanks. Jiraiya took off his red vest and covered Naruto with it, then turned to Kaito. You're welcome. Kaito waved his hand. I have something to give him when he wakes up, something Sasuke asked me to deliver. Sasuke. The name seemed to trigger Naruto, who suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, and looked around. Sasuke. Where's Sasuke? This idiot. Jiraiya looked at him in annoyance. Sasuke isn't here. Kaito walked up to him. But he asked me to give you something. Who are you? Naruto squinted at the unfamiliar young man, scratching his face. Ah. He stood up and looked closely at Kaito's face. You look a lot like Sasuke. I'm Sasuke's uncle, Uchiha Kaito. Is that so? Naruto seemed confused, then suddenly pointed at Kaito and shouted, You. Where did you take Sasuke? As Sasuke's uncle, it's my responsibility to teach him. Kaito smiled. Sasuke is undergoing special training and has gotten much stronger. Damn it, I need to get stronger too. Pervy Sage. Naruto jumped up like he'd been shocked, shouting at Jiraiya, "Teach me more powerful jutsus. I won't lose to Sasuke. You should control the tailed beast's power first, you idiot." Jiraiya raised his hand and gave Naruto a hard knock on the head. "Geez, so stingy." Naruto rubbed the bump on his head angrily. "Sasuke asked me to give you this." Kaito produced a scroll and handed it to Naruto. "In fact, this should have been yours all along." "Mine all along." Naruto reached out for the scroll, but Jiraiya snatched it first. "Give it back." Naruto jumped up to grab it. "Quiet." Jiraiya knocked another bump on his head. As Naruto crouched, holding his head, Jiraiya looked at Kaito, holding up the scroll. "What is this?" "It's a sealing technique manual originally belonging to the Uzumaki clan," Kaito said. "I got it from Danzo." "I see." Jiraiya looked down at the scroll, his expression complex. Beside him, Naruto suddenly lifted his head, asking excitedly, "What are you talking about? What's the Uzumaki clan?" Suddenly saying it's mine and mentioning the Uzumaki clan, what's going on? He looked at Kaito with wide eyes, pleading, "Tell me, Sasuke's uncle." Chapter 83, 83. Mom and Dad. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Outlaw Pinky. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Dan Trigolden. Michael Wojciechowicz. Jordan Carmose. Jonathan Ireland. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Ryden Allen. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the "at" with "a." You haven't told him anything. Kaito looked at Jiraiya curiously. This kid. Jiraiya's face twitched. He placed his large hand on Naruto's head and ruffled his hair. "What do you mean? Pervy Sage, you know something too, right?" Naruto pushed Jiraiya's hand away, looking at him suspiciously. Jiraiya's expression was complicated, and he hesitated to speak. Naruto stared at him for a while, then quietly lowered his head. "Since I was little, I've been alone." His voice carried a hint of anger. "Since you all know something, why am I the only one who knows nothing?" Naruto. Jiraiya put his hand on Naruto's head again. "The Uzumaki clan no longer exists." "Why?" Naruto looked up, his eyes moist, stubbornly gazing at him. "It's really troublesome." Jiraiya scratched his head, then suddenly looked at Kaito, who was watching the scene unfold. "Hey, Uchiha brat." He picked his nose with his finger. "Since you started this mess, you should explain it clearly to this idiot." "Jiraiya-senpai, are you serious?" Kaito raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Aren't you worried I might say something inappropriate?" "It doesn't matter, just get it done." Jiraiya pushed Naruto forward. "Humph, what could this kid possibly know?" Naruto's true identity was a top secret, known to very few in Konoha. Danzo would never leak this secret either. Kaito raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. Naruto's eyes widened with anticipation as he looked at him. Kaito began his story. The Uzumaki clan lived for generations in the Whirlpool village of the Land of Whirlpools, which was adjacent to the Land of Fire. They were distant relatives of the Senju clan and one of the oldest families in ninja history. Naruto's face was filled with admiration. "That's amazing. The Uzumaki were the only clan proficient in sealing techniques," Kaito continued. "The wife of the first Hokage of Konoha, Uzumaki Mito, was the first to seal the nine tails within herself, thus creating the concept of Jinchuriki." Naruto couldn't help but touch his own stomach. Although other villages also tried to seal tailed beasts within their ninjas, their sealing techniques were not as effective, causing their Jinchuriki to frequently lose control, leading to great losses, Kaito explained slowly. The Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques were naturally coveted. Ultimately, the Land of Whirlpools, which possessed great treasures but lacked sufficient power to protect itself, was destroyed. How could this happen? Naruto clenched his fists. Just for that reason, so many innocent people were killed. This world has always been cruel, kid. Jiraiya patted his shoulder, speaking heavily. That's why people keep standing up to pursue the path to peace. What about Konoha? Naruto lowered his head. What? Naruto raised his head and shouted, why didn't Konoha help the Land of Whirlpools? Isn't it said that the first Hokage's wife was a princess of the Land of Whirlpools? Who knows? Kaito said calmly, you should ask the third Hokage about that. This. Jiraiya felt a headache coming on, looking helplessly at Kaito. This kid really had no good intentions. Konoha was also at war at the time. By the time they received the news, it was too late. In the end, he could only explain it this way, as Lady Mito had accepted this explanation back then. Maybe so. Kaito didn't say much more and continued his story to Naruto. Later, your mother was brought to Konoha as a survivor of the land of whirlpools. Mother. Just hearing this word caused a strong emotion to surge in Naruto's heart. He clutched his chest, feeling a deep yearning for something missing inside him. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was already petrified. How is this possible? A mistake. This kid might know everything. Naruto didn't notice Jiraiya's reaction, he was fully absorbed in the news about his mother. He couldn't help but grab Kaito's sleeve. Do you know my mom? Please tell me. His voice faltered slightly as he said mom for the first time. Your mother was named Uzumaki Kushina, Kaito answered readily. At that time, Uzumaki Mito, who was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was getting old, so your mother naturally became the new Jinchuriki. Naruto looked at his stomach with a new perspective, realizing this might be his only connection to his mother. Jiraiya knew it was too late to stop him. Naruto had already learned too much to be kept in the dark any longer. Sure enough, Naruto soon brought up his father. What about my dad, and how did my parents die? Your father was the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, Kaito said, shocking everyone. As for the other question, I don't know since I had left Konoha by then. It seems the Nine-Tails broke free from its seal, and your parents sacrificed themselves to reseal it. He suggested, maybe you could ask the Nine-Tails directly. Naruto lowered his head again, silent. Naruto. Jiraiya, worried, put his hands on Naruto's shoulders, crouched down, and said solemnly, Minato was my most talented student. He was a true genius. He sacrificed himself as the Hokage to protect the village. He was a true hero. Why? Tears fell from Naruto's eyes as he whispered. Why was the Nine-Tails sealed in me? He wiped his eyes. I had a tough time growing up alone. Naruto. Jiraiya opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Why did no one ever tell me this? Naruto looked up, touching his stomach, with a forced smile. I'm not a demon fox, my dad was the fourth Hokage I admired so much, and both my parents were heroes. Jiraiya wanted to explain but couldn't find the words. The Nine-Tails. Naruto looked at his stomach again. Did the Nine-Tails kill my parents? Ha 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 ha. The Nine-Tails' laughter echoed in Naruto's sealed space. Yes, I killed your parents. Hate me, kid. Its voice reached Naruto's heart. Hate me, Naruto. Not only me, but an Uchiha was also responsible. It was that person who broke the seal when Kushina was giving birth. Take your revenge. Start with the Kaito in front of you. Naruto's eyes turned red, with slit-like pupils faintly appearing, and the whisker marks on his face thickened. Naruto. Calm down. Jiraiya shook Naruto's shoulders vigorously. Minato sealed the Nine-Tails in you, hoping you would also become a hero. No, I can't. Naruto suppressed the overwhelming emotions in his heart, quickly returning to normal. I won't listen to the Nine-Tails. I can't let my parents down. Thank you, Sasuke's uncle. Thank you for telling me all this. His eyes regained their clarity, and he smiled a bit foolishly. Please tell Sasuke I won't lose to him. Chapter 84, 84. Handsome Contest. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Dan Trigolden. Michael Watchelwicks. Jordan Carmose. Jonathan Ireland. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Ryden Allen. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito nodded, no problem, I'll tell him. These two boys sure are competitive, he thought. Sasuke clearly cared about Naruto and had specifically asked him to give Naruto the Uzumaki clan's texts. Having a fixed rival and growing through their unyielding competition was pretty good for both of them. Thinking this, he turned to Jiraiya and spoke a bit more. Some of the Uzumaki clan techniques that can only be trained by those with their bloodline, like the Kagura Mind's Eye and Adamantine Sealing Chains, are detailed in those texts. These should be the most suitable techniques for this kid, especially the Adamantine Sealing Chains, which will greatly help him control the Nine-Tails chakra. Seeing that Naruto had returned to normal, Jiraiya patted his shoulder with relief and stood up. He looked at Kaito, a complex emotion flashing across his face, then spoke boisterously, "Thanks, Uchiha kid. However, you've done a few things recently that have shaken the ninja world. I can't quite determine your true intentions anymore." As expected of Jiraiya-senpai, you don't see me as a simple enemy, Kaito smiled. I don't care about the mess between you Uchiha and Danzo. Some of the things you took from Konoha were rightfully yours, Jiraiya said, crossing his arms and raising his head. He continued, as for the other parts, as long as you haven't traded them with other villages, Konoha can consider it compensation for the Uchiha clan and won't pursue it. That's also Tsunade's intention. Besides, you didn't harm anyone else in Konoha. A grudge has a source, after all, I'm not a butcher, Kaito said. Jiraiya-senpai should know by now about the recent events. I have shown mercy to Konoha more than once. Jiraiya clearly knew about Kaito's chakra sealing and extortion incident, his face twitched, unsure of what to think. This kid wasn't exactly ruthless, as he hadn't killed any of the ninjas who attacked him. But calling him soft-hearted wasn't accurate either. At least, his actions had severely damaged the reputation of the 5 great ninja villages. Now, the 5 great ninja villages were left in a difficult position. There was no deep-seated hatred because he had shown mercy. But there was certainly anger. To regain the strength of those ninjas, the 5 great ninja villages would ultimately have to lower their heads and pay up. They were essentially being led by the nose. When had the military forces of the 5 great nations ever suffered such a loss at the hands of someone outside their ranks? It could be said that this kid had mastered his tactics quite well. The 5 great ninja villages might be angry, but they wouldn't go all out against him. And after the last incident, they realized that without going all out, they couldn't possibly take him down. It seemed those guys would be entangled for quite a while. Many thoughts flashed through Jiraiya's mind before he finally asked, "Can you tell me what you plan to do with the box of ultimate bliss?" "Jiraiya-senpai, are you familiar with the ancient Onmyoji?" Kaito produced a fan and elegantly waved it, his demeanor calm and radiant. Before Jiraiya could answer, he continued. Onmyoji were practitioners of yin-yang theories, able to observe stars, read faces, determine directions, foresee disasters, search for feng shui, draw talismans, chant spells, exorcise demons, and conduct rituals. 1,000 years ago, the highest ruler, the emperor, greatly valued the power of Onmyoji and even established the Onmyo Bureau as an official institution. Oh! That's so cool. Naruto's eyes sparkled. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto, unwilling to be outdone, and said, "I've heard some stories about Onmyoji, but those are just legends. Only fools believe them." He then flailed around dramatically, tossing his messy hair in circles and striking a bizarre pose. "I am the legendary Sannin, the white-haired toad sage Jiraiya, known as the Toad Hermit of Mt. Maiboku." He turned and shouted at Naruto, "I'm the coolest." "Humph, you're just a pervy sage," Naruto retorted, then turned back to Kaito, "Sasuke's uncle, are you an Onmyoji?" "It sounds so cool." "No way," he exclaimed, jumping up, "is Sasuke going to become an Onmyoji too? He'll become even more arrogant." Then, looking dejected, he muttered, "If that happens, Sakura will definitely like him even more." "No way. I need to find Kakashi-sensei." He pointed disdainfully at Jiraiya, "Following this pervy sage won't make me cool." Crack. Veins popped on Jiraiya's forehead, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Bang. A new bump appeared on Naruto's head, smoking. "Idiot. I'm the most handsome and charming guy, 100 times cooler than Kakashi." Jiraiya's spit flew onto Naruto's face. Ignoring the dazed Naruto, Jiraiya turned back to Kaito and asked, "So, what are you really trying to say?" Kaito calmly waved his fan and smiled, "The box of ultimate bliss is a sealing tool. In the past, it absorbed too many innocent lives, giving birth to a demon of resentment inside. I've purified it and plan to use it to seal other demons and purify them. Isn't that what Onmyoji do?" His words were mostly true, with a hint of falsehood, and Jiraiya didn't notice anything amiss. "I'll take your word for it." Rubbing his hands together, Jiraiya asked with a sleazy grin, "I heard you fought with members of the Akatsuki. Can you share some secret intel?" A few black lines appeared on Kaito's forehead, and he quietly took a step back. He said, "I can share some intel, but you have to do something for me first." Sure. Jiraiya nodded eagerly, "But tell me what it is first." Kaito said, "Don't worry, I just need you to pass a message to the great toad sage of Mt. Maiboku." A gleam of understanding flashed in Jiraiya's eyes, but he nonchalantly replied, "No problem, I can do that." Kaito noticed the subtle change in his expression but didn't comment, instead saying earnestly, "I don't know much about the Akatsuki, but I've encountered 4 members so far." 4. "Tell me about them." Jiraiya's expression turned serious. "The first I encountered were Uchiha Itachi and a shark-faced rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist," Kaito said. "Later, 2 others who attacked us were Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan, and Tobi, who claims to be Uchiha Madara. We've received information about Tobi from Konoha," Jiraiya sighed, "but Nagato." Kaito noticed his sudden change in expression. Jiraiya suppressed his complex emotions and asked nonchalantly, "Can you describe their abilities in detail?" Chapter 85, 85. New choice. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Michael Wachtelwicks, Jordan Carmose, Jonathan Ireland, Z3K Chrome, Ash, Ryden Allen, Paulo Garcia, Tobias Sinkowicius. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. In response to Jiraiya's request, Kaito straightforwardly described Nagato and Obito's abilities. As for Uchiha Itachi, we only had a brief genjutsu exchange. And that shark-faced guy didn't make a move. Thank you, Jiraiya said, looking serious. Facing Nagato without knowing his abilities could very well end in failure. Sasuke's uncle, I have something to ask you too. Naruto stepped forward. Kaito looked down at him. Oh. What is it? Naruto pointed his thumb at his stomach. Earlier, the Ninetales told me that it was an Uchiha who broke my mom's seal when she gave birth to me. Do you know who it was? I see, Kaito nodded. I have a rough idea, but I'm not sure. Did the Ninetales describe that person's characteristics or abilities? Naruto closed his eyes, seemingly communicating with the Ninetales within him. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, got it. The Ninetales said that person wore a one-eyed mask and used Mangekyo Sharingan and space-time ninjutsu. He squinted his eyes, pondering for a few seconds, and murmured, that sounds like the guy you mentioned earlier, Obito. Hearing this, although he had already suspected it, Kaito was still a bit surprised. He remarked, it must be him. I didn't expect he'd go that far. Naruto urgently asked, who exactly is this Obito? Why would he do such a thing? Kaito glanced at the silent Jiraiya and replied, Uchiha Obito was once your father's student and a member of the same team as Kakashi. In fact, Kakashi's Sharingan was given by him. What? He was a former comrade. Why would he do this? Why? Naruto's face showed anger and confusion. Kaito shook his head. Everyone believed Uchiha Obito died during the Third Ninja War. Before his supposed death, he gave his Sharingan to Kakashi. Why he didn't die and why he changed so much, no one knows. So, my father was killed by his own student. Tears streamed down Naruto's face. This is so unfair. Keep working hard, Naruto, Jiraiya said, a flash of pain in his eyes. Not just his overly talented disciple. At this moment, he also thought of the third Hokage, who died at the hands of his disciple Orochimaru. Encouraging Naruto, he said, grow strong, and one day you can stand before Obito and ask him why he did it. I will. Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. I'll make sure of it. If you follow me, you might see him soon, Kaito suddenly said. What do you mean? Jiraiya asked, looking surprised. I've mentioned before, Onmyoji can predict fortune and misfortune, Kaito explained with a faint smile. Obito's previous attempt to ambush me failed, and he seems to be planning another move soon. Really? Pervy Sage, let's wait for Obito with Sasuke's uncle. Naruto shouted excitedly, I want to protect Sasuke's uncle. Idiot. Jiraiya grabbed Naruto by the collar, lifting him off the ground and looking at him disdainfully, you're no match for him yet. Right now, your most important task is to train. I don't care. Naruto flailed his limbs, I want to teach that bastard a lesson. You're such a troublesome kid. Jiraiya extended his other hand, grabbing Naruto's wrists. Uchiha kid. Jiraiya said to Kaito, I'll take this troublesome brat and won't be joining you. Who knew if what this kid said was true? Even if it was true, who knew who might show up? Moreover, the Akatsuki wanted to capture Naruto, so who knew if there might be a trap? He couldn't risk taking Naruto into such uncertainty. No problem, I was just mentioning it, Kaito didn't mind. So, what message do you need to send to the great Toad Sage? Jiraiya asked. Just one sentence, Kaito smiled meaningfully, 1,000 years have passed, let's hope they make the right choice this time. Is that all? Jiraiya's eyes flickered, then, see you next time, Uchiha kid. Let's hope we're not enemies then. Bang. White smoke rose, and Jiraiya and Naruto disappeared. Next time, huh? Who knows, Kaito also turned to leave. The sound of wings flapping came as Ash flew down from a nearby tree, landing on Kaito's shoulder. Gyur. Speak human language. You delivered a message to MT Mayaboku, what about Ryuchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest? Sending a message doesn't mean much, they'll make their own choices in time. Then why did you do it? Supposedly, the Toad Maru of MT Mayaboku secretly helped in sealing Kagaya. Although it's unclear if it was out of fear of losing its power to Kagaya. My reminder is to see if it can trigger some new changes. What kind of changes? The current situation in the ninja world is clear. I hope the forces of the summoned beasts will also get more involved. At least, they can help cover up the movements of the monsters. As expected of you, Kaito. But aside from being summoned by contractors, the summoned beasts rarely appear in the world. That depends on what they decide. Mt. Miyaboku, in the Great Toad Sage's Hall. Is that what he said? Fukasaku turned to the drowsy Great Toad Sage. Great Lord, what do you say? The Great Toad Sage started snoring. Stop sleeping. Answer him. Shima's sharp voice rang out. Let it go, Fukasaku stopped her. We'll ask when the Great Lord wakes up next time. Fine, Shima hopped out of the hall. Jiraiya, Naruto, follow me, I'll make you something delicious. Ah. Jiraiya looked queasy and waved his hands. Ahaha, no need, we've already eaten. He dragged the sulking Naruto along. Just find us a place to rest. After they left the hall, the Great Toad Sage suddenly opened his eyes. His large eyes gleamed with wisdom, showing none of the usual senility. Fukasaku, his aged voice sounded, it seems the old acquaintances haven't completely disappeared. Now, it's time to make a choice again, a choice concerning the survival of our species. Yes, Great Lord, Fukasaku bowed respectfully, all of Mt. Miyaboku's members will follow your orders. Chapter 86, 86. This is an order. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Michael Wojciechowicz. Jordan Carmose. Jonathan Ireland. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Ryden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkowicius. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. After parting ways with Jiraiya and Naruto, Kaito and Gyur continued heading towards the land of demons. However, Kaito did not anticipate that the 5 great ninja villages would come up with a rather extraordinary plan during this time. Recently, the 5 great ninja villages had suffered losses at the hands of Kaito, with several of their ninjas having their chakra sealed, including some of their key members. This had caused a noticeable impact on the missions in each village due to the absence of these ninjas. As a result, the leaders of the ninja villages did not want to delay any further. To restore the combat capabilities of these ninjas, their only option was to comply with Kaito's demands and pay up. It was easy to imagine how frustrating this situation was for the 5 great ninja villages, which had always been at the top of the ninja world. The most crucial aspect was that this news spread throughout the ninja world at an astonishing speed. Small ninja villages, which the 5 great ninja villages usually disregarded, likely took great pleasure in this turn of events. Would they really just go and seek a deal with Kaito? Kaito's ridicule of Tsunagekyu's Kankuro had been recounted by the Konoha ninjas present and spread widely. Consequently, Tsunagekyur was now widely recognized as being extremely poor. With the 4th Kazekage recently deceased and no 5th Kazekage appointed, Tsunagekyur was not only recognized for its poverty but also seemed resigned and indifferent to its reputation. Additionally, the 5th Hokage and the 5th Mizukage, being women, were less concerned with saving face. However, the 4th Raikage and the 3rd Tsuchikage could not tolerate this humiliation. Both of them had been in a state of constant anger, having broken several desks out of frustration. Eventually, the experienced 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, proposed a new solution by connecting with the other villages. In Inoki's view, Kaito would not dare to completely antagonize the 5 great ninja villages. He suggested that instead of the villages seeking out Kaito for a deal, they should designate a location and have Kaito come to them to lift the seals on the ninjas himself. Most of the ninja villages agreed to this plan, albeit reluctantly. Even though this move was merely a fig leaf, it was better than nothing. Only Konoha's Kakashi, having interacted with Kaito a few times, felt that this plan was unreliable. He had a strange intuition. He believed Kaito did not care at all about offending the 5 great ninja villages. That person has a sharp and wise mind, but he is also somewhat willful, he remarked to Tsunade about Kaito. Tsunade was troubled, especially with the latest news from Jiraiya indicating that Kaito seemed to have a positive view of Naruto. She couldn't discern his true intentions. After much deliberation, she decided to temporarily align with the 5 great ninja villages' plan. If it didn't work, they could still approach Kaito for a deal later. Seeing Tsunade had made her decision, Kakashi did not press further. Nonetheless, he felt that things would not be resolved so simply. Finally, the 5 great ninja villages issued a joint statement. They demanded that Kaito go to Kusagakyur within a month to lift the seals on their ninjas and return the box of ultimate bliss. Otherwise, they would issue a joint bounty on him. Kaito did not rush on his journey, occasionally stopping with Gyur, who had taken human form, to rest in towns along the way. Thus, he soon learned about the 5 great ninja villages' joint statement, though he had no intention of complying. He continued his journey towards his goal without concern. One day, in a restaurant in a certain city, a young man approached him with a letter. Kaito glanced at the young man, who was trying hard to maintain a neutral expression, and chose not to comment on his obvious nervousness. He took the letter, waved his hand dismissively, and the young man quickly disappeared. After reading the letter, Kaito chuckled softly. The letter, written in the name of the 5 great ninja villages, essentially told Kaito to ignore the public statement and instead come to Kusagakure to lift the seals voluntarily. The underlying message was that he would be rewarded, and the return of the box of ultimate bliss was negotiable. Kaito could guess their intentions. Since they didn't know what the box of ultimate bliss looked like, they figured any box could be passed off as the real one. Whether Kusagakure acknowledged it or not was irrelevant to them. They could claim any old box was the box of ultimate bliss. This was merely a face-saving measure for the 5 great ninja villages. As for Kaito's offense, they could deal with him later with an unbeatable team. Interesting, Kaito said, handing the letter to Gyur, who had been peeking curiously. Kaito, are you going to go? Gyur asked after quickly reading the letter. No, Kaito picked up his chopsticks, casually replying, sealing the Morio is more important. Gyur stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth, asking, what about the bounty? Kaito moved his chopsticks to the untouched vegetables, it's meaningless. Unless absolutely necessary, they won't go all out against me. The bounty will just attract some clueless bounty hunters. Gyur relaxed a bit, but said, that would still be annoying, right? You can handle them as practice, Kaito encouraged with a smile. You're so cunning. In a Megakure, at the top floor of a tower-like building. Nagato, Obito's figure appeared in the void, his crimson eye staring calmly at Nagato, who was sitting in a chair. It seems you've recovered well. What's the matter, Madara? Nagato's tone remained indifferent. I want you to send Kakuzu and Haiden to intercept and kill Kaito, Obito ordered matter-of-factly. Konan stepped forward, frowning. No, you're sending them to their deaths. Kaito is too dangerous. Akatsuki can't afford unnecessary losses. Konan. Nagato interrupted her, asking, you plan to use them as bait and then act yourself? Yes, Kaito must die, Obito replied, his voice filled with killing intent. Now is not the best time, Nagato was puzzled, why didn't you act during the 5 great ninja villages' siege on Kaito? Obito's aura suddenly faltered. Gritting his teeth, he said, the battle ended too quickly, and the sea environment was unfavorable for Zetsu's search. Is that so? I don't see much chance of success in your plan, Nagato shook his head, Akatsuki cannot afford unnecessary losses. I can't agree. Obito's calm gaze turned icy cold. Forming a hand seal, he spoke with chilling determination, I'm not here to negotiate. This is an order. Chapter 87, 87. Undercurrent. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Michael Wojciechowicz. Jordan Carmose. Jonathan Ireland. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Ryden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkawicius. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. What did you do? Nagato felt a sharp pain in his heart, unable to resist clutching his chest. Nagato, what's wrong? Konan quickly bent down to check on him. When I treated you last time, I left a seal in your heart, Obito's sinister voice rang out. Now, your life is in my hands, and you must do as I say. You. Konan glared at Obito with hatred, sheets of paper floating around her. Remove the seal from Nagato immediately. You'd better not act rashly, Konan, Obito said fearlessly, or Nagato will die. Konan. Nagato grabbed her hand, his expression back to being calm. Calm down. But. Konan turned, worry in her eyes. Nagato. I'm fine. Nagato reassured Konan before turning to Obito, saying, I will do as you say this time. But you should leave now, his eyes flashed dangerously, or I will at least drag you down with me. At this moment, the figure of Deva Pathpain emerged from the shadows nearby. Obito was unimpressed, but since he had achieved his objective, he decided not to provoke Nagato further. Understood. Just send those two out when you get the chance. I will secretly assist them. His body gradually became intangible and then disappeared in front of them. After Obito's departure, Konan relaxed slightly and immediately knelt to check on Nagato. Nagato. Are you okay? I'm fine. Nagato shook his head slightly. I told you before, that man can't be trusted. Konan's anger hadn't subsided. What should we do now? Are you going to be under his control forever? This is temporary, Nagato said firmly. But Kakuzu and Haiden, they don't know about your previous fight with Kaito, Konan hesitated. We'll have to give them up, Nagato's face was half-shrouded in darkness, his purple eyes glimmering slightly. Trust me, Konan. I did gain something last time, so this won't last long. After leaving the underground money exchange, Hayden couldn't help but complain, fanning his nose, "It stinks. Can't you stop going to these smelly places?" Kakuzu said nothing, merely looking at him coldly. Hey, what's with that look?" Hayden slung his large scythe over his shoulder, glaring provocatively at Kakuzu. Kakuzu turned and continued walking, his deep voice echoing, "One day, I'll definitely kill you. Guys, there's a mission." At that moment, a casual voice sounded, and a white figure emerged from the ground. A clone of White Zetsu. Kakuzu extended his right hand. "Hand over the mission scroll. Here you go." The White Zetsu clone pulled out a scroll from behind its back, from who knows where, and handed it over. Kakuzu's eyebrows twitched, but he took the scroll without a word and opened it. "Hey, where did you hide the scroll?" Hayden shouted as he peered behind the White Zetsu clone. "The general location of the target is recorded in the scroll. I'll be off now." The White Zetsu clone merged back into the ground and vanished. "That's pathetic. Accepting such a scroll." Hayden looked at Kakuzu with disdain. "Shut up, idiot." Kakuzu put the scroll away, annoyed. "If you keep babbling like a child, I'll kill you." All right, what's the mission target?" Hayden asked nonchalantly. Kakuzu frowned and said coldly, "We are to intercept and kill Uchiha Kaito." That guy. Deidara mentioned him. Hayden exclaimed happily. "The Uchiha who defeated Itachi. I'm getting excited." "This mission feels unusual," Kakuzu hesitated. Hayden taunted, "Are you scared?" Ha, leave it to me. I'll offer him to the Jashin." "Idiot." Kakuzu trusted his intuition honed over decades of being a ninja and knew reasoning with this idiot was pointless, so he tried another approach. "The 5 great ninja villages have just issued a joint bounty on Uchiha Kaito," he said as he continued walking. "So?" Hayden lazily followed. "We should wait until the bounty is issued, then act," Kakuzu said matter-of-factly. In any case, he decided to delay and observe for a while. Hayden laughed, Ha, want to get more bounty money? You really are obsessed with money. Mount Myaboku. After sending Naruto off to train with the small toads, Jiraiya went to see Fukasaku and Shima. "Jiraiya, you're here," Fukasaku greeted him as he jumped out the door. "Fukasaku," Jiraiya said seriously, "I need to ask about that Uchiha kid." "I knew you would," Fukasaku led Jiraiya inside, "I also wanted to talk to you about him." The Toad Sage's home was small for Jiraiya, who had to duck and squeeze himself inside to sit on the floor. "Where should I start?" Fukasaku's tone was heavy. "That Uchiha kid claimed to be an Onmyoji." "Yes," Jiraiya nodded. "That wasn't an era before ninjas and chakra existed," Fukasaku continued. "Humans wielded power as samurai, Onmyoji, and priestesses, with Onmyoji being the most mysterious and unpredictable." Jiraiya listened intently. Fukasaku went on, "However, Onmyoji did not have a good relationship with the summoning beasts. They called us yokai and tried to enslave us as shikigami. Unlike the cooperation between ninjas and summoning beasts, Onmyoji fought from behind the scenes, controlling shikigami. Summoning beasts couldn't voluntarily cancel the summon even when injured. Eventually, summoning beasts rebelled, escaping Onmyoji control to survive in hidden realms. Onmyoji lost their legacy over time. Until the Sage of the Six Paths appeared, summoning beasts re-emerged by cooperating with ninjas. "What about that choice that he talked about?" Jiraiya asked. "Who knows where he found that ancient legacy?" Fukasaku seemed worried. "Maybe his power already surpasses that of summoning beasts. He was asking if we would submit to him." "Outrageous." Jiraiya said angrily, "Don't worry, Fukasaku, Mount Myaboku is my second home. I'll protect it." "That's reassuring," Fukasaku smiled gratefully. Kaito ignored the turmoil in the ninja world, as no trouble had reached him yet. He was currently on Ash's back, looking at the ancient city beneath the white clouds. This is the land of demons. Let's go down. Chapter 88, 88. Cheyenne. Thank you for being my patron. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Michael Wojciechowicz. Jordan Carmose. Jonathan Ireland. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Ryden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkowicius. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. This was a palace laid out like a Shinto shrine, with layers of red torii gates standing in front of the main hall. Gyur. A strange cry, like an excited laugh, came from the sky, casting a huge shadow on the ground. The palace guards looked up and saw a giant owl descending toward the ground. Is it an enemy attack? Who are you? Quick! Get into formation. A commotion ensued as the guards drew their bows and aimed their arrows at the giant bird of prey descending from the sky. Gyur gyur gyur. The strange cry sounded again, and a strong wind swept through, causing everyone to close their eyes for a moment. When the guards opened their eyes again, they saw only two figures, one tall and one short, standing in the plaza. Who are you? A young guard wearing glasses stepped forward cautiously and looked at the newcomers. The tall, black-haired young man smiled elegantly, bowed, and spoke loudly, descendants of the Onmyoji, requesting an audience with the priestess of the land of demons. Onmyoji. The young man with glasses' expression changed, and he put away his bow and arrows, returning the bow. Please wait a moment. I will inform the priestess. Kaito nodded slowly and politely said, no problem. The young man with glasses turned and walked up the steps toward the main hall. Mr. Soku, what's going on? The guards beside him didn't dare to act rashly and still pointed their arrows at the two intruders. Keep an eye on them and wait for the priestess' decision. Soku gave a low command and hurriedly entered the main hall. Soku walked down a corridor and knelt in front of a closed shoji screen, gently sliding it open. Miss Cheyenne, he called respectfully. Soku, what's happening? A young girl's voice came from inside the room. Soku bowed and replied, just now, two people suddenly descended from the sky and intruded into the palace. One of them claimed to be a descendant of the Onmyoji, requesting to see Miss Cheyenne. Is that so? The girl's voice carried a hint of surprise. Then let's go to the main hall to meet them. But Soku hesitated. Could it be dangerous? Don't worry. Footsteps sounded as a priestess with long, light blonde hair walked out of the room. My eyes have not foreseen any death. Understood. Soku stood up and followed the priestess towards the main hall. In the plaza in front of the main hall, Kaito ignored the guards' drawn bows and stood calmly in place. As time passed, the guards became increasingly nervous, almost unable to hold back their arrows. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed as Soku quickly descended the steps from the main hall, arriving in front of the guards. He waved his hand, and the guards finally relaxed, putting away their weapons. Then he bowed to Kaito. Sir, the priestess has agreed to see you. Please follow me. Thank you. Kaito nodded and followed Soku. The pristine floor reflected the interior of the main hall, where the priestess, adorned with a golden crown, sat gracefully behind a bamboo screen. Kaito approached slowly and bowed to the priestess. I am Uchiha Kaito. Greetings to the priestess of the land of demons. Is that the Kikyo seal? Cheyenne's eyes widened slightly as she saw the pentagram seal glowing in front of Kaito. After a few seconds, she bent forward to return the bow. Nice to meet you, Mr. Kaito. I am Cheyenne, the priestess of the land of demons. Miss Cheyenne recognizes the Kikyo seal. Kaito smiled and knelt on a cushion. Gyur sat behind him. My mother told me about it. Cheyenne said nostalgically, I never thought there were still Onmyoji. Miss Cheyenne, Soku suddenly spoke, can you confirm their identity based only on a seal? Of course not. Mr. Kaito's Kikyo seal has a unique power that I can feel. She then apologized to Kaito, I'm sorry for my subordinate's rudeness. Soku also deeply bowed to Kaito, I deeply apologize. Miss Cheyenne and Mr. Soku are too polite. Kaito maintained his smile, I am the one who suddenly intruded. Cheyenne took the opportunity to ask, may I ask the reason for Mr. Ri's visit to the land of demons? It seems the people of the land of demons are not concerned with the rumors of the ninja world, Kaito said meaningfully, I have taken the box of ultimate bliss from Kusagakure and completed its purification. Unlike the ninjas, Miss Cheyenne should understand its significance. Is that true? Cheyenne's voice carried a hint of urgency as she couldn't help but stand up from behind the bamboo screen. Miss Cheyenne? Soku asked in confusion, seeing the priestess suddenly become agitated. What I say is always true. Kaito said confidently, I have sealed 0 tails. Would Miss Cheyenne like to see the box of ultimate bliss? Is that really possible? Cheyenne seemed to suppress some emotion, looking at Kaito with hopeful eyes, then please, Mr. Ri. In front of the waterfall behind the palace. Cheyenne ignored the worried look from Soku and kept her gaze fixed on the young man standing on the open ground. Kaito nodded at her, then slowly closed his eyes and formed a seal with his hands. The Ryumayaku hidden deep in the earth, the pulse of the planet, the source of life, appear now, I request your protection, by the law of urgency. A golden mist rose from the ground at his feet, slowly enveloping his entire body. This is amazing, he actually communicated with the Ryumayaku. Cheyenne couldn't help but widen her eyes and murmur. Kaito's hands changed seals, and he lightly shouted, Ryumayaku lock. Shush. Several golden chains emerged from the ground, causing ripples to appear on the surface like water. Creak, Creak. The sound of metal rang out as several golden chains dragged a massive object from the ground, slowly rotating. It was a large, square box, several meters tall, with grimacing faces embedded on its four sides. It's really the box of ultimate bliss. Cheyenne's eyes reddened as she looked at the box before her. When the box stopped rotating, one of the grimacing faces with lit eyes faced Cheyenne. The eyes of the joyful face are lit, which signifies something Miss Cheyenne should understand. Kaito's voice sounded as he walked slowly to Cheyenne's side. Yes. I understand. This means Zero Tails has been sealed. Cheyenne nodded repeatedly, tears streaming from her eyes. In that case, Miss Cheyenne should also understand the purpose of my visit. Kaito continued, I request Miss Cheyenne's assistance in completely sealing Morio. Miss Cheyenne. What is this? Soku asked in shock. Soku, Cheyenne suddenly showed a brilliant smile that Soku had never seen before. This is wonderful. My mother's soul can finally be freed, and the fate of the priestesses of the land of demons and Morio will come to an end. Chapter 89. Entering the Underground Palace. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Michael Wojciechowicz. Jordan Carmose. Jonathan Ireland. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Ryden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkawicious. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. A giant owl soared over the dangerous cliffs. Although Kaito, sitting in front, shielded Cheyenne from the wind, she still maintained a cautious posture while seated on the owl's back, and couldn't help but tug at Kaito's clothing. She looked at the familiar scenery below with a complex gaze. Even now, she felt a sense of unreality, as if she were dreaming. Could the tragic fate that had plagued generations of priestesses in the land of demons really end today? She glanced at the young man sitting in front of her, who remained steady as a rock despite the fierce wind, and tightly gripped the bell passed down from her mother. Thank you for appearing, Kaito-kun. Mom, please wait for me. Are we there? Kaito looked at the underground palace gates beneath the cliff. Cheyenne cautiously peered ahead and said, yes, Morio's spirit is sealed here. All right then, let's go down. Gyur flapped his wings and descended towards the bottom of the cliff. The wind roared. Who goes there? The guards at the palace entrance drew their swords. No need for alarm, it's me, Cheyenne's voice rang out. As Gyur's claws touched the ground, Kaito extended his hand, helping Cheyenne to gently dismount from its back. Lady Priestess. Greetings, Lady Priestess. The guards knelt on one knee upon seeing Cheyenne. Kaito stepped back, leaving the situation for her to handle. No need for such formalities, Cheyenne gestured with her hand. The guards stood up in unison, and the leading middle-aged warrior stepped forward to ask, Lady Priestess, what brings you here? Cheyenne didn't want to elaborate, so she directly instructed, guard the entrance well, we need to enter. The middle-aged warrior looked surprised and asked, Lady Priestess, is there a problem with the seal? The seal is intact. I have come to completely resolve the matter of Morio, Cheyenne declared. What? Lady Priestess intends to completely deal with that demon. Is it really possible? The guards began to murmur in shock and uncertainty. Please reconsider, Lady Cheyenne, the middle-aged warrior objected, that demon was sealed at the cost of your mother Miroku's life. Yes, Lady Priestess. The seal is currently stable. Please do not take unnecessary risks. If that demon is released, it would spell doom for the entire world. Please reconsider, Lady Priestess. The other guards also voiced their concerns. Cheyenne pulled Kaito to her side and introduced him, do not worry, Kaito-kun is a powerful onmyoji. With his help, I will completely eliminate Morio and free the land of demons from this shadow. Lady Cheyenne. The middle-aged warrior's expression turned even more severe as he continued to dissuade her, guarding Morio has been the duty of our nation for generations. How can you trust an outsider so easily? He looked suspiciously at the young man beside the priestess and said, in the past, there have been those who sought to use the demon's power for their own ends. Kaito-kun is not like that. He is an onmyoji. Cheyenne said loudly, displeased, you should trust my foresight as a priestess. Her words changed the expressions of most of the guards, but the middle-aged warrior remained unmoved. Your foresight can only predict death. The absence of such a vision means no one will die, but it doesn't rule out other unfortunate events. He bowed sternly and said, please do not take unnecessary risks, Lady Cheyenne. You. Cheyenne's face fell, and she glared angrily. This is troublesome, Kaito sighed, drawing everyone's attention. In that case, I'll have to take matters into my own hands. His eyes turned red, and the five-pointed star began to spin slowly. In an instant, a red light flashed in all the guards' eyes. "Continue guarding the gate," he commanded casually, and then started walking towards the underground palace doors. "Yes." The guards, including the middle-aged warrior, responded in unison and obediently returned to their posts. "What is this?" Cheyenne looked at the bizarre scene in front of her, bewildered. "It's just a small illusion." "Don't worry, Cheyenne," Kaito placed his hand on the door, arguing further is pointless, "let's act quickly." "All right," Cheyenne quickly followed him. "Gyur, please guard the entrance to prevent any unexpected incidents." Kaito tossed a paper package to Gyur. "Got it." Gyur's huge form shrank, transforming back into human form. He caught the package, opened it, and started munching on dried meat. Creak. Kaito pushed open the two dust-covered doors with force. Two flames automatically ignited on the walls behind the doors, illuminating the dim space. "Let's go." Kaito stepped onto the downward staircase, followed closely by Cheyenne. After descending the long staircase, a vast underground space appeared before them. Countless tall stone soldiers stood in neat rows, stretching out of sight. Above the soldiers hung ropes adorned with numerous talismans. In the center of the formation was a pathway leading to the distant seal of Morio. Kaito stepped onto the pathway, observing the seal. The main part of the seal was two stone doors covered in talismans, suppressed by a large stone above them. The stone was a gray boulder, wrapped in thick ropes, connected by white paper streamers. Kaito approached the seal and began to connect with the dragon pulse. In a hidden residence in the land of demons. A middle-aged man with long black hair sat inside, with two men and a woman in white robes standing respectfully by his side. "Lord Huan." Another man in white robes suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee to report, "The priestess has entered the sealing ground." "What did you say?" Huan stood up in shock and anger. "The priestess Cheyenne has suddenly entered the sealing ground with a strange man," the kneeling man repeated. Huan frowned and asked, "Did you find out why the priestess went to the sealing ground?" "I apologize, Lord Huan. However, according to our spies in the palace, the man with her is Uchiha Kaito, who has recently gained fame in the ninja world." Uchiha Kaito. The man who dealt with the demons in the box of ultimate bliss at Hozuki Castle. Huan paced anxiously. "Damn it. My dark medical ninjutsu isn't fully developed yet, and now." "Lord Huan, leave it to us," the woman among the three said. "The box of ultimate bliss can't compare to Lord Morio. With the four of us, Kaito is no match. Don't underestimate the enemy." Huan scolded, making a decision, although the dark medical ninjutsu is incomplete, there's no time to waste. "Come with me." He walked out of the room, giving serious instructions, "We will advance the plan. Hold off Kaito for me. Once I unleash Lord Morio's power, nothing will stop the undead army." "Yes, Lord Huan." Chapter 90, Opening the Seal. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Michael Wojciechowicz. Jordan Carmose. Jonathan Ireland. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Ryden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkawicius. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Are you ready? Kaito, now enveloped in a golden mist from successfully communicating with Ryumayaku, looked back at Cheyenne. Cheyenne took a deep breath to calm her nerves and nodded towards Kaito. "Then let's lift the seal." Kaito stepped aside. With a serious expression, Cheyenne stepped forward to face the stone door covered in talismans. She took another deep breath, formed hand seals, and began chanting an obscure incantation. The sound of stone cracking filled the air as the talismans on the stone door began to fall off, and a faint blue glow emerged from the crack between the two stone doors. As the talismans completely fell off, Kaito stepped forward to stand in front of Cheyenne and pushed open the stone door. A musty, decayed scent greeted them. Kaito raised his sleeve to cover his nose and mouth, keeping his eyes fixed on the interior of the stone door. From the pitch-black space within, a mass of dark purple energy began to surge out. Morio's voice echoed, "Who has awakened me?" Prepared, Kaito immediately summoned Ryumayaku Lock, pulling the box of ultimate bliss from the ground, positioning the face of wrath towards the stone door. "Morio. It's time for you to return to your origin." With Kaito's hands clasped together, the face of wrath detached from the box of ultimate bliss, revealing a monstrous head that opened its jaws wide. "What?" Morio's voice was no longer composed, but filled with furious rage. "Submit, Morio." The golden Ryumayako lock and the purple mist from the box of ultimate bliss intertwined, reaching towards Morio. Curse you! Morio's spirit suddenly split into tendrils, snaking out from the stone door like venomous snakes, aiming for Cheyenne. Cheyenne! Become one with me. Cheyenne's eyes widened in terror, her body frozen in place. Ryumayako protection. Kaito's voice rang out, and a golden light formed a translucent spherical shield around Cheyenne. Bang! 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 Morio's spirit collided with the golden shield, producing loud crashing sounds. Cheyenne clasped her hands to her chest, looking at Kaito with lingering fear. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you, Cheyenne. Kaito didn't turn around, but his voice was filled with certainty. Thank you, Kaito-kun. Cheyenne couldn't help but relax. The golden chains and purple mist from the box of ultimate bliss continued to entwine Morio's spirit, dragging it towards the box's interior. Morio, however, continued to struggle fiercely. As expected, you're much tougher than Zero Tails, Morio. Kaito summoned more Ryumayako locks. Don't compare me to that worthless being. Morio roared furiously, you will not succeed. As soon as Morio finished speaking, an invisible force rapidly spread throughout the underground space. This is bad. Kaito-kun, it's trying to awaken the terracotta soldiers. Cheyenne's anxious voice rang out. The sound of stone cracking echoed continuously as fragments fell off the terracotta soldiers scattered throughout the underground palace. As the soldiers were fully revealed, countless pairs of red eyes lit up. The sound of synchronized footsteps grew louder as the soldiers, wielding various weapons, advanced towards Kaito and Cheyenne. Outside the underground palace, Gyur sat idly on the stone steps, munching on jerky. He glanced back at the sounds coming from the underground palace, muttering, Kaito sure knows how to make a scene, always causing such a commotion. At that moment, the sound of wind cutting through the air made Gyur look up. He saw a man in black leading 4 men in white robes, jumping down from the cliff. After landing, Huang Quan ignored Gyur and the palace guards, ordering his men, kill them. Yes, Lord Huang Quan. Humph, I'm feeling a bit bored anyway. Sensing the incoming killing intent, Gyur flipped up, his hands forming claws that slashed through the air, sending semi-transparent wind blades towards the intruders. The men skillfully dodged the wind blades, and 2 white-robed men stepped forward to engage. Fire style, flowing flame. Wind style, divine wind. The 2 different nature transformations combined, creating a massive fire tornado that swept towards Gyur. Damn. I'm not good against fire. Gyur muttered, troubled by the approaching flames. A giant owl appeared, flapping its broad wings to create a gust that pushed the fire tornado back towards its origin. Facing the encroaching terracotta soldiers, Cheyenne involuntarily stepped back, moving closer to Kaito. Do you think you can rule the world with these toys, Morio? Kaito's mocking voice rang out. Arrogant. Morio seemed to regain his confidence, my immortal army, kill them. What should we do, Kaito-kun? Cheyenne was thoroughly panicked as the heavy footsteps drew nearer. If these monsters escape the underground palace, the land of demons will be. Don't worry, Cheyenne. Kaito's voice remained calm as 2 white lights flew from his sleeves. Senior Izuna, Miss Chiri, you've had enough rest, haven't you? Following the white lights, Cheyenne saw 2 small paper figures hovering in the air. Humph, you can handle this on your own, can't you? Izuna's voice sounded as the 2 paper figures grew larger, quickly transforming into 2 young ninja, a man and a woman. Ha ha ha. Kaito chuckled dryly, I'm a bit preoccupied, so I need your help. Don't worry, Kaito-kun. Chiri smiled and nodded. Izuna glared at Chiri and said, this kid just wants to slack off. Kaito then made another request, Miss Chiri, leave this to Senior Izuna. There are some unexpected guests outside, and I'm worried Gyur can't handle them alone. Please assist at the entrance. I understand. Chiri responded, her figure disappearing instantly. TCH. Izuna looked annoyed at the endless terracotta soldiers, so I have to fight these boring things. Please, Senior Izuna, just hold them off for a while. Kaito's voice was full of gratitude. Following you never leads to anything good. Izuna complained, but remained firmly by Kaito and Cheyenne's side. Susanoo. A massive skeletal form appeared, raising its hands to strike the terracotta soldiers. Outside the underground palace, Gyur, using his large form, barely kept Huang Quan and his men at bay, though he suffered multiple injuries. Sensing the commotion from within the palace, Huang Quan's men attacked with increasing ferocity. Damn, isn't Kaito done yet? Gyur felt he couldn't hold out much longer. Just then, 2 sharp flashes of light cut through, and 2 of Huang Quan's men fell, clutching their throats in terror. Good job, Gyur. Uchiha Chiri, wielding 2 swords, appeared in front of Gyur. Chapter 91, 91. Sealing the monsters. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Coron Hightower. Young Fexentham. Michael Wojciechowicz. Jordan Carmose. Jonathan Ireland. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Ryden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkowicius. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. With Azuna's help in holding off the stone soldiers, Kaito could focus on dealing with Morio. Despite Morio's desperate struggles, it was to no avail. More and more Ryumayuka chains bound him, gradually stripping away his ability to resist. Kaito approached the mass of purple-black soul energy and extended his hand. A large amount of spiritual energy seeped into Morio's soul from his hand, making a hissing sound like water hitting hot oil, with black smoke billowing out. Aw! Morio let out a piercing scream. Kaito's other hand continuously formed seals while chanting, Riton, Pyo, Tu, Sha, Kai, Jin, Retsu, Zai, Zen. Miss Cheyenne. Yes. Cheyenne stepped forward, holding a bell, and began a solemn Kagura dance. Ting-a-ling. Mother, previous shrine maidens, the time has come to end our fate. Please leave Morio's tainted soul and rest in peace in the Pure Land. Ting-a-ling. The clear sound of the bell rang out, causing Kaito's thoughts to drift, recalling the night Sakura from that dream. As Cheyenne danced, Morio's soul began to tremble violently. One by one, transparent figures dressed in shrine maiden attire separated from it and, guided by the sound of the bell, surrounded Cheyenne. The last shrine maiden to appear had the same light blonde hair as Cheyenne. As she appeared, Cheyenne's Kagura dance reached its climax. Mother. Cheyenne stared blankly at the familiar figure before her, tears streaming down her face. Miroka smiled at Cheyenne, seemed to say something, and then disappeared along with the other shrine maiden souls. As the shrine maiden souls vanished, the purple mist in the box of ultimate bliss intensified, dragging Morio's soul into the huge beast's mouth. Don't get cocky, boy. The remaining two are beyond your reach. Then I'll be looking forward to it. If they're like you, it would be too boring. Kaito remained unfazed. Morio's taunting voice gradually disappeared, and the beast's mouth on the box of ultimate bliss slowly closed. Subsequently, the scattered faces of the angry ghosts returned to their positions, and their eyes lit up. At the same time, the countless stone soldiers in the underground palace stopped moving and turned back into inanimate objects. Kaito controlled the Ryumayuka chains to drag the box of ultimate bliss back into the ground, then turned to look at Cheyenne, who was still crying beside him. Miss Cheyenne, are you okay? Hearing his voice, Cheyenne snapped out of it, quickly wiped her tears, and bowed deeply to Kaito. The souls of the former shrine maidens are finally freed. Thank you so much for your help, Kaito-kun. You're welcome, Miss Cheyenne, Kaito replied with a gentle smile. We still need to go to the land of swamps to deal with Morio's physical body. Yes, I understand. Cheyenne smiled too. Outside the underground palace, Gyur had regained his spirit due to Uchiha Chiri's presence. Because the dark medical ninjutsu was incomplete, the remaining three were no match for Chiri and were quickly defeated. After Kaito, Izuna, and Cheyenne exited the underground palace, Kaito released the guards from the genjutsu. When the guards confirmed that Morio had been completely defeated, they cheered with joy. We deeply apologize, Lady Cheyenne, Lord Kaito. The middle-aged warrior who had vehemently opposed them before now knelt before Cheyenne and Kaito, seeking forgiveness. After sealing Yomi and his surviving subordinates, Cheyenne handed them over to the guards, instructing them to escort them back to the city. During this time, Kaito also spent spiritual energy healing Gyur's injuries. Later, Gyur, full of energy again, took to the sky, carrying the group to the land of swamp. Without its soul, Morio's physical body was no longer able to resist. Once Cheyenne lifted the seal, Kaito directly set up an array, completely purifying Morio's physical body. Watching Morio's body turn to ashes and disappear completely, Cheyenne beamed with joy. The tragic fate of generations of shrine maidens entangled with Morio had finally ended, and the ominous cloud over the land of demons had dissipated. At that moment, she felt an unparalleled sense of relief. When the group returned to the capital of the land of demons, the entire city was in a state of jubilant celebration. Miss Cheyenne. As Shizuku pushed open the sliding door, his face beamed with obvious joy. Everything is ready. Then let's go. Cheyenne's voice came from inside. At this moment, a grand ceremony was being held in the palace of the land of demons, with everyone eagerly awaiting the shrine maiden's appearance. Lady Cheyenne is here. As Shizuku's voice rang out, Cheyenne, dressed in luxurious shrine maiden attire, walked in slowly. She wore a golden crown and held a Kagura bell adorned with 5 colored ribbons, moving to the center of the hall. With the accompaniment of taiko drums, flutes, and bells, Cheyenne began another solemn and graceful Kagura dance. As she danced, the people of the land of demons knelt and prayed. Meanwhile, Kaito and the others stood quietly in a corner, watching the ceremony. "Let's go," Kaito said, turning to leave the hall. "Aren't you going to say goodbye?" Kaito. Uchiha Chiri asked. "No need, we probably won't see each other again," Kaito replied calmly. Just as they reached the palace gates, Cheyenne's voice called out from behind. "Wait." Cheyenne hurried over to Kaito, looking at him with some confusion. "Kaito-kun, are you leaving?" "Yes." Kaito nodded. "Thank you for your assistance, Miss Cheyenne." "Kaito-kun, really," Cheyenne seemed a bit playful, "you've helped me more, actually." "I wanted to properly thank you, but you're leaving without a word." Kaito simply said, "No need for trouble, Miss Cheyenne. You know I have my next target." "Then what about after you complete the remaining 2 targets?" Cheyenne suddenly asked. Kaito was a bit puzzled. Cheyenne bit her lip and continued, "Will you come back to the land of demons after completing the other 2 seals?" "Come back to the land of demons for what?" Kaito shook his head, "I probably won't come back." "Is that so?" Cheyenne's eyes suddenly reddened, "What if I need Kaito-kun's help again?" "Is that so?" Kaito seemed to understand and handed Cheyenne a small paper doll, "Take this. If you need help, write my name on it." "I understand." "Thank you, Kaito-kun." Cheyenne smiled again. After bidding farewell to Cheyenne, Kaito and his companions once again took to the skies on Gyure's back. "Kaito, you really don't understand a girl's heart," Chiri suddenly said. What do you mean?" Kaito was confused. Izuna looked at him with disdain, idiot. The shrine maiden obviously likes you." "Is that so?" Kaito thought for a moment and then said, "Though I didn't notice, I already have Yuri-sama." Thanks to Yuri-sama being proactive, Chiri covered her mouth, "Otherwise, you wouldn't have understood her feelings." "That's true." Kaito was a bit embarrassed. Mainly, his mind was occupied with many things, and romantic relationships were not usually on his radar. "Uchiha is now just you and Sasuke. Sasuke is still young, so you need to continue the family line." Izuna said, "That shrine maiden is quite good." "Didn't expect you to say that, too, Izuna." Kaito looked at him helplessly, "But you didn't leave any descendants yourself, did you?" "Shut up. It was different back then. During the war, our families had no place to stay, so why marry? And now I'm busy saving the world. Besides, I already have Yuri-sama. Don't think I don't know. It's hard for humans and yokai to have children. Then let Sasuke handle it. I'll get him 10 wives." Chapter 92, 92. Demonic Seal. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Michael Wojciechowicz. Jordan Carmose. Jonathan Ireland. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Ryden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkawicious. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Cloud Village, Reikage Office. Reikage-sama, a woman with white hair and dark skin, pushed open the door to the Reikage office and walked in briskly. News about Uchiha Kaito. The burly, dark-skinned 4th Reikage, A, looked up from his documents. "Mabui, has that Uchiha kid gone to Grass Village?" Reikage Secretary, Mabui, shook her head and handed over a document. "Reikage-sama, according to our intelligence, Kaito recently left the land of demons." "What was that kid doing in the land of demons?" I glanced at the document, then impatiently set it down and asked Mabui directly. Mabui began to explain. Kaito suddenly appeared in the land of demons and entered the sealed site of the demon Morio with the shrine maiden of the land of demons. Afterwards, the shrine maiden announced to the people that Morio had been completely dealt with. I was a bit surprised. "Is it true that Morio has been dealt with?" Mabui shook her head. "Our agents investigated both of Morio's sealed locations afterward, and Morio is indeed gone. However, we cannot be certain that the demon is completely dead." "You mean to say?" I frowned deeply. "Reikage-sama, there's a possibility that the demon could be used in the same way as a tailed beast," Mabui said calmly. "We cannot rule out this suspicion." I thought for a moment and then commanded, "Relay this information to Darui in Grass Village. Also, if Kaito appears in Grass Village, use Heavenly Transfer Jutsu to send me there immediately." "Understood," Mabui responded. "Are you planning to take action personally, Reikage-sama?" It's more secure if I'm there in person, A said gravely. That old fox, that Tsuchikage, thinks he can fool me, but I know exactly what he's planning. Mabui continued, that Tsuchikage is outwardly taking a tough stance, but he actually intends to draw Kaito to himself for recruitment. A scoffed. Hey, Iwagakure has been lacking in talent for years. Kaito has severed ties with Konoha, and that Tsuchikage is hoping to scoop him up. So what about us, Reikage-sama? Of course, we need to recruit him too. If we succeed, Cloud Village will gain a powerful bloodline clan. A's voice turned cold. If that kid doesn't submit to Cloud Village, then he'll be eliminated. Understood, Reikage-sama. A similar scene unfolded in the northwest, in Iwagakure of the Land of Earth. Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, was the oldest of the current Kage in the ninja world. Despite his advanced age and small stature, no one underestimated him. His cunning was matched by his formidable strength, with his mastery of earth release techniques and his bloodline selection dust release. Kuratsuchi, Inoki instructed the short-haired girl beside him, inform Bunya in Grass Village. If that Uchiha kid shows up, send word immediately. I will go there myself. Understood, grandfather, Kuratsuchi replied. Inoki frowned. This is the Tsuchikage's office. Call me Tsuchikage-sama. Kuratsuchi sighed. Alright, Tsuchikage-sama. But you're too old to be working so hard. You should pass the village on to the younger generation. If you youngsters were more capable, I wouldn't have to work so hard at my age, Inoki grumbled unhappily. He continued resentfully, Konoha is truly blessed, producing geniuses one after another. They even abandoned the Uchiha clan so easily. Kuratsuchi bluntly responded, didn't the Uchiha want to rebel? If Konoha hadn't abandoned them, we wouldn't have the chance to recruit. You don't understand. A village cannot tolerate a rebellious clan, but killing them all is a waste. Keeping just one kid is useless. You really worry too much about other villages. Who's worrying about others? I just can't stand it. Got it. But who knows if Kaito will even go to Grass Village? Does he want to offend the 5 great nations completely? Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. Kaito wasn't concerned about the various ninja waiting for him in Grass Village. Instead, he was troubled by his next target. According to the information provided by Saimai, the entity named Shinigami usually resided in a special otherworldly space and only appeared for specific transactions. This transaction was related to a unique sealing technique called Shiki-Fujin. Shiki-Fujin was the ultimate sealing jutsu of the Uzumaki clan. The user could summon the Shinigami, who would sever the target's soul with a sword and devour it, thus sealing the target's soul. However, the user would also be bound by a contract with the Shinigami, and their soul would also be devoured, resulting in an eternal struggle within the Shinigami's stomach. This seal could be undone. In the Uzumaki Mask Hall in Konoha, a Shinigami mask could be used to summon the Shinigami. By cutting open the Shinigami's stomach, the sealed souls would be released, but the user would become a sacrifice. It seems I'll have to infiltrate Konoha again, Kaito said reluctantly. Izuna rolled his eyes. Getting the mask will be easy for you, but have you thought about how to deal with the Shinigami? Kaito pondered, then said, according to Morio, my actions are likely already known to the Shinigami and Jashin. They might act first. Are you just going to wait then? Gyur interjected. Kaito shook his head with a smile. Of course not. That's just Morio's perspective. I'll stick to my own plans. As for how to deal with the Shinigami, I'll figure it out when the time comes. At this moment, Chiri reminded, Kaito, you're overlooking another factor. What do you mean, Miss Chiri? Kaito asked. Chiri explained, since the box of ultimate bliss was originally created by Kaguya, the mastermind behind the Akatsuki would know its secrets. Your previous actions were not secretive, so they likely know your goal by now. This is indeed a problem. Kaito's expression changed as he fell into deep thought. Chapter 93, 93. Mask of Death. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Michael Watchelwicks. Jordan Carmose. Jonathan Ireland. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Ryden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkowicious. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Just as Chiri had said, once Black Zetsu learned of Kaito's recent actions, he reached a conclusion in his mind. The worst-case scenario has come true. It seems Kaito is indeed gathering the power of the King of Yama. Various thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. We must stop him from obtaining that power. Nearby, White Zetsu scratched his head in mock distress and asked, "That's really bad. What should we do?" Ah. He struck his right fist into his left palm with a look of surprise. "Why don't we cooperate with the other two?" Black Zetsu ignored White Zetsu's exaggerated performance and immediately rejected his suggestion. No. Although those monsters are twisted, they still originate from the King of Yama's power, and they have an instinctive hostility towards the power from my mother within me. Oh. So you've already tested them out, and I didn't even know. White Zetsu looked at Black Zetsu with a playful smile. Black Zetsu responded angrily, "I dealt with those monsters when they first emerged. If it weren't for that, why would I exclude them from our plans?" Ah, that makes sense. I was still asleep inside the demonic statue of the outer path back then, so no wonder I didn't know. White Zetsu sighed exaggeratedly. "I'm really grateful to Lord Madara for creating us, even though I couldn't experience the comfort of it." Enough. Black Zetsu glared at White Zetsu with some impatience. "There's no other way now. We must kill Kaito before he completes the 4 seals." "I get it. What's the plan?" Seeing Black Zetsu's impatience, White Zetsu became more serious. "Obito has already started his actions, right?" Black Zetsu said darkly, "Obito's actions aren't guaranteed. I initially wanted to use Heighten to probe Kaito's intentions, but that's no longer necessary." He gave a direct order. "White Zetsu, this time you will also assist Obito." "Yes, sir." White Zetsu saluted playfully. "But, last time Obito and Nagato acted together and failed. If it's just me and Obito, our chances aren't much better. How about you join the fight too?" "No." Black Zetsu rejected without hesitation. "My form would be at a disadvantage against an Onmyoji." "What a pity." White Zetsu shrugged. "But it's fine," Black Zetsu smiled sinisterly. "Kaito is sure to clash with the remaining 2 monsters. His next target, according to the sequence, is the Shinigami. When he confronts the Reaper, inform Kakuzu and Hayden. Jashin will definitely notice something through Hayden. At that time." White Zetsu also grinned mischievously. He. "Then Obito and I will ambush him." Kaito infiltrated Konoha alone once again. Izuna declined to join the mission, citing the need for a smaller target. Thus, the 2 seniors resumed their slumber. Gyu remained on standby for backup. Despite all that had happened, Konoha's defense and detection barriers hadn't improved, allowing Kaito to slip in smoothly. He arrived at the Uzumaki clan's mask hall without any trouble. Stepping into the dilapidated building, he carefully examined the wall full of menacing masks. Despite their varied expressions, they didn't seem significantly different. It was clear that without sensing the Shinigami's power, one couldn't identify the true Shinigami mask by sight alone. This posed no problem for Kaito as an Onmyoji. After closing his eyes to sense the spiritual power for a moment, he quickly locked onto his target. He extended his hand, releasing spiritual energy to envelop the Shinigami mask, which then floated gently into his hand. After securing the mask, Kaito turned to leave the mask hall, intending to find a safe place to summon the Shinigami quietly. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of unease. Something's wrong. Kaito frowned, sensing danger. It seemed necessary to postpone his plans. As an Onmyoji, he had utmost faith in his intuition. He decided to wait until nightfall to observe the stars. Raising 2 fingers, he held a colorful paper doll between them. Unlike ordinary paper dolls, this one was detailed with realistic proportions and painted features. When Kaito pressed it against himself, he transformed, adopting the exact appearance depicted on the doll. A young man carrying a drawing board strolled through Konoha's streets, drawing curious glances from the villagers. Though his features weren't striking, his approachable demeanor made him likable. He smiled warmly at everyone who accidentally made eye contact, making them feel a gentle breeze had swept over them. An artistic temperament, a blushing girl thought. Kaito's presence in Konoha wasn't part of any plan, he simply wanted to enjoy a good meal. With his plans postponed, he wasn't willing to continue eating dried rations outdoors. "Is there something wrong?" Kaito, maintaining a harmless smile, looked kindly at the boy with sunglasses blocking his path. Shino scrutinized the artist-like young man before shaking his head and walking away. "What's up, Shino?" Kiba ran over, looking at the stranger's back. "When I got close to him, my insects became agitated, but I couldn't detect anything unusual upon closer inspection," Shino said, frowning. "No worries, he's just a normal guy. Akamaru didn't smell anything off either, right?" Kiba said nonchalantly. "Woof, woof." Akamaru barked in agreement. "My Byakugan didn't see anything unusual either." "He doesn't have chakra," Hinata added, coming from the side. "It must be because of the complex smell of his paints. Even I felt uncomfortable smelling them." Kiba concluded. "Woof, woof." Akamaru nodded vigorously. Shino thought for a moment and accepted this explanation. Though at a distance, Kaito heard their conversation. He continued walking leisurely, ignoring the discussion about him. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Kaito arrived at the Naka River. Feeling inspired, he set up his drawing board and began painting. The fiery sunset reflected off the sparkling river surface, mirroring the dim, broken houses on the opposite bank. Footsteps approached from behind him, stopping as someone watched him paint. Immersed in his art, he ignored everything around him. Another set of footsteps and a girl's voice sounded, "Sakura, you're here." Sakura turned her gaze from the stranger's artwork and gestured for Ino to be quiet. The commotion seemed to have disturbed the young artist, who turned to look at them. Sakura, another of Sasuke's teammates. Kaito smiled as he greeted them. "Hello, young Kunoichi." Chapter 94, 94. Observing Star. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Michael Wojciechowicz. Jordan Carmose. Jonathan Ireland. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Ryden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkowicius. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. Panda Show. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian, p@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Facing the polite greeting from the unfamiliar young man, the two ninja girls also responded courteously. Hello. Hello, are you a painter? The young man turned back, continuing to paint as he spoke. I'm just someone who enjoys painting, not a famous artist. Not at all, your painting is very good. Ino took a step closer, carefully looking at the landscape in the painting. The painting used a lot of red. The setting sun was like blood, even the waters of the Naka River were dyed red. The distant, slightly blurry buildings were covered in a red veil. The entire painting had an indescribable air of desolation and sorrow. This painting feels a bit sad, Sakura suddenly said softly. Sakura, why did you come here again? Ino looked at the distant buildings with some suspicion. That's the Uchiha clan's area, are you thinking about Sasuke-kun again? No. Sakura was just like usual, coming to the Naka River to relax after training. Occasionally, looking at the area left by the Uchiha clan, she always thought, does this bring her closer to Sasuke-kun? This kind of girlish thought, which was not meant to be shared with others, was now revealed by Ino. Seeing Sakura's dejected look, Ino sighed and earnestly advised, Sakura, Sasuke-kun isn't coming back. You should forget about him. Ino, you're the one who's changed too quickly. Sakura looked at her friend somewhat displeased. Ino retorted, you're the one being foolish. So many girls like Sasuke-kun, but he's never responded to any of us. Are you going to wait for him foolishly? Everyone says Sasuke-kun won't come back. Sakura opened her mouth but couldn't find words to argue back. She also knew about the recent appearance of Sasuke-kun's uncle in Konoha. The Uchiha clan withdrew from Konoha. It was said that the announcement came from that person. When she heard the news, she broke down and cried. Even though Kakashi-sensei comforted her, saying Sasuke could still return to Konoha as an individual, she still felt pessimistic deep down. Unlike the past when she was just a fangirl, she now understood that, in Sasuke-kun's heart, his clan's relatives were definitely more important than Konoha. And herself, she might not even compare to that idiot Naruto in Sasuke-kun's heart. Are you talking about that Sasuke, the Uchiha Sasuke? The gentle male voice suddenly interrupted Sakura's thoughts. She looked up to see that the young painter had put down his brush. How do you know Uchiha Sasuke? Ino looked suspiciously at the stranger. Sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet. The young man turned around. My name is Kuno Kuda, a traveling painter. As for Uchiha Sasuke, I watched the Chunin exams held in Konoha earlier. That event was really dangerous. Is that so? Sorry for being rude, haha. Ino laughed awkwardly. Don't worry, Mr. Kuno, such things won't happen again. Konoha is very safe now. Thank you for the assurance, Miss Ninja. The young man expressed his gratitude. I'm Yamanaka Ino. Ino introduced herself generously, then pulled Sakura over. This is my good friend, Haruno Sakura. Miss Yamanaka, Miss Haruno, it's a pleasure to meet you both. The young man nodded with a smile. Mr. Kuno, you mentioned Sasuke earlier. Sakura asked curiously. Could this traveling painter know something about Sasuke? I didn't mean anything by it. The young man apologized. I overheard your conversation and got curious, so I interrupted. Sorry. It's okay, Mr. Kuno, Sakura replied, a bit disappointed. You mentioned that Uchiha boy left Konoha, the young man asked again. Yes, this news should have spread already, Sakura said dejectedly. For someone like me, it's not common to hear about ninja affairs. The young man suddenly turned and took the painting off the easel, handing it to Sakura. Sorry for unintentionally asking too much, please accept this as an apology. After Sakura took the painting, he packed up his easel and paints, slinging them over his back. To be cherished by a girl like you, that boy must be lucky. Thank you, Mr. Kuno. Sakura held the painting, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave. The young man nodded and walked towards the village. Good luck, Miss Haruno. I hope you and the Uchiha boy can be together. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Kuno. Sakura clutched the painting, feeling a renewed determination. That's nice, Sakura. Ino reached out to touch the painting in Sakura's hands. You got such a beautiful painting. Humph, don't even think about it, Ino. Sakura quickly protected the painting. This is Mr. Kuno's gift to me, a blessing for my love with Sasuke-kun. Humph, it's enough that you have his blessing. You were just telling me to give up on Sasuke-kun. Because I knew you wouldn't listen with that wide forehead of yours. Ino pig. Kaito silently made his way to the other side of the Naka River, into the desolate Uchiha clan area. Without stopping, he walked through the ruined buildings, heading to a secluded spot towards the cemetery. After arriving at the outskirts of the cemetery, he carefully checked the barriers he had set up and, confirming they were intact, went inside. Entering the barrier, Kaito's form shimmered with spiritual light, reverting to his true appearance as the colorful paper figure attached to him turned to confetti and blew away. He then spent some time meticulously cleaning all the graves. Throughout the process, he didn't use any spells or make a sound, simply and quietly clearing away the dead leaves and branches and wiping the tombstones clean. After finishing the cleaning, he stood in front of the graves and deeply bowed. Finally, he sat on a stone at the edge of the cemetery to rest. By this time, the setting sun had completely disappeared below the horizon, stars were beginning to appear in the night sky, and a bright moon cast its cold light on the ground. Kaito's red eyes revealed a pentagram as he focused intently, observing the celestial movements, calculating in his mind. After a long while, his eyes returned to their normal color, and he visibly relaxed. He now understood where the previous sense of danger had come from. At the same time, the unsettling feeling had completely vanished. A confident smile appeared on Kaito's face. As long as he wasn't caught off guard by sudden events, he was confident he could find the right way to break through any predicament. Taking out a blank scroll, he spread it on his knee and began writing rapidly, conducting further calculations. Chapter 95, 95. The 4 Symbols of Absolute Spirit. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Michael Wojciechowicz. Jordan Carmose. Jonathan Ireland. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Ryden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkowicius. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. Panda Show. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. As the first ray of sunlight touched the ground at dawn, Kaito silently left the boundaries of Konoha. After a night of calculations, he fully understood the impending crisis. It seemed like merely sealing a Shinigami, but it would attract a whole host of enemies. Without prior preparation, it would indeed be dangerous. After all, Obito's abilities were too well suited for surprise attacks. To break this deadlock, there was actually a very simple method. Just like the time he purified the box of ultimate bliss, he could ride Gyures back and move from high altitudes, searching for a deserted island in the vast ocean. This way, he could avoid the tracking of those white monsters from the beginning, and the Akatsuki organization did not have the same deep resources as the 5 great nations to send so many people to search the vast ocean. Even if they did find him, the time delay would be enough for him to deal with the Shinigami. This was the first method Kaito thought of to break the situation. However, he immediately dismissed it. As Chiri had mentioned, it was very likely that Black Zetsu was already aware of his plan to revive King Enma's power. It was conceivable that he would do everything to stop it. Moreover, that crazy guy Obito seemed eager to eliminate him. Kaito couldn't just keep hiding from them. Because he wanted to use Obito to resurrect Kagaya, he had let him go once before. Now, Kaito had a better idea. After reuniting with Gyur, Kaito rode on its back to the ruins of Uzushio in the land of whirlpools. Gyur, you leave here first, as far as possible, Kaito said after landing. All right, be careful yourself, Gyur said, used to this situation, then flapped its wings and flew away. Kaito stepped into the ruins of Uzushio, observing the surroundings. Over the decades, the remnants of Uzushio had been covered by vegetation, making it unrecognizable. He was sure that after the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools, this place had been ransacked countless times by different people. However, he wasn't here for the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, just for a place where he wouldn't be disturbed. Kaito kept walking until he arrived at a barely standing dilapidated house. Crossing the collapsed wall, Kaito looked up at the roof with a large hole. This was once the ancestral shrine of the Uzumaki clan. Hidden deep in the earth, Ryumayaku, pulse of the planet, source of life, appear and grant protection, by my command. Standing outside the ancestral shrine, Kaito communicated with the Ryumayaku. Ryumayaku lock. A golden chain shot out from the ground, like a serpent's tongue, and quickly plunged into the distant ground. Ah! With a shrill scream, a completely white human figure was dragged out of the ground by the chain. Perfect, I just need a sacrifice. Kaito looked satisfied at the white creature dragged to his feet. White Zetsu struggled for a while, then lay still, staring at Kaito with a strange smile. Kaito coldly stared back, his eyes spinning into a five-pointed star, and a continuous stream of spiritual energy invaded White Zetsu's mind. Moments later, White Zetsu's eyes turned blood-red, and it stood respectfully in front of Kaito. Put this on and infuse it with chakra in one go, Kaito handed the Shinigami mask to White Zetsu. White Zetsu obediently took the Shinigami mask and placed it on its face. As chakra was infused, a cold energy enveloped them. Kaito looked up to see the Shinigami sneering at him. The Shinigami's body was semi-transparent, like a spirit, with horns on its head, sharp teeth and claws, wearing a white robe, disheveled hair, and a short sword clamped in its mouth. It spread its arms, slowly descending from the air, floating behind White Zetsu. Cackle cackle. A strange laugh echoed in Kaito's ears. The Shinigami didn't open its mouth, but the voice was transmitted. You finally found me, on my OG. So, you know what I intend to do, Kaito said calmly. The Shinigami's cold voice continued, indeed, I know everything. But you still appeared, are you that confident? Kaito asked. Not exactly, I'm not 100% sure I can defeat you, the Shinigami's voice replied, but, I have rules that even I must follow. Not 100%, but you have a good chance, don't you? Kaito asked further. Kakaka. Indeed, I'm about 80% sure. The Shinigami's voice grew colder, don't compare me with those two trash you already sealed. I, as the Shinigami, inherited the core power of King Enma, those two were just discarded parts. Oh. Kaito showed an interested expression, what about Jashin? The Shinigami seemed pleased to share, Kakaka. That guy is the darkest part of King Enma's polluted soul, but it has already gained its own power. What a hassle, Kaito sighed, then perked up and looked at the Shinigami, but since we've started, no matter how troublesome, we have to finish it. Kakaka, what will you do? Let me kindly remind you, using the power of the Ryumayaku against me is not so effective. The Shinigami raised its hand and swung the short sword at Kaito. The movement seemed light, but it carried the ubiquitous natural energy, more like a grand suppression than a simple slash. The golden mist of Ryumayaku power around Kaito boiled like hot water. In an instant, without moving his limbs, he slid like a fish under the Shinigami sword, retreating to widen the distance. Swish swish. Several golden chains shot out from the ground, dancing like a group of snakes, surrounding the Shinigami. The box of ultimate bliss also rose behind the Shinigami, the face of grief fell off, and the beast's mouth opened wide, spewing out purple mist. Facing the combined attack of the Ryumayaku lock and the box of ultimate bliss, the Shinigami constantly laughed harshly, waving its short sword. The seemingly ordinary blade carried vast natural energy, easily cutting through the Ryumayaku locks and repelling the purple mist from the box of ultimate bliss. Despite the failed attack, Kaito's expression remained calm. He continually summoned new Ryumayaku locks to entangle the Shinigami, his hands rapidly forming seals. Creak, the sound of decaying wood breaking echoed. Creak creak, the entire Uzumaki ancestral shrine began to sway. Cackle cackle. The Shinigami kept slashing the golden chains with its short sword, slowly approaching Kaito. At this moment, the entire ancestral shrine suddenly collapsed. Boom, the sound of beams and columns falling resounded, raising a cloud of dust. Kaito's voice came from within the dust. 4 symbols of absolute spirit formation. Chapter 96, 96. A new battle. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Michael Wojciechowicz. Jordan Carmose. Jonathan Ireland. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Ryden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkowicius. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. Panda Show. Louis Fontes. Grimmose. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P at Trian. P at trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. For symbols absolute spirit formation. As Kaito's voice resonated, the ancient beams from the collapsed shrine surged skyward, beginning to assemble themselves in midair. In just a few seconds, they formed a rough structure. The Shinigami, distracted by the commotion, hastened its attacks, severing all Ryumayuka chains around it before floating upwards. Seeing this, Kaito's aura intensified, and numerous golden chains emerged from the ground again, frantically obstructing the Shinigami's movements. By this time, the beams in the sky had stopped moving, and 4 torii gates, pieced together from decayed wood, had taken shape. Kaito formed a seal with his hands once more. The 4 torii gates in the sky immediately spread out, positioning themselves at the east, west, south, and north points, with the Shinigami at their center. Descend. With a loud shout from Kaito, the 4 torii gates simultaneously descended, their bases sinking into the earth with a resounding thud. Golden energy rapidly spread from the bases of the torii gates, covering the decayed wood. In no time, the 4 torii gates looked as good as new. As the golden torii gates emitted a faint glow, a transparent, 4-sided barrier began to form. Sensing the danger, the Shinigami unleashed an unprecedented amount of power, severing numerous chains and attempting to escape towards the edge of the barrier. Don't even think about it. Dense golden chains shot out from beneath Kaito's feet, once again blocking the Shinigami's path. At that moment, the 4-sided barrier fully formed. The Shinigami swung its short sword again, but its strikes no longer had the previous might. With a clang, the sword was easily blocked by the golden chains. It's useless. My formation has sealed off the natural energy inside, Kaito declared. As he spoke, the chains tightened their encirclement, moving towards the Shinigami. The Shinigami's form suddenly became elusive, quickly putting distance between itself and the chains. Its eyes ignited with ghostly flames, its hair stood on end, and its wide white robe billowed without wind. Clever tactics. It seems you chose this place deliberately, the Shinigami's chilling voice echoed. Kaito, now relaxed, didn't mind explaining, yes. This place, as the ancestral shrine of an ancient clan, has absorbed countless offerings over a long history. Each brick and tile is imbued with heavy sentiment, making it the best material for setting up a formation. I never thought I'd have to break my own rules, the Shinigami murmured, evading the mist from the bliss box. Its left hand trembled, and the beads on its wrist clattered, as black runes crawled up its arm. Even without a deal, I will take your soul myself. As it spoke, the Shinigami's left hand extended rapidly, claws aiming for Kaito. Kaito remained unmoved, golden chains weaving through the air to block the Shinigami's arm. Just before being bound by Ryumayuka chains, the Shinigami retracted its arm and shifted positions again. What's your next move? Kaito coldly watched the Shinigami, now surrounded by Ryumayuka chains and the mist from the bliss box, and asked, planning to escape to your other dimension? The Shinigami didn't respond, its form shrinking and elongating like a serpent, slipping through the gaps in the chains. It seems you don't intend to flee, Kaito continued, because you know that during the moment you cross dimensions, there will be a brief pause. Even though it's just a moment, it's enough for me to catch you. Meanwhile, outside Uchiha, 2 figures in black cloaks adorned with red clouds were walking on the water's surface. Hurry up, Kakuzu. I can't wait to offer that Uchiha to Lord Jashin. Haiden swung his scythe impatiently, quickening his pace. Idiot. Kakuzu maintained his steady pace. Despite following orders, Kakuzu felt uneasy about this mission. Normally, he wouldn't have planned to act now, but Zetsu had been pressing him repeatedly, even bringing a letter from the leader this time. Such behavior only heightened Kakuzu's suspicions. Even though he had arrived at the target location, he had other plans in mind. As the sound of waves hitting the shore reached them, Haiden stepped onto the land of Uchiha. Kakuzu, if you don't hurry up, I'm going ahead. Haiden shouted back, heading into the forest. A flash of white light, and a blade swung towards Haiden's neck from a distance. The proximity was too close, and Haiden couldn't block with his scythe in time. In desperation, Haiden tilted his head, raising his right hand to intercept the blade. Slash. The blade sliced cleanly through, severing Haiden's right arm, which flew into the air. Using the moment to his advantage, Haiden leapt back, dodging another strike. Idiot. Kakuzu's voice came from behind, as black threads extended from his arm, catching the falling arm. Who are you? Haiden grinned at the long-haired woman wielding twin swords before him. Uchiha Chiri, she replied softly. Uchiha. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed in surprise. Hey, woman, our target isn't you, Haiden shouted. Chiri smiled. I know, but I won't let you get near Kaito. Haiden waved his scythe with his remaining hand, a crazed smile on his face. In that case, I'll offer you to the great Jashin. Wait, Kakuzu stopped Haiden, swiftly sewing his right hand back on with black threads. There must be others, he observed Chiri warily. You alone can't stop us. At that moment, a male voice echoed from the trees. Disappointed you didn't notice me. What a letdown. Kakuzu looked up sharply to see a young man sitting on a branch. Impossible. Kakuzu was stunned. As an experienced ninja, he hadn't detected the enemy right under his nose. Izuna stood up, looking down at them, a slight smile on his face. His recent studies of natural energy had enabled him to develop new techniques, like blending his presence with the environment, making even a seasoned ninja like Kakuzu fail to notice him. Another Uchiha. Kakuzu observed Izuna intently. Izuna stepped off the branch, landing beside Chiri, his eyes turning red with 3 spinning tomo. Uchiha Izuna, he introduced coldly. Chapter 97, 97. Obito Assassination. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Michael Wojciechowicz. Jordan Carmose. Jonathan Ireland. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Ryden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkawicious. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. Panda Show. Luis Fontes. Grimmos. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. On the other side of the island in Uzushio-gakure, Uchiha Obito stood silently atop a large tree. Obito, Kakuzu, and Haiden are being blocked by Kaito's 2 companions. Zetsu's upper body emerged from the tree trunk. What do we do? Are you going to cancel the operation? Those 2 again. Obito was somewhat surprised. Didn't you say that man claimed to be Uchiha Izuna? Maybe Kaito summoned him using a technique similar to Edo Tensei. Zetsu fully emerged from the tree trunk, standing beside Obito. No, they were lying. Obito said gravely. I later sensed that the person didn't have the aura of the dead. Alright, so what now? Obito countered, what's the situation with Kaito? He's still confronting the creature, but Kaito seems to have the upper hand. Zetsu hadn't shared information about the bliss box with Obito, so neither did the other Zetsu. Let's wait. If Kaito and that creature's battle reaches a stalemate, we'll intervene, Obito decided. Got it, Lord Madara. Zetsu saluted mockingly and melded back into the tree. Meanwhile, Kaito was continuously compressing the Shinigami space with dense Ryumayuka chains. The thick purple mist from the bliss box also relentlessly targeted the Shinigami, giving it no respite. The Shinigami had morphed into a long, thin white shape, constantly slipping through the gaps in the chains to evade the pervasive blockade. Has it started over there too? Kaito sensed the situation on the other side through his connection with Izuna and Chiri. Is that the aura of Jashin? Sensing the anomaly from Haiden, he felt a sense of relief. The Shinigami in front of him was troublesome enough. If Jashin were also summoned, he would have had to abandon the operation. However, the distance between both sides wasn't far, so he needed to finish this quickly. With this thought, Kaito shouted, his Ryumayuka power growing more intense, increasing the number of Ryumayuka chains in the formation. With this sudden exertion, the Shinigami could no longer evade. As a golden chain touched it, the Shinigami was forced to return to its original size, and more chains swarmed in, binding it completely. Ka ka ka. The Shinigami's eerie laughter echoed as it opened its mouth, spewing several dark flames at Kaito. Ryumayuka protection. Kaito swiftly formed seals, and a golden shield successfully blocked the ghostly flames, producing a layer of frost upon impact. Feeling the bone-chilling cold of the ghostly flames, Kaito quickly manipulated the Ryumayuka chains to bind the Shinigami's mouth. Without the Shinigami's control, the ghostly flames gradually extinguished, turning the entire area into a frozen wasteland. It seems you can't escape, Kaito leapt onto the top of the bliss box. I'll send you back where you came from. He commanded the mist-infused chains to drag the Shinigami into the bliss box. I won't be sealed so easily, the Shinigami's voice became piercingly sharp. A black rift opened in the air behind it, and countless demon hands with black nails and purple skin emerged, grabbing its body. Kaito felt another force countering his chains. For a moment, it seemed like a stalemate, a tug-of-war of equal strength. Ka ka ka. On my Oji, you can't defeat me. I know you have a time limit with the Ryumayuka connection. Ka ka ka. The Shinigami's sharp voice rang in Kaito's ears, as the demon hands behind it increased their strength. Damn it. Kaito formed seals with his hands, fully mobilizing the Ryumayuka chains. Sweat beads formed on his forehead as time passed. Meanwhile, Obito and Zetsu had arrived at the perimeter of the formation. Go. Obito's figure vanished. Mokutan, birth of the trees. As Zetsu formed seals with his hands, giant trees sprouted crazily from the ground, uprooting the golden torii gates. Separated from the Ryomayaka's power, they reverted to decayed wood, and Kaito's formation was completely destroyed. Simultaneously, a ripple appeared in the space behind Kaito, and an arm holding a long sword emerged, stabbing the sword into his heart. Ugh! Kaito's eyes widened in shock, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Who? He slowly turned his head to see a familiar mask. Obito, it's you. Kaito spoke, blood flowing from his mouth. Ha ha ha. Obito laughed heartily. Obito stepped out of the space, his single eye gleaming with ruthless intent. Kaito, blame yourself for standing in the way of my ideals. Blame yourself for knowing too much. Your ideals. They're just self-deception. Kaito's voice weakened. Shut up. Obito pushed the sword deeper, all the way to the hilt. This false world is worthless. The world I long for, the one with Rin, is the real one. The two were now very close, Obito's body pressing against Kaito's back. And to think I'm wasting my breath on someone with a broken mind. Kaito's voice suddenly regained strength, the golden mist around him surging. Several golden chains emerged from his body, binding Obito from head to toe. What? Obito tried to use his Manjikyu Sharingan to become intangible again, but found he couldn't draw any chakra. Meanwhile, Kaito's body slowly melted, turning into a pool of golden liquid that slipped off the sword. The golden liquid reformed into a human shape, and the unharmed Kaito appeared before Obito. He looked at Obito with a mocking smile. You used your Manjikyu Sharingan's power just now. You must be in your real body, and without chakra to use as an Aji. You're finished. Then, he turned to the Shinigami still struggling with the Ryomayaka chains and said, the Shinigami must be unaware that I have a deep connection with the Ryomayaku, so there's no time limit on my use of its power. Nice to meet you, ancient remnant. He turned to Zetsu standing on the other side. Though you're good at escaping and hiding, I doubt you'll abandon poor Obito and run away alone, will you? Chapter 98, 98. The previous Hokage. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Michael Wojciechowicz. Jordan Carmose. Jonathan Ireland. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Ryden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkowicius. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. Panda Show. Louis Fontes. Grimmos. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. At this moment, Kaito stood atop the bliss box, with Obito bound beside him, the Shinigami in midair locked in a tug-of-war with Ryomayaka chains, and Zetsu at a distance on the ground. Obito's chakra had been sealed, rendering him powerless. Due to Zetsu's Mokutan technique breaking the formation, the natural energy barrier was disrupted, and the Shinigami regained its formidable power. The black rift behind the Shinigami opened wide like a beast's maw, and the ghostly hands emerging from it grew larger, furiously tearing at the golden chains binding the Shinigami. Mokutan, Sashiki no Jutsu. As expected, Zetsu did not abandon Obito, and sharp wooden spikes gleaming coldly grew rapidly, aiming to pierce Kaito. Good, since everyone is here, let the battle begin. Kaito dodged the spikes, reappearing on the ground, his eyes spinning with the five-pointed star pattern as he formed seals with his hands. Susanoo. A half-bodied skeleton materialized around him, shielding him from the incoming wooden spikes. Zetsu moved with remarkable speed, burrowing underground and emerging from beneath the bliss box, transforming his arm into a vine to pull Obito down. He tugged at the chains binding Obito but found them immovable. This is bad, Obito, we should retreat. Before Obito could respond, Zetsu hoisted him onto his shoulder and began to flee. You won't escape. Kaito's voice rang coldly. New chains silently extended from the golden chains on Obito, moving towards Zetsu. Sensing the movement, Zetsu quickly threw Obito aside and submerged himself into the ground to evade. Smack. Smack. The chains extending from Obito whipped the ground, raising clouds of dust. Obito also fell from the air, crashing to the ground with a thud. Yamada no Oroki. The blue half-bodied skeleton around Kaito rapidly grew golden tendons and flesh, sprouting legs and donning a full set of samurai armor. Standing in the space atop Yamada no Oroki's forehead, Kaito clapped his hands together. Escaping underground isn't a good idea. Zetsu, bound by golden chains, was pulled up from the ground and bound beside Obito. This is troublesome, I've been caught too, Zetsu wriggled like a caterpillar on the ground. So scary, am I going to die? Obito. I have a small wish before I die. He looked at Obito with wide eyes. Tell me, what does it feel like to need to poop? Shut up. Obito's single eye glared coldly at him. You useless fool. Instead of getting angry at Obito's harsh words, Zetsu grinned mischievously. He, you were caught first. You love-struck loser. Kaito ignored their bickering and shifted his gaze to the struggling Shinigami. You're the last one, Shinigami. The golden light in Yamada no Orochi's hand elongated into a long naginata. Wielding it with both hands, he slashed down, severing all the ghostly hands emerging from the spatial rift in one stroke. The naginata dissolved into points of light and disappeared, while Yamada no Orochi's left hand closed the spatial rift, and the right hand grabbed the still-chained Shinigami, pulling it close to the bliss box. The thick purple mist from the bliss box immediately swirled back, enveloping the Shinigami. The Shinigami opened its massive mouth, emitting a silent scream, and the ghostly hands emerging from the spatial rift dissipated like dust, the rift closing afterward. Yamada no Orochi's lower half vanished, and Kaito descended to the ground. He controlled Yamada no Orochi's right hand to seize the short sword from the Shinigami, deftly slicing open its belly. Kaito's left eye pattern spun rapidly, and a pentagram formation appeared on the ground beneath the Shinigami, opening a dark void leading to the Pure Land. Countless soul orbs flew out from the Shinigami's belly, heading towards the Pure Land's passage. Kaito carefully observed the released souls, his expression turning to surprise, followed by an intrigued smile. He grabbed several small paper figures and tossed them into the air. 4 paper figures collided with 4 of the souls, emitting a blue light and rapidly growing into human forms. Seeing the 4 people before him, Kaito couldn't help but exclaim, the 4 previous Hokage of Konoha gathered inside the Shinigami's belly, what a spectacle. The 4 Hokage opened their eyes and immediately heard this remark, prompting them to look in the direction of the voice. Ha ha ha, 4 Hokage. Senju Hashirama laughed awkwardly, surveying the scene before him, and asked directly, who are you? This is the Shinigami. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato Namikaze looked at the fully bound Shinigami in shock. Senju Tobirama observed the surroundings silently. Kaito dispersed Yamada no Orochi entirely, revealing his true form. Nice to meet you. I am Uchiha Kaito. An Uchiha, huh? Hashirama nodded, curiously eyeing the golden mist around Kaito. You're quite different from the usual Uchiha. Brother. Tobirama frowned. I can't sense any chakra from this kid. Oh. That's odd. What kind of power is this? Sage art. Doesn't seem like it. Hashirama stroked his chin, curious and trying to get closer for a better look. Brother. Tobirama pulled him back. Don't act rashly. What's the big deal? I'm already dead anyway. Hashirama looked at his brother in confusion. Tobirama responded sternly, that's an Uchiha, who knows what his intentions are. Besides, our current state is very strange. How many times do I have to tell you, Tobirama? Hashirama looked at Tobirama disapprovingly. Stop being biased against the Uchiha. The Uchiha are an evil clan. Tobirama remained unmoved, his sharp gaze fixed on Kaito. Kid, what's your purpose? Heh, no purpose really, Kaito smiled. I was just surprised and wanted to witness this spectacle. His gaze swept over the 4 Hokage, finally settling on Minato. The 4th Hokage, what a pity. What? Minato looked confused. Kaito smiled at him again. I mean, it's a pity you died so young. After your death, the 3rd Hokage had to come out of retirement. Being old and frail, he gradually lost control, leading to many regrettable incidents. A bitter smile appeared on Hiruzen's aged face. I did find myself somewhat powerless. Chapter 99, 99. Minato Namikaze. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Jordan Carmose. Jonathan Ireland. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Ryden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkowicious. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. Panda Show. Luis Fontes. Grimmose. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Are you referring to something specific? Tobirama continued to stare intently at Kaito. Nothing in particular. What's already happened is in the past. Talking about it now doesn't change anything, Kaito responded calmly. Anyway, some have already paid the price. Did you seek revenge on Konoha? Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly perked up, looking at Kaito with some tension. Revenge. What exactly happened? Hashirama Senju asked, turning to Hiruzen. First Hokage-sama, Hiruzen began with some difficulty. The Uchiha clan attempted a coup and were ultimately exterminated. What? Why did such a thing happen? Hashirama's face was filled with shock. The Uchiha clan rebelled first, so what talk is there of revenge? Tobirama's tone remained harsh. Indeed, the Uchiha clan and your Hokage faction have never truly been in harmony, Kaito said calmly. In the end, it's simply a case of the victor taking all. However, even if I were to destroy Konoha completely for revenge, it would be the same story. Ignoring the increasingly grave expressions of the four, he continued, don't worry, I merely killed Danzo Shimura. That can be considered quite merciful. Oh, and Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mito Kaito, he added with a smile. They should only be able to spend the rest of their lives bedridden. What? Danzo. Why did you do that? It was I who gave the order to Itachi, Hiruzen exclaimed in surprise. How laughable. Third Hokage, you can't be unaware of what your old friend Danzo has done, can you? Kaito's face showed a mocking expression. After all, you've indulged him too many times. Hiruzen frowned deeply. Although Danzo made some mistakes, he has also made significant contributions to Konoha. Ha 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 ha, Kaito laughed out loud. Significant contributions to Konoha? Maybe. But what does that have to do with me? That old scoundrel took Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan without cause, leading to Shirsue's death. After the Uchiha clan's extermination, he even took the eyes from the bodies of my clan members and implanted them in himself. Just for that, he deserved to die. Hiruzen frowned deeply. Is what you're saying true? Was Shirsue killed by Danzo? Then why did you target Koharu and Hamura? Shirsue was one of your people, wasn't he? I have no reason to lie, Kaito said coldly. As for those two advisors, all of you were taught by the second Hokage and were filled with animosity towards the Uchiha clan. Their responsibility in leading the Uchiha to rebellion is clear. Tobirama said sternly, the Uchiha are inherently evil. I had to take precautions. At this moment, a voice came from the distant forest. Tobirama, you talk nonsense. Tobirama's eyes widened in surprise, and he turned his head sharply. Two ninjas, a man and a woman, suddenly appeared in the forest. The young man in front, with a dark expression, angrily walked out of the forest with a ninja sword in hand, pointing it at Tobirama. Tobirama. How dare you slander the Uchiha clan? Are you Izuna? Hashirama asked, pointing a trembling finger at the man, his face turning pale. Are you a human or a ghost? Tobirama looked helplessly at his unreliable elder brother. Brother. You are also dead. Hashirama suddenly realized, then sheepishly scratched his face. Oh, right. He waved at Izuna with a warm smile. Hello there, long time no see, Izuna. Is Madara around? Who are you? What business do you have with my brother? Izuna glared angrily at Hashirama. Huh? Don't you recognize me? I'm Madara's good friend, Hashirama Senju. Hashirama explained. We've met before. This only made Izuna angrier, and he roared, I don't know you. My brother has no such friend. That's too harsh. Hashirama, looking as though he'd taken a major blow, squatted on the ground dejectedly, with mushrooms growing out of him. Brother. What kind of behavior is this? Tobirama glared at him in exasperation. Is the first Hokage really like this? Minato asked, somewhat dumbfounded. The first Hokage is always this approachable, Hiruzen explained. Is that so? Haha. Minato laughed awkwardly. By this time, Izuna and the woman behind him had walked up to Kaito. Kaito, what are you doing? Why are these two Senju here? Senior Izuna, Miss Chiri, you're here. Have those Akatsuki members been dealt with? Kaito asked. Now that we know their intel, how could we not deal with them? Izuna rolled his eyes at him. You still haven't explained what's going on here. Oh, this, Kaito explained, I released the souls devoured by the Reaper, and it turns out all four former Hokage of Konoha were among them, so I couldn't resist witnessing such a spectacle. Ha 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 ha. Izuna laughed arrogantly, taunting the Senju brothers. All four former Hokage of Konoha were inside the Reaper's stomach. How pathetic is that? Sigh, that was my fault, Hiruzen sighed, taking responsibility. My useless disciple Orochimaru used the Edo Tensei Jutsu to summon the first and second Hokage. I had no choice but to use the Reaper Death Seal to end the fight. Monkey, don't blame yourself. Tobirama comforted him and then turned to the three Uchiha. Uchiha Izuna, what is going on? Izuna glanced at him haughtily. None of your business. By this time, the other souls from the Reaper's stomach had all returned to the Pure Land. Kaito closed the portal to the Pure Land, glanced at Izuna, who was arguing with his old enemy, and then took the opportunity to focus all his power on dealing with the Reaper. Kaito-kun, can you tell me what's going on with the Reaper? Minato silently appeared beside Kaito, looking curiously at the now weak-looking Reaper. Sure, Kaito said calmly. The Reaper is a creature born from the box of ultimate bliss. I am in the process of sealing it back inside. Is that so? Minato asked, puzzled. But it doesn't seem to be causing any harm, does it? Kaito smiled. Are you worried Konoha might lose a valuable asset? No, Minato shook his head. It's best not to use such a mutually destructive technique. I met your son recently, Kaito suddenly said. Minato's face immediately softened into a gentle smile. Really? You met Naruto? Could you tell me about him? Kaito nodded. Naruto is training with Jiraiya. With Jiraiya-sensei. Minato's expression grew a bit peculiar. I just hope Naruto only learns ninjutsu from him, nothing else. Kaito continued, you must know Sasuke, right? Fugaku's younger son. He and Naruto used to be teammates. On Sasuke's behalf, I gave Naruto the Uzumaki clan's texts that I obtained from Danzo. Minato was taken aback, then bowed slightly. Thank you, Kaito-kun, on behalf of Naruto. No need to be so formal, Minato, Kaito replied with a gentle smile. Actually, I want to make a deal with you.